In the great wilderness domain, at the ancient Taigu immortal sect, Chu Feng, the peak master of Yaoci Peak, was destined to bear an extraordinary fate in this lifetime. Marry into Tianling Peak. He coldly refused, as the sect master's persuasion echoed endlessly before his dilapidated cottage, shrouded in morning mist. Having failed to take on disciples for 5 years, his position as peak master was in jeopardy, making him nothing but a laughingstock in others' eyes. The middle-aged woman's consolation proved futile, and she could only depart on her sword. Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly, his handsome face filled with unwillingness and suppression. He was not a native of this realm, having crossed over from Mercury. On that stormy night, he accidentally saved the dying Yaoci fairy. From then on, he was exceptionally accepted as her final disciple, and the Yaoci fairy taught him everything she knew. However, due to his mediocre talent, Chu Feng could barely make any progress. 5 years ago, the Yaoci fairy ventured alone into the forbidden zone of life, seeking divine treasures, and vanished without a trace. Following her instructions, the sect master entrusted him with the position of Yaoci Peak Master. Young and helpless, with ordinary aptitude, his resources were divided among the 17 peaks. Facing external exclusion with no internal support, Xiao, the master of Tianling Peak, was particularly harsh, seeking to annex Yaoci Peak and constantly making things difficult for him. The sect rules were strict. If he failed to recruit disciples again, his position as peak master would be revoked. However, Xiao suddenly changed her attitude, promising to spare Chu Feng if he would marry into her peak. Her calculations were not hard to guess, and Chu Feng was even more disdainful of such humiliation, unwilling to tarnish the Yaoci fairy's reputation. He secretly resolved to protect Yaoci Peak, even if he had to do it alone. He firmly believed that the Yaoci fairy was not dead and would surely return. He had attempted to venture into the forbidden zone of life multiple times, but his weak cultivation made it impossible to even reach the outer perimeter. Torn between self-blame and frustration, Chu Feng punched the door panel and cursed his own powerlessness in a low voice. At that very moment, something extraordinary happened. Ding. The 10,000-fold return system begins binding. Chu Feng was stunned, then overjoyed. The path of a transmigrator's long-awaited system had finally arrived. The system introduction appeared before his eyes. Whenever he taught cultivation techniques or bestowed spiritual items, there was a chance to trigger high multiplier returns, up to 10,000 times. He envisioned taking disciples and teaching techniques. If he triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, he could defy fate itself. With the system, even the worst aptitude could reach the pinnacle. He could trample Xiao and Lu Xiao underfoot and venture freely through the forbidden zone of life. But soon his brow furrowed. Yaoci Peak's resources had been plundered completely, leaving nothing to bestow. Just as he was hesitating, the system's newcomer gift package arrived timely. Chu Feng decisively opened it, obtaining 1 3rd-grade pill, the absolute heaven root bone pill, and 100 years of cultivation power instantly flowed into his body. His strength surged dramatically. Qi refinement 7th, 8th, 9th heavens, straight to foundation establishment, 2nd heaven. Though pleased with the breakthrough, Chu Feng was also clear such talent was still mediocre. However, he did not consume the absolute heaven root bone pill, saving it to trigger the system's critical hit when taking disciples. After stabilizing his cultivation, as noon approached, Chu Feng bathed and changed clothes, donning his peak master robes. Dressed in white as pure as snow with an otherworldly temperament, he flew on his sword to the Taigu sacred hall, preparing for the disciple recruitment ceremony. The hall buzzed with voices, everyone looking tense, and as the 18 peak masters arrived one by one, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Chu Feng arrived fashionably late, greeting the sect master and fellow peak masters one by one, appearing gentle on the surface while undercurrents surged beneath. When passing by the sect master, he directly ignored Xiao, the master of Tianling Peak, who had a graceful figure and arrogant expression. Furious, she deliberately raised her voice to embarrass Chu Feng publicly. If you marry into Tianling Peak, even if you fail to recruit disciples today, I will not remove you from your position as peak master. At these words, all the peak masters turned to watch the spectacle. Chu Feng looked her up and down and smiled faintly. Xiao, marrying into Tianling Peak isn't impossible. If I could become Dao companions with you, I, Chu Feng, would be quite willing. This counterattack caused an uproar throughout the hall, leaving the sect master and all peak masters stunned. Xiao trembled with rage and angrily questioned him, but Chu Feng rolled his eyes in response. Right back at you. Seeing the situation escalating, the sect master had to mediate and separate the two. At noon, the sect master announced loudly, the Taigu Immortal Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony officially begins. Below the ancient sacred temple, the crowd grew restless upon hearing the announcement of the disciple recruitment ceremony, everyone eager and ready to prove themselves. Under the guidance of the elder responsible for testing aptitude, the crowd quickly formed 5 long lines. In front of each queue stood a towering black obsidian testing stone, its surface etched with flowing patterns that gleamed with an eerie cold light. Simply placing one's hand upon it would allow the stone to capture information about one's spiritual roots and render an immediate judgment. Sure, how inferior bone structure failed. Yi Qian, inferior bone structure failed. Li Chun, inferior bone structure failed. 3 consecutive cold verdicts instantly dampened the previously lively plaza. Though many had registered, the vast majority possessed inferior bone structure, falling short of the ancient immortal sect's minimum threshold. Only those with intermediate bone structure could pass, and even then, they merely had a chance to enter the sect. Those with hidden ailments or obvious defects would still be turned away. Upon hearing their failure, many hung their heads in dejection, wilting like flowers as they shuffled aside. The candidates at the back of the lines grew even more anxious, yet still couldn't escape the verdict of inferior bone structure. After a quarter hour, a different announcement finally rang out. Huang Lin, intermediate bone structure, passed. A lean young man stepped forward quickly, dark circles evident under his eyes, clearly showing signs of day and night toil. Though spirit had nothing to do with bone structure, the testing stone still glowed with the light of qualification. Huang Lin could barely contain his excitement, clenching his fists tightly, while other candidates cast envious glances his way. The sect master's gaze swept across the peak masters as he declared loudly, "Peak masters, is anyone willing to accept this youth?" The peak masters exchanged glances, and for a long moment, no one responded. The silence lasted barely a breath before 2 voices erupted almost simultaneously. The Thunder Spirit Peak Master spoke gravely. Thunder Spirit Peak is willing to accept Huang Lin. The drunken immortal Peak Master lazily raised his eyes. Wait, that weary appearance of his shows affinity with drunken immortal Peakies better suited for my tutelage. I sense hidden thunder essence within him, clearly born to harmonize with Thunder Spirit Peak. Clearly harmonized with drunken immortal Peak. The 2 engaged in verbal sparring, thunderlight and wine fragrance seeming to interweave in midair. Finally, the sect master raised his hand, signaling for quiet. Let Huang Lin choose for himself. Huang Lin had already thoroughly researched each peak's resources and, after comparison, bowed without hesitation. This disciple wishes to join Thunder Spirit Peak. The practical and wise decision was instantly settled. No one expected Huang Lin to choose the resource-poor Jade Pool Peak, and Chu Feng didn't step forward to compete either, merely lifting his gaze briefly before lowering it again, though his knuckles unconsciously tightened, betraying a hint of restlessness. The recruitment ceremony continued. Those with inferior bone structure gradually departed, while the qualified were successively accepted by various peaks. Except for Jade Pool Peak, all other peak masters gained disciples, with Heaven Spirit Peak Master, Hishio recruiting the most. Her cultivation ranked among the top of all peak masters, and her peak's abundant resources naturally attracted the most attention. Hishio glanced at Chu Feng with a hint of smugness in her eyes. Chu Feng remained calm, acting as if he hadn't noticed. As time drew to a close, only one person remained before the testing stone. The elder announced loudly, Yi Chun, intermediate bone structure. All eyes were instantly drawn to her. The young woman possessed stunning beauty, with eyebrows and eyes cold as frost, a tall figure, yet wrapped tightly in clothing. If not for the pallor on her face, she would have been absolutely perfect. She stood quietly in the center of the plaza, her raven black hair cascading to her waist, her features as delicate as a painting, her plain white dress fluttering gently in the breeze, capturing everyone's attention. Looking across the entire venue, even Hishio, who was considered quite beautiful, paled in comparison. Only the Yaoci fairy seated at the place of honor could rival her beauty. The sect master waited a moment, and seeing that none of the peak masters made the first move, he spoke up. Peak masters, is anyone willing to take this Yi Chun as a disciple? The peak masters exchanged glances, all remaining silent. Yi Chun's spiritual foundation did meet the minimum requirements for the immortal sect's disciples, but they could all see that her foundation was damaged only slightly better than inferior grade, limiting her future achievements. More troublesome still, she carried hidden injuries. Accepting her would mean having to solve both the damaged foundation and the internal ailments. This would require third-grade pills or higher and considerable effort, a losing proposition that the shrewd peak masters would never undertake. On the other side of the plaza, Yi Chun listened to the silence above, her cold brow furrowing slightly. She was no ordinary rogue cultivator, but the saintess of the demonic heavenly demon sect. Her presence here was not on orders to infiltrate, but because she had nowhere else to turn. The heavenly demon sect, seeking to curry favor with the equally demonic Taishan Nainin sect, wanted to marry her off to them. When she refused to comply, she was forcibly suppressed and severely injured. Taking advantage of a lapse in her guard's vigilance, she fought desperately to escape, but the sect sent powerful pursuers to silence her permanently. Fleeing to the gates of the primordial immortal sect, She made a desperate decision to destroy all her cultivation and scatter her demonic arts, seeking only the sect's protection. Therefore, the true reason for her damaged foundation was that she had personally shattered her own cultivation. But if no one in this sect accepted her as a disciple today and she was driven from the mountain, she would inevitably face her pursuers again, her life hanging by a thread. At this thought, she clenched her dress, her knuckles turning white. Suddenly, a voice tinged with weariness yet remarkably clear cut through the silence. Sect Master, I am willing to take Ying Chun as my disciple. Everyone turned toward the voice to see Chu Feng slowly rising, his expression lazy yet his gaze resolute. The sect master frowned slightly. Chu Feng, I know you urgently need to take disciples to keep your position as peak master. But Yi Qingqin's foundation is damaged. Her future achievements may be limited. She might not even surpass you. Another peak master chimed in. It would take third-grade pills to repair the damage. If the same pills were used on someone with an intact foundation, the returns would be much higher. You should think this through carefully. Voices of persuasion rose one after another, all urging Chu Feng not to act rashly. Chu Feng remained silent, stepped down from the platform, and stopped before Yi Qingqin, showing a gentle smile. Yi Qingqin, my abilities are mediocre, and my understanding of cultivation is limited, but I still wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? This frank admission left many people torn between laughter and tears, disparaging oneself while recruiting a disciple. Wasn't this just discouraging her? Yi Qingqin looked up and saw no calculation in his eyes, only sincerity. Having experienced the schemes and machinations of the heavenly demon sect, she particularly treasured this honesty, feeling a warmth bloom in her heart. She nodded gently. I am willing. Receiving her response, Chu Feng's smile brightened, thinking he had finally taken the first step. Just then, an abrupt voice came from the side. Wait. That voice, could it be her? Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he turned toward the sound. Sure enough, He Xiao was striding forward from the back of the crowd. She wore cloud-patterned robes, her aura deep and restrained, the peak master of Tianling Peak, one of the top 5 peaks of the Taigu immortal sect, and a powerhouse at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Yi Qingqian, He Xiao came to a stop, her lips curved in a confident arc. My Tianling Peak possesses countless cultivation resources. I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you interested? As her words fell, the sect master and the peak masters in the great hall froze, the same thought crossing their minds. Stealing talent. If Yi Qingqian were truly taken away by He Xiao, proposing to remove Chu Feng from his position as peak master would be like sailing with the wind. Though they found He Xiao's approach excessive, no one spoke of her status and connections were undeniable. Chu Feng understood her intentions, his expression darkening slightly. He Xiao spoke again, producing a crimson pill from her palm. A first-grade blood chi pill, perhaps it can improve your spiritual roots. Join my sect, and this will be yours immediately. She gently shook the pill bottle while casting a sideways glance at Chu Feng, her provocative intent undisguised. Yi Qingqian didn't even glance at the pill, her tone calm yet firm. I appreciate Peak Master his kind offer, but I wish to become Peak Master Chu's disciple. Good. Willing to join my sect, then what? He Xiao's initial delight cut off abruptly. She suddenly realized that Yi Qingqian had actually refused her. The sect master, the 16 peak masters, and even the surrounding disciples all showed expressions of surprise. Even Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, had assumed Yi Qingqian would choose the resource-rich Tianling Peak. He Xiao pressed. Why? Yi Qingqian lowered her gaze and replied. No particular reason, I simply feel a connection with Peak Master Chu. No one knew the real reason. Chu Feng had extended a helping hand when she was most desperate, while He Xiao's words carried hidden hostility, likely jealousy born from her appearance, which put her on guard. Rather than become the disciple of someone who harbored resentment, she preferred to follow someone who treated her with genuine kindness. A connection? He Xiao snorted coldly, putting away the blood chi pill and dropping the words, saves me from wasting a blood chi pill, before turning back to her seat, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Chu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to Yi Qingqian. My Yaoci Peak doesn't bother with elaborate ceremonies for accepting disciples, just call me master, and you'll be considered initiated. In truth, it wasn't that they didn't follow proper procedures, but rather that Yaoci Peak was too impoverished to afford such formalities. Yi Qingqian straightened and bowed respectfully. Yi Qingqian pays respects to master. Chu Feng helped her up, laughing heartily. Excellent. From today forward, I, Chu Feng, also have a disciple. I wonder if certain people will be disappointed. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at He Xiao. He Xiao's chest rose and fell with barely contained fury, but she could only grit her teeth in silence. She had failed to successfully humiliate Chu Feng into joining Tianling Peak. She had failed to snatch Yi Qingqian from Chu Feng, and the frustration churned inside her like storm-tossed waves. Chu Feng, however, didn't mind. He casually pulled a palm-sized green jade vial from his robe and spoke with an easy, sincere tone. Qingqian, Your master is a bit short on funds and doesn't have a proper gift for our first meeting. Take this absolute heavenly root pill as a modest token between master and disciple. With that, he held the vial out to Ying Chun. What? The absolute heavenly root pill? The crowd erupted at once. That's a third-grade elixir. Right. Even in our primordial immortal sect, it's exceedingly rare. Where did Chu Feng get it? Could it be something the fairy of the jade pool left him? The murmurs swelled higher and higher. But what truly stunned everyone wasn't that Chu Feng produced the pill, it was that he didn't keep it for himself, and instead gave it straight to his disciple, Ying Chun. The extravagance was staggering. The sect master, the peak lords, and he Xiao exchanged looks, their expressions shifting. Even if they had such a pill tucked away, issuing one required layers of justification and the utmost caution. None of them would hand it over with a casual first meeting gift. New disciples who had joined other peaks that day, along with some who had cultivated for years, looked at Ying Chun with open envy. That girl's luck is unbelievable. What a generous master. No kidding. If I'd known I could get an absolute heavenly root pill, I would have crawled over broken glass to become Chu Feng's disciple. Many secretly regretted their choices. They knew that following their current masters for a lifetime might never bring them within sight of such a pill. Ying Chun stood frozen, finally choking out. Master, this pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Even with her cultivation ruined, her judgment was intact. Given Chu Feng's current aptitude, if he took the pill himself, he could very likely be reborn from the ground up. Yet he was giving that chance to her. The gesture pierced a heart that had never felt warmth in the Sky Demon sect. Her refusal didn't make Chu Feng hesitate. Ying Chun, open your mouth. Huh. Master, open my mouth for WH. For something good. Chu Feng flicked his wrist, gently pried apart her pearly teeth, and slipped the pill inside. Ying Chun was at a loss, her eyes brimming with nothing but gratitude. If my master treats me this well, I will never let him down, and I won't allow anyone to bully him. She vowed silently. The absolute heavenly root pill melted into a warm current as it entered her belly, and the medicinal power spread in an instant. Her damaged root bones began to mend at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then a faint ring of golden light rose around her. The sect master and the peak lord saw it, and their faces changed in unison. Golden light, that's a superior root. Unbelievable. Not only did her root bones recover, they advanced further. In the primordial immortal sect, superior roots are few and far between. They say root aptitude is almost impossible to change harder than being struck by lightning in broad daylight, yet it just happened before our eyes. One peak lord stomped in frustration. If I'd known a single absolute heavenly root pill could raise her to a superior root, I would have fought tooth and nail to take Ying Chun as my disciple. The gap between mid-grade and superior is only one rank, but the future it opens is worlds apart. Several peak lords wore bitter, regretful looks. Too late for second thoughts. He Xiao's expression shifted from dark to darker as she stared at Chu Feng and Ying Chun. She gave a cold snort. Pure dumb luck. With a violent flick of her sleeve, she turned and left. Seeing Ying Chun's successful transformation, Chu Feng beamed. This disciple was worth taking. Ying Chun blinked and flashed a playful smile. Master, from now on, I've got your back. Ying Chun, are you telling me to live off you? If that's how Master wants to see it, I can't help it. Well, I do have a healthy appetite. Chu Feng could only laugh and cry at once. Ding. Host has successfully gifted one absolute heavenly root pill. Would you like to trigger a critical rebate? Return. Chu Feng thought to himself after hearing the system's words. Ding. A crisp notification suddenly rang in his consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 1,000-fold critical return and obtained a 6th grade pill, the Nirvana Creation Pill. What? A 1,000-fold return, a 6th grade Nirvana Creation Pill. Chu Feng's expression remained calm on the surface, but his heart surged like turbulent waves. Throughout the entire Taigu Immortal sect, there were only a few 6th grade pills in total, and the Nirvana Creation Pill was among the most precious treasures of the 6th grade. This pill could also transform one's spiritual roots, but its effects were 1,000 times stronger than the 3rd grade Absolute Heaven Root Bone Pill. Legends about it had long been widespread. Years ago, in the Great Wilderness Domain, there was a flower thief born without spiritual roots who broke into ancient ruins and accidentally consumed a Nirvana Creation Pill. His spiritual roots transformed on the spot, and he even awakened a mysterious constitution. From that day forward, the martial world lost a flower thief but gained a flower saint. Imperial consorts, empresses, princesses, and goddesses all fell at his feet. To this day, tales of this flower saint still circulate throughout the Great Wilderness Domain. This shows just how extraordinary the Nirvana Creation Pill's power is. If I consume this pill, to what extent would my spiritual roots be enhanced? Chu Feng's lips curved slightly, his eyes flashing with contemplation, before an even better idea emerged. Master, what's wrong with you? Ying Chun noticed him staring at her in a daze, her pretty face flushing red. As the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, Though she had never experienced intimate relations, she had heard plenty of rumors and knew that some masters harbored improper thoughts toward their disciples. She thought to herself, could Master be thinking about such things? Given Master's age, having such thoughts would be quite normal. Seeing her expression, Chu Feng immediately waved his hands. Ying Chun, it's not what you think, didn't misunderstand. Master, I understand. Ying Chun interrupted. Understand? What do you understand? Chu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to explain further, the sound of rushing wind suddenly arose. Sect Master Gu Hongyi arrived riding the wind, her robes fluttering and bringing waves of delicate fragrance. Though she was past her prime, her charm remained. She had once been a regular on the beauty rankings. Chu Feng, congratulations on taking a disciple with excellent spiritual roots. Gu Hongyi smiled brightly. Among the 18 peaks, whenever any peak recruited a promising disciple, she as the sect master was happy to offer congratulations. After all, they were all part of the Taigu immortal sect's bloodline, united as one. Except for the old grudge between Chu Feng and He Xiao. It's all thanks to the sect master's protection. Chu Feng cupped his hands. Without Gu Hongyi's secret support, Yaoci Peak would have been seized by others long ago. Gu Hongyi's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. Don't celebrate too early. The competition among disciples of the 18 peaks will be held in 3 months. Yaoci Peak has been absent for 5 consecutive years and ranks last. If you place last again this year, Peak Master, he will likely propose removing you from your position as Peak Master again. She sighed lightly, putting on an expression of helplessness in family affairs. The Taigu immortal sect appeared harmonious on the surface, but undercurrents ran deep beneath. Peak masters competed to suppress other peaks, seeking to elevate their own status and secure more cultivation resources, with He Xiao being the most aggressive. From her position as sect master, she couldn't say much, but from an overall perspective, this competition wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Competition breeds improvement. No internal competition, that's how we build real strength. Rest assured, sect master, Yaoci Peak will make a stunning debut in this inter-peak competition. Chu Feng thumped his chest, his voice ringing with confidence. Sect Master Gu Hongyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the front of the hall, his gaze sweeping between Chu Feng and Ying Chun. His voice remained steady yet carried a note of warning. Chu Feng, confidence is good, but you know well that this competition isn't about individual combat. Relying on Ying Chun alone makes it difficult to reach the end. Each peak has different foundations. The more disciples, the greater the advantage. With those words, he turned and descended from the hall, his red robes billowing in the wind. Numerous matters regarding the demonic beast calamity still awaited his attention, leaving no time for delay. Ying Chun, let's go back to Yaoci Peak. Chu Feng raised his hand and summoned his flying sword. Yes. Ying Chun replied softly, then soared through the sky alongside Chu Feng on their swords. The fierce wind howled, forcing Ying Chun to squint against the gale. She had to wrap her arms around Chu Feng's waist to steady herself. The girl's delicate fragrance mixed with the sword wind rushed toward him, stirring Chu Feng's heart. This little vixen is quite the charmer. Who knows which holy sun she'll bewitch in the future. Clouds rolled and mountains flew past. The two landed on the jade steps of Yaoci Peak, where spiritual cranes soared overhead, clear springs tinkled melodiously, and the peak's scenery was like a painting. Chu Feng led Ying Chun to an exquisite jade sculpture. The woman in the carving had gentle features and otherworldly beauty, as if she belonged in a celestial realm. Ying Chun asked softly, Master, who is this senior? This is my master, the Yaoci Fairy, who is also your grandmaster. Chu Feng reached out to caress the cold jade face, his voice gentle yet tinged with obsession. She's trapped in a forbidden zone of life, waiting for me to rescue her. A forbidden zone of life. Ying Chun's heart trembled as she thought of that terrifying region known as the most dangerous place in the great wilderness domain, where 9 out of 10 died, and even the lucky survivors were often left crippled. Years ago, several masters from the heavenly demon sect had ventured in together, only to be completely annihilated. She sighed inwardly. This Yaoci Fairy is probably already. With this thought, she lowered her eyes, keeping her speculation to herself. Chu Feng suddenly grew serious and produced a fired pill the size of a longan fruit. 6 golden patterns coiled around the pill's surface, and just a whiff of its fragrance cleared one's mind and opened every pore in the body. Ying Chun's eyes lit up instantly as she gasped in a low voice. Is this the legendary 6th grade Nirvana Creation Pill? According to ancient texts, this pill could reshape one's foundation and grant rebirth through nirvana. She had only seen its name in books and never imagined she would witness the real thing today. Master, this pill is too precious. Ying Chun cannot accept it. Please take it yourself. She hastily tried to refuse. Chu Feng's voice was resolute. This is the first gift I'm giving you on behalf of your grandmaster. You must accept it. With that, he directly parted Ying Chun's lips and placed the pill in her mouth. The fired pill dissolved instantly upon contact, sending warm currents flowing to her limbs and bones. Yi Qingqian's eyes reddened and her nose tingled. Master knows my foundation is lacking, yet he still gives me such a treasure. This kindness is like being reborn. She kowtowed 3 times with loud thuds, her voice choked with emotion. Master's great kindness. Qingqian will remember forever. In the future, whether in the highest heavens or deepest underworld, whatever you command, Qingqian will face death without flinching. Chu Feng waved his hand with a smile. Silly girl, quickly sit cross-legged and refine the pill's power. Yi Qingqian obeyed, sitting in meditation and circulating her cultivation technique as spiritual energy surged and expanded within her body alongside the pill's power. Just then, a system notification rang in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is exploiting a system loophole. Warning issued. If the host gifts returned items again, it will not trigger critical returns. As expected, the infinite loop attempt failed. Chu Feng sighed inwardly, but at least this time it worked. Ding! Host successfully gifted 1 Nirvana Creation Pill. Proceed with critical return. Activate the critical return. Chu Feng thought to himself. Ding! The system notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 3,000-fold critical return and obtained an 8th grade pill, the Yin Dragon Phoenix Pill. 8th grade? An 8th grade pill? Chu Feng's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping. In the Great Wilderness domain, pills were ranked from mortal grade upward through 1st grade, 2nd grade, all the way to 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, culminating in the legendary 9th grade. 9th grade pills existed only in rumors from the vast lands beyond the domain. None had ever truly appeared in the Great Wilderness domain itself. Thus, 8th grade represented the absolute pinnacle. Such pills were exceedingly rare, typically found only within super powerful factions, and only earth-shaking top-tier experts could truly command 8th grade pills. Chu Feng never imagined he could obtain such a heavenly gift. Coincidentally, he had once read about the Yin Dragon Phoenix Pill in a book of strange tales during the chaotic ancient times. A fallen prince of the Qin state obtained this pill by chance. After consuming it, he underwent a complete transformation, rising to become the Qin king. He swept across the 6 kingdoms, standardized writing and measurements, and took the title of First Emperor, forcing all immortal sects and holy lands to bow before him. Legend claimed the first emperor even awakened the Dragon Phoenix Sacred Body, ranked 5th on the Sacred Body rankings. The Sacred Body rankings recorded 108 bodies in total. Even the lowest ranked body was sufficient to establish one as a regional overlord. For instance, Gu Hongyi awakened the 99th ranked Heavenly Spirit Body and ascended to the position of Immortal Sect Master in just a few short years. Similarly, Chu Feng's master, the Jade Pool Fairy, awakened the 986th ranked Heavenly Thunder Domination Body and quickly became the peak master of Jade Pool Peak through lightning-based cultivation techniques. She was regarded as the most promising candidate to inherit the sect master position, which was precisely the source of He Xiu's secret jealousy. Breathe, stay calm. I must stay calm. Chu Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his urge to immediately consume the Yin Dragon Phoenix Pill. I'll wait until Qingqian fully absorbs the Nirvana Creation Pill's medicinal power before entering seclusion. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Yi Qingqian. The young woman's face was flushed red, beads of sweat rolling down her fair cheeks, soaking her robes and revealing her graceful curves. Chu Feng swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. See no evil. But she's my disciple, so this isn't wrong. Besides, looking a bit longer will improve my psychological immunity. He consoled himself repeatedly, emphasizing that he was a gentleman of virtue. After about a quarter hour, a strange phenomenon occurred. A fiery red lotus suddenly materialized behind Yi Qingqian, its petals unfurling with scorching intensity. Chu Feng's eyes sharpened. This is the Red Lotus Karma Body. The Red Lotus Karma Body, ranked 107th on the Sacred Body rankings, was naturally attuned to the fire path. When cultivated to perfection, it could summon Red Lotus Karma fire capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. Well, I never expected Qingqian to give me such a tremendous surprise. Initially, Chu Feng had taken her as his disciple out of pity for her circumstances and concern about Jade Pool Peak lacking successors. Now, this young woman had become a priceless treasure in his eyes. Yi Qingqian opened her eyes, knowing she had awakened the Red Lotus Karma Body. Her face immediately lit up with excitement. Yi Qingqian suddenly rushed forward and threw her arms around Chu Feng, her clear voice unable to contain her joy. Master, did you see? I've awakened the Red Lotus Karma Body. Ugh, so big. This girl's grip is way too strong. Chu Feng's face turned purple from being squeezed so tightly, and he coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough. Qingqian, I saw it. Now please let go. Only then did Yi Qingqian realize what she was doing. She quickly released her arms and stepped back half a pace, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. Master, I'm sorry. I was just so excited. Awakening the Red Lotus Karma Body makes you a true prodigy. Chu Feng waved his hand. From now on, you must train diligently, or else I'll spank you. Spank me. Yi Qingqin's pretty face instantly flushed red as she nodded frantically. Looking down, she noticed her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to her body, revealing her silhouette, which made her ears burn with embarrassment. There's a hot spring behind the mountain. Go wash up first, Chu Feng reminded her. But master, I didn't bring any change of clothes. Then wear mine for now. I'll get you some proper ones another day. All right. She picked up Chu Feng's pristine robes and skipped cheerfully toward the back mountain. In just a quarter of an hour, Yi Qingqin returned. The simple men's robes were stretched into flowing curves by her stunning figure. Her snow-white collarbone contrasted beautifully with her waterfall-like hair, and her skin was as smooth as white jade with a warm, lustrous glow. Chu Feng stared in stunned silence, his mind filled with only 4 words: a heavenly beauty. The moment their eyes met, Yi Qingqin's face flushed with shyness. In her previous life as the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, she had never experienced such pure master-disciple interactions, so naturally, she felt somewhat flustered. Chu Feng, thick-skinned as always, cleared his throat twice to cover his momentary lapse. Qingchun, let me first explain some cultivation basics to you. Yes. The two sat down on the ground. The path of cultivation begins with qi refinement. Tempering the body and stabilizing spiritual roots is called foundation establishment. Then comes golden core formation, followed by nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body integration, great vehicle, and finally, tribulation transcendence. Chu Feng used his spiritual power to draw 9 points of light in the air. Legend says that surviving 9 heavenly tribulations allows one to ascend to the immortal realm. Yi Qingqin already knew all this, but still listened attentively. Chu Feng continued. In our primordial immortal sect, the strongest on the surface is Sect Master Gu Hongyi, at the first level of spirit transformation. Next are the 4 Grand Elders, who remain in seclusion cultivating, roughly at the 7th to 9th levels of nascent soul. The various peak masters range from 1st to 5th level nascent soul, except for your master. He looked up, his tone becoming serious. Although our sect has a spirit transformation cultivator, compared to the entire Great Wilderness domain, we're only considered middle to lower tier. Some top-tier forces have void refinement and body integration cultivators everywhere, and even great vehicle masters are not uncommon. Yi Qingqin silently compared this to her knowledge, finding it roughly equal to the heavenly demon sect's power, though slightly inferior to the supreme Nine sect. That's enough for today's lesson. You've had a long journey, so rest first. Tomorrow I'll teach you cultivation techniques. Yes. Chu Feng cleared out a quiet chamber for Yi Qingqin to settle in. Deep in the night, he went alone to a secluded cave dwelling the former retreat of the Jade Pool Fairy. The cave was kept immaculately clean, as he had swept it daily for years, hoping to one day welcome back his beloved. He took a deep breath and retrieved the Ying Dragon Phoenix pill he had obtained that day. The pill was slightly smaller than a longan fruit, golden throughout, with dragon shadows writhing on the upper half and phoenix shadows rising proudly on the lower half, facing each other in lifelike detail. A faint fragrance wafted to his nose, and just one breath made the spiritual power within his body surge restlessly. Ying Dragon Phoenix pill, here I come. Chu Feng licked his lips, unable to suppress the burning fire in his chest any longer, and tilted his head back. He swallowed the Ying Dragon Phoenix pill in one gulp. The Xinxiong Hall serves as both the meeting place where Sect Master Gu Hongyi discusses important sect matters and her residence. Night had fallen deep, and most of the mountain gate's palaces were shrouded in darkness. Yet the Xinxiong Hall remained brilliantly lit, with golden lanterns hanging from the eaves, their warm glow illuminating the painted murals on the walls. The hall doors slowly opened, and a pitch-black banner first came into view. He held the flag with both hands, walking steadily into the hall. Sect Master, this is the championship banner. I've brought it as you requested. This championship banner was the prize flag for the first-place winner in the competition among disciples of the 18 Peaks. Forged entirely from rare black iron, though it possessed no spiritual essence, it represented the highest honor of the Taigu immortal sect. Those who carried this flag walked with straighter spines than disciples from other peaks, and the peak master who won it could hold their head high among their peers. According to tradition, 3 months before each new competition, the previous champion's peak master must deliver the championship banner to the sect master for safekeeping. The previous champion was Tianling Peak, which is why he personally delivered the flag. Gu Hongyi took the banner and casually placed it beside the steps, then turned with a smile and asked, which peak do you think will claim first place this year? Her tone shifted as her gaze swept over the 2 people seated below Lei Bufan, master of Leiling Peak, and Situ Zhong, master of Zuishan Peak. Last year, both peaks had narrowly lost to Tianling Peak, and the fire of competition in their hearts had never been extinguished. Hishio's nose twitched slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Sect Master, I'm not boasting, but aside from my Tianling Peak, the other peaks have no hope. This championship banner is merely being stored with you temporarily. Hishio. Lei Buffon slammed his teacup heavily on the wooden table, his beard trembling slightly. Last year, my Lailing Peak only lost to you by one move. This year, I'm personally training my disciples, and those little rascals will definitely humble your arrogance. Situ Zhong set down his wine gourd, his drunken eyes drowsy yet gleaming with sharp light. One shouldn't eat too much, and one shouldn't speak too boldly either. Last year our Yaoci Peak did lose, but that was because my eldest disciple was away on a mission. He's been perfecting a killing technique for 2.5 years, perfect timing to test it against your Tianling Peak. Both Lei Buffon and Situ Zhong were formidable characters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risen to the position of Peak Master. Gu Hongyi quietly observed the three engaging in verbal sparring, secretly pleased. Moderate internal competition helps strengthen the sect's overall power. Hishio gently stroked a golden vase, squinting with a smile. The disciples will settle things in the arena. But I'm curious to hear which peak you think will come in last this year. Lei Buffon answered almost without hesitation. Yaoci Peak. Even though Chu Feng has taken on Ying Chun, who has excellent spiritual roots, 3 months is too short. Ying Chun can reach the 5th level of qi refinement at most. Add to that Chu Feng's shallow understanding of cultivation and inability to properly guide his disciple, still definitely come in last. I agree. Situ Zhong nodded, uncorking his wine and gulping down a mouthful of strong liquor. He wiped his mouth and sighed. I remember when the Yaoci fairy was still a disciple of Yaoci Peak, she was magnificent, sweeping through all 17 peaks with unstoppable momentum. Now that Chu Feng has taken over Yaoci Peak, he'll probably never have a chance at the championship banner in his lifetime. The Yaoci fairy's former glory was so magnificent, yet she chose to take on Chu Feng. Hishio's lips curved upward again, revealing mockery. Haha. Even if only the 2 weakest peaks remain among the immortal sect's 18 peaks, the championship banner still wouldn't fall to Yaoci Peak. In the great hall, Hishio raised her wine cup with a dismissive wave, her lips curled in mockery. Though her voice wasn't loud, it sounded particularly grating in the quiet palace. If the Yaoci fairy knew about the miserable state of Yaoci Peak now, I wonder if she'd be so furious she'd rise from the dead in that forbidden zone. When there's a chance to trample on Yaoci Peak and the Yaoci fairy, I, Hishio, would never settle for just one kick when I could give 2. Gu Hongyi's expression darkened instantly as she stood with a sweep of her sleeves. Hishio, respect the dead and watch your words. She knew well that Hishio had always been at odds with the Yaoci fairy, but since the fairy had died in the forbidden zone, speaking such vicious words would violate the ancient sect's rules. A chill emanated from Gu Hongyi's sleeves, instantly sobering Hishio, who quickly bowed. Sect Master, I was wrong. Having been indulged by Gu Hongyi in the past, and no longer restrained by the Yaoci fairy, Hishio had grown arrogant. Now, being reprimanded, she felt secretly alarmed. Lei Buffon and Situ Zhong lowered their heads, feigning solemnity, though they were secretly delighted their dissatisfaction with Hishio wasn't just a day or 2 old. As the chill dissipated, the 4 engaged in casual conversation before discussing recent demon-beast calamities. After brief deliberation, Lei Buffon rose to take his leave. Sect Master, it's getting late. We'll depart first. Gu Hongyi nodded. Just as the 3 turned to leave, sudden change erupted. Boom. Outside the immortal Jade Palace, a golden beam shot up from the ground, piercing through the night sky and illuminating the entire ancient immortal sect like daylight. Ancient trees towering high with swaying branches were all bathed in brilliant light. Hishio cried out in alarm. Could it be a sect anomaly? Situ Zhong's drowsy eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Or perhaps evil cultivators attacking. Lei Buffon clenched his fists, spiritual power surging throughout his body. The ancient immortal sect frequently clashed with evil cultivators, so this reaction was perfectly natural. Gu Hongyi concentrated her senses, but detected no trace of evil energy. It doesn't seem like an evil cultivator attack. Let's go see. She stepped out of the palace first, with the 3 peak masters following closely behind. The moment they emerged from the immortal Jade Palace, true dragon roars and phoenix cries suddenly echoed from the eastern horizon, shaking the mountains and rivers. The sect doesn't keep true dragons or phoenixes. Where are those sounds coming from? Hishio was startled. The direction is eastward. Lei Buffon soared into the sky on his sword. Flying over a mountain ridge, they saw a distant peak where a golden pillar tore through the heavens. Above the pillar, a true dragon phantom coiled with clearly visible scales, while below, a phoenix phantom cried out, gazing skyward. Situ Zhong whispered, that's Yaoci Peak. Gu Hongyi's eyes brightened slightly, as if harboring some hope. Go! For streaks of light shot through the air. Though Hishio's expression was grim, she dared not lag behind. Meanwhile, cultivators from other peaks were also alarmed and rushing toward Yaoci Peak. Landing before the peak, they saw the abandoned Yaoci Plaza now filled with golden radiance, even the dust gilded with golden edges. At the cave-dwelling stone entrance, Yi Qingchen hurried out to greet them, clasping his hands in salute. Qingchen pays respects to the sect master and all peak masters. Lei Bufan asked urgently. Yi Qingchen, what's happening here? With such commotion, where is your master Chu Feng? Yi Qingchen shook his head, looking completely bewildered. I don't know either. Master was just in the Yaoci Fairy's secluded cultivation cave. Let's go there and see. Gu Hongyi sensed Chu Feng's aura and spoke. Lei Bufan and the others hurried toward the cave dwelling. Spiritual light surged across Yaoci Peak, and though the peak masters from distant mountains didn't know what was happening, they instinctively followed in Lei Bufan's footsteps. The group rushed along the mountain path, and when they stepped into the stone chamber where the Yaoci Fairy once secluded herself for cultivation, the scene before them would remain etched in their memories forever. A bare-chested figure was slowly ascending along a golden beam of light as thick as a mountain pillar, his muscular contours sharply defined in the radiance. On his chest, a palm-sized true dragon phantom swam restlessly, its scales seeming to flash with cold light with each breath, while on his back, a phoenix phantom spread its wings in opposition, its tail feathers trailing fiery traces that painted the cave walls with flowing colors. Is that Chu Feng? What on earth is happening? Lei Bufan recognized the familiar face, his pupils trembling violently, as if he'd encountered a ghost. It seems this Chu Feng must have awakened some kind of sacred body. Otherwise, how could he summon such celestial phenomena? Situ Zhong gulped down a mouthful of old wine and made his bold speculation. What? Chu Feng awakened a sacred body. The peak masters exchanged bewildered glances, finding it utterly inconceivable beyond their shock. But he's been dormant for so many years. If he truly harbored a sacred body, shouldn't it have manifested long ago? Discussions erupted one after another in their understanding. Chu Feng, who had been mediocre to the extreme, was now connected to the term sacred body, completely overturning everyone's impression of him. Maybe he offended the true dragon and phoenix, and now he's suffering divine punishment. He Xiao interjected with sarcastic undertones. Though she spoke these words, no one echoed her sentiment. Forget about Chu Feng. Even sect master Gu Hongyi wasn't qualified to provoke true dragons and phoenixes. The next moment, four formidable auras broke through the air, far surpassing those of the peak masters. These were the four great elders who had been in seclusion for years. The sudden anomaly at Yaoci Peak had shattered their seclusion formations, forcing them to awaken and investigate. We pay our respects to the four elders. The peak masters bowed in salute. A white-haired elderly woman stepped forward, her gaze falling toward the depths of the golden light. Hongyi, what exactly is happening here? Elderly, it appears Chu Feng is awakening a sacred body. Gu Hongyi lowered her voice, yet couldn't hide her astonishment. Chu Feng, the disciple that Yaoci girl took in back then. The elderly woman recalled how years ago, when she emerged from seclusion to advise Fairy Yaoci to abandon Chu Feng only to be refused, she was so angry she couldn't meditate for 10 days. I remember this child had mediocre talent. Could you be mistaken? Back then, to understand why Fairy Yaoci was so stubborn, Elderly had secretly examined Chu Feng's constitution several times while he slept, reaching only a four-word conclusion: ordinary talent. Now she was being told this boy was stirring heaven and earth. How could she believe it? Elderly, immortal sect members don't deceive fellow immortal sect members. Gu Hongyi took a deep breath. I can clearly sense an inexplicable pressure emanating from him, though his cultivation is a level below mine. It makes my heart turn cold. The only explanation is that he's awakening a sacred body, and its grade is even higher than my heavenly spirit body. Elderly fell silent, and the other peak masters were equally speechless, all doubts quietly crushed by the increasingly powerful oppressive force. Suddenly, Gu Hongyi's heavenly spirit body broke free from her control and manifested behind her. The jade-like spirit body glowed with soft light, yet without hesitation, it bowed down and prostrated toward Chu Feng. Sacred body prostration. Someone cried out in alarm, their voice trembling. Heavens, this is sacred body prostration. More people breathed rapidly, their gazes burning yet bewildered. Within the golden radiance, Chu Feng's aura climbed steadily, the true dragon and phoenix phantoms circling in opposition, as if ancient myths were being reborn. Under the watchful eyes of all, every doubt vanished into thin air. Chu Feng had truly awakened a sacred body. Yes, and the sacred body that Chu Feng awakened ranks quite high. The peak masters and four great elders all widened their eyes in unison. When a sacred body erupts, lower-ranked sacred bodies instinctively bow to higher-tier ones. The scene before them was proof enough Chu Feng had truly awakened a sacred body. While everyone's attention was locked on Chu Feng, they failed to notice that Yi Qingchen in the corner was also bowing his head in submission, his red lotus karma body, within him, paying homage to Chu Feng as well. TSK, Fairy Yaoci truly has a sharp eye. Situ Zhong tilted his head back and downed a gulp of strong liquor, his atoms apple bobbing. We all thought Chu Feng was mediocre in talent, but he was hiding a sacred body all along. This is what you call a prodigy. Sigh, getting old, my eyesight isn't what it used to be. Elderly sighed deeply, shaking his head in self-mockery. Back then, I wondered how someone as brilliant as that girl from Yaoci could take Chu Feng as her disciple. Now I see there was profound mystery behind it. Chu Feng remained silent until he could astonish the world. The other peak masters exchanged glances, their expressions awkward. Previously, they had written Chu Feng off as worthless, only to discover now that their own vision was narrow. A genius had been so close, yet they failed to recognize him. Xiao clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly, his face dark with jealousy. That Chu Feng's luck is damn good. By the way, elderly, Lei Bufan couldn't help but ask, what sacred body did Chu Feng awaken exactly? Elderly focused intently on the dragon and phoenix phantoms, pondering for a moment before offering her speculation. To make even the heavenly spirit body bow down, its ranking must be quite high. Combined with the dragon and phoenix circling around, it's most likely the dragon phoenix auspicious body, ranked 64th on the sacred body list. The dragon phoenix auspicious body also manifested dragon and phoenix phantoms upon awakening, so she naturally mistook Chu Feng's dragon phoenix sacred body for it. As for the higher-ranked dragon phoenix sacred body, she neither thought of it nor dared to consider it. After all, no one expected such a constitution to appear in the great wilderness domain. Gu Hongyi and the others also found the dragon phoenix auspicious body explanation quite reasonable. Dragon roars and phoenix cries once again echoed across the heavens as the massive dragon and phoenix phantom circled once before transforming into golden light and rushing into Chu Feng's body. In an instant, his aura surged. Foundation building, second heaven. Foundation building, third heaven. Foundation building, fourth heaven. Foundation building, fifth heaven. All the way to foundation building, ninth heaven. The next second, golden light exploded, and a golden pill embedded with dragon and phoenix patterns suspended above Chu Feng's head, brilliant and dazzling. Golden core, someone gasped. Chu Feng has actually become a golden core cultivator. Advancing from foundation building to golden core in a single day. Even the storytellers in Seven Heroes Town wouldn't dare make up such nonsense. Gu Hongyi stood frozen in place. Advancing from chi refinement to foundation building could be achieved with a solid foundation and diligent cultivation, but breaking through from foundation building to golden core required perfect timing, location, and circumstances. Otherwise, the world wouldn't have such intimidating phrases as my father, my grandfather is a golden core ancestor. Golden core cultivators were powerful enough to dominate lesser factions. No wonder the immortal sect's leadership was shaken. Ahem, though we all have nascent soul cultivation, compared to Chu Feng, it seems. One peak master's face burned with embarrassment. You can drop the it seems, a colleague added salt to the wound. Good point. The peak masters looked ashamed. However, Chu Feng's enhancement wasn't over yet. Golden core, first heaven. Golden core, second heaven. Golden core, third heaven. Only when he reached golden core, fourth heaven did the golden ripples gradually subside. The immortal sect's leadership's faces twitched with a mixture of envy and resentment, only able to curse silently in their hearts. Monster. As the golden core completely stabilized, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the high-ranking elders surrounding him in layers, he was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Noticing he was standing there bare-chested, he raised an eyebrow and spoke with meaningful undertones. Everyone, if you keep staring at me like this, I'm going to have to charge admission extra fees too. Otherwise, you're just getting a free show. Chu Feng, do you know something? You actually have a major flaw. Gu Hongyi stared at Chu Feng with a strange look in her eyes. Chu Feng crossed his arms, his expression utterly sincere. Being too honest? Gu Hongyi immediately shook her head and corrected him seriously. It's narcissism. We cultivators are all straightforward people. What's wrong with looking at you a few times? As she spoke, she carried a somewhat provocative air, her gaze sweeping back and forth over Chu Feng's bare upper body. Exactly. Little Chu Feng, what's wrong with looking at you a few times? It's not like we haven't seen you before. Elderly rolled her eyes nearby, mercilessly teasing him. After the brief moment of joking, everyone's attention was quickly drawn to another major matter. Chu Feng, congratulations. It seems the Jade Pool Fairy's judgment was indeed excellent. Several peak masters clasped their fists in succession, their words filled with admiration and envy. Elder Li's eyes sparkled with wonder as she spoke with emotion. I never expected you to accumulate strength so deeply and awaken the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body. If this constitution can grow safely, your future achievements will be limitless. Her gaze couldn't hide her envy. She too possessed such a body, or even just a constitution. From the bottom of the sacred body rankings, she wouldn't have been stuck at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage for so long. The sacred body was supreme, with talent far exceeding ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's lips curved upward slightly. The Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, ranked 64th on the sacred body rankings? He laughed inwardly. What he had truly awakened was the Dragon Phoenix sacred body, ranked 5th at least hundreds of levels above the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body. However, he didn't reveal a single word. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If everyone only knew he possessed the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, they would merely feel envious. But once they learned he had the Dragon Phoenix sacred body, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't practice evil cultivation methods to possess his body, or even forcibly dissect him for transplantation. Such bloody incidents were common in the Great Wilderness domain. In the past, there was a young man surnamed Shur who awakened the Supreme Bone, only to have it brutally dug out by his own clan members. An innocent man suffers for his wealth, and a high-level sacred body was itself a sin. At this moment, disciples from various peaks arrived one after another. Learning that Chu Feng had awakened a sacred body, everyone cast burning gazes at him, and when they heard he had already reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, they unconsciously showed respect. Strictly speaking, Chu Feng was of the same generation as them. When the Jade Pool Fairy met with an accident, he had only temporarily assumed the position of Peak Master, and with his own cultivation being relatively weak, these disciples had never regarded him as a true Peak Master, lacking even basic respect. Now that they confirmed Chu Feng's strength far exceeded theirs, and considering the reputation of the sacred body, their attitudes changed completely. They could never again treat Chu Feng with their old attitudes. Suddenly, Elderly stepped forward, her eyes burning with intensity. Chu Feng, seeing that you've awakened a sacred body, my hands are itching for action. Could we spar for a few moves? If not for the vast age difference between them, others might suspect she had ulterior motives. What? Elderly actually wants to spar with Chu Feng. Did I hear that wrong? Discussions erupted among the crowd. Slap, slap, the crisp sound of slaps rang out, and a disciple came to his senses, covering his face. Why did you hit me? That hurt. Pain is right. Elderly really wants to spar with Chu Feng. His companion reminded him through gritted teeth. The disciples from various peaks were utterly shocked, and even the other peak masters looked at each other in bewilderment. Elderly was a powerhouse at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Although Chu Feng had awakened a sacred body with unlimited potential, he only had the strength of the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. The gap in their abilities was enormous. Elderly could easily crush Chu Feng with just a flick of his finger. There was a fundamental chasm between the nascent soul realm and the Golden Core realm. Even a cultivator at the 1st level of nascent soul could effortlessly overwhelm someone at the 9th level of Golden Core with a simple press of their hand, let alone Elderly who was at the 7th level of nascent soul. The gulf between him and Chu Feng was plainly visible. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, not expecting Elderly to proactively suggest a sparring match. The elder calmly added, Chu Feng, don't be hasty to refuse. I'll suppress my cultivation to the 4th level of Golden Core and only use the same techniques as you. Seeing Chu Feng's silence, Elderly worried about being misunderstood and quickly explained again, I'm not trying to bully you. With my 7th level nascent soul cultivation will compete at the same realm. Gu Hongyi and the others nearby suddenly understood, their expressions relaxing. Sparring at the same realm was indeed reasonable. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Feng looked up and said, Elderly, we can spar, but there's no need to suppress yourself to the 4th level of Golden Core. The 5th level of Golden Core would be more appropriate. As his words landed, the Great Hall seemed to have all its air sucked out, falling instantly silent. Then discussions erupted. What did I just hear? Peak Master Chu wants Elderly to maintain the 5th level of Golden Core. A whole minor realm higher than himself? That's way too arrogant. The gap between each level of Golden Core realm is very real. He wants to fight above his level? Against a veteran powerhouse like Elderly, the Peak Masters were first stunned, then frowned deeply. Hishio could no longer contain herself and sneered repeatedly. Arrogant. Just because you awakened a sacred body, you think you're invincible? Cross-level challenges are impossible. Chu Feng remained calm and glanced at her. Hishio, do you live by the ocean? What do you mean? Hishio was confused. You sure are nosy. Chu Feng casually rolled his eyes at her. Hishio's face flushed red with anger rushing to her head. She had been repeatedly countered by Chu Feng throughout the evening and wanted nothing more than to pin him down and give him a thorough beating. The other peak masters nearby struggled to suppress their laughter. Seeing Hishio get shut down wasn't a common sight, and today was truly eye-opening. Seeing the atmosphere getting out of control, Elderly raised his hand to restore order, signaling Hishio to be quiet. Then he looked at Chu Feng and solemnly confirmed. Chu Feng, are you certain? You want me to control my cultivation at the 5th level of Golden Core? If it were the 4th level of Golden Core, you'd still have a slim chance of victory, but if I suppress my strength to the 5th level of Golden Core, you'll have absolutely no chance of winning. Elderly, I am absolutely certain and positive that you should suppress your cultivation to the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Chu Feng's lips curved upward with complete confidence. Elderly raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Very well, Chu Feng, but don't come crying to me when I defeat you in one move and damage your Dao heart. She intended to give this young peak master who had become arrogant after awakening his sacred body, a proper lesson in humility. Chu Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed with an idea. Elderly, a plain sparring match seems rather dull. Oh, what are you getting at? How about we add some stakes to make it interesting? Elder Li's expression became amused. This little fellow actually thinks he can win? Though impossible, she still reached into her storage ring and pulled out a pitch-black ancient sword. Cold light flickered along the dark blade. Chu Feng, this is a third-grade Black Abyss sword, forged from deep-sea profound iron. It's incredibly hard and can cut through metal like mud. Even cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Golden Core realm couldn't leave the slightest mark on it with their full strength. As she finished speaking, she thrust the Black Abyss sword into the ground with a sharp sound. A third-grade weapon. The surrounding disciples immediately erupted in excitement. I'm still using a first-grade precious sword. Hey, don't be ungrateful, me silver sword isn't even ranked. Weapons shared the same grading system as pills. Unranked, first grade, second grade, up to 8th grade and 9th grade. Most disciples of the various peaks in the primordial immortal sect wielded unranked weapons. Only those with some talent could obtain first-grade ones. Second-grade weapons were used by the top disciples of each peak and most deacons. Third-grade weapons were typically only found in the hands of peak masters. As for fourth-grade weapons, rumor had it that only the 4 great elders possessed them. While no one knew whether sect master Gu Hongyi's weapon was 4th or 5th grade, it certainly couldn't exceed 5th grade. Given this context, Elder Li's offer of the third-grade Black Abyss sword as stakes was naturally shocking. The Black Abyss sword? How generous of you, Elder Li. Chu Feng was also momentarily stunned, then gave her a thumbs up, not expecting such a magnificent prize from his casual suggestion. I've put up my stakes, Elder Li said with a half-smile. What about you? Chu Feng sighed. Elder Li, you know that Jade Pool Peak's resources have been divided among the other 17 peaks over the years. I'm quite poor and really can't offer any stakes. What? You want to get something for nothing? Elder Li's eyes widened. She had never seen such shamelessness. Chu Feng replied righteously. It's only getting something for nothing if I win. If I lose, it doesn't count. Elder Li rolled her eyes. You make a valid point. I am speechless. She immediately suppressed her cultivation to the 5th level of Golden Core realm and stepped in front of Chu Feng. With a flick of her finger, she drew a light arc through the void, defining the sparring area and creating a temporary martial platform. Gu Hongyi and the others retreated beyond the line, their auras solemn as they focused intently on the two combatants. In the crowd, quiet discussions arose one after another. Hey, how far do you think Peak Master Chu will be sent flying by Elder Li's palm strike? 3 zhang, I'd say. I bet 6 zhang. Everyone was only discussing the distance, not the outcome, clearly believing Chu Feng's defeat was inevitable. Ying Chun also approached nearby, watching Chu Feng with worry written all over her face. As the former saintess of the heavenly demon sect who had once reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, she naturally understood the enormous gap between the 4th and 5th levels of Golden Core cultivation. She silently prayed in her heart, Master, please be careful, don't get hurt. Not far away, Hishio seized the opportunity to mock coldly. Sigh, knowing he'll definitely lose, yet still wasting everyone's time. How boring. If he wins, I'll write my surname backwards. Master, let's just treat this match as watching a monkey show. A tall woman with a flat chest walked to Hishio's side to comfort her. This was Hishio's eldest disciple, Wang Yun, whose personality was as narrow as her figure. On the arena, Chu Feng heard everything clearly but remained composed. Elder Li, I don't know many techniques, but the plum-breaking palm counts as one. Good, let's decide the outcome with the plum-breaking palm. Elder Li's expression turned serious as spiritual energy surged like a tide into his right palm. His 5 fingers spread slightly, and he struck out instantly. The air exploded with rolling sound waves. The same plum-breaking palm technique displayed completely different power in the elder's hands. Chu Feng raised his right hand, gathering energy in his dantian as his golden core rotated, emanating a faint glow. His 5 fingers spread open as he swung forward to meet the attack, forming an arc in the air as their palms collided. Bang! With a muffled sound, Elder Li was sent flying from the martial arts platform like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire venue fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. After a long moment, a disciple spoke with a trembling voice. I'm not dreaming, am I? Peak Master Chu really defeated Elder Li. It's real. The place where he slapped me still hurts. Lei Bufan rubbed his arm, his eyes wide with shock. Situ Zhong couldn't hide his amazement. To break through to the 4th level of Golden Core today, and then defeat someone of higher cultivations, simply a monster. Gu Hongyi was first stunned, then broke into a radiant smile. Each generation of our immortal sect produces talented individuals who lead their era for hundreds of years. Chu Feng, your future is boundless. The peak masters all smiled bitterly in unison, except for Hishio, whose face was dark as if she had swallowed a fly. She screamed internally, impossible. Elder Li must have gone easy on him. But her rational mind reminded her that elderly would never hold back in such a competition. Wang Yin snapped back to reality and muttered to herself, "What dumb luck." Yi Chun, however, beamed with joy. "Worthy of being the master I chose, absolutely amazing." At this moment, elderly struggled up from the ground, disheveled but with eyes full of admiration. "Chu Feng, you monster. You actually defeated me across cultivation levels in all my years. I've never seen talent like yours. You nearly cracked the tiger's mouth of my palm." Chu Feng shrugged with an innocent expression. "Elderly, it seems I was right to only use 80% of my strength. Otherwise, if you had been careless, you really would have been injured." "What?" Chu Feng had only used 80% of his strength. The training ground fell into dead silence. The surrounding disciples, peak masters, and even sect master Gu Hongyi stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed. Everyone had assumed Chu Feng had given his all to defeat elderly across cultivation levels, yet he casually dropped the bombshell about 80% strength. The shock left them breathless. After the initial shock wore off, everyone felt deeply unsettled. This is too demoralizing. What we thought was his limit is apparently just his normal state. Elderly was equally stunned, managing only a bitter smile after a moment. "Chu Feng, I only have one thing to say, you're not a monster. You're an absolute monster." She had originally wanted to use this opportunity to warn Chu Feng against becoming arrogant after awakening his sacred body. Instead, she ended up learning a lesson herself. Having a sacred body really does make all the difference. "Since you won, this third-grade Black Abyss sword is yours." Elderly gazed at the Black Abyss sword before her with a pang in her heart. She typically wielded fourth-grade weapons, but the third-grade Black Abyss sword was equally precious, and now she had to hand it over. How could it not hurt? "Elderly, then I won't be polite. We can spar more often in the future." Chu Feng smiled faintly, his words carrying hidden meaning. Elderly's face twitched as she quickly waved her hands. "No need. I don't have many good things left." She sensed Chu Feng was setting a trap for her and immediately abandoned any thoughts of future sparring sessions. Chu Feng reached out and grasped the sword hilt. The Black Abyss sword was much heavier than ordinary blades, its sharp edge radiating bone-chilling coldness as it passed near his skin. With a casual flick, the fierce sword cry sent shivers down everyone's spine. Suddenly, he looked toward Yi Chun in the crowd. "Chun, come here." "Yes." Yi Chun quickly approached his side, her slender figure appearing even more obedient under everyone's watchful gaze. "I see you lack a suitable weapon. This Black Abyss sword is yours." Without allowing any refusal, Chu Feng pried open Yi Chun's soft, jade-like palm and forcibly placed the Black Abyss sword in her hands. The air seemed to be sucked away. Peak Master Chu is so generous. That's a third-grade Black Abyss sword, and he's just giving it away. Many disciples couldn't help but exclaim, their minds practically cracking from the shock. Third-grade weapons were treasures typically owned only by peak masters, yet now one had fallen into the hands of a newly accepted disciple. Their worldview crumbled. After the shock, all eyes turned into burning envy. Yi Chun is so lucky to meet such a generous master. Someone couldn't help but mutter, "If only I had known." Halfway through, realizing the danger, they quickly shut up. They had almost said something treasonous about wishing they had joined Chu Feng's sect first. "Lei Buffon, I feel like Chu Feng is slapping our faces." "You can drop the feel like." C2 Zhong beside Lei Buffon tilted his head back and took another gulp of strong liquor. "He is slapping our faces. A third-grade absolute heavenbone pill during the day, now a third-grade Black Abyss sword. I'm tempted to defect to him myself." The peak masters exchanged glances with complex expressions. Having a master like Chu Feng truly put disciples in a class above others. Yi Chun was also shocked by this generous gift. "Master, this Black Abyss sword is too precious. You should." Before she could finish, Chu Feng placed a finger on her lips, gently stopping her. "Chun, you are my disciple. No matter how precious this Black Abyss sword is, it's not as precious as you. If you don't take it, how can I trigger critical hits and get returns?" Yi Chun could no longer voice any refusal, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she clutched the Black Abyss sword tightly. But someone just had to ruin this touching scene. Such deep master-disciple affection. He Xiao, the peak master of Yaoci Peak, tapped his folding fan with a sarcastic tone. "Yi Chun, don't be so quick to feel moved. Your master Chu Feng's intentions aren't that pure. He gave you the Black Abyss sword simply because he doesn't want you to rank last again in the 18 Peaks disciple competition 3 months from now. He's just trying to save face. If Yaoci Peak comes in last place again this year," he Xiao's gaze swept across the other peak masters, "we can invoke the sect rules and propose removing Chu Feng from his position as peak master." Although news of Chu Feng's awakened sacred body had shocked the entire sect, he Xiao still focused on the sect regulations. She knew very well that in the Taigu immortal sect, rules superseded everything, even sacred bodies were no exception. If they made an exception for Chu Feng and Yi Chun, how would the sect maintain order in the future? The other peak masters in the hall nodded in agreement after hearing this. If it's for the competition, that would explain why he's throwing all his cultivation resources at Ying Chun. When we care for our disciples, we still keep some good things for ourselves. But he's given away all his most precious items. One by one, they chimed in, unknowingly painting Chu Feng as a calculating opportunist. Ying Chun suddenly stepped forward, her voice clear and bright. Fellow peak masters, do you prefer sweet radishes or salty radishes? The peak masters were stunned. Ying Chun, what do you mean by that? Mind your own business. Ying Chun pointed to the black abyss sword in her arms. My master's gift of this sword is a matter internal to Yaoci Peak. It's not for you to discuss. Moreover, my master's care for me is genuine, not the opportunism you claim. Insolent. Just a junior, yet she dares to contradict us in public? A little talent, and she becomes arrogant? She should know to respect her elders. Several peak masters' faces turned ashen, and someone immediately proposed. Ying Chun has offended the peak masters. According to the rules, she should be submerged in the cold pool for 7 days. Accustomed to their high positions and constant flattery, when had they ever been publicly rebuked by a disciple? Their anger ignited instantly. Before Ying Chun could retreat, Chu Feng stepped in front of her, his voice steady. Fellow masters, I think Ying Chun spoke very well. Matters concerning Chu Feng and Yaoci Peak require no outside commentary. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Though Chu Feng's frame wasn't imposing, in that moment he gave Ying Chun and all observers a sense of unshakable dignity. Chu Feng, don't think awakening a sacred body makes you above the law. Several peak masters allied with Hishio sneered. You're merely at the 4th level of golden core, while the weakest among us is at the 1st level of nascent soul. If we really fought, dealing with you would be only slightly harder than crushing an ant. The atmosphere grew tense as swords were drawn. Just as Guhongi was about to speak, suddenly, a cold, stern voice exploded from the depths of the Taigu immortal sect. Enough chattering. Have you made enough noise? All of you, get back to your peaks. As the words fell, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire sect, causing everyone's hearts to tremble simultaneously. Yes, the peak masters looked fearfully toward the depths of the immortal sect. They obediently bowed and then fled with their disciples, riding their swords back to their respective peaks. Before long, Yaoci Peak, which had been bustling with activity, was left with only a few people. Chu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze following the direction where everyone had departed, settling on the heart of the immortal sect. A glint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. It seems the rumors must be true. He had long heard that the true strongest person in the Taigu immortal sect was not sect master Guhongi, but someone else entirely. The reaction of the peak masters today undoubtedly confirmed this point. Guhongi withdrew her gaze and walked to Chu Feng's side, saying with a bitter smile, Chu Feng, don't take what those peak masters said to heart. They're accustomed to flattery and lash out whenever they hear something unpleasant. As a divine transformation realm expert and sect master of the Taigu immortal sect, she bore the dual pressure of cultivation and mediating conflicts between the peaks. How could she not be exhausted? Moreover, with Hishio leading a powerful faction of peak masters, and Chu Feng having awakened a sacred body with equally limitless prospects, she had to consider both sides' feelings. Chu Feng shrugged. I'll just treat it like they farted. Only then did Guhongi secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She continued, although Ying Chun has the 3rd-grade Black Abyss sword you gave him, which provides a weapon advantage in competition, if his cultivation level is insufficient, he could still end up at the bottom. If he truly falls to last place, Hishio will certainly propose removing you from your position as Peak Master of Yaoci Peak. Once more than half the Peak Masters agree. Even I, as Sect Master, cannot protect you. Such are the rules, and I cannot forcibly intervene. Elderly strode over and boldly patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng, expecting Ying Chun alone to turn the tide in 3 months is indeed precarious. If it really doesn't work out, forget about being a peak master. Come work as an administrator under me, and I'll cover for you. Chu Feng smiled back. Elderly, I appreciate your kind intentions, but Hishio and the others won't find it so easy to pull me down. This position was left by my master, and until my master returns, I won't leave. Guhongi and Elderly exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. In their eyes, the Yaoci fairy had most likely perished in the forbidden zone of life, with only Chu Feng still firmly believing his master was alive. After a moment, Guhongi reminded him, by the way, while teaching Ying Chun, don't forget to choose cultivation techniques for yourself. You've awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, which is most compatible with Dragon and Phoenix lineage techniques, but our sect has no such collection. These types of techniques are inherently rare, and with so few suitable practitioners, we can only keep an eye out for you. Chu Feng cupped his hands. Then I'll trouble the sect master. Guhongi nodded. It's getting late. We should head back, and you should rest early too. After Guhongi and Elderly departed through the air, Yaoci Peak became even more tranquil. Chu Feng turned to look at Ying Chun, His smile relaxed. Ying Chun, you should hurry off to sleep too. Staying up too late is bad for your delicate skin. After speaking, Chu Feng deliberately pinched Yi Qingchun's tender cheek. Yi Qingchun's face flushed slightly red. Suddenly remembering something, she said earnestly, Master, rest assured, I won't let you down in the Inter-Peak Disciple competition 3 months from now. As she spoke, she clenched her fists to show her determination. Chu Feng had invested so much effort in her, and she absolutely wouldn't allow herself to disappoint him. Good, I believe in you. Under Chu Feng's watchful gaze, Yi Qingchun returned to her quarters. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Host has successfully gifted a 3rd-grade Black Abyss sword. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. 100-fold critical return triggered. You have obtained a 5th-grade weapon, the 7 Seas Dragon Sword. A 5th-grade 7 Seas Dragon Sword? Excellent, excellent. Chu Feng nodded with a satisfied smile. Although the current 100-fold return was far inferior to the previous 1,000-fold or 3,000-fold returns, Chu Feng was already quite content. After all, the primordial immortal sect, despite years of development, might only possess one 5th-grade weapon. Yet through critical returns, Chu Feng had obtained a 5th-grade weapon in mere moments. How fortunate indeed. With a wave of his hand, a blue treasure sword materialized from the void. All items returned by the system's critical function were stored in a special space, which Chu Feng could access at will with just a thought. The 7 Seas Dragon Sword's blade was carved with 7 wave patterns, with a lifelike dragon coiling beneath them, resembling a hunter ready to strike at any moment. A soul-piercing sharp aura emanated from the blade's edge. Chu Feng grasped the hilt. It felt cool to the touch. With a gentle swing, he sliced through solid bluestone as if it were tofu. What an excellent sword. How could a 5th-grade weapon be anything but excellent? If I were to trade this 7 Seas Dragon Sword with someone else for another 5th-grade weapon of equal value, and then gift it to Ying Chun, I wonder if it would trigger a critical return. Chu Feng stroked his chin, muttering to himself. The system had previously indicated that items returned by the system wouldn't trigger critical returns if gifted again. So Chu Feng was trying to find a way to exploit this loophole. Host, abandon your devious thoughts. Chu Feng was speechless. Just as he'd found a potential loophole, the system issued a warning. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng sheathed the 7 Seas Dragon Sword and headed forward. This wasn't the path back to his quarters, but rather the route to the Jade Pool Fairy statue. Master, I have now awakened the sacred body and possess exceptional talent. If you could see me now, you would surely be very happy, perhaps even proud of me. Chu Feng gently wiped the statue while sighing. When I achieve success in cultivation, I will definitely come to the forbidden zone of life to find you. You must hold on. Also, I know that not having the championship banner remain at Jade Pool Peak is a regret in your heart. Don't worry, I will properly train Ying Chun and bring the championship banner back to Jade Pool Peak. Chu Feng also clenched his fists, speaking with determination. In the past, the Jade Pool Fairy had told him that she didn't care which peak claimed the championship banner. But he knew that she had always hoped the championship banner would appear at Jade Pool Peak, even if just once. However, with his mediocre talent, his performance in the 18 Peak Disciple competitions had always been disappointing. The championship banner remained forever beyond Jade Pool Peak's reach. Although Chu Feng could no longer compete for the championship banner as a Jade Pool Peak Disciple, he now had hope of reclaiming it as a master by training his disciple. The next morning, dawn broke with a thin mist still lingering in the courtyard. Suddenly, 2 light but urgent knocks echoed from the wooden door. Chu Feng initially thought it was Yi Qingchun, but before he could respond, a melodious female voice rang out from outside. Peak Master Chu, it's me, Wang Yu from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. The Miscellaneous Affairs Hall? Deputy Hall Master Wang Yu. Chu Feng was puzzled but instinctively rose to open the door. As the door swung open, a charming woman of about 30 stood beneath the eaves. Her eyes were bright and clear as she boldly appraised Chu Feng, her gaze unwavering. Deputy Hall Master Wang, what brings you here? Chu Feng only remembered meeting Wang Yu briefly when he first joined the primordial immortal sect, with no further interaction since. At this moment, he hadn't yet put on his robes, yet she seemed oblivious to this fact, her eyes still fixed on him as her pretty face flushed slightly red. A crude saying flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 like tigers. He joked, Deputy Hall Master Wang, it's not proper to take advantage of me like this. Then shall I pay extra? Wang Yu chuckled softly, her chest trembling slightly with laughter. Chu Feng hadn't expected such shamelessness from her. No longer in the mood for jokes, he casually threw on his robes and adopted a serious expression. Deputy Hall Master Wang, please speak directly. Wang Yu reached into her storage ring and produced 2 sets of women's robes, offering them forward. Worried that Peak Master Chu might be too busy with affairs, I took the liberty of bringing Yi Qingchun's sect robes. Disciples should normally collect these from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall themselves. But with yesterday's many tasks, you probably forgot. Having just awakened his sacred body the previous night, Chu Feng had indeed forgotten this matter. Though surprised by Wang Yu's personal delivery, it wasn't difficult to understand. To reach the position of Deputy Hall Master in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Wang Yu possessed not only considerable ability, but also skill in reading people. She had likely heard the commotion from the previous night, and came specifically to curry favor. Deputy Hall Master Wang, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Chu Feng's gaze was meaningful, yet he accepted graciously. Navigating the martial world relied heavily on personal relationships, and this favor was his for the taking, certainly not because Wang Yu had an eye-catching figure, he added mentally. Wang Yu's smile brightened further as she suddenly produced another storage ring, holding it gently in her palm. Peak Master Chu was previously like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, and likely lacks useful items. This storage ring is a gift for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Chu Feng accepted without hesitation. Such items were extremely convenient for storing belongings, and were typically only possessed by outstanding disciples from various peaks, or those of middle rank and above. As he took the ring, Wang Yu's fingertips seemed to deliberately brush against the back of his hand, even sliding an inch further. Chu Feng cleared his throat softly, yet savored the moment inwardly. Ahem, good morning, master. A clear female voice interrupted the intimate moment. Ying Chun stood in the corridor, her eyes coldly fixed on Wang Yu, hostility practically overflowing from her gaze. This shameless woman is definitely here to seduce master. She mentally cursed Wang Yu's ancestors back 18 generations. Chu Feng quickly made introductions. Ying Chun, this is Deputy Hall Master Wang from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Deputy Hall Master Wang. This is King Chen, you may have met before. Greetings, Deputy Hall Master Wang. Ying Chun smiled, though her smile was cold. Hello, Ying Chun. Wang Yu curved her lips in an equally polite smile. After this brief confrontation, Ying Chun suddenly spoke up. Deputy Hall Master Wang. Master may need to teach me some techniques, so it's inconvenient to have outsiders present. Of course, if Deputy Hall Master Wang wishes to become Master's disciple and my junior sister, that would be another matter entirely. Deputy Hall Master Wang gave Ying Chun a meaningful glance. Not to be outdone, she retorted. Ying Chun, even if I become a disciple under Peak Master Chu, I'll still be your senior sister. This remark made Ying Chun's face flush red with anger. She opened her mouth to argue back, but couldn't squeeze out a single word, only able to watch helplessly as Wang Yu strutted away. Chu Feng, observing the entire scene from nearby, was both amused and exasperated. Do women really have to compete over everything? Seeing this, Ying Chun hurriedly made a bold declaration before her master. Master, I actually still have room for improvement. I'll definitely surpass that Deputy Hall Master Wang in the future. Work hard then. Chu Feng remained calm on the surface, but his heart was twitching. This disciple of his always spoke so boldly. With that, he took out a dark gold ring and handed it over. Ying Chun, this storage ring is for you. It'll be convenient for carrying things in the future. Ying Chun's eyes lit up as she accepted it with a smile. Master, you're so good to me. Ding. Host has successfully gifted a low-grade storage ring. Proceed with critical return? The system notification flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Storage rings were classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. The higher the grade, the larger the space and the rarer they became. Yes. Ding. Congratulations. Host has triggered a 100-fold critical return and obtained 1 high-grade storage ring. Chu Feng was secretly pleased. Excellent. Those peak masters are still using medium-grade storage rings, while my high-grade one leaves them far behind. Oh, Ying Chun, take these 2 robes as well. He then produced 2 women's robes. Ying Chun casually accepted them. Ding. Host has successfully gifted 2 robes. Proceed with critical return? Chu Feng was speechless. This can trigger critical return too? What would I do with women's robes? No critical return. Sit down. He gestured. Yes. The 2 sat cross-legged, facing each other, spiritual energy gently flowing around them. Ying Chun, today I'll teach you the primordial immortal sect's 2nd grade cultivation method, the Azure Heaven creation art. As Chu Feng spoke, he patiently explained the technique classifications. Unranked, then 1st through 9th grade. Though the Azure Heaven creation art was only 2nd grade, within the primordial immortal sect, only important disciples of each peak could cultivate it. The sect's highest technique was Sect Master Gu's 5th grade Spirit Manifestation Manual. Ying Chun had heard of these things before, but still listened attentively. Place your palm against mine. I'll guide you through the circulation pathways. All right. Their palms touched, and Chu Feng drew out a wisp of spiritual energy, slowly transferring it into her body. Fearing that too much speed might damage her foundation, he deliberately kept it as gentle as possible. The spiritual energy traveled slowly through her meridian zone cycle, 2 cycles. After a full quarter hour, he finally withdrew that wisp of energy. Now try circulating it yourself following the same pathway. Ying Chun held her breath and concentrated. The spiritual energy within her body flowed according to the Azure Heaven creation art. Having previously cultivated demonic techniques, she possessed both foundation and experience. Combined with the enhancement of her red lotus karma body, her progress was astonishing. First level of chi refinement. Second level of chi refinement. Third level of chi refinement. Fourth level of chi refinement. Fifth level of chi refinement. Only when her aura stabilized did she slowly open her eyes, looking uncertain. Master, I only advanced to the fifth level of chi refinement. Is that really poor? Chu Feng's face twitched as he rolled his eyes. Ying Chun, do you realize saying things like that could get you beaten up? Ying Chun froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. She tilted her head with a mischievous smile. Master, does that mean when you first practiced the Azure Heaven creation art, your progress was particularly slow? Chu Feng pursed his lips and snorted lightly. If you hadn't said that, we could still be good master and disciple. You really know how to hit where it hurts. His memory was pulled back to those early days. When the Jade Pool Fairy had taught him the Azure Heaven creation art, it was also palm to palm, guiding spiritual energy through a complete circuit in his body to help him familiarize himself with the pathways. But with his mediocre talent and impulsive nature, he nearly went into chi deviation on his first attempt. Forget improving his strength, his life was hanging by a thread. If the Jade Pool Fairy hadn't thrown him into the cold pool, Chu Feng would probably have been the first among the Transmigration army to meet his end. Hearing this, Ying Chun raised her hand to cover her lips, laughing softly. Ding. Host has successfully taught the second grade technique, Azure Heaven creation art. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fivefold critical return triggered. You have obtained the Kwasa third grade technique, Great Heaven creation art. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Only 5 times? This is the lowest critical return I've gotten since obtaining the system, isn't it? Having grown accustomed to 100-fold and 1,000-fold returns, he couldn't help but grumble internally. With a thought, he reviewed the Great Heaven creation art in his mind. Compared to the original Azure Heaven creation art, the new technique had several additional spiritual energy pathways, making it far more sophisticated. Ying Chun tentatively spoke. Master, while the Azure Heaven creation art is excellent, it's rather generic. I awakened the red lotus karma body. If I could learn fire element techniques, they should be more compatible. During her time as a saintess in the Heavenly Demon sect, she had practiced mostly blood-based mental cultivation methods and had never encountered pure fire element techniques. She brought this up tactfully, hoping Chu Feng would teach her suitable methods. But Chu Feng found himself in a difficult position. He hadn't even fully mastered the Azure Heaven creation art himself. Where would he get fire element techniques? Seeing his silence, Ying Chun asked cautiously. Master, you don't not have any, do you? Chu Feng coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, well, I really don't seem to have any. But we can check the technique hall. The technique hall was where the primordial immortal sect stored its cultivation methods. With techniques of all elements in abundance, accessing third grade and below methods wasn't particularly difficult. They might actually find suitable fire element texts. Master is the best. Ying Chun clung to his side, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly, swaying slightly. Ying Chun, stop swaying, or I'm going to break. He. Chu Feng smiled wryly and flew toward the technique hall on his sword, taking her with him. Midway, he suddenly remembered something and took out a communication jade slip from his waist, tapping it lightly with his finger. Moments later, Gu Hongyi's phantom appeared above the jade slip. Chu Feng. Gu Hongyi raised an eyebrow. Sect Master, I remember each peak master gets 1 chance per year to take a third grade or below technique from the technique hall, right? Correct. Can I go take one now? Gu Hongyi rolled her eyes. I can see you flying toward the technique hall on your sword. Do you really need to ask? Chu Feng chuckled. The sect master's perception is keen as always. I'm just worried there might be complications when taking the technique. Hearing this, Gu Hongyi's expression grew serious. Now that you mention it, I recall something. This year, Heavenly Spirit Peak might claim your Jade Pool Peak's qualification to retrieve techniques. Due to the decline of Yaoci Peak, many resources had been divided among other peaks, including the prestigious qualification to receive cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Sect Master, if I encounter conflict with disciples from Tianling Peak while retrieving techniques. Before he could finish, Gu Hongyi declared resolutely. Chu Feng, Yaoci Peak's resources belong only to Yaoci Peak. Should anyone dare interfere, or if the technique hall deliberately creates difficulties, I, Gu Hongyi, will stand behind you. Sect Master, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly as he bowed and departed. Outside the technique hall, several disciples moved in and out. Suddenly, the sound of cutting through air swept past as Chu Feng and Ying Chun landed side by side, their robes billowing, immediately drawing numerous gazes. Greetings, Peak Master Chu. Some disciples, knowing that Chu Feng had awakened his sacred body, greeted him respectfully. Others remained cold-faced. He's where he shows direct disciples or followers of peak masters allied with him. After last night's conflict, Hsiao had secretly ordered that anyone who associated with Chu Feng or Ying Chun would be expelled from the sect. Chu Feng merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and was about to enter the hall when a figure lazily blocked his path. Wait! The voice was hoarse and drawn out. The newcomer had sunken eyes and wrinkles across his forehead. It was the technique hall steward, an elderly man surnamed He with golden core fifth heaven cultivation. He was extremely close to Tianling Peak, and rumors suggested he was related to Hsiao. Steward He, why do you block my way? I've come to retrieve a fire element technique. Chu Feng's tone remained calm, though his brow furrowed slightly. Chu Feng, you have no qualification. Steward, he drooped his eyelids and snorted disdainfully. Why not? Blame yourself. The old man exhaled through his nose. Yaoci Peak has declined, so its resources naturally go to other peaks. Go back if you have nothing else to do. Don't waste my time. With that, he waved his hand to drive Chu Feng away. Suddenly, a woman in blue robes emerged from the technique hall. It was Hsiao's first disciple, Wang Yun. She held an ancient tome, having clearly just retrieved a technique. Seeing Chu Feng and Ying Chun, she first froze, then seemed to remember something. Weighing the ancient book in her hands, she smiled mockingly. Peak Master Chu, I'm truly sorry. I used your Yaoci Peak's qualification to exchange for this technique. Her words claimed apology, but her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Chu Feng raised his gaze calmly. Wang Yun, no one may touch what belongs to Yaoci Peak. Return the technique. I still need to make my selection. He could see it was a wood element technique, not what he needed for this trip. Had it been fire element, he would have taken it directly for Ying Chun. Wang Yun narrowed her eyes and chuckled. What if I refuse? What can you do about it? Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he raised his finger and spoke coldly. I'll give you 3 counts. 3, 2. Wang Yun remained unmoved, even lifting her chin defiantly. 1. As his clear shout fell, Chu Feng's hand shot out like lightning, his 5 fingers gripping Wang Yun's wrist. With a gentle twist, a crisp crack sounded as her palm bones instantly shattered, and she screamed in agony. The ancient tome slipped from her grasp and fell, but Chu Feng caught it steadily. Wang Yun, since you don't wish to return this technique, I don't mind helping you return it. Chu Feng, you bastard. How dare you lay a hand on me? Don't you know my master is Hsiao, the Peak Lord of Tianling Peak? With Hsiao backing her, Wang Yun completely disregarded the authority of the Yaoci Peak Lord. She stiffened her neck and roared on the spot. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as a clear handprint instantly appeared on her pale cheek, burning and vivid. The one who struck was none other than Chu Feng. You don't know your place and dare to maliciously seize resources from my Yaoci Peak? Even if your master were the Jade Emperor himself, so what? Chu Feng's voice was low and cold as he retorted. Seeing his imposing aura, the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed one after another. Wang Yun was even more intimidated by that murderous gaze, not daring to make another sound. How audacious! Chu Feng, this is the technique hall, not your Yaoci Peak. You cannot run wild here. A stern rebuke came as steward, he stepped forward with a gloomy expression. Beating Wang Yun, without Kazuto, you believe I'll report you to the sect master for bullying the weak and acting without reason. He was a distant relative of Hsiao, so how could he stand by when Hsiao's eldest disciple was humiliated? Chu Feng, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Steward, he crossed his arms and looked down condescendingly. Return the technique to Wang Yun immediately, bow and apologize. Go to Tianling Peak tomorrow to offer a sincere apology, and I might still suppress this matter for you. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. What if I refuse? Then I'll take matters into my own hands. For Wang Yun, first break your arm bones, then report today's incident to the sect master. Steward, he snorted coldly. He had heard that Chu Feng awakened a sacred body and defeated Elder Li across cultivation levels, but he firmly believed that Elder Li had gone easy on him deliberately. Today, he would defeat Chu Feng publicly and tear apart his false reputation. With this thought, his aura surged, his golden core fifth heaven cultivation poured out. Steward, he curved his fingers into a palm strike, with howling winds and piercing sounds as he struck directly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes were full of disdain. And he merely raised his right hand casually, meeting the attack with a simple palm strike. Compared to Steward He's fierce momentum, his movement was almost casual. The surrounding disciples all concluded the outcome was decided. The victor must be Steward He. Bang! The two palms collided, and a tremendous shock exploded in the hall. Immediately after, crack, a crisp sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. It was Steward He's hand bones. Oh, how is this possible? As intense pain surged through him, Steward He's eyes widened in shock and horror. Only now did he truly realize the unfathomable depth of Chu Feng's strength. Yesterday he thought Elder Li had gone easy, but now he understood that defeat was no act. Before he could recover, another surge of tremendous force erupted from Chu Feng's palm. Boom! Steward He's entire body flew backward, smashing through the hall doors. When he landed, His face was deathly pale as blood gushed from his mouth. Peak Lord Chu is truly fierce. In a corner, a disciple whispered in amazement. The gazes of everyone looking at Chu Feng now carried deep reverence. This was their first time witnessing him in action, and it left them with an indelible impression of his overwhelming power. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed tap, tap. From the depths of the technique hall emerged a middle-aged man dressed in a dark-patterned robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his aura as profound as ancient mountains. This was the true master of the technique hall, Hall Master Qin Han, a nascent soul realm expert. At the hall entrance, Wang Yun and Steward He, both beaten pale as ghosts, seemed to grasp at a lifeline as they scrambled forward on hands and knees. Hall Master, you must seek justice for us. Steward He squeezed out a few tears, his voice hoarse with sobs. Chu Feng shows no regard for sect rules and struck us viciously, nearly crippling Wang Yun and me. Quickly capture him and hand him over to the sect master for severe punishment. Wang Yun also seized the moment, feigning composure yet unable to hide the urgency in her voice. Hall Master Qin, Chu Feng relies on his status as peak master to act tyrannically, attempting to kill fellow disciples. Please take action to prevent dishonoring the technique hall's reputation. She deliberately linked capturing Chu Feng with preserving the technique hall's dignity, her scheming mind working overtime. Qin Han stood with hands clasped behind his back, coldly glancing at the two. No need to twist the truth. I saw everything clearly from above. You got beaten because you brought it upon yourselves. Both their expressions changed dramatically. Qin Han raised his hand with a sharp gesture. Surnamed He, from today forward, you are no longer a steward of the technique hall. Go guard the main gate outside. What? Qin Han, even as hall master, you cannot dispose of me arbitrarily. Steward He's face turned completely dark. Even if our words were inappropriate, Chu Feng's violence is undeniable and must be severely punished. I will seek justice from the sect master. He suddenly pulled out a jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. Moments later, a graceful figure in red robes appeared on the jade slip, none other than Gu Hongyi, sect master of the primordial immortal sect. Gu Hongyi raised an eyebrow. Speak directly if you have something to say. For half a tea's time, Steward He embellished and poured out the entire sequence of events, with Wang Yun nodding in agreement beside him. Finally, both declared in unison. Please, sect master, severely punish Chu Feng and restore my steward position. Gu Hongyi's expression remained cold. Chu Feng coming to the technique hall to obtain cultivation methods was already discussed with me beforehand. In this matter, you were wrong from the start. Consider your injured hand bones a lesson learned. Wang Yun, for obstructing and provoking the Jade Pool Peak Master, you forfeit half a year's cultivation resources. Steward He, you old fool, also forfeit half a year's resources. Since you find guarding the technique hall gate beneath you, go to the mountain gate and guard the sect's main entrance instead. With those words, she directly severed the connection. The jade slip's light extinguished, and Steward He's legs gave out as he collapsed to the ground, his face a mixture of shock and regret. Half a year's cultivation resources, and guarding the mountain gate. He never imagined that Chu Feng had already coordinated with the sect master. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared cause trouble even if beaten to death. Wang Yun pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with unwillingness, but ultimately helped Steward He to his feet as they both slunk away dejectedly. Only then did the atmosphere in the hall lighten slightly. Qin Han withdrew his gaze and nodded with a smile. Young Peak Master Chu, truly worthy of being a rising star of our primordial immortal sect, with limitless prospects. His words carried deeper meaning. Chu Feng returned the meaningful gaze and took out the wood element technique that Wang Yun had exchanged using Jade Pool Peak's quota, handing it back. Hall Master Qin, I appreciate the gesture. I'd like to exchange for a fire element technique below 3rd grade instead. Qin Han produced a crimson jade tome with a flip of his hand. The 2nd grade fire technique, earth fire burning heaven art, most suitable indeed. Chu Feng glanced at him once more and accepted the jade tome. My thanks. He immediately departed the technique hall with Ying Chun, striding away under the reverent or shocked gazes of numerous disciples. After leaving the hall, Ying Chun chuckled softly. Master, that Hall Master Qin seems like a good person. Chu Feng scoffed dismissively. A good person? Hardly. That guy is nothing but a cunning old schemer. What? Hall Master Qin is a scheming old fox. Ying Chun was somewhat surprised after hearing Chu Feng's words. Just moments ago, Qin Han had appeared gentle and modest, more like a rule-abiding elder, yet Chu Feng was certain he was deeply calculating. Chu Feng patiently explained. If Qin Han were truly upright, he would have shown himself the moment I arrived at the technique hall, not just watched as my conflict with Wang Yun and that man surnamed He escalated. Moreover, don't you find it suspicious? The moment I mentioned wanting a fire element technique, he immediately handed over the earth fire heaven burning art. You could call it coincidence, but I guarantee it was anything but. From the moment we stepped into the technique hall, I sensed a subtle gaze locked onto us. Was Qin Han. Yi Qingchen carefully recalled, and indeed remembered occasional glances from the corner of the hall. She immediately felt Chu Feng's words made perfect sense, admiration appearing in her eyes. Though she had once been a saintess of the heavenly demon sect, and often witnessed conspiracies, she mostly chose to stay out of them and hadn't delved too deeply into such scheming. Chu Feng continued his analysis. Furthermore, his removal of that man surnamed he from his steward position seemed like he was standing up for us, but he had other calculations. I heard that Qin Han and he Xiao don't get along, and that man surnamed he was he Xiao's spy planted in the technique hall. Qin Han simply used this incident to remove a thorn in his side. Most importantly, my master once casually mentioned that Qin Han is cold by nature and excels at calculating and leveraging situations. Yi Qingchen sighed softly. Sigh? Though the Taigu immortal sect claims to be righteous, the undercurrents within aren't any calmer than those in demonic or evil sects theory, even more complex. Internal conflicts in demonic and evil sects usually involve immediate violence when disagreements arise, without so many twists and turns. Qin Han alone probably has 800 schemes up his sleeve. Previously, she had only read about righteous cultivators' machinations in books, but experiencing it firsthand made her realize she had still underestimated them. Chu Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. Qing Chun, your description sounds like you've personally experienced demonic and evil sections. Yi Qingchen's heart tightened, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I just love reading various books and summarizing experiences. Chu Feng didn't probe further, only chuckling. Knowledge gained from books remains shallow. True understanding comes from practice. Yi Qingchen quickly nodded. I'm enlightened. The two returned to Yaoci Peak, and Chu Feng immediately took out the Earth Fire Heaven Burning art to study. Following the manual's guidance, he instructed Yi Qingchen. This technique draws fire from the Tianshu acupoint, circulates it through the meridians, then gathers it in the dantian. Yi Qingchen had exceptional comprehension, and with the enhancement of her red lotus karma body, she immediately memorized the key points. The moment she began circulating the technique, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Host has successfully taught the second-grade technique, Earth Fire Heaven Burning Art. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Congratulations, host. Triggered 20-fold critical return. Obtained third-grade technique, Crimson Flame Heaven Fire Art. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. His own, Azure Heaven Creation Art, was merely second grade, and even with critical return, it only upgraded to the third grade, Great Heaven Creation Art, the same level as the newly obtained Crimson Flame Heaven Fire Art. Truly laughable that even with the critical return upgrade, the Great Heaven Creation Art was still only a third-grade technique. However, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Fire technique that Yi Qingchen was about to cultivate was a third-grade cultivation method. In the entire primordial immortal sect, and even throughout the Great Wilderness domain, Yi Qingchen was probably the only disciple whose cultivation technique ranked higher than her master's. It wasn't that Chu Feng couldn't practice the Crimson Flame Heavenly Fire technique, but the Dragon and Phoenix lineage methods were still the most compatible with his nature. While practicing, Yi Qingchen noticed Chu Feng's face turning pale and quickly stopped her movements, asking softly, Master, what's wrong? Is there something improper about my cultivation method? Chu Feng clutched his stomach and coughed awkwardly. Your master has an upset stomach and needs to relieve himself. There's still morning dew outside. Please be careful on your way, master, and don't fall into any pits. Yi Qingchen earnestly reminded him. This concern made Chu Feng both touched and amused. Good disciple. Moments later, he returned with a crimson ancient manual in his palm. Qingchen, this is a third-grade fire element cultivation method I found in your Grandmaster Yaoqi's cave, dwelling the Crimson Flame Heavenly Fire technique. It's more suitable for you. Chu Feng calmly delivered the excuse he had prepared beforehand. A third-grade fire element cultivation method. Yi Qingchen's eyes instantly lit up as she joyfully accepted the ancient manual and quickly grasped its essence under Chu Feng's guidance. The system had already established rules. If returned items were gifted again, they wouldn't trigger critical returns, so Chu Feng's teaching this time didn't yield any additional rewards. As the technique circulated, Yi Qingchen's aura surged continuously 5th level of Qi refinement, 6th level of Qi refinement. It didn't stop until reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. Chu Feng silently praised. Indeed, a third-grade technique, the improvement is remarkable. While the 7th level isn't considered top tier, it's already in the middle ranks. With future refinement, through spells and techniques, her strength can increase even further. Yi Qingchen was moved to tears of gratitude. Master, without you, there would be no Qingchen today. She then took hold of Chu Feng's arm, gently nuzzling his sleeve with her tender cheek, displaying pure affection. That soft touch made Chu Feng's heart flutter. This girl will surely be a little enchantress in the future. He quickly composed himself and said seriously, Today you should familiarize yourself more with the Crimson Flame Heavenly Fire technique. Tomorrow I'll teach you the sect's spells and techniques. The day after, We'll go down the mountain together to find practical combat opportunities to prepare for the competition in 3 months. I'll also look for cultivation methods suitable for myself. Yes, I'll follow Master's arrangements completely. Ying Chun nodded obediently. With everything arranged, Chu Feng headed straight to the primordial sacred hall to report his mountain descent according to regulations. Except for the sect master and the 4 great elders, anyone leaving the sect had to register, including peak masters. While Yaoci Peak remained peaceful, Tianling Peak was in turmoil. Inside Tianling Hall, bang! A palm struck down, instantly shattering the redwood table. Chu Feng has gone too far. How dare he strike my Tianling Peak's chief disciple? Is he tired of living? Who gave him such audacity? He Xiu's angry voice shook the hall. Looking at the aggrieved Wang Yun below, He Xiu's face contorted with rage. Master, Chu Feng shows no respect for anyone. He dares to attack me now, and who knows? He might even turn against you in the future. We must teach him a lesson. Wang Yun lifted her tear-stained face, her voice full of grievance, yet she didn't forget to fan the flames. And that Qin Han, the master of the technique hall, can't be spared either. He's nothing but trouble. He Xiu had already suffered humiliation at Chu Feng's hands, and her anger was already burning. Hearing her beloved disciple's constant provocation, she immediately felt justified. Xiaoyan, come. Follow me to Yaoci Peak. I'll break Chu Feng's arms and legs right now and get justice for you. With that, she was about to take Wang Yun and soar into the sky. Ever since becoming the peak master of Tianling Peak, she had never endured such humiliation. But just as their feet began to move, a calm, yet irresistible voice came from the side. Sit down. The speaker was a white-haired elder sitting alone at a wooden table, with a chessboard spread before him, black and white pieces scattered across it. He was none other than He Qinggong, the foremost of the 4 great elders of the Taigu immortal sect, with cultivation at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, ranking above elderly. More importantly, he had another identity, He Xiu's second uncle. Hearing her second uncle speak, He Xiu had to suppress her anger and turn to complain. Second uncle, that Chu Feng is already trampling all over me. Are we just going to let this slide? Wang Yun also chimed in quietly. Elder He, if we don't deal with Chu Feng this time, I'm afraid he'll become even more arrogant in the future. He Qinggong glanced at Wang Yun indifferently, his gaze profound. Don't try to be too clever. Wang Yun's heart skipped a beat, vaguely sensing that things weren't so simple. The old man placed a piece on the board, his tone unhurried. Wang Yun, you deliberately omitted one thing the sect master has tacitly approved of this outcome. Xiao Xiu, if you really make a move, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. What? The sect master already knows? He Xiu was stunned. Then, He Qinggong briefly explained everything that had happened in the sect's main hall. After hearing this, the rage surging through her meridians nearly burst from her throat. He Xiu whipped around to glare at Wang Yun. She had almost been set up by her own disciple. Wang Yun timidly lowered her head and whispered, Master, I was wrong. After all, this was the disciple she had raised herself. He Xiu merely snorted coldly and didn't pursue the matter further. On the chessboard, the situation shifted subtly. He Qinggong remained focused on the game. Now that Chu Feng has awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, his value has skyrocketed in the eyes of the sect master and those old fellows. Let him be arrogant for a while. There will be opportunities to deal with him later. As his words fell, he lightly pinched a chess piece between 2 fingers, and it crumbled to dust, scattering without a trace. He Xiu nodded slightly, then suddenly remembered another old grudge and said through gritted teeth, Second uncle, there's also Qin Han. That old bastard has been working against me in secret, and this time he used Chu Feng's matter to remove my spy. Qin Han. He Qinggong sneered with contempt. Nothing but a rat who's good at scheming and taking advantage of situations. When the time is right, I'll take his life along with the rest. A black piece fell, and all the white pieces on the board instantly crumbled to ash. By the way, Xiao Xiu, how is that matter I asked you to handle? Second uncle, the Zhang family's people have already headed to Day's Mountain. It shouldn't take long to complete. Good. If that succeeds, I might be able to step into the spirit transformation realm and compete for that position. Speaking of this, his gaze fell toward the direction of the immortal Qiong Hall, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. Just then, the jade slip at his waist vibrated lightly. He Qinggong glanced at it, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly, Xiao Xiu, Chu Feng has registered at the Tiger's Sacred Hall. He'll be taking Yi Qingchun down the mountain the day after tomorrow. It seems they want to take Yi Qingchun on a training expedition to prepare for the inter-peak competition in 3 months. He Xiu's eyes lit up. Second uncle, training expeditions are always dangerous, someone might even die. He Qinggong didn't answer immediately, but stood up and pushed open the door. As he was leaving, he casually remarked, Indeed, quite a few from our immortal sect have lost their lives to such endeavors. The next day, morning mist still lingered around Jade Pool Peak. Chu Feng and Yi Qingchun walked side by side to the training grounds, sitting cross-legged on meditation cushions facing each other. Chu Feng got straight to the point. Ying Chun, today I will teach you martial techniques. Yes, master. Ying Chun sat in meditation posture, her expression focused. Chu Feng explained, martial techniques are ranked the same as cultivation methods from lowest to highest. Unranked, first grade, up to ninth grade. The plum blossom breaking hand I used against elderly is a first grade technique. Our sect's most powerful technique is the Great Wilderness Sea-Splitting Seal, which only the sect master can cultivate. That's a fifth grade technique. After a brief pause, he systematically explained the entire martial technique system of the primordial immortal sect, giving Ying Chun a basic understanding of the overall framework. When he finished explaining, Chu Feng smiled slightly. Today I'll teach you the plum blossom breaking hand. Don't underestimate it just because it's first grade. Its power is not to be taken lightly. Yes, I'll follow master's guidance completely. Ying Chun looked up, responding earnestly. Sink your chi to the mysterious gate, then channel it to the heavenly aperture. Chu Feng verbally explained the key points while gently placing his hands on Ying Chun's palms, guiding her chi circulation. Righteous path techniques differ greatly from demonic ones, and even the exceptionally talented Ying Chun needed 3 full attempts before grasping the essence. Master, let me try it alone this time. Very well. Chu Feng withdrew his hands, his gaze resting on his disciple. Ding. Host has successfully taught the first grade technique, plum blossom breaking hand. Activate critical return? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. 100-fold critical return triggered. Obtained third grade technique, thunder rush hand. Chu Feng's eyes brightened slightly. 100-fold return? Third grade thunder rush hand. Excellent. With a thought, he reviewed the thunder rush hand manual in his consciousness. This technique excelled in speed. When mastered, strikes could be delivered in the blink of an eye, instantly hitting the enemy's vital points while Thunderlight enhanced the palm's destructive power. Let Ying Chun master the plum blossom breaking hand first. I'll teach Thunder Rush Hand later. Trying to learn too much at once leads to poor mastery, he thought to himself, then moved to the edge of the training ground, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating Thunder Rush Hand. A quarter hour later, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and coiled his right arm like a drawn bow. In the next instant, his palm transformed into a lightning serpent, striking from a tricky angle into the thick stone wall beside the training ground. Wall 5 zhang high. Bang! The stone wall shattered thunderously, debris scattering everywhere with a deafening roar. That counts as minor mastery. Chu Feng withdrew his palm, a slight smile playing at his lips. Master, such fast and powerful technique. Ying Chun applauded, her eyes full of admiration. Chu Feng waved dismissively. Don't get excited, just basic operations. Ying Chun remembered something important and asked quietly, by the way, Master, tomorrow I'll accompany you down the mountain for real combat training. Where are we going? Chu Feng pulled out a scroll from his robes and pointed at the map. I studied this last night. The outer regions of Great Marsh Mountain are most suitable for training. Many chi refining and foundation building realm demon beasts inhabit that area. It can both temper your skills and allow us to investigate the recent demon beast disturbances, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In truth, Chu Feng was quite concerned about those demon beast incidents. Logically, most demon beasts should remain hidden in the depths of Great Marsh Mountain, rarely venturing beyond the forest. Yet recently, numerous demon beasts had charged out of the mountain range, leaving surrounding cities awash in blood with corpses strewn everywhere, clearly abnormal. Yes, I'll follow Master's arrangements completely. Ying Chun nodded obediently. By the way, Ying Chun, it's still early. How about we do something meaningful? Chu Feng suddenly thought of something, a smile spreading across his face. Ying Chun was organizing the pill bottles on the table when she heard this and paused slightly. Something meaningful? Chu Feng nodded, his gaze appraising her. You've already reached the 7th level of chi refinement. Your body's endurance should be quite good now, right? Good endurance? Ying Chun's heart skipped a beat. Why was Master asking about this? Could it be that kind of thing? Her face flushed crimson as she spoke with a hint of shyness. Master, Ying Chun's body has always been fine, but it's broad daylight right now. Is this appropriate? She had heard since childhood that when men and women did such things, it was always in the deep of night with dimmed lights. Just thinking about it during the day made her face burn. Chu Feng had no idea what images were swirling through his disciple's mind and casually replied, Ying Chun, doing this during the day works much better than at night. I'll follow Master's wishes completely. Ying Chun lowered her head, her fingertips moving toward the buttons of her robe. Chu Feng quickly reached out to stop her. Wait, what are you doing? You don't need to undress. No undressing? Ying Chun's eyes darted away, her voice even lower. Master, you actually have such preferences? Huh? What is all this nonsense? Chu Feng finally sensed something was wrong and frowned. Ying Chun, what are you thinking? I just want to transfer my cultivation to you. Transfer cultivation. Ying Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had completely misunderstood. Those thoughts just now were too embarrassing. She quickly took deep breaths to calm herself down. She looked up gratefully. Master, transferring cultivation takes anywhere from dozens of days to several years. That represents your hard-earned achievements through cultivation. Ying Chun isn't worthy of such sacrifice from you. During her years in the Heavenly Demon sect, she had witnessed too many masters draining their disciples' power, even using disciples as cultivation furnaces. No one was willing to make the thankless effort of transferring their own cultivation to disciples. Chu Feng's tone was resolute. I am your master. Whatever I do for you is as it should be. Extend your palms. Only then did Yi Qingchen sit cross-legged and obediently extend her palms. With their forepalms pressed together, spiritual energy circulated within Chu Feng's body, flowing strand by strand through his palms into Yi Qingchen's body. Initially, fearing she couldn't handle it, his spiritual energy was as gentle as silk threads. After sensing the resilience of her meridians, he increased the intensity, expanding the twig-thin, spiritual energy to finger-thick streams, surging powerfully into her. Yi Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment she couldn't help but whisper, Master, slower, more gently. Qingchen's body can barely handle this. Chu Feng immediately slowed the pace, controlling the frequency of spiritual energy entering her body. After a long while, Yi Qingchen finally indicated with labored breathing that they should stop, and only then did Chu Feng withdraw his power. At this moment, her cultivation had climbed steadily 7th level of qi refinement, 8th level, 9th level. She was just one step away from foundation establishment. Master, don't say words of thanks. Go rest first. Chu Feng waved his hand. Yi Qingchen blushed and muttered quietly. I was going to say, the force was too strong just now, my legs are numb. Chu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only lift her up horizontally and carry her back to her room. The moment he closed the door and left, a familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully transferred 10 days worth of cultivation. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. 50-fold return triggered. Gained 500 days of cultivation power. 500 days, roughly equivalent to a year and a half of time. Without doing anything, he received a year and a half worth of cultivation power for free. How exhilarating. If he took on several hundred female disciples, each returning 500 days of cultivation power, that would truly be a massive profit. The more Chu Feng thought about it, the happier he became. In the next moment, Chu Feng's aura began to change. 4th level of the Golden Core Realm. 5th level of the Golden Core Realm. 6th level of the Golden Core Realm. When Chu Feng broke through to the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, his aura finally stopped increasing. In less than a year and a half, he had advanced 3 minor realms. Excellent. The path of cultivation becomes slower as one progresses further. Especially after entering the Golden Core Realm, cultivation speed noticeably decreases. Throughout the history of the primordial immortal sect, relying purely on cultivation to advance from the 4th to 7th level of the Golden Core Realm would typically take several decades. This demonstrated just how powerful Chu Feng's talent truly was. Of course, if Chu Feng possessed even more powerful cultivation techniques, his advancement speed would be even faster. He wondered if this trip down the mountain might yield some dragon or phoenix-type cultivation methods. Chu Feng's face showed anticipation. As the sun rose and set, the second day arrived as expected. Ying Chun, let's depart for our training at Mount Days. Before the morning mist had cleared, Chu Feng called out to wake Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen opened her door, moving somewhat unsteadily on her feet. She looked at Chu Feng with slight reproach. Master, you were too rough yesterday. To improve Qingchen's strength, I forcefully infused cultivation power into your body. If I had been gentler yesterday, you wouldn't be walking so unsteadily now. Chu Feng smiled awkwardly. He retrieved the 7 Seas Dragon sword from his storage ring. A sharp, cutting aura immediately caught Yi Qingchen's attention. What a fine sword. Master, this sword must be of considerable quality. Just average, merely a 5th grade weapon. 5th grade? Average. Yi Qingchen was speechless. Master, you're quite the show-off. 5th grade weapons are typically held by leaders of mid-tier factions. You're just a peak master within a mid-tier faction, not among the top-tier powerhouses. Having a 5th grade weapon is definitely something to be proud of. Haha. Qingchen, get on the sword. Yes. Chu Feng took Yi Qingchen and flew down the mountain on his sword. They didn't know that a pair of eyes was secretly watching them leave. Master, it's getting dark. Why don't we rest here? Above a secluded forest, Yi Qingchen suggested to Chu Feng. In the great wilderness domain, nighttime was when demonic and evil cultivators ran rampant. They hid during the day and emerged at night, preferring to act under cover of darkness. Additionally, many ferocious demon beasts also preferred nighttime activity. Their vision and sense of smell were much stronger at night than during the day. This was why a saying circulated throughout the great wilderness domain. When darkness falls, don't venture out. Agreed. After searching several locations with Yi Qingchen, Chu Feng chose a relatively hidden cave. After making simple arrangements, Yi Chun went inside to rest while Chu Feng kept watch. When deep night arrived, the forest echoed with eerie calls that sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, nothing unusual occurred on Chu Feng's side. Time reached midnight, the hour when people felt most drowsy, and even cultivators were no exception. At that very moment, Chu Feng's eyelids lifted as he looked toward a certain direction. These fellows have been following for so long, are they finally ready to make their move? Outside the remote cave where Chu Feng was staying, everything appeared normal on the surface, but beneath the calm, dangerous currents were stirring. Deep in the jungle, shadowy figures moved silently through the darkness, surrounding the cave completely within moments. Under the pale moonlight, these black-clad assassins revealed cold, hard faces filled with murderous intent. On their chests, a crimson spider embroidered in red thread seemed ready to crawl right off the fabric. Anyone who recognized this symbol would instantly pale with fear. These were members of the Great Wilderness's mysterious assassin organization, Heaven's Net. Heaven's Net was founded by an empress of stunning beauty, and their headquarters remained unknown to this day. For the right price, they would accept any assassination contract. While their success rate wasn't perfect, it reached an impressive 95%. Their rules were equally ruthless. Regardless of success or failure, payment was non-refundable, and clients wanting a second attempt had to pay additional fees. Despite these harsh terms, countless people still flocked to hire them at astronomical prices. Master Zhengang, it's midnight now. Chu Feng and Yi Chun should have their guard down. Shall we strike? One assassin whispered. Zhengang, the team leader, was one of Heaven's Net's few assassins with a perfect success rate. Though only at the peak of the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, his assassination techniques allowed him to challenge even 6th level Golden Core cultivators. His eyes cold as ice, he uttered 2 words, strike now. Over 10 assassins immediately spread out in a fan formation, blocking all escape routes. Zhengang drew his sword and glided low across the ground, with the others following close behind. As the team approached the cave entrance, he raised his hand in signal, and hidden weapons and poison smoke were unleashed simultaneously, riddling the cave mouth with holes in an instant. However, the cave was completely empty. Zhengang's hand, gripping his poison-coated sword, froze in midair as his brow furrowed deeply. No one's here. Could the targets have detected us and escaped early? Someone speculated. Zhengang shook his head. Impossible. The surrounding formations are all intact. Any breakthrough would have alerted us. Unless they could fly, the assassin never finished his sentence. A cold flash of steel cut through the air, and he was cleaved in 2, his blood staining the black stones below. The remaining assassins recoiled in horror, quickly scattering and looking up in unison. On the cave wall, more than 10 zhang above, Chu Feng and Yi Chun stood calmly on the rock face, their robes fluttering in the wind. Chun, did you catch that sword strike just now? When drawing your sword, speed is important, but stability and ruthlessness are even more crucial. Chu Feng flicked his 7 Seas dragon sword, blood still dripping from its edge. Master, to be honest, I didn't see it clearly. Your sword was simply too fast, Yi Chun replied with a rueful smile. Now, with only the strength of the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was worlds apart from Chu Feng, who had already stepped into the 7th level of Golden Korea gap as vast as a chasm. Yi Chun couldn't even see clearly how Chu Feng had drawn his sword. Very well, I'll try to move slower so you can see clearly. Chu Feng replied calmly. Master, there will be plenty of time for you to teach me later. Right now, these Heaven's Net assassins are the real trouble. Careful. Yi Chun's expression grew grave. When Chu Feng had warned her earlier about being followed, she had been skeptical, but in the blink of an eye, intruders had burst into the cave. If Chu Feng hadn't made her hide on the cave ceiling beforehand, she would have died on the spot. Discovering that the attackers were indeed from Heaven's Net made her heart race. This assassin organization had a terrifyingly high success rate. Especially with their leader below already at the peak of the 5th level of Golden Core, she grew even more worried for Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at her with a slight smile. Chun, give me at most a quarter hour, and I'll finish this battle. With those words, his sword left its sheath as he dove down. Lord Zhengong, what should we do? One assassin asked in a low voice. Zhengong snorted coldly. A mere 4th level Golden Core cultivator like Chu Feng doesn't flee, but dares to fight head and he's seeking death. Before his words finished, he channeled his spiritual energy into his sword. Cold light exploded outward, and with a tap of his left foot, his form moved like a ghost, instantly appearing before Chu Feng with a sword thrust straight at his heart. The other assassins also swarmed forward, some attacking the back of his head, others stabbing at his neck and lower body, every move vicious. Yi Chun, watching from above, had her heart in her throat, while Chu Feng remained calm. Humph, a bunch of rabble. With a flick of his wrist, the 7 Seas dragon sword transformed into raging waves. The sword light moved like splitting bamboo in the blink of an eye. All the assassins except Zhengong were dead, their blades too fast for them to even feel pain before dying. Such fast sword work. Is this Chu Feng really only at the 4th level of Golden Core? Zhengang's expression changed for the first time. He prided himself on sword speed faster than cultivators of the same level, but what he had just witnessed required at least 6th level Golden Core strength. The intelligence clearly stated 4th level. His thoughts raced, but he had no time to ponder further. The Seven Seas Dragon's sword was already pressing toward him. Metal clashed against metal with a sharp ring, and his sword snapped in two on the spot. Impossible. Mine was a 3rd-grade treasure sword. Zhengang was furious. This weapon had cost him dearly, and now it was cleaved in half, proving that Chu Feng was definitely not 4th level, possibly 6th, or even 7th. Damn employer. The intelligence was wrong, he cursed silently, his mind racing. Yet he still didn't retreat. The situation was still manageable. Taking advantage of the moment when Chu Feng withdrew his sword, Zhengang's form flickered as he used the sword tip as leverage to spring toward the cave wall. His target was clearly Ying Chun. Chu Feng, I'll break your disciple's legs first, then her arms, and gouge out her eyes. Seeing him approaching with murderous intent, Ying Chun's face went pale. With her cultivation level, she couldn't possibly block him and could only flee rapidly toward the cave ceiling. But the towering stone walls instantly blocked her escape route with nowhere to run. Despair filled her eyes. What? How dare you lay a hand on Ying Chun? You're seeking death. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold as ice, his killing intent sharp as a blade. To him, Ying Chun was second only to the fairy of Yaoci's 2nd reverse scale that no one dared touch without facing certain death. Before his words even finished echoing, his figure vanished like a phantom, appearing behind Zhengang in an instant. At that very moment, Zhengang's 5 fingers were about to clamp down on Ying Chun's snow-white neck, deadly energy trembling between his fingertips, life and death separated by a mere breath. In this critical moment, lightning erupted from Chu Feng's right palm. Thunderstrike. Lightning arcs tore through the air, piercing Zhengang's heart with teleportation-like speed. Splurt. Blood sprayed forth as Zhengang looked down, his eyes wide with shock, staring at the hand that had burst through his chest. So fast. Even as his consciousness plunged into darkness, he never understood how Chu Feng had managed it. Master, Ying Chun had just walked back from death's door, her knees weak, tears of lingering fear glistening in her eyes. Ying Chun, tears don't suit your beauty. Chu Feng restrained his killing aura, revealing a brilliant smile as he gently stroked her hair with his unbloodied left hand. Ying Chun could no longer suppress her emotions and threw herself into his embrace. Even she, once the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, was still shaken, her fingertips trembling. Let me clean up these assassins first, Chu Feng said softly, yet with undeniable authority. Ying Chun looked puzzled. Master, aren't they all dead already? What if I missed something and they're playing dead, or left markers for their Skynet companions before dying? That would bring endless trouble. As Chu Feng explained, he swung his sword. Cold light flashed as Zhengong and the others' heads rolled one by one, their assassin identification marks completely erased. Watching this scene, Ying Chun felt a strange illusion. This master who appeared harmless on the surface was ruthlessly decisive to his core, like an old demon from the evil path. After finishing up, Chu Feng set fire to everything, burning away all traces in the cave. Flames rolled and smoke rushed toward the ceiling. Only after completing this thorough cleanup did he leave with Ying Chun. Zhengong's storage ringlets, see what treasures it holds, Chu Feng said on the mountain path, playing with the ring expectantly. From their brief encounter, he had judged that Zhengong held a significant position in this assassin squad, so the ring surely contained valuable items. After the blood recognition ritual, he poured out all the contents, poisoned hidden weapons and bottles of toxic powders, typical assassin gear that took up most of the space. Suddenly, he noticed a thin manual beneath the weapons. Pushing aside the weapons, 4 large characters on the cover caught his eye. Phantom Star Steps. A movement technique? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow with keen interest. He didn't lack offensive methods, but desperately needed a high-grade movement technicite. Was like receiving a pillow when drowsy. After quickly skimming through it, he gained a basic understanding of this 2nd-grade movement technique. When mastered, one's shadow would move like a shooting star and steps like a phantom, striking enemies invisibly at the slightest touch. Ying Chun, this Phantom Star Steps is quite exquisite. Keep it for careful study, and ask me if you encounter anything you don't understand. Chu Feng handed over the manual. Ying Chun accepted it, her eyes lighting up as she bowed respectfully. Ying Chun is delighted. Thank you, master. Ding. The host has successfully gifted a 2nd-grade technique, Star Plucking Ghost Steps. Would you like to activate the critical return? Yes. Chu Feng's mind was resolute. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a 250-fold critical return. You have obtained a 4th-grade technique, 3,000 Thunder Steps. A 4th-grade movement technique, excellent. He raised his hand toward the light screen floating in the void, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Movement techniques were inherently rare, and even the most advanced ones within the primordial immortal sect were merely at the peak of 3rd grade. The fourth grade 3,000 thunder steps would be enough to dominate his fellow disciples. Despite his excitement, Chu Feng didn't rush to cultivate immediately. Instead, he quickly led Yi Qingchen away from the bloody ruins. The night was cold and desolate, with occasional gusts of wind stirring up dead leaves in the barren forest. Yi Qingchen followed closely behind, unable to help, asking, "Master, do you know who hired the heaven and earth net to kill us?" "Who else could it be?" "That woman, of course." Chu Feng sneered coldly. "The Peak Master of Heavenly Spirit Peak, he Xiao?" Yi Qingchen's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Though she doesn't get along with you, she's still a fellow disciple. Surely she wouldn't go this far." "Qingchen, you're still too naive." Chu Feng didn't slow his pace, his voice dropping extremely low. "He Xiao is vindictive and petty. Within the sect, only she harbors the deepest grudge against me. If not her, then who?" Yi Qingchen thought carefully and realized this was indeed true, so she nodded gently. "Then what should we do?" "Without solid evidence, we'll remember this debt for now." Chu Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. "When the opportunity is right, we'll send her to hell. Remember, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm." "Mm." The young woman agreed in a low voice. Torches flickered among the trees as the two pressed forward by the dim light. Suddenly, Chu Feng turned his head. "By the way, Qingchen, I've been so focused on teaching you cultivation these past few days that I forgot to ask where you come from." Yi Qingchen's eyes darkened, then she lowered her head. "Master, would you be angry if I kept something hidden?" Chu Feng chuckled. "No, everyone has their privacy. Besides, you're so adorable. You must have some unspeakable difficulties." Hearing this, the young woman felt relieved and threw herself into his arms, her voice muffled. "When I'm ready, I'll definitely tell you." She wasn't yet willing to reveal her former identity as the saintess of the heavenly demon sect. Chu Feng gently patted her shoulder, his gaze growing thoughtful. "It seems Qingchen's background is not simple. Could she really be some saintess or a princess of some kingdom?" Meanwhile, at the primordial immortal sect's heavenly spirit peak, hanging spirit lamps illuminated the great hall as bright as snow. In the main seat, the previous generation's peak master of heavenly spirit peak, He Qinggong, contemplated his chess pieces. "Little Xiao, Chu Feng has taken Yi Qingchen out for training. Have you made any moves on your end?" "Second uncle, I've already hired assassins from the heaven and earth net." He Xiao smoothed her sleeves, her eyes filled with smugness. With their terrifying success rate, Chu Feng and Yi Qingchen are surely doomed. Perhaps their heads have already fallen by now. Beside them, disciple Wang Yun flattered continuously. "With the heaven and earth net taking action, those two are certainly dead." Just as he finished speaking, the communication jade slip at He Xiao's waist suddenly blazed with light. She took it out for a quick scan, her lips curving into a sharp arc. "Second uncle, Xiao Yun, the heaven and earth net has sent word. They must have already chopped off those two's heads." After He Xiao finished speaking, she pointed her finger at the jade slip. Spiritual energy condensed at her fingertip into a beam of white light, striking the center of the jade slip as radiance instantly spread outward. In the next moment, a black-robed phantom appeared on the surface of the jade slip, its robes billowing without wind, revealing the menacing black spider emblazoned on its chest. "Have Chu Feng and Yi Qingchen's heads been severed?" she asked impatiently, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. The black-robed figure merely shook his head slightly, his tone low and cold. "Mission failed. Zhen Gang and all other members of the assassination squad are dead." "What? The mission failed?" He Xiao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wang Yun and He Qinggong also froze in place, the atmosphere instantly growing tense. The Tianluoda Wang, renowned for its 95% success rate, had actually failed? After a brief moment of shock, He Xiao frowned, her tone clearly expressing dissatisfaction. "If the mission failed, were the people you sent incompetent? If so, that hefty deposit was wasted." The black-robed figure's gaze suddenly turned icy. "He Xiao, do not question Tianluoda Wang's capabilities. The one who acted this time was Zhen Gang, who has a 100% success rate. His cultivation is at the peak of the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, capable of fighting even those at the 6th level. If that Chu Feng truly only has 4th level Golden Core cultivation as you claimed, how could the mission fail? The only explanation for this failure is that the information you provided was incorrect." When mentioning Zhen Gang, his voice carried suppressed fury. As Tianluoda Wang's rising star, Zhen Gang had been considered a future figurehead, yet he had fallen in this mission. Though lacking concrete proof, he remained convinced that faulty intelligence had led to this devastating defeat. After being thoroughly reprimanded, He Xiao felt stifled but forced herself to remain calm. She turned to He Qinggong. "Second uncle, could Chu Feng's strength have broken through again?" Beside the chessboard, He Qinggong gently placed a black piece on the wooden board with a crisp sound. After pondering for a moment, he began his analysis. "Chu Feng has awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, so his cultivation speed defies conventional logic. Moreover, He has already caught the attention of those old masters, so perhaps someone has secretly provided him with techniques or resources. A rapid increase in his strength is entirely possible. As he spoke, a flash of obvious jealousy crossed He Qinggong's eyes. Then what do we do next? Should we continue having Tian Luodawang attempt assassination? I refuse to let Chu Feng and Yi Qingxin off so easily. He Xiao asked through gritted teeth. He Qinggong didn't answer immediately, instead rising and walking to the large map on the wall, his fingertip gliding across its surface. He traced forward from Chu Feng and Yi Qingxin's current location, soon stopping at a marking of overlapping mountain ranges Days Mountain. If I were Chu Feng, Days Mountain would be perfect for training Yi Qingxin. He withdrew his hand. Xiao, send portraits of Chu Feng and Yi Qingxin to the Jiang family, and have them set an ambush at Days Mountain. Understood. He Xiao immediately turned to leave, beginning to contact the Jiang family. Seeing both parties had concluded their discussion, the black-robed phantom on the jade slip offered no further pleasantries. With a sweep of his sleeve, the light suddenly dimmed, and the communication was severed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng and Yi Qingxun remained completely unaware of these undercurrents. Another assassination plot was quietly taking shape at Days Mountain. The two traveled during the day and sought suitable places to rest each evening. Although there were occasional blind demon beasts and malicious cultivators with ill intentions, Yi Qingxun dealt with them all one by one. Whenever they encountered powerful cultivators they couldn't defeat, Yi Qingxun would look up and shout, "My master is a golden core ancestor." Upon hearing this, the opponent would always freeze for a moment, then attack even more frantically. What a joke. If I don't kill you before the golden core ancestor arrives, do I still want to live? In that split second, Chu Feng would always flash out from the side, his sword gleaming as he calmly left behind the words, "Be a good person in your next life." The enemy would already be dead on the spot. During their journey, Chu Feng continued teaching Yi Qingxun various techniques. Ding! Host has successfully taught a second-grade technique creation palm. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered double critical return obtained second-grade technique. Great creation palm. A double critical return only raised it half a grade. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. This was the lowest return he'd ever seen. Immediately after. Ding! Host has successfully taught a first-grade technique Mystic Radiant Sword Art. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 200x critical return obtained peak third-grade technique. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Seeing the 3-digit critical hit, Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to transfer some of his power to Yi Qingxin again, but after examining her meridians, he gave up. The power from last time hadn't been fully refined yet, and forcing more energy into her would only create hidden dangers. Master, how much longer until we reach Mount Days? On the flying sword, Yi Qingxin's arms circled around Chu Feng's waist, smiling brightly. We'll be there once we pass that mountain peak ahead. Chu Feng looked down at his map and replied casually. Suddenly remembering something, he smiled wryly at the small hands tightly clasped around his waist. Qingxun, you're at the 9th level of Qi refinement after all, and my sword flying isn't that slow. Could you not hold on so tightly? Yi Qingxun lifted her chin, pouting coquettishly. Master, I'm afraid of falling. Chu Feng sighed. Forget it. She was his disciple after all. The sword light swept over the mountain peak, and Mount Days with its continuous mountain ranges suddenly came into view. Though they were still some distance from the main peak, they could already see crowds of cultivators and makeshift stalls at the foot of the mountain. The previous demon beast disasters had made people fearful, but ultimately the desire born from being poor overcame the instinct of fearing death, and many cultivators flocked back to Mount Days. After all, this place was rich in spiritual herbs. Even finding just one rare medicinal plant would be enough to live carefree for a lifetime. Listening to music, frequenting pleasure quarters, or even spending nights in a princess's bed wouldn't be just a dream. Master, let's go take a look. Yi Qingxin pointed at the stalls below, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let's go. Chu Feng carried her down and casually strolled through the crowd. As soon as they stopped, a rough-looking man with a face full of stubble called out to them, waving a bottle of pills with animated expressions. Hey, young brother. Tiger Essence Vitality Pills. Want to try? Guaranteed to make you vigorous as a dragon and tiger at night, with endless pleasure. Yi Qingxin's pretty face instantly turned red. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. I need this stuff? He flicked his sleeve and walked away. The stalls were filled with all sorts of goods. Yi Qingxun was suddenly attracted to a bone hairpin and whispered, Master, I want this one. Just as Chu Feng was about to pay, a frivolous voice rang out behind them. Well, whose young lady is this, so lovely and charming? Yi Qingxin and Chu Feng turned around to look, only to see a man dressed in luxurious robes, but reeking of alcohol, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. The man's features still showed traces of youth, but his face was pale from excessive drinking and debauchery, his steps unsteady. At that moment, He had his arms around two scantily clad women, both with fear in their eyes and purple whip marks barely visible beneath their collars, clearly showing that this man was not only physically depleted but also enjoyed inflicting abuse. The cultivators and merchants doing business along the street fell silent and stepped back upon seeing him appear, afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves. "Little sister, are you lost? Would you like your big brother to take you home?" The man casually pushed away the two women in his arms, his drunken eyes burning as they fixed on Ying Chun, staggering forward as he reached out to grab her. Low sighs arose from the crowd. "Sigh, this girl has caught the attention of Lin Yan, the young master of Skyfire's sect. She's in for trouble now. Chill. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, you'll end up like that person last time dead, without a complete corpse." Amid the murmurs, many people quietly moved away. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Skyfire's sect remembered them. 10 years ago, they had pledged allegiance to the ancient immortal sect, and now, relying on the sect's favor, they had produced 3 Golden Core realm experts, 2 of whom had reached the 5th level of Golden Core or higher. Lin Yan lunged forward drunkenly, but Ying Chun's face showed disgust as she sidestepped, causing him to miss completely. With the alcohol rushing to his head, Lin Yan fell flat on his face, making the crowd suppress their laughter. "Laughing? Try laughing again." Lin Yan suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with malice, displaying the full arrogance of a spoiled rich brat. The crowd immediately fell silent. "Little wench, quite disobedient, aren't you? But once you're in my hands, you'll behave soon enough." He pulled out a black whip from his robes, licked his lips, and suddenly lashed it toward Ying Chun's legs. The whip cracked through the air with a howling wind despite Lin Yan's debauched appearance. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of qi refinement, and this strike held nothing back. If it connected, torn flesh would be inevitable. Cold light flashed suddenly. Ying Chun's anger surged as she drew her 3rd-grade Black Abyss sword, channeling spiritual energy through it as she slashed downward. With a sharp clang, the whip was severed. She immediately stepped forward and kicked Lin Yan to the ground, pressing her sword edge to his throat. The cold sword chi instantly cut through his skin, and drops of blood rolled down his neck. "You bastard! How dare you target Yaoci seeking death?" The sudden threat of death sobered Lin Yan halfway, but his arrogant nature remained. "You bitch! Don't you know who I am?" he roared with his neck stretched back. "I'm the young sect master of Skyfire sect under the ancient immortal sect, the sole heir to Skyfire sect." Ying Chun showed no retreat. "So what?" With those words, the sword tip pressed down another inch, and immediately blood began flowing rapidly down the wound. Lin Yan's face turned pale with shock, his heart filled with bewilderment. In the past, whenever he revealed his identity as the young sect master of the Skyfire sect, his opponents would flee in terror, yet this woman before him remained completely unmoved. "Uncle Nyo, save me. Make this woman get away from me." He turned his head and roared. As his shout faded, a burly middle-aged man leaped into action, none other than Nyo Mang, the 3rd-ranking figure of the Skyfire sect, with cultivation at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm and overwhelming presence. "Humph, where did this little girl come from, daring to lay hands on the young master? Let me show you what this old bull can do." Nyo Mang's gaze was fierce as he transformed into lightning and lunged toward Ying Chun. His 5 fingers curved like iron hooks, striking directly at Ying Chun's pale neck. If he truly managed to grasp her, Ying Chun would instantly become a bloody mess. "Uncle Nyo, don't kill her. I want to personally toy with this wretched woman to death." Lin Yan, despite having the Black Abyss sword pressed against his throat, still wore a sinister grin, confident that Nyo Mang could subdue Ying Chun before she could strike. Indeed, just as Ying Chun was about to use Lin Yan's life as leverage, Nyo Mang's other hand clamped down on the Black Abyss sword like an iron vice, while his free hand shot straight for her throat. At this critical moment, a domineering voice thundered, "My disciple is not for your filthy hands to touch." In the next instant, a young man stepped in front of Ying Chun Chu Feng. He lightly tapped Nyo Mang's hand, and with a crisp crack, all the bones in Nyo Mang's palm shattered completely. Following up with a sideways kick, Nyo Mang's chest caved in, and the continuous crack, crack, crack of breaking ribs echoed as his burly frame flew backward like a kite with its string cut. He's way too powerful." The onlookers gasped in shock. Nyo Mang was a mighty Golden Core 2nd-level expert, yet he was casually crushed by this young man. Lin Yan, who had been so arrogant moments before, was completely dumbfounded. This person was ridiculously strong. Before long, Nyo Mang struggled to his feet, leaning against a stone for support, his face deathly pale and his eyes filled with fear. "Which master might you be?" "I am the deputy sect master of the Skyfire sect, and that is our young sect master. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you." He forced himself to remain calm, invoking the Skyfire sect's reputation. "I'm no important figure, merely this woman's master," Chu Feng said indifferently. "May I ask which sect or school you hail from?" Nyo Mang persisted. "Just a rogue cultivator," Chu Feng replied calmly. A rogue cultivator? Niu Mang's eyes lit up. Rogue cultivator meant no backing, and his anxious heart immediately settled as thoughts of revenge surged. Boy, you may not have heard of the Skyfire sect, but surely you know of the Primordial Immortal sect? The Skyfire sect's backing is none other than the Primordial Immortal sect. Immediately have that wretched woman release the young master, then kneel and apologize. Otherwise, neither the Skyfire sect nor the Primordial Immortal sect will spare you. Niu Mang stood with his nose in the air, his face full of smug satisfaction. Lin Yan had also heard Chu Feng's words clearly. Upon learning that his opponent was merely a rogue cultivator, a smug smile immediately spread across his lips, his drunken arrogance growing even more brazen. Bastard! Tell this stinking woman to release me right now and submit to my punishment. Otherwise, with just one word from me, I can have the Skyfire sect and the Primordial Immortal sect wipe out your entire family. Lin Yin was already arrogant by nature, and now with alcohol fueling his audacity, his insolence reached its peak, as if he himself were the sect master of the Primordial Immortal sect, or at least the young sect master. The surrounding cultivators erupted in commotion. They're finished. This master-disciple pair is doomed. I thought that young man's skills were extraordinary and he must be some prodigy from a great family, but he's just a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator against the Skyfire sect and Primordial Immortal sect has no power to resist. I heard the Skyfire sect's master, Lin Yan's father, is also nearby. This master-disciple pair better apologize obediently. The crowd cast pitying glances at Chu Feng and Ying Chun, but both remained calm throughout, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Chu Feng let out a cold laugh. A mere young sect master of a vassal force under the Primordial Immortal sect dares to be so insolent? I'll teach you some manners on behalf of the Primordial Immortal sect. Before his words had finished, his figure flashed, and he was already before Lin Yan, grabbing the man's collar and delivering a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp sound rang out as four front teeth flew through the air along with blood and saliva. Oh, what are you doing? Lin Yan cried out in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Before he could struggle, another slap landed, followed by a third, then a fourth. In an instant, his cheeks swelled up like a pig's head. Chu Feng could have killed him with a single sword strike, but felt that would be too merciful for Lin Yan. The watching cultivators were stunned speechless. Has this rogue cultivator lost his mind? Knowing Lin Yan's powerful background, he still dares to strike so ruthlessly? Even if you're going to throw caution to the wind, there should be limits. Not far away, Niu Mang first stood frozen, then roared after coming to his senses. Stop! You bastard, stop right now. Chu Feng casually tossed the unconscious Lin Yan aside and fixed his cold gaze on Niu Mang. Stop? Fine, then I'll slap you instead. Whoosh. He instantly closed the distance, lifted Niu Mang into the air, and delivered a series of slaps with his right hand, the sounds echoing sharply. The dignified Golden Core realm expert being publicly slapped let out heart-wrenching screams, his shame and rage nearly causing him to faint. Just then, a furious shout rolled toward them like thunder from the distance. Stop! Stop right now. Chu Feng looked up to see a gray-haired elder approaching through the air with overwhelming momentum. The surrounding cultivators all gasped in unison. It was none other than Lin Zhan, the master of the Skyfire sect. Rumor had it that his strength had reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, making him the strongest person in the Skyfire sect. TSK, 7th level of the Golden Core realm now, that's a true Golden Core ancestor. Since Lin Zhan has arrived, this master-disciple pair is truly doomed. The moment Niu Mang saw Lin Zhan, he grasped at this lifeline like a drowning man, immediately throwing himself before the other party with a voice choked with tears. Sect master, save me quickly. This bastard not only beat me, but also knocked out the young sect master. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's expression changed drastically as he roared furiously. What? He dared to lay hands on Yenner. I'll slaughter him. Having had his son in old age, he had always doted on Lin Yan excessively. It was precisely this indulgence that bred Lin Yan's arrogance and tyranny, coveting any beautiful woman he saw and killing anyone who displeased him. Conservatively estimated, no fewer than 100 people fell victim to his defilement and murder each year. His rage reaching its peak, Lin Zhan's body trembled as the spiritual pressure of a 7th-level Golden Core cultivator burst forth. His 5 fingers formed claws as he struck like lightning toward Chu Feng's throat. The cultivators only heard the sudden explosive sound of air being torn. Chu Feng slightly raised his eyelids, pointing out with 2 fingers pressed together. Spiritual energy at his fingertips shot out like needles, effortlessly shattering Lin Zhan's offensive and sending him staggering back several steps from the rebound force, his heels carving deep grooves in the ground. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some skill. Behold my heaven-transforming hand. Fury surged in Lin Zhan's chest as his right hand frantically gathered spiritual energy. The airwaves tore 2 white streaks through the surrounding atmosphere as the second-grade technique, heaven-transforming hand, thundered forth. In years past, he had slain countless Golden Core cultivators with this very move. A mocking smile curved Chu Feng's lips. And his left hand still gripped Niu Mang while his right palm pressed together, a layer of dense spiritual energy instantly covering his 5 fingers great fortune palm. The palm wind roared like thunder, continuous sonic booms exploding in everyone's ears. In the next breath, the two palms met. Bang! Blood and flesh splattered. Lin Zhan's entire right arm was shattered into fragments by the great fortune palm, bone shards mixed with fresh blood scattering through the air as he shot backward like a broken arrow, smashing through 3 massive stones before finally coming to a stop. Rubble tumbled down as dust filled the sky. The surrounding cultivators fell silent as cicadas, with only the sound of swallowing rising and falling. This person's strength is too terrifying, isn't it? That's the Heavenly Fire Sect Master, a true Golden Core ancestor. Both at the 7th level of Golden Core, how can the gap be so vast? Sigh, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. He's just a rogue cultivator. Behind Lin Zhan stands the primordial immortal sect. In their eyes, if the colossal primordial immortal sect truly sought revenge, crushing an ant would seem like too much effort. Niu Mang gaped open-mouthed, stunned as a wooden chicken. Is this kid a monster? A sect master of the same realm had his arm crippled and suffered severe injuries in a single movie, simply couldn't comprehend it. After a long while, the sound of coughing blood finally broke the silence. Lin Zhan's face was deathly pale as he staggered to his feet, his former arrogance completely vanished, replaced by deep fear and bewilderment. Just who was this young man before him? And why did he possess such terrifying combat power? Forcing himself to roar angrily. Sir, isn't this going too far? Where exactly did Niu Mang and Yenner offend you that you would strike them so viciously? Chu Feng calmly recounted everything that had just transpired in complete detail. Lin Zhan's expression shifted between light and dark. Knowing his son was indeed at fault, he still protected him. Sir, though Yenner and Niu Mang were wrong, you cannot strike with lethal intent. Please hand them over to me for punishment. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, his voice ice-cold. And what if I refuse? Lin Zhan's face completely darkened. Sir, perhaps you don't take me, the Heavenly Fire Sect Master, seriously, but what about the Primordial Immortal Sect? Sect Master Gu of the Primordial Immortal Sect and I are close friends. Do you believe that I could contact Sect Master Gu right now? With one word from me, I could have you added to the Primordial Immortal Sect's kill list? It's over, it's over. This arrogant young man is doomed. In the crowd, dozens of cultivators watched and whispered, their faces filled with pity and fear. Everyone knew that once someone was placed on the Primordial Immortal Sect's kill list, there was virtually no way out. Lin Zhan caught every word of the surrounding discussions, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upward, as if he could already see Chu Feng kneeling and begging for mercy. He raised his hand, pointing at Chu Feng and Ying Chun, his voice booming like a bronze bell. Hand over Niu Mang and Yenner. You master and disciple must sever your own arms and apologize publicly. If you do this, I might let today's matter end here. Otherwise, the Primordial Immortal Sect will hunt you down relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was almost amused. He half closed his eyes, his tone indifferent. I refuse to hand them over today. Go ahead and contact the Primordial Immortal Sect, put me on their kill list. The surrounding cultivators all shook their heads. Someone muttered under their breath. Just bow a little and lose both arms to save his life, but he's really stubborn. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. After confirming once more that Chu Feng's attitude was unchangeable, he pulled out a palm-sized jade slip. As spiritual energy flowed into it, light patterns rippled across the jade. Within moments, the phantom of a redrobed woman emerged from the jade slip, her aura surging like a mountain. It was none other than Gu Hongyi, the sect master of the Primordial Immortal Sect. Lin Zhan, master of the Heavenly Fire Sect, pays respects to Sect Master Gu. Lin Zhan bowed, his voice full of flattery. Golden Core ancestors were already unreachable in the eyes of those present, let alone this soul transformation mighty cultivator before them. The cultivators fell silent as cicadas, not daring to raise their heads. Gu Hongyi nodded faintly. What is the matter? Lin Zhan immediately put on a grief-stricken expression, sobbing. Sect Master Gu, someone attacked our Heavenly Fire Sect without provocation, knocking out my son Lin Yin and Vice Sect Master Niu Mang. When I tried to reason with them, I was also severely injured. I begged the Sect Master to seek justice for our Heavenly Fire Sect. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he performed with apparent sincerity. Anyone unaware of the truth would surely believe he had suffered tremendous injustice. Gu Hongyi's brows furrowed slightly. All forces that submitted to the Primordial Immortal Sect were under the sect's protection. This was their agreement. Lin Zhan had always given her the impression of being honest and dutiful, so she asked in a stern voice, who was it? A flash of triumph crossed Lin Zhan's eyes as he quickly turned the jade slip to focus on Chu Feng and Ying Chun, raising his voice. Sect Master Gu, it was this young man. Without distinguishing right from wrong, he severely injured my son and the Vice Sect Master, and nearly took my life. As he spoke, he provocatively curled his lips at Chu Feng. However, when Gu Hongyi clearly saw Chu Feng's face, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Lin Zhan, are you certain everything you've said is true? Lin Zhan's heart skipped a beat, but he still insisted. Sect Master Gu, every word I've spoken is true. If there's even half a lie, may I be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. Good, 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 Gu Hongyi said 3 times, her gaze locking onto Lin Zhan like a blade, then slowly spoke. Lin Zhan, do you know who the person before you is? Lin Zhan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He instinctively glanced at Chu Feng, his mind racing. Could this kid have backing? No, he's clearly just a rogue cultivator with some talent. With this thought, Lin Zhan immediately raised his voice and pointed accusingly at Gu Hongyi. Sect Master Gu, he's just a rogue cultivator. Relying on his meager talent, he acts lawlessly and shows no respect for the Taigu immortal sect. He even dared to speak arrogantly and insult our sect. Absolutely detestable. Before his words had even finished, Lin Zhan had already pinned every fabricated crime on a Chu Feng. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongyi first paused, then burst into furious laughter. Haha, what a ridiculous joke. This is the first time I, Gu Hongyi, have ever heard that a peak master of the Taigu immortal sect would insult his own sect. At this point, her eyes turned ice cold. Frankly speaking, she had initially given some credence to Lin Zhan's words, but upon learning that the so-called culprit was actually Chu Feng, she immediately dismissed everything Lin Zhan had said based on her understanding of Chu Feng. He would never do such things. After a brief moment of dead silence, the surroundings erupted with crackling discussions. Wait, what did I just hear? Did Sect Master Gu say peak master of the Taigu immortal sect? I heard it too. Doesn't this mean that this young man isn't a rogue cultivator at all, but rather a peak master of the immortal sect? Heavens, such a young peak master, it's absolutely incredible. The cultivators stared at Chu Feng in stunned amazement, their shock spreading like a tide. A rogue cultivator? A peak master with high position and authority? Such a reversal almost defied common sense. Lin Zhan stood there dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Sect Master Gu, are you saying this young man is a peak master of your immortal sect? Gu Hongyi's expression turned solemn, each word crystal clear. Peak Master Chu Feng of Yaoci Peak, one of the 18 peaks of the Taigu immortal sect. Whoosh! Lin Zhan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his hands and feet turning cold. What had he just done? He had actually slandered a peak master of the Taigu immortal sect for wrongdoing. He stiffly turned toward Chu Feng, his face ashen, bowing repeatedly. So you're Peak Master Chu. Earlier, I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope the Peak Master will be magnanimous and forgive this ignorant old fool. At this moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The Skyfire Gate had grown to its current size precisely through the protection of the Taigu immortal sect, and now it seemed everything might turn to bubbles in an instant. In his heart, Lin Zhan cursed Niu Mang's ancestors for 18 generations, including his wife. If Niu Mang hadn't sworn that Chu Feng was a rogue cultivator, he would never have brought such catastrophic trouble upon himself. Only now did Niu Mang realize how serious the situation had become, his face equally pale as paper. Chu Feng paid no attention to Lin Zhan, only looking toward Gu Hongyi and cupping his fists with a smile. Chu Feng pays respects to the sect master. Yi Qingchen also bowed respectfully. Yi Qingchen greets the sect master. Gu Hongyi revealed a brilliant smile. Chu Feng, Yi Qingchen, I didn't expect to meet you both under such circumstances. With that, she restrained her smile. What exactly happened here? Chu Feng recounted the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. After hearing it, Gu Hongyi's expression turned as cold as frost. I never imagined that Lin Zhan would actually harbor scoundrels who harm young women and innocent people, while also recruiting subordinates who can't distinguish right from wrong. This is a tragedy for our immortal sect, and shows my poor judgment of character. The sect master speaks too harshly of herself, Chu Feng said, sharing her burden. The sect master handles countless affairs daily. It's impossible to personally discern the character of every subordinate force. Gu Hongyi nodded. She indeed couldn't manage everything personally. Sect master, how should this matter be handled? Chu Feng inquired. Chu Feng, according to the rules of our primordial immortal sect, the Skyfire Gate has already committed the grave sin of heresy. Even if you destroy the entire Skyfire Gate, no one would dare say a word against it, Gu Hongyi declared with unwavering conviction. The surrounding cultivators still feared the Skyfire Gate's reputation, but in the eyes of Gu Hongyi, a spirit transformation cultivator, that massive sect was nothing more than an ant. She couldn't care less whether it was affiliated with the primordial immortal sect. For today's matter, you have full authority to handle it. Regardless of the consequences, our primordial immortal sect will back you up, she said with absolute certainty. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. Good. Just as he was about to take action, Gu Hongyi seemed to remember something. Her eyes flashed with excitement as her gaze fixed on Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I recall that Lin Zhan has golden core 7th-stage cultivation, and he just said he nearly died at your hands. Could it be that you've broken through again? Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, his voice gentle. Sect Master, it's hardly a breakthrough. I've just reached the golden core 7th stage. Just the golden core 7th stage? Gu Hongyi's beautiful face twitched slightly. Do you realize how easily such words could get you beaten up? Just days ago you were at the golden core 4th stage, and now in the blink of an eye you're at the 7th stage. Did you swallow some heaven-defying miracle pill hole? She kept rolling her eyes. For her, a spirit transformation cultivator, the golden core 7th stage was indeed nothing special, but this speed of advancement was simply terrifying. Back in her day, even with her heavenly spirit body talent, it took her a full 5 years to break through from the golden core 4th to 7th stage, and the sect elders had praised her exceptional talent. Compared to Chu Feng now, she felt like nothing more than a mediocre cultivator. Chu Feng smiled humbly. Perhaps I ate some miracle tonic in my dreams. Gu Hongyi rolled her eyes again, clearly unconvinced, but too lazy to investigate further. I'll report your breakthrough to the sect. Maybe when you return, you'll receive some unexpected benefits. For now, deal with Lin Zhan and the others first. Understood. The communication mirror's light faded, and Chu Feng's dark, cold eyes fell upon Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's body trembled as he hastily fell to his knees, practically crawling to Chu Feng's feet. He quickly released the master seal on his storage ring. Peak Master Chu, you're magnanimous, with a heart as vast as the ocean. Please don't stoop to the level of this old fool. Everything here represents the Skyfire Gate's entire fortune. Please accept it. His hands shook violently, and with a clatter, the storage ring dropped to the ground. He knew clearly that he had kicked an iron plate without bleeding heavily. There would be absolutely no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Niu Meng also prostrated himself, forcing a fawning smile. Peak Master Chu, this old bull was blind and offended you. If punishment is needed, punish me alone. At this moment, the previously unconscious Lin Yin slowly awakened. Opening his eyes and seeing his father, he was immediately overjoyed. Father, you're here? Quickly kill this rogue cultivator. Hearing these words, Lin Zhan's entire body shuddered, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap exploded across the ruins. Father? Why did you do that? I'm Lin Yin. You recognize me? Lin Yin clutched his face, completely bewildered. You wretch. I'm hitting you precisely because you're such a blind fool. Lin Zhan roared, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Do you know who this person is? He is Chu Feng, Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak of the Primordial Immortal Sect. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to him? Lin Zhan slapped Lin Yin while explaining. What? This person is actually the Peak Master of Yaoci Peak from the Primordial Immortal Sect. Lin Yin was completely stunned, his cheeks still burning. His knees instantly hit the ground as he kowtowed frantically. Peak Master Chu, spare my life. I'm willing to serve you like an ox or horse. Lin Zhan and Niu Meng also abandoned their dignity, kneeling and begging for mercy. Chu Feng's gaze remained calm, looking at them like ants, without a trace of sympathy. Remember, in your next life, don't be human. With a slight flick of his wrist, sword chi flashed, and 3 heads rolled to the ground as hot blood splattered across the stone pavement. All the cultivators on the street held their breath, their awe mixed with barely concealed satisfaction. Lin Yin and Niu Meng had relied on the backing of the Primordial Immortal Sect to tyrannize this place, and now that Chu Feng had eliminated them with a single move, this grievance was finally settled. However, they clearly understood the vast difference in status between themselves and Chu Feng, only daring to bow from afar without expressing their gratitude. Chu Feng casually waved his hand, drawing Lin Zhan's storage ring into his palm. After scanning it with his divine sense, he tucked it into his sleeve naturally. The belongings of the dead belonged to him. Looking up, he noticed a white hairpin on the stall, carved from a wild beast's arm bone. Its spiritual light was restrained, and its texture warm and smooth. He hooked his finger, and the white hairpin fell into his palm. Shopkeeper, how much for this hairpin? The shopkeeper trembled inwardly and quickly waved his hands. Peak Master Chu, this hairpin costs nothing. If you like it, please take it. Thank you. Chu Feng nodded and handed the hairpin to Yi Qingchen. Qingchen, this is for you. Thank you, Master. I knew Master treats me the best. Yi Qingchen accepted the hairpin with a smile that curved her eyes and naturally linked her arm through Chu Feng's. The training at Great Marsh Mountain, it's time to go. Yes, I'll follow Master's arrangements completely. The two departed in a streak of light, leaving behind the still shocked cultivators. Soon, the headless corpses of Lin Zhan and the others were dragged to the mass grave to feed the wild dogs. On the second floor of a tea house not far from the street corner, 2 women had witnessed the entire scene through the window. The young lady on the left had a smile playing at her lips and lively eyes. When she stood, her toes barely touched the ground, her figure still showing youthful lines but already hinting at the graceful curves to come given a few more years. she would undoubtedly be a beauty of exceptional appearance and figure. The woman on the right was obviously more mature, her robes unable to conceal curves that were unforgettable at first glance, yet she sat very properly, using only a third of the chair. Aunt Lu, what do you think of that person just now? The spirited young lady asked, setting down her teacup. Princess, are you referring to that Chu Feng? Aunt Lu looked up for confirmation. The young lady nodded. Aunt Lu pondered. Despite his young age, he has reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, making him a top-tier genius in this region. However, if placed within our Liang divine dynasty, he could only be considered average. If Chu Feng or Gu Hongyi were present at this moment, they would certainly be alarmed by the 4 words Liang divine dynasty. Divine dynasties ranked above royal dynasties and imperial dynasties, representing top-tier powers even within the Great Wilderness domain. Divine dynasties were filled with powerful expert soul transformation cultivators were merely the backbone. Void refinement practitioners were the elite forces, and it was even rumored that some divine dynasties were guarded by terrifying beings at the Unity realm. Such colossal entities could crush medium-sized forces with the mere movement of a finger. The spirited young lady shook her head. I'm not asking about his strength. I'm asking what kind of person he is. As a person? Aunt Lu smiled. I think he's quite good. He stood up for his disciple and even said, my disciple, she someone your filthy hands can touch? Very domineering and protective. Such a master is rare even in the divine dynasty. Within the divine dynasty, scheming and betrayal were common. Aunt Lu had seen masters who harmed their disciples and those who treated female disciples as cultivation furnaces. Chu Feng's protective behavior toward his disciple was truly precious. The spirited young lady's lips curved slightly upward. Aunt Lu, what do you think about me taking Chu Feng as my master? What? Aunt Lu stared at the mischievous young girl, Luo Li, with complete astonishment. She almost doubted her own ears. Aunt Lu, you're not that old, only 500 years. How can your hearing be failing already? Luo Li rolled her eyes, her tone full of teasing. I want to take Chu Feng as my master. What do you think? Absolutely not. Out of the question. Aunt Lu shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum, speaking rapidly. Princess, the Liang divine dynasty is filled with powerful cultivators. There are countless people stronger than Chu Feng the Blade Master, Sword Emperor, Literary Saint, Grand Imperial Advisor. Any one of them surpasses Chu Feng. Within the Liang divine dynasty, those stronger than him are as numerous as cattle. Yet you insist on taking a mere golden core cultivator as your master? This is absurd. She added. With just one word from you, those masters would compete to take you as their disciple. After listening, Luo Li frowned slightly. Aunt Lu, you're not wrong. But they value me not because of any destined connection, but simply because of my birth. Besides me, talent isn't good, yet they insist on praising my exceptional gifts before Father Emperor. Isn't that just blatant flattery? When she mentioned her poor talent, her expression instantly dimmed. Compared to her brothers and sisters who had reached Golden Core, or even nascent soul realms, she remained stuck at the 8th level of Qi refinement. As a princess of the Liang divine dynasty, she appeared noble on the surface, but her low cultivation constantly drew cold stares, disdain from her siblings, and suggestions from ministers to marry her off to other nations to strengthen the dynasty. Even her usually stern father emperor often wore a stern expression when seeing her. The so-called masters wanting to take disciples were merely trying to curry favor with the emperor. After all, within the divine dynasty, social connections mattered far more than fighting and killing. Aunt Lu fell silent. Having grown up surrounded by schemes and intrigue, Luo Li understood these matters all too well. This was precisely why she had left the Liang divine dynasty, yearning to meet genuinely sincere people. Today, Chu Feng's actions had won her favor, but regarding taking him as master, Aunt Lu still couldn't approve. While Chu Feng's character was impeccable, his strength seemed insufficient. Seeing Luo Li's obvious interest, Aunt Lu felt conflicted. Princess, let me investigate Chu Feng's background first, then give you my advice. All right. Luo Li nodded. Aunt Lu immediately took out a jade slip and ordered her subordinates to investigate. Within just a quarter hour, various pieces of information gathered before her eyes. Chu Feng, peak master of Yaoci Peak at the primordial immortal sect, had accomplished nothing in recent years, with his cultivation stuck at the Qi refinement stage. Aunt Lu raised an eyebrow. Why is this information inconsistent? She continued reading. Recently, Chu Feng had awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body and broke through to Golden Core in a single day. Moreover, not just the 1st level of Golden Core, but the 4th level. That very day, he fought against Elder Li, who had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of Golden Core, and defeated him completely with one move. Even more astounding was that Chu Feng possessed no legendary divine weapons, yet casually bestowed a 3rd-grade Black Abyss sword upon his disciple Ying Chun. The more Aunt Lu read, the more shocked she became. This Chu Feng was definitely not simple. What? The Dragon Phoenix auspicious body. Chu Feng actually possessed the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, ranked 64th on the sacred body list. Luoli covered her delicate lips with her hand, her eyes filled with shock. Even within the Liang divine dynasty, those who awakened sacred bodies were extremely rare, and while the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body might not rank in the top 3, it was certainly among the elite. Princess, this Chu Feng is truly beyond expectations. Aunt Lu's previously dismissive expression completely vanished, her tone unprecedentedly serious. The Dragon Phoenix auspicious body naturally excels at fighting above its level, and combined with his meticulous care for his disciples, there's truly nothing to fault. Luoli nodded, then recalled an even more incredible detail. Aunt Lu, his cultivation speed is also frighteningly fast. Just a short while ago he was at the 4th level of Golden Core, and now in just a few days he's reached the 7th level. Such speed is nothing short of monstrous. Aunt Lu smiled bitterly. Luoli pursed her lips in a light smile. If Chu Feng were placed in the Liang divine dynasty, he would be a supreme prodigy. Right now he's merely a dragon trapped in shallow waters. One day he will surely soar to the heavens. What if I were to take him as my master? The young lady blinked, showing a hint of smugness. Aunt Lu gave a thumbs up. The princess has keen insight, though we could observe him a bit longer. Excellent. At dusk, the clouds above Day's mountain blazed like fire. Ying Chun, these are all from Lin Zhan's storage ring. They're all yours. Chu Feng raised his hand, and brilliant light scattered down as pills, jade slips, and spirit stones piled into a small mountain. Yi Qingchen clasped her hands behind her back, tilting her head with a grin. Master treats me so well, though you have ulterior motives? Could the little girl have seen through him? Impossible. Chu Feng coughed lightly. It's only natural for a master to care for his disciple. Don't let your imagination run wild. I still think you're up to no good. Yi Qingchen made a face, but gathered all the resources into her arms. Ding. Host successfully gifted 2nd grade technique, Heaven Transformation Hand. Proceed with critical return? Ding. Host successfully gifted 1st grade technique, Vajra Indestructible Body. Proceed with critical return? Ding. Host successfully gifted 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Proceed with critical return? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. Host triggered 1,000-fold critical return obtained 5th grade technique, Heaven Dragon Claw Hand. Ding. Triggered 100-fold critical return obtained 3rd grade technique, Vajra Immortal Body. Ding. Triggered 300-fold critical return obtained 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. 5th grade technique, Heaven Dragon Claw Hand. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This was the highest level technique he had obtained so far. If he could cultivate it to mastery, his strength would increase by at least 1 tier. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the surrounding insect chirping and wind sounds suddenly vanished. What's happening? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and scanned around as a faint killing intent permeated the forest. Yi Qingchen also sensed something amiss and was about to speak when Chu Feng silenced her with a look. Whoosh whoosh. The grass rustled, and a pair of crimson vertical pupils appeared. In the next moment, a red shadow shot out like lightning. Chu Feng grabbed Yi Qingchen and leaped onto a tree branch, and immediately a massive snake over 2 zhang long occupied their former position. The snake's body was crimson red with colorful patterns between its Scalisa red practice snake. A juvenile red practice snake? Yi Qingchen saw their opponent clearly and smiled self-mockingly. Master, our luck isn't very good. Though it's young, it's extremely venomous. Red practice snakes were born with venomous fangs. Even a light bite would cause foaming at the mouth at best, or complete dissolution into blood at worst. But Chu Feng shook his head. Qingchen, it's not that our luck is bad. More precisely, your luck is bad. This young snake is probably at the 1st level of foundation establishment, perfect for you to practice on. Chu Feng looked at Yi Qingchen with an expression of complete innocence. Master, even though this red band snake before us is just a juvenile, it's still extremely dangerous. How can you bear to watch a frail woman like me face such a vicious creature? Yi Qingchen gazed up at Chu Feng with tearful, misty eyes, looking like a delicate flower battered by rain. Chu Feng smiled and suddenly reached out, pushing her off the tree branch with one swift motion. Enough chatter, go train. Yi Qingchen cried out as she fell, thinking to herself, what a rough master. Can't he just speak nicely? But joking aside, when it was time to be serious, she instantly composed herself, holding her breath and focusing intently on the red band snake below. The black abyss sword left its sheath with a flash of cold light, striking directly at the vulnerable 7-inch point. The red band snake bared its fangs, for venomous teeth gleaming menacingly. Its body suddenly twisted, dodging to the side with lightning speed and striking back at Yi Qingchen's pale neck. If bitten, she would die instantly. However, Yi Qingchen had once been the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Though her strength had fallen to only the 9th level of chi refinement, her combat experience remained. Bending at the waist, she quickly crouched to avoid the venomous fangs, her left palm surging with spiritual energy as she pressed it against the snake's softest belly. Roar, in agony, the red band snake let out a hoarse cry, its tail whipping toward her. Yi Qingqian's waist was supple as silk. She bent her spine and dodged at an impossible angle, spinning the black abyss sword upward toward the snake's eye while simultaneously gathering spiritual energy in her left hand to strike the snake's belly. The palm strike was fierce, making the air whistle. This was the second-grade technique, creation palm, personally taught by Chu Feng. Attacked from both sides, the snake had no choice but to retreat. Yi Qingqian pursued relentlessly, the black abyss sword slashing viciously at the snake's mouth, while her palm thundered against its lower jaw. Blood spurted forth. The Foundation Establishment, first-level red band snake, had its weaknesses. After all, the lower jaw and mouth cavity were among the few soft spots. Under continuous heavy blows, flesh and blood were torn apart. Yi Qingqian showed no mercy, spinning around and driving the black abyss sword straight into the 7-inch point. After a piercing shriek, the red band snake convulsed briefly before dying on the spot. Clap, 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 magnificent. Chu Feng leaped down from the tree, applauding excitedly. Qingchun, was this really your first time facing a demon beast? Your attacks were absolutely flawless. He had expected his disciple to be nervous or even make mistakes in her first battle against a demon beast, and had been ready to intervene at any moment. He never imagined Yi Qingqian would resolve the fight with such perfect form. Yi Qingqian sheathed her sword with a charming smile. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Chu Feng coughed proudly twice. Ahem, Qingqian, don't state the obvious. Then he changed the subject. By the way, every part of a red band snake is valuable, so let's divide it up. The snake's gallbladder can be used medicinally to improve eyesight, and there are rumors it can enhance virility. Snake blood mixed with strong liquor and honeysuckle clears heat and detoxifies. Just as Yi Qingqian was about to begin dissecting the snake, two whooshing sounds cut through the air as a young man and an elegant middle-aged woman landed nearby. Peak Master Chu, Yi Qingqian, you're here too? A middle-aged woman descended from the sky, her gaze sweeping over the two with evident surprise. Chu Feng looked closely and recognized her Qi Ling, the Peak Master of Little Bamboo Peak, one of the 18 peaks of the primordial immortal sect, with cultivation at the first level of the nascent soul realm. He cupped his hands in greeting. So it's Peak Master Qi, what a coincidence. Beside Qi Ling stood a young man with handsome features and a steady aura. Chu Feng had only a vague impression of him. Qi Ling took the initiative to introduce. Peak Master Chu, this is Wang Shun, my third disciple. Though he hasn't been with us long, he's already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. A flash of pride crossed her eyes as she spoke. Suddenly realizing she might seem boastful, she quickly waved her hand in explanation. Peak Master Chu, my apologies, I'm not trying to show off my teaching abilities. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head, indicating no offense taken. Just as he was about to mention Yi Qingqian's abilities, Wang Shun stepped forward first, cupping his fists in salute. Wang Shun greets Peak Master Chu and Junior Sister Yi. If Junior Sister Yi has any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me anytime. He patted his chest with a bold gesture, clearly trying to make a good impression on the beautiful Yi Qingqian. As if remembering something, he added, Junior Sister Yi, cultivation requires gradual progress. Catching up to the sect's average level in just 2 months is truly difficult. If we meet at the 18 Peaks competition in 2 months, Senior Brother Wang will definitely go easy on you. He finished with what he thought was a dashing smile. Qi Ling rolled her eyes. Wang Shun, your master is still here. But then her tone shifted. Though considering our connection with Peak Master Chu and Yi Qingqian, you should indeed show some mercy. Chu Feng watched the smug Qi Ling with a knowing smile, but remained silent. Yi Qingqian pursed her red lips, clearly displeased, but held back due to Chu Feng's silence and the bonds of fellowship. Just then, 2 figures descended from the sky, a young woman and a gaunt, elderly woman who landed on a boulder beside the cliff. The gaunt woman surveyed the scene and said in surprise, Oh, Qi Ling, what a coincidence you're here too. Qi Ling waved cheerfully. Xiao Feng, long time no see. The gaunt woman Xiao Feng, Hall Master of Langya Hall in the Heaven Mending sect, pouted in dissatisfaction. Qi Ling, it's been quite some time since you visited me at the Heaven Mending sect. Are we still sworn sisters or not? The Heaven Mending sect was comparable in power to the primordial immortal sect, and they maintained good relations. The sect had 12 halls, and Xiao Feng, like Qi Ling, was at the first level of nascent soul cultivation. Qi Ling quickly explained, the 18 Peaks competition is approaching, so I need to prepare. I brought Wang Shun to Great Marsh Mountain for training. Xiao Feng nodded in understanding. Wang Shun also stepped forward to greet her, and she acknowledged him with a slight nod before turning her attention to Chu Feng and Yi Qingqian. Qi Ling, who are these two? Qi Ling gestured toward them. Chu Feng, Peak Master of Yaoci Peak in the primordial immortal sect, and his disciple Yi Qingqian. Chu Feng, Yi Qingqian, this is Xiao Feng, Hall Master of Langya Hall in the Heaven Mending sect. Just as Chu Feng and Yi Qingqian were about to bow, Xiao Feng looked Chu Feng up and down and spoke bluntly. Chu Feng, I have some impression of you. Your Yaoci Peak consistently ranks at the bottom. She paused. I'll speak plainly. This Ying Chun is clever and quick-witted, while your strength and comprehension are mediocre. Taking her as your disciple is completely wasting her potential. You'd do better to transfer her to another peak. As soon as Chu Feng spoke these words, the atmosphere at the scene became instantly awkward. Ying Chun was the first to express her displeasure. Her eyes gleamed as she directly threw out a sharp question. Hall Master Qiao, what are your standards for choosing a Dao companion? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment and instinctively replied. Well, of course they should be handsome and powerful. Huh, wait, this is my business. What right does a little brat like you have to interfere? After speaking, she frowned tightly and stared at Ying Chun with dissatisfaction. Is this the kind of question you should be asking? You haven't even grown up yet. Ying Chun rolled her eyes. Hall Master Qiao, by the same logic, whether my master will hold me back or not is none of your business either. Chu Feng was left speechless, her face flushing red with anger. In the past, all the disciples from the Taigu immortal sect she had encountered were polite and respectful. She never expected to be publicly contradicted by Ying Chun today, making her so angry that her liver hurt. What? You Taigu immortal sect disciple? How rude. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Ling Yu, a young woman standing beside Chu Feng, immediately spoke up to scold her. She was Chu Feng's third-ranked disciple with cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, and was now trying to seize the opportunity to show off. Ying Chun glanced at Ling Yu disdainfully and said with contempt, Respect is for those who deserve to be respected. Must elders always be respected? Ridiculous. Ling Yu was left speechless, unable to find a comeback for the moment. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Qi Ling quickly stepped forward to mediate. Chu Feng, what you just said might not be entirely accurate. What do you mean? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. This Chu Feng recently awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body. His future is limitless, Qi Ling said with certainty. What? The Dragon Phoenix auspicious body? That's a sacred body ranked as high as 64th on the sacred body list. Qi Ling, are you sure? Chu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Absolutely certain. That night, I personally witnessed dragon and phoenix phantoms surrounding Chu Feng at Yaoci Peak. He broke through to the Golden Core realm in one night and directly reached the 4th level of Golden Core. Qi Ling added. Chu Feng and Ling Yu exchanged glances, and when they looked at Chu Feng again, their eyes no longer held the previous contempt but showed some disbelief. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng pursed her lips and said, Awakening a sacred body is impressive, but that doesn't necessarily mean one is good at teaching disciples. Obviously, she was trying to save face after the earlier embarrassment. Qi Ling shook her head secretly. She knew this sister of hers had a good heart, but just couldn't keep her mouth in check. Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Originally, out of respect for Qi Ling, he hadn't planned to make a big deal of it, but the other party was pressing him step by step, clearly trying to push her luck. Hall Master Qiao, do you practice Tai Chi? Why are you being so passive-aggressive? How about we let our disciples compete and see whose teaching abilities are stronger? Chu Feng's tone was calm, but carried undisguised sharpness as he smiled at Chu Feng, making it difficult for her to lose her temper. Chu Feng, are you sure? You've only been a master for a few days, and you dare to compete with me in teaching abilities? You should know that I've been a master for over 100 years, and the problems I've guided students through are more numerous than the salt you've eaten. Chu Feng snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. If it came to potential alone, she admitted she couldn't compare to Chu Feng after his sacred body awakening. But when it came to teaching ability, she had absolute confidence that she could beat him by miles. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly. Absolutely certain and positive. Qi Ling, you heard it too. It's this Chu Feng who's asking for a beating. There's nothing I can do about it. Chu Feng shrugged and said, Well, Chu Feng, you're young and hot-blooded, so it's understandable that some of Chu Feng's words rubbed you the wrong way. Qi Ling slowed her speech but remained relentless. But having Ying Chun compete against Ling Yu is pure masochism. You're going to embarrass yourself. That Ling Yu is at the 8th level of qi refinement. Her concern wasn't just for Chu Feng. If Ying Chun lost too miserably, the entire Taigu immortal sect would lose face. Wang Shen chimed in. Peak Master Chu, think twice. Junior sister Yi has only been under your tutelage for a few days, and her strength is mediocre. She probably can't even withstand one finger from Ling Yu. How did such a beautiful junior sister end up with such a hot-headed master? While others frantically worried, Chu Feng simply clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, Peak Master Qi, Wang Shen, don't worry. Just stand aside and watch quietly. Qi Ling stamped her feet in frustration. Ah, youth. Too impulsive. Ever since Chu Feng awakened his sacred body, this sharp edge had been infinitely magnified. Previously suppressed and mocked by the other peak masters, now he seized every opportunity to vent. Seeing she couldn't dissuade him, she turned to Chu Feng and whispered, Chu Feng, please have Ling Yu go easy on her later. Ying Chun has just entered the sect, and her strength is limited. Xiao Feng lifted her chin and snorted coldly. For your sake, I'll have Ling Yu show restraint. But fists and feet have no ice if certain people stubbornly force their disciples to persist. Don't blame us for any injuries. As she finished speaking, she deliberately raised an eyebrow at Chu Feng in provocation. Then Xiao Feng instructed Ling Yu. Finish off Yi Qingchen in one move later and properly dampen Chu Feng's arrogance. Ling Yu was brimming with confidence as she cupped her fists. Master, rest assured, I'll end the battle within 3 breaths. Chu Feng walked slowly to Xiao Feng. Hall Master Qiao, a simple disciple competition would be rather boring. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, you want to spar with me? No. Chu Feng smiled with narrowed eyes. To motivate both sides' disciples, why don't we add some stakes? Stakes? Xiao Feng immediately brightened. You're voluntarily delivering gifts to my doorstep? Qi Ling was stunned, her mind flashing back to that scene at Yaoci Peak. Chu Feng had indeed won against Elder Li through a wager back then. But that was when he fought personally. Now with disciples competing, achieving such a surprise would be far from easy. Seeing Chu Feng's confident expression, Xiao Feng figured it was a sure win anyway and nodded cheerfully. Of course. Who would refuse such a windfall? A gleam flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. In that case, here are my Stakisa 5th grade weapon, the 7 Seas Dragon Sword. As he spoke, he held the long sword upright before him, cold light flashing with a chilling aura. A 5th grade weapon. Xiao Feng was dumbstruck. Even in the heaven-mending sect, there was only one 5th grade weapon, held by the sect master himself, while her current weapon was merely peak 3rd grade. Chu Feng, are you certain this 7 Seas Dragon Sword is a 5th grade weapon? Xiao Feng stared at Chu Feng in disbelief, reminding him, 5th grade weapons are practically the strongest foundation of mid-tier forces. How could you possibly possess one? After the initial shock, she immediately began to doubt the sword's grade. 5th grade weapons were rare and precious once they appeared in the world. They would trigger frenzied competition and bloodshed. In her understanding, while Chu Feng had decent talent, he was nowhere near capable of obtaining such a treasure. Chu Feng, did you get the sword's grade wrong? 5th grade is no joke. Qi Ling also frowned in doubt. Chu Feng calmly met their gazes. Peak Master Qi, do I look like I'm joking? Hall Master Xiao Feng, if you don't believe me, you can examine it yourself. Xiao Feng hesitantly reached out and took the 7 Seas Dragon Sword. The blade gleamed with cold light, sea serpent and dragon patterns intertwined across its surface, with spiritual radiance faintly flowing over it. Seeing Chu Feng's confident expression, Qi Ling also leaned forward to look. After a moment of silence, the two exchanged glances, both seeing undeniable shock in each other's eyes. Qi Ling, this sword seems to really be 5th grade. Xiao Feng, you can drop this seems to be. It is a 5th grade weapon. Qi Ling's tone was absolute. After confirming it, both turned to look at Chu Feng in unison, their eyes full of curiosity. Chu Feng, where on earth did you get this 5th grade 7 Seas Dragon Sword? Chu Feng answered with a straight face. What if I said I picked it up on the roadside? Would you believe me? I'd sooner believe pigs can fly than believe you could pick up a 5th grade weapon on the roadside. Xiao Feng rolled her eyes at him. Fair enough. Chu Feng chuckled. As for its origins, you don't need to worry about that. I'm using it as the stakes is this sincerity enough. Xiao Feng's expression wavered. Chu Feng actually dared to use a 5th grade weapon as a wager. Did he really have such confidence in Yi Qingchen? Yi Qingchen had only just become Chu Feng's disciple, and his cultivation was at most the 5th level of qi refinement. How could he possibly defeat Ling Yu? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Xiao Feng, you're not afraid to put up stakes, are you? Scared? The word scared doesn't exist in my vocabulary. Xiao Feng snorted coldly, but was contemplating what wager could match a 5th grade weapon. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Chu Feng smiled. Hall Master Qiao, I heard that the Heaven Mending sect has collected a peak 4th grade cultivation technique, the Heavenly Phoenix Manual. How about you stake that, plus 2 foundation establishment pills? The Heavenly Phoenix Manual? Xiao Feng was greatly surprised, not expecting Chu Feng to specifically name that item. That technique was obtained by the Heaven Mending sect from an ancient ruin. To seize this manual, the sect had lost 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. Logically speaking, trading 2 nascent soul cultivators for a peak 4th grade technique wasn't a loss after all. Nascent soul cultivators could be trained again, but Phoenix-type techniques were ancient millennium finds. But fate played tricks. The Heaven Mending sect's leadership discovered they weren't compatible with this manual. After extensive research, they concluded that only those with special constitutions could cultivate the Heavenly Phoenix Manual. And Chu Feng's Dragon Phoenix sacred body was perfectly suited for cultivating this Heavenly Phoenix Manual. When he left the Taigu Immortal sect, he secretly browsed through records about other factions. At that time, he had already noticed the Butian sect's Phoenix-type cultivation techniques, and was particularly interested in the Heavenly Phoenix Manual. He never expected that such an opportunity would actually present itself today. Chu Feng, 2 foundation building pills as stakes are naturally no problem, but the Heavenly Phoenix Manual is a treasured collection of the Butian sect. I must first seek permission from our sect master. Xiao Feng said solemnly. Fine, suit yourself. Chu Feng nodded. Xiao Feng stepped aside and contacted the sect master using a transmission talisman. She returned shortly after. The sect master has agreed. Then shall the match between Yi Qingchen and Ling Yu begin now. Chu Feng directly marked boundaries on the ground, pointing with his fingers repeatedly until a three-zhang square arena took shape. To motivate her disciple, Xiao Feng offered generous rewards. Ling Yu, aren't you close to reaching foundation building? If you win, I'll reward you with 1 foundation building pill and 2 third-grade techniques. Master, rest assured, a mere new disciple like Yi Qingchen is nothing. I can handle her with ease. Ling Yu patted her flat chest, speaking with absolute confidence. On the other side of the arena, Yi Qingchen tilted her head toward Chu Feng. Master really has faith in me? You're actually putting the 5th grade 7 Seas dragon sword up as stakes? If I lose, you'll be left with nothing but your underwear. Chu Feng feigned fierceness. If you lose, I'll spank you until you can't sit down. As he spoke, he raised his palm toward her perky bottom. You just like bullying me. Yi Qingchen pouted and rolled her eyes, then stepped lightly into the boundary. Ling Yu also leaped into the arena, her gaze appraising. Junior sister Yi, I'll try to be gentle so you won't feel much pain when you lose. Yi Qingchen narrowed her eyes with a light smile. You can eat too much food, but don't speak too boldly, careful you don't get slapped in the face. Sharp tongue. We'll see about that in a moment. Ling Yu snorted coldly. Xiao Feng confirmed the rules with Chu Feng. To avoid serious injury, no weapons allowed, and 1 move decides the winner. Agreed. No problem. Chu Feng consented. Then let the match begin. Bang. Ling Yu struck first, unleashing the full momentum of her 8th level Qi refinement cultivation. Her toes touched the ground as her figure darted forward like a swallow, closing in on Yi Qingchen in the blink of an eye. She formed her 5 fingers into a palm and struck fiercely toward Yi Qingchen's shoulder, holding nothing back, focused only on claiming the reward. Even if she seriously injured Yi Qingchen, it didn't matter. At worst, she could give her some healing pills later. The playfulness vanished from Yi Qingchen's face as her eyes turned cold and sharp. She concentrated her energy, and a soft white light emanated from her right palm. Creation palm, she shouted silently in her heart as her palm wind broke through the air, stirring up turbulent currents. The 2 palms met with a muffled grunt. Ling Yu had expected to send Yi Qingchen flying with 1 strike, but was shocked to discover that her opponent's palm felt like an immovable boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. In the next instant, a devastating rebound force surged forth. Saw strong. Ling Yu's expression changed drastically as excruciating pain shot through her arm. Her internal organs churned violently, and fresh blood burst from her mouth. Then, under everyone's widened gaze, she was hurled backward like a thrown stone. Bang! Ling Yu's retreating form finally came to a gradual stop only after she crashed into an ancient tree. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. At the edge of the platform, Qi Ling, Xiao Feng, and Wang Shun stood frozen like they'd been struck by lightning. Xiao Feng, who was Ling Yu's master, had her normally small eyes widened to the size of eggs as she stared at the fallen figure. Master, I'm not seeing things, am I? Junior sister Yi defeated senior sister Ling with just 1 move. Wang Shun's face flushed red, his voice trembling as he stood there in a daze. Really? I'm not sure either. Qi Ling was equally incredulous. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she raised her hand and smacked Wang Shun on the top of his head. Ow, that hurt. Wang Shun clutched his head and cried out. It hurt? Then what we just witnessed is real. Qi Ling's expression was complicated. Xiao Feng remained rigid, her lips trembling so much she could barely speak. Wang Shun, this can't be real, can it? Ling Yu was defeated just like that? And so thoroughly. In her original plan, her disciple Ling Yu would have crushed Yi Qingchen with overwhelming force. After all, Yi Qingchen had only joined the Taigu Immortal sect and become Chu Feng's disciple a few short days ago, while Ling Yu had been cultivating at the Butian sect for years. But reality had completely shattered her expectations. Ling Yu had been casually slapped away by Yi Qingchen. The only person in the entire venue who remained calm was Chu Feng. His expression was serene, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he'd expected. Cough, cough. A series of violent coughs broke the deadlock. Ling Yu struggled to prop herself up, her knees scraping against the ground with a gritty sound. Her clothes were disheveled, her face deathly pale, with bright red blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I lost. I was actually defeated by Yi Qingchen in 1 move. She stared at her slightly trembling hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. After a long moment, she finally looked up at Yi Qingchen, all traces of her earlier contempt replaced by shock. Yi Qingchen, you've only just entered the Taigu Immortal sect. How could your strength possibly surpass mine? Her voice was hoarse, filled with intense unwillingness. She couldn't understand how she, after years of arduous cultivation, had lost to a new disciple who'd been in the sect for less than a month. Yi Qingchen gently flexed her arm, pointed toward Chu Feng behind her, and smiled playfully. That's naturally because my master taught me well. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what method did you use to make Yi Qingqun's strength skyrocket in such a short time? Xiao Feng couldn't contain herself and spoke first. Qi Ling quickly followed. Chu Feng, we're fellow disciples. If you have good methods, you can't keep them to yourself. Chu Feng's expression remained humble as he cupped his hands. It's really nothing special. I simply found some heavenly treasures and had Qingqun consume them. So her cultivation naturally improved. Heavenly treasures? It's that simple. Xiao Feng and Qi Ling exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Heavenly treasures weren't roadside weeds that could be picked up at will. Xiao Feng suddenly frowned, carefully recalling the recent battle. Something's not right. Yi Qingqun's mental state was stable, and her timing was precise. You might barely explain elevated cultivation through spiritual medicines, but battle mentality and experience absolutely cannot be gained by consuming heavenly treasures. At this point, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Qi Ling's heart stirred, and she lowered her voice to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, can't you see? Chu Feng doesn't want to share this kind of experience with us. Xiao Feng pouted. I knew it all along. If I were in your shoes, I'd brush it off too and wouldn't spill the beans. Chu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, his expression turned serious as he asked, Hall Master Qiao, my match with Yi Qingqun has been decided. Shouldn't you honor the wager now the Heavenly Phoenix Manual and the 2 Foundation Establishment Pills? Don't rush me, I know. Xiao Feng crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Do I look like someone who'd welch on a bet? Chu Feng glanced at her and teased deliberately. Well, now that you mention it, kind of. 10,000 alpacas stampeded through Xiao Feng's mind, but she still raised her hand to touch her storage ring. Spiritual light flickered, and 2 Foundation Establishment pills emanating a refreshing fragrance floated in the air. Here, she stuffed the pills into Chu Feng's hands, her tone pained. As the hall master of the Langya Hall of the Heaven-Mending sect, the Foundation Establishment pills she could obtain were already limited, and these were her last 2. Thinking about how she'd have to run around everywhere when her disciples needed to break through in the future made her feel even worse. Next, Xiao Feng carefully retrieved a pristine ancient tome from her storage ring. The cover bore bright ink patterns with 4 bold characters, Heavenly Phoenix Manual. Chu Feng's gaze instantly blazed with intensity, but then he frowned. Hall Master Qiao, this book looks too new, doesn't it? It doesn't look like something dug up from ancient ruins. Back then, the sect master worried the original might be stolen, so he had several trusted confidants make copies. The one in your hands is one of them, Xiao Feng explained. Chu Feng nodded in understanding. He accepted the ancient tome but didn't rush to open it. Instead, he turned to Yi Qingqun. Qingqun, you're already at the 9th level of Qi refinement, perfect for attempting to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Take these 2 Foundation Establishment pills and study the Heavenly Phoenix Manual as well, it might help you. Yi Qingqun accepted them with both hands, joy barely contained. Thank you, Master. Master treats Qingqun so well. Qingqun has no way to repay you except to offer my body. Ahem. Chu Feng quickly cleared his throat, the 2 sharp coughs making Yi Qingqun swallow the rest of her words. Xiao Feng and Qi Ling, watching from the side, both twitched at the corners of their mouths. Qi Ling whispered in amazement. Chu Feng, you're really generous. Giving away Foundation Establishment pills without a second thought is one thing, but handing over a peak 4th grade cultivation manual like the Heavenly Phoenix Manual so casually. Xiao Feng nodded silently. If it were either of them, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. Meanwhile, Wang Shun and Ling Yu looked at Yi Qingqun with envy written all over their face. Show perfect life would be if they could become Chu Feng's disciples. Xiao Feng noticed Ling Yu's thoughts and silently groaned. If this continued, her disciple might change allegiances on the spot. She immediately grabbed Ling Yu. Chu Feng, winning the wager is one thing, but rewarding your disciple like this is just rubbing salt in the wound. I'm taking Ling Yu and leaving. Chu Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Hall Master Qiao, let's have our disciples spar and exchange pointers again when we get the chance. Not happening. Xiao Feng rolled her eyes and dragged Ling Yu away. As they reached the door, Ling Yu couldn't help but look back, casting an envious glance at Yi Qingqun. Only Chu Feng, his disciple, and Wang Shun remained in the Great Hall. Yi Qingqun suddenly narrowed her eyes, focusing on Wang Shun. Senior Brother Wang, what did you say earlier about what the disciples of the 18 Peaks should do when they encounter me? Go easy. Wang Shun's expression stiffened, sweat beading on his forehead as he waved his hands frantically. Junior Sister Yi, you misheard. I said you should go easy, not that I would go easy. Yi Qingqun finally relented when she heard Wang Shun's submissive words. She lifted her snow-white chin and turned toward Chu Feng with the proud demeanor of a cat seeking praise, her eyes clearly conveying, Master, look how amazing I am. Chu Feng shook his head with an amused smile. Who would have thought this pale, luminous little girl could be so cunning? Qi Ling took Wang Shun by the hand and, after brief pleasantries, prepared to leave. Chu Feng, I'll take Wang Shun to continue his training. We'll meet again at the 18 Peaks competition. Peak Master Qi, safe travels. Chu Feng bid farewell with a smile. Just as Qi Ling had taken 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. Turning back to face Chu Feng with a serious expression, she said, Chu Feng, the 18 Peaks competition can't be carried by just one disciple. No matter how strong Ying Chun is, even a fierce tiger struggles against a pack of wolves. If you get the chance, you'd better recruit a few more promising disciples. She hesitated slightly before voicing her final thought. Chu Feng's disciples are all exceptionally strong. Any one of them could match several seed candidates from other peaks. Chu Feng's gaze darkened as he looked at her meaningfully. Thank you for the reminder, Peak Master Qi. After Qi Ling left with Wang Shun, Ying Chun immediately sidled up to Chu Feng and whispered, Master, Qi Ling is trying to curry favor with you. You're only half right. Chu Feng raised his hand slightly, signaling her not to rush. Only half. Ying Chun blinked. Besides showing goodwill, Qi Ling is also testing the possibility of cooperation. Chu Feng explained patiently. If she truly wanted to cooperate, she would have spoken directly instead of beating around the bush. She wants to assess Yaoci Peak's true strength first before deciding whether to throw Yaoci Peak's disciples into these troubled waters. Ying Chun pondered Qi Ling's final words and suddenly understood. I see. Master, why didn't you give her an answer then? Chu Feng gently ruffled her soft hair and smiled. Ying Chun, you're still young. If I had agreed immediately, it would seem too risky for her. If you're the only one competing, sending her disciples would be like throwing them into a fire pit. It's better to wait until she sees our true strength before discussing cooperation. Ying Chun stuck out her tongue. Righteous cultivators have even more schemes than demonic ones. Master, you're such a sly old fox. Then you're the old fox's disciple, a little fox. Chu Feng teased, and they both laughed. After their playful exchange, Chu Feng's expression grew serious. Now that we have the foundation establishment pills, we need to find a quiet place immediately to help you break through to foundation establishment. Yes, I'll follow your lead completely. Ying Chun nodded. The two searched along the forest mountain path for a while before discovering a natural stone cave halfway up the mountain. Mountain winds carried the moist scent of vegetation, and the cave entrance was concealed by shrubs, making it extremely well hidden. Chu Feng set up a simple protective barrier and sent Ying Chun into the cave, then sat cross-legged at the entrance to guard all directions, watching for any demonic beasts or malicious cultivators who might intrude. Just then, the familiar, cold system notification echoed through his mind. Ding! Host has successfully gifted the Peak 4th grade cultivation method, Heavenly Phoenix Manual, and 2 foundation establishment pills. Would you like to activate the critical return? Yes. Chu Feng responded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 500x critical return. Obtained Quasa 7th grade cultivation method, Primordial Phoenix Immortality Technique. Triggered 2x critical return. Obtained Qi and Blood Recovery Pills. Triggered 500x critical return. Obtained Nascent Soul Pills. Quasa 7th grade cultivation method, Primordial Phoenix Immortality Technique. Chu Feng's pupils contracted. In the Taigu Immortal sect, even the strongest cultivation methods were only 5th grade. Quasa 7th grade techniques were only accessible to the upper echelons of those superpowers in the wasteland domain. Now, this cultivation method had simply fallen into his hand. She felt as if he'd been struck by a falling pie from heaven. Chu Feng suppressed his wild joy and silently praised. Not to mention those Qi and Blood Recovery Pills. Those nascent soul pills are truly precious treasures. Once my strength reaches the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and I obtain the nascent soul pill, I'll be able to break through to the nascent soul realm. Today has been quite fruitful. Chu Feng closed the cultivation technique, Jade Slip, and eagerly opened another scroll titled Primordial Phoenix Immortal Art. Like a parched sponge, he absorbed every mystery within the text, his eyes brimming with ecstatic joy. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. When the Primordial Phoenix Immortal Art reaches perfection, as long as one isn't killed in a single blow, even with wounds covering the entire body, recovery happens at an astonishing speed. Even more surprising was that the technique contained 2 hidden spells: the 4th grade, Violent Phoenix Flame Slash, and the 5th grade, Phoenix Flames Under Heaven. This triple benefit discovery filled Chu Feng with wild excitement. He immediately sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and circulated his spiritual energy according to the mental cultivation method. Moments later, crimson light seeped from his pores, swirling and interweaving like flames, ultimately condensing into a phoenix phantom several zhang long that perched behind him. Searing pain like steel needles surged from every limb and bone, sweat dripping from his chin. The backlash from high-level techniques far exceeded normal human endurance limits. The Primordial Phoenix Immortal Art was Quasa 7th grade, only slightly easier than ascending to heaven itself. Even prodigies from major powers wouldn't dare attempt it lightly. Chu Feng gritted his teeth and persevered with all his might. Gradually, warm currents flowed from the Phoenix Phantom into his meridians, and his aura climbed steadily. 7th level of Golden Core. Peak of 7th level Golden Core. 8th level of Golden Core. Peak of 8th level Golden Core. The breakthrough momentum briefly stalled. Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Break through for me." As if ignited by his determination, the Phantom Phoenix released a clear, resonant cry. Demonic beasts within 20 li prostrated themselves, trembling with fear. This phenomenon also shocked the scattered cultivators in the area. A phoenix cry? That's actually a phoenix cry? This is just the outer area of Great Marsh Mountain. How could there be a phoenix cry? I don't know either, but I sense danger approaching. Let's leave quickly. Delang, you make a good point. Let me follow you and leave together. Just as the cultivators fled in panic, Chu Feng's realm broke through once more. 9th level of Golden Core. At this point, the phoenix phenomenon surrounding him gradually dissipated. Feeling the vast spiritual power within his body, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with brilliant light. 9th level Golden Core. Excellent. Once I stabilize this realm and consume the nascent soul pill, I can assault the nascent soul realm. He didn't let the joy of breakthrough cloud his judgment. An unstable foundation would ultimately become a hidden danger. Such examples were common throughout the great wilderness domain. After half an hour of breathing exercises to consolidate his gains, the surging spiritual power settled into stability. Afterward, Chu Feng retrieved a purple jade short flute from his robes. The flute's body was smooth as water, with 2 exquisite seal characters carved on the back. Yaoci. This was none other than Fairy Yaoci's purple jade flute. Legend had it that before entering the primordial immortal sect, Fairy Yaoci was a young lady from a declining ancient clan who was skilled in music and often played the flute for Chu Feng during his cultivation breaks to help him relax. On the day she departed for the forbidden zone of life, she entrusted this flute to Chu Feng, saying, "If I don't return from this journey, let this serve as a keepsake." Chu Feng had thought it was merely a joke at the time, but it became their final farewell. "Master, wait for me. Once I have sufficient strength, I will definitely go to the forbidden zone of life to find you." Chu Feng gently caressed the flute's surface. "Since you're here, there's no need to hide. Come out and show yourselves." Chu Feng spoke calmly, though his right hand had already quietly drawn the 7 Seas dragon sword several inches from its sheath, its blade gleaming ominously. At the same time, his robes fluttered without wind as spiritual energy surged within him, ready to strike at any moment. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, his perception had undergone a qualitative transformation. He could now clearly sense 2 faint presences to the southeast. Someone had obviously been following him. After a moment of silence, rustling sounds came from the forest as 2 figures slowly emerged. One was a mature woman with alluring charm, radiant as a ripe peach. The other was lively and pretty with bright, clear eyes. These were Aunt Lu and Luoli. "You've been following me for quite some time, haven't you? What do you want?" Chu Feng asked with a frown. Luoli flashed an innocent smile. "I want to become your disciple." "Become my disciple?" Chu Feng was taken aback and looked the two over again. "You both seem to come from extraordinary backgrounds. Do you really want to be my disciple?" His intuition told him these two were far from ordinary. "Don't take advantage of me." Aunt Lu shot him a look. "I'm at the nascent soul realm." Chu Feng's lips curved into a teasing smile. "Taking you as a disciple would be taking advantage, not taking you wouldn't be." Aunt Lu was so annoyed she glared at him again, then had to explain. "It's my young miss who wants to become your disciple." Only then did Chu Feng carefully examine Luoli. She appeared slightly younger than Ying Chun, though he couldn't determine much else. The girl introduced herself. "My name is Luoli." "Chu Feng," he nodded. "Can you tell me why?" "I want a master who protects his disciples," Luoli said, blinking her clear eyes. "And you happen to be just that. Plus, you've awakened a sacred body and have great potential, perfect for being my master." Such a straightforward confession left Chu Feng speechless. Luoli had already produced a jade box, offering it with both hands. "This is my apprenticeship gift." Chu Feng accepted it and opened the box. A blood-red ginseng lay quietly on white silk, its fragrance entering his nostrils and penetrating to his very bones, making his entire body feel refreshed. "Blood ginseng over 500 years old?" he asked in surprise, knowing such items were rare even in the primordial immortal sect. Blood ginseng could enhance spiritual energy and strengthen the body, and legend had it that it had special effects on certain aspects of male vitality. Even a 100-year specimen was valuable, let alone a 500-year one. He cleared his throat softly, his smile warm. "Taking you as my disciple has nothing to do with this blood ginseng. I'm moved by your sincerity." Even as he spoke, his hands were honest, carefully storing away the ginseng. Aunt Lu rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "May not one of them tells the truth." Luoli nodded contentedly, her young mind clearly quite shrewd. "Master," the little girl suddenly tilted her head. "I gave you an apprenticeship gift, so you should give me something in return, right?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Luoli stretched out both hands with an innocent smile. "It won't be of lesser quality than 500-year blood ginseng, will it?" She extended her hands with a perfectly innocent expression, smiling sweetly as she looked at Chu Feng. Aunt Lu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but give Luoli a thumbs up. Impressive. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, not expecting Luoli's little schemes to be so cunning. But he wasn't one to be easily outwitted either. With an unchanged expression, he smiled and said, "Little Luoli, your master will owe you this gift for now and make it up to you later." "Umph, bad master." Luoli pouted and grumbled, puffing out her cheeks as she glared at him. Chu Feng found her angry expression utterly adorable, so he reached into his robes and pulled out a round pill. Leaning down to gently ruffle her soft hair, he said, "How about I give you this third-grade destruction pill instead? Like the heaven-defying bone pill, it can break down and rebuild, improving your foundation." This destruction pill was something Chu Feng had kept from when he looted Lin Zhan's storage ring. He had originally planned to lend it to Ying Chun to exploit the system, but after the Red Python attack, he had forgotten about it in all the chaos. For Ying Chun, who had awakened the Red Lotus Karma body, the destruction pill wasn't very useful, but for Luoli, it was perfect. His earlier comment about making it up later was just teasing how could he bear to leave her empty-handed? A destruction pill? I suppose Master has some conscience after all. Luoli's mood changed as quickly as flipping through a book, instantly transforming from sulky to beaming with joy as she carefully cradled the pill in both hands. Just then, the familiar mechanical notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Host has successfully gifted one destruction pill. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Chu Feng responded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a 1001x critical return. You have received a 6th grade pill, the Fallen Mystic Ice Pill. A 6th grade pill? A hint of amusement flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. I wonder what expression she'd have if I gave this one to little Luoli. Meanwhile, Luoli was excitedly showing off her pill to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, my master is so generous. This 3rd grade destruction pill is rare, even in the primordial immortal sect, and he just gave it to me. Aunt Lu nodded repeatedly, praising her on the surface while remaining calm inside. 3rd grade pills were indeed precious in this region, but in the Liang divine dynasty, they were merely common items. If not for Luoli being restricted by her talent and maternal bloodline, she would have obtained a destruction pill long ago. Aunt Lu could have found a way to get one too, but she had been warned by a mysterious force that if she interfered in Luoli's affairs, they would annihilate her entire clan. After weighing her options, she could only watch from the sidelines. Chu Feng approached them then, his tone gentle yet serious. Little Luoli, your master suddenly feels that the destruction pill doesn't match your temperament. Does master have something even better? Luoli's eyes sparkled, but remembering she was only at the 8th level of chi refinement, she looked down worriedly. But Luoli's cultivation is too low. If the pill grade is too high, my body won't be able to handle it. This destruction pill is just right. Seeing how considerate she was, Chu Feng felt a pang in his heart and gently ruffled her hair again. Don't worry. Whatever your master gives you, no matter how high the grade, will definitely be suitable for you. Then what pill is it exactly? Luoli blinked curiously, and Aunt Lu also showed interest. It's this 6th grade pill, the Fallen Mystic Ice Pill. As Chu Feng brought out the pill, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped considerably, and the air became shrouded in a thin layer of white mist. What? A 6th grade Fallen Mystic Ice Pill? Chu Feng, are you certain? Aunt Lu's head snapped up, and beyond her shock, a trace of doubt quickly crept across her brow. 6th grade pills were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns even in the Liang divine dynasty, let alone the Fallen Mystic Ice Pill, known as the ceiling of 6th grade pills. She had already investigated Chu Feng's decent talent, but he rose too late and lacked substantial backing. Not just personally, but even considering the entire foundation of the Taigu immortal sect, they couldn't produce such a pill. Thus, her tone was filled with suspicion. Master, are you certain you haven't deceived Luoli? Is what you hold truly a 6th grade Fallen Mystic Ice Pill? Luoli's gem-like eyes flickered, also unable to hide her hesitation. Though she was the little princess of the Liang divine dynasty, she had only heard of such pills, but never seen one with her own eyes. Chu Feng was cornered by the two and could only shake his head with a wry smile. Ladies, I swear I'm not deceiving you. If there's even half a lie in my words, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts and grant me no peaceful death. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled thunderclap exploded in the sky above. The smile on Chu Feng's face instantly froze, and he felt so embarrassed he could practically dig 3 palaces into the stone floor with his toes. Aunt Lu and Luoli exchanged glances, their suspicion deepening as their gazes fixed on him like 2 sharp needles. Chu Feng smiled bitterly and could only spread his hands. Why don't you examine it yourselves? If this pill is fake, today, I'll enter the palace. Only then did Aunt Lu step forward to take the pill from Chu Feng's hands, while Luoli pressed close beside her, even lightening her breathing. The pill was pure white throughout, with 6 golden lines flowing down from the top and converging at the bottom. Cold energy emanated from around the pill's body, with tiny ice crystals occasionally flaking off, as if frost might form in one's palm at any moment. A faint, delicate fragrance drifted into their nostrils, and with just one breath, both women's expressions became slightly intoxicated. Aunt Lu, this really seems to be a 6th-grade fallen mystic ice pill. Luoli's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, still tinged with doubt. Aunt Lu didn't respond immediately. She retrieved an ancient pill compendium from her storage ring, quickly flipped to the relevant page, and carefully compared it with the pill in her hand. After a long moment, she swallowed and spoke solemnly. Miss, this truly is a 6th-grade fallen mystic ice pill. Having said this, her gaze immediately returned to Chu Feng, unable to hide her shock. Chu Feng, the fallen mystic ice pill is so precious. Where did you obtain it? Found it on the roadside. Chu Feng half-joked, shrugging his shoulders. Aunt Lu rolled her eyes dramatically. Then tell me which roadside, so I can try my luck too. By the river. Chu Feng's tone was excessively sincere. Aunt Lu knew he was unwilling to elaborate, so she simply stopped pressing. As long as the pill was genuine, everything else could wait. She suddenly gave him a thumbs up and sighed. Chu Feng, presenting a 6th-grade fallen mystic ice pill right off the bat. Miss, didn't choose the wrong master. You're quite generous. At this moment, even she looked at Chu Feng with new respect. She asked herself, if she were taking on a disciple, she wouldn't be generous enough to give a fallen mystic ice pill as a meeting gift. Instead, she would wait, observe repeatedly, deliberate thoroughly, and only then make her decision. Even Aunt Lu felt that if she truly possessed a fallen mystic ice pill, she would take it herself rather than give it to a disciple. But now, the pill had fallen into Luoli's hands. The little girl excitedly threw herself into Chu Feng's arms, her head nuzzling against him like a small beast. Master, you're so good to Luoli. Luoli loves you to death. It's just a fallen mystic ice pill. No need to get so excited. Chu Feng chuckled, gently stroking the top of her head. Little Luoli, swallow it directly, and let's see how far it can push your talent. Luoli held the pill, sat down against a tree, took a deep breath, and swallowed the pill in one gulp, then closed her eyes to circulate her energy. Spiritual power surged around her body as her breathing gradually became steady. Only then did Aunt Lu turn her gaze to Chu Feng, with concern in her voice. Chu Feng, you don't even ask about my young lady's background before taking her as your disciple. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble? The corner of Chu Feng's mouth lifted. There are many things I fear: ghosts, getting drained dry while visiting brothels at night. But what I fear least is trouble. As he spoke, his brow revealed the dominance of a superior. When I take disciples, I don't ask about their background, only whether they're willing. Aunt Lu was slightly stunned and nodded secretly. This young man before her indeed possessed the bearing of a peerless expert. You truly are a good master. Before her words finished, wisps of white mist suddenly appeared on Luoli's body surface. Frost formed on her eyelashes, and her cheeks turned red from the cold. Chu Feng felt distressed, but knew clearly. If he intervened now, the pill's power would dissipate. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Ice pillars surged wildly from behind Luoli, piercing the towering ancient trees full of holes. Aunt Lu's pupils contracted, her voice trembling. Could this be the legendary fallen mystic ice body? When the fallen mystic ice pill improved one's constitution, there existed a 1 in 10 million chance of awakening a sacred body, the fallen mystic ice body. The probability was ridiculously low. Aunt Lu had never dared hope for it. Yet now it was truly happening. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. Aunt Lu, right? It seems my luck isn't bad. Taken on a good disciple. Ranked 106th on the sacred body list, the fallen mystic ice body. If fully developed, a wave of the hand could freeze 10,000 miles. Chu Feng secretly calculated. Luoli possessed an ice body, while Ying Chun had the red lotus karma body. In the future, with ice and fire together, would they be able to coexist peacefully? Aunt Lu was filled with gratitude. It's not that your luck is good, but that you used the fallen mystic ice pill to create a good disciple. She was more excited than if she had broken through herself, because she understood too well what Luoli carried. Those snobbish brothers and sisters, that lofty ruler of the Liang divine dynasty, had never given this lively yet lonely youngest daughter a proper glance. Luoli slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the ice pillars shooting straight into the clouds behind her. Her body trembled slightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. All the cold stares and grievances from the Liang divine dynasty were released in this moment. Bang! She suddenly knelt down and kowtowed heavily. Luoli pays respects and thanks Master for the grace of rebirth. Whatever you command, regardless of life or death, I will certainly execute. Chu Feng gently helped Luoli to her feet, his eyes suddenly becoming much sharper. Little Luoli, you don't need to kneel before me. No one in this world is worthy of your kneeling. Luoli nodded vigorously. Just then, a clear voice rang out from the cave. Master, I've broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. A fragrant breeze swept by, and Yi Qingchen appeared before everyone. She was about to rush over and give Chu Feng a bear hug when she noticed two unfamiliar women in the area. Her eyes narrowed slightly, instantly filled with wariness. Especially when she saw Aunt Lu's voluptuous figure, her guard went up even more. This woman is clearly trouble, she thought. Master, who are they? Yi Qingchen asked. Qingchen, you may call this lady Aunt Lu. And this is Luo Li, a new disciple I've just taken in to keep you company. Ladies, this is my eldest disciple, Yi Qingchen. Chu Feng introduced them to each other. Luo Li, a junior sister? Yi Qingchen was caught completely off guard and stood there stunned. Without any warning, she suddenly had a junior sister, leaving her mind in a daze. Luo Li had already known about Yi Qingchen's existence as Chu Feng's disciple. She walked over graciously and extended her hand. Hello, senior sister. Please take care of me. Yi Qingchen awkwardly shook hands, feeling flustered. Junior sister Luo, let's progress together. At that moment, the jade slip at Aunt Lu's waist began to glow. After glancing at it, she frowned. Miss, there are some matters I need to handle. All right. Aunt Lu looked at Chu Feng solemnly. I'm entrusting the young miss to your care from now on. Chu Feng assured her. Don't worry, I won't let anyone harm a single hair on her head. Good. Aunt Lu reluctantly departed. Qingchen, congratulations on breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Now our chances of victory in the 18 Peaks competition have improved significantly. Chu Feng said with a smile. The 18 Peaks competition? Luo Li's little head was filled with big questions. Although she had received some information from Aunt Lu, it was all about Chu Feng's personal background, not about the internal politics of the Taigu immortal sect. Qingchen, explain our sect's internal situation to your junior sister. Chu Feng instructed, hoping to foster their relationship. Yes, master. After briefly adjusting to having a junior sister, Yi Qingchen warmly began explaining the situation. After a while, Luo Li clenched her small fists and looked indignant. Oomph. That old hag He Xiuzhen is too much. How dare she target master and senior sister like that? I'm going to beat her disciples like dogs in the 18 Peaks competition. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng corrected her. Little Luo Li, don't insult dogs. The two girls paused, then burst into laughter. Qingchen, little Luo Li, we still have quite a gap to close with Tianling Peak. Plus, Tianling Peak has other allied peaks supporting them. It will be extremely difficult for our Yaoci Peak to win. From now on, you'll be fighting life and death battles with demon beasts here in Days Mountain. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene to save you. Chu Feng reminded them with a serious expression. Only through life and death combat could they rapidly accumulate experience. Otherwise, they would just be giving others easy victories at the 18 Peaks competition. Understood. Little Luo Li, I know you come from an extraordinary background. Do you have any ice element cultivation techniques suitable for the fallen profound ice body? Since Luo Li had awakened the fallen profound ice body, ice element techniques would naturally suit her best. However, Chu Feng currently lacked any ice element methods. I do have one, but it's not very advanced, just a first-grade ice-cold technique. Luo Li embarrassedly produced the ice-cold technique manual. There was no helping Idavan as a member of the Liang Divine Dynasty's royal family. Without talent, one couldn't obtain high-grade cultivation techniques. Luo Li held the jade slip wreathed in cold mist, her fingertips turning slightly pale from the chill. What she held was a first-grade ice technique, a low-level method that the steward in charge of techniques had secretly given her out of pity years ago. Chu Feng stood nearby, looking at the inscription, Minor Ice Technique, First Grade, with a deeply furrowed brow. Right now, Yi Qingchen is cultivating the third-grade Crimson Flame Heavenly Fire Art, he calculated silently. If Luo Li remains stuck with a first-grade technique, forget about catching up to Yi Qingchen. She'll barely be able to protect herself during the 18 Peaks competition. At this moment, Luo Li possessed the fallen profound ice body, naturally making her a treasure trove, but unfortunately lacking a truly compatible key. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingchen retrieved an ancient bamboo scroll from her sleeve and handed it to Chu Feng. Master, why not let junior sister try this Heavenly Phoenix manual? I've tried it, but it doesn't suit me. She possessed the Red Lotus Karma body, which was more compatible with fire-based Techniquest Phoenix type methods weren't a good match for her. When Chu Feng had originally given her the Heavenly Phoenix manual, it was merely to trigger the critical hit return system, and she knew this perfectly well. There's no harm in trying. Chu Feng placed the bamboo scroll in Luo Li's palm. Little Luo Li, come here. Luo Li sat cross-legged, cold energy intertwining with phantom phoenix cries as she earnestly circulated her true chi, but after a long while, there was still no response. Phoenix-type techniques required extremely specific constitutional compatibility, and even the fallen profound ice body was no exception. After the failure, she propped her chin on her hands, her crystalline eyes dimming somewhat, making her appear particularly pitiful. Yi Qingchen bent down with heartache and gently pulled her into an embrace. Be good, junior sister. Master has great ability, she'll definitely solve the technique problem. Chu Feng grinned and reached out to ruffle Luo Li's hair. Little Luo Li, Leave everything to me. Luoli nodded vigorously. Over the next few days, Chu Feng led the two into the mountains where demonic beasts roamed for training. Despite her young age, Luoli's attacks were extremely steady. Facing incoming claws, she would slightly shift her body, condensing cold energy into ice blades steady, precise, and ruthless, finishing opponents in one strike. Ying Chun needed no mention as the former holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Her combat experience was extraordinarily rich. When encountering demonic beasts of the same realm or slightly weaker, she could kill them with a single move. Against opponents one minor realm higher, she needed no more than 5 moves to finish them. On the branches of an ancient tree, Chu Feng lay with one hand pillowing his head, leisurely watching his 2 disciples finish up. Yet he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "These 2 little ones are so talented they don't need my guidance at all. Am I becoming somewhat useless as their master?" Before the thought could settle, the communication jade slip at his waist suddenly lit up. Chu Feng pointed at it with his finger, and a light projection formed the image of Gu Hongyi. "Sect Master? Chu Feng, there's something I'd like you to investigate." Gu Hongyi's tone carried a hint of gravity. "Do you remember Mauer village at the foot of Days Mountain?" "Of course I remember." Chu Feng blurted out. "My granduncle Bai Xiaochun from Yaoci Peak was from Mauer village. Years ago, Bai Xiaochun had died at the hands of evil cultivators from the Taishin 9 sect while protecting disciples of the Taigu Immortal sect. In recognition of his righteousness, the Taigu Immortal sect had taken special care of Mauer village ever since Chu Feng knew this story all too well." Gu Hongyi looked at him with slightly knitted brows. "I've suddenly lost contact with the Immortal sect disciples stationed at Mauer village. Go take a look and see if something has happened." Chu Feng's expression also grew solemn. This was the first time in 10 years that contact with the village's stationed disciples had been lost. "Sect Master, no problem. I'll make a trip to Mauer village to see what exactly happened." Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Gu Hongyi was about to end the transmission when she suddenly caught sight of a small figure in the corner of her vision. She raised an eyebrow curiously. "Chu Feng, who's that adorable girl standing next to Yi Qingchen? Don't tell me you've captured yourself a child bride." With that, she stared at Chu Feng with a half smile. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. "Sect Master, am I really that desperate? This is my newly accepted disciple, named Luo Li." Changing the subject, he suddenly thought of something and his lips curved slightly. "Sect Master, my disciple lacks an ice-type cultivation technique." You see, he didn't finish the sentence, but his intention was crystal clear. Gu Hongyi shrugged and sighed helplessly. "Chu Feng, you know the rules of our Taigu Immortal sect. Even as the sect master, I can't just hand out cultivation techniques freely. Rules. Sect master, all you see are rules." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "If I ever get the chance to become the sect master of Taigu Immortal sect, my rules will be the rules." He grumbled internally. Gu Hongyi was perfect in every way: her figure, her strength, all flawless except she was too rigid, always talking about rules. But on second thought, he could understand. As a sect master, she naturally had to follow protocol. Gu Hongyi smiled wryly and quickly tried to appease this rising star of the sect. "Don't be angry. As far as I know, there's a statue of Bai Xiaochun in Mauer village, and several cultivation techniques are hidden at its base, including ice-type techniques." Chu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. "Sect master, it seems you know how to be flexible after all." In truth, Gu Hongyi could have kept this information to herself entirely. Gu Hongyi smiled proudly. "Of course. Your sister used to be quite the shapeshifter." She composed herself. "Chu Feng, I have other matters to handle. Once you have results from Mauer village, remember to inform me immediately." "Understood." The communication ended, and Chu Feng ruffled Luo Li's hair. "Little Luo Li, you heard that we have a lead on the ice-type technique. It's in Mauer village. Master, let's go." "All right." Chu Feng took out a map he had prepared earlier and, following its directions, led Yi Qingchen and Luo Li straight toward Mauer village. At the western foot of Days Mountain, the simple and honest Mauer village lay quietly nestled at the mountain's base. Having once produced by Xiaochun, a powerful cultivator of the Taigu Immortal sect, the villagers took great pride in this and kept their village spotlessly clean year-round. But today, the former tranquility had been replaced by carnage. Courtyards had collapsed, debris scattered everywhere, and heart-wrenching cries rose and fell. Severed limbs and remains lay strewn across the stone-paved roads, with fresh blood flowing like streams, particularly glaring under the blazing sun. Who exactly are you people? Don't you know that Mauer village is under the protection of our Taigu Immortal sect?" The stationed disciple Yin Shang was covered in wounds, his breathing weak, yet he still gritted his teeth and glared at the scarred man before him. Not long ago, the scarred man had suddenly led his group in a raid, forcibly binding all the villagers and marching them up Days Mountain in batches. Those who dared resist were killed on the spot. The bloodstains on the ground were still seeping, congealing into dark traces. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's eyes turned vicious. He extended his thick palm and delivered a resounding slap to Yin Shang's face. leaving 5 bright red finger marks. Oomph. At death's door, and you still dare threaten me with the Taigu immortal sect? Seeking death, he waved his hand. Men, drag this fool up Day's mountain. Yes. 2 burly men pressed down on Ying head and dragged him away. Dust swirled at the entrance of Mauer village as cattle and sheep bleated in panic, while villagers bound with short ropes trembled in fear. Jiang Ping, a scar cutting across his cheek, stood atop scattered rocks with cold, menacing eyes. Jiang Li, how much longer before we can march all these villagers to Mount Days? He asked, turning his head toward a woman of average build but with piercing, sharp eyes. Jiang Li surveyed the 100-plus bound villagers and calculated for a moment. Give us another half hour, and we'll have them all moved out. Before her words had fully settled, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Jiang Ping, when do we act on Peak Master He's orders? To ambush and kill Chu Feng, the Peak Master of Yaoci Peak. Jiang Ping raised his hand to stroke the massive axe at his waist, its blade flashing with cold light. Once we've herded away these livestock from Mauer village, I'll go intercept him. Jiang Li hesitated. Just you alone? Shouldn't you bring more subordinates? Peak Master He's letter mentioned that Chu Feng has awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body. Even Jin Gang from the Heaven's Net organization, at the peak of the 5th level of Golden Core, failed in his assassination attempt. Jiang Ping sneered and thumped his chest with his fist. Jin Gang was merely at the peak of the 5th level, while I'm already stable at the 8th level of Golden Core. What's there to fear from a mere Chu Feng? I'll break his bones one by one, scalp him, then pour mercury into him. I'll make him understand that his sacred body means nothing before me. Jiang Ping. As he spoke these final words, a flash of intense jealousy flickered in his eyes. If there truly existed a method to extract sacred bodies in this world, he would definitely strip Chu Feng's sacred body and transplant it onto himself. Jiang Li felt a chill in her heart upon hearing this, yet still nodded in agreement. The 8th level against the 5th level was absolute domination. Whose statue is this? So unsightly, standing in the center of the village. Jiang Ping suddenly narrowed his eyes, pointing toward a stone statue about 10 feet tall in the center of the square. Jiang Li looked for a long moment, then recalled. By Xiao Chun of Yaoci Peak from the ancient immortal sect. He's from Mauer village. Yaoci Peak? Precisely the faction Peak Master he despises most. Jiang Ping snorted coldly, drew his massive axe, and leaped up. The axe light swept across, and the statue's head cracked and fell, causing the entire statue to sway and topple. Still unsatisfied, Jiang Ping stomped down with his foot, and with a bang, he broke the statue in half at the waist, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. As the stone debris scattered, Jiang Li suddenly noticed markings exposed on the statue's base. Stop destroying it. There seemed to be characters carved underneath. Writing. Jiang Ping's eyes flashed with keen interest as he crouched down beside the broken section with Jiang Li to examine it closely. Beneath the rough stone surface, 3 lines of intricate ancient seal script emerged in outline. Jiang Li drew in a breath. These are actually 3 cultivation techniques, and their grades are quite high. We've struck it rich. Jiang Ping could barely contain his excitement, his mouth stretching into a wild grin. Bai Xiaochun intended to leave these for someone with fate, but instead they've benefited the Jiang family. Those foolish villagers polished this statue daily, never imagining in their wildest dreams that such secrets lay hidden beneath. Jiang Li urged, quickly record them. With these techniques, the Jiang family's foundation can grow even deeper. She knew well that although the Jiang family had obtained some texts through their allegiance to Hixio, they were far inferior to the 3 techniques now before their eyes. Just as Jiang Ping was about to take out his brush, his brow suddenly twitched violently. He whipped his head around to stare toward the southeast, his voice dropping abruptly. There's killing intent. Killing intent? Jiang Li was slightly stunned when she heard Jiang Ping's words. Following his gaze, she saw only an empty wheat field ahead with not a single soul in sight. Jiang Ping, could you be sensing it wrong? She asked in a lowered voice. Impossible. I can feel the killing intent there, and it's getting stronger. Jiang Ping narrowed his eyes, his knuckles tightening as the massive axe in his palm trembled slightly. Before his words had fully settled, the wheat waves suddenly parted, and 3 figures slowly emerged, 1 man and 2 women. The young man leading them had handsome features, yet his face was as cold as winter with frost condensing upon it. A chilling murderous aura swirled around him, as if ready to explode at any moment. Why does this person look somewhat familiar? Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. She was certain she had never met this man before, yet inexplicably felt he was familiar, though she couldn't recall where. The young man was none other than Chu Feng. Earlier, upon learning that Mauer village, where his granduncle master from Yaoci Peak resided, had been massacred, he had rushed here without stopping. Now, seeing the severed limbs and remains scattered across the ground with blood soaking into the mud, rage thundered and rolled in his chest as he clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. Jiang Ping's gaze swept past Chu Feng and landed on Yi Qingchen and Luo Li beside him. In that moment, his eyes blazed with lustful light. Ying Chun's tall figure and long, slender legs made Jiang Ping's breathing halt for an instant. Such a rare beauty. Those legs alone could entertain me for a year. His Adam's apple bobbed as waves of desire surged in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, several sounds of cutting through air approached. Qi Ling, the peak master of Yaoci Peak, along with her disciple Wang Shun, Lei Bufan, the peak master of Leiling Peak, Sidu Zhong, the peak master of Zuaxian Peak, and several accompanying disciples landed one after another. They had been training nearby when they caught the heavy scent of blood in the air and rushed over, only to see the tragic scene at the village entrance, causing all their faces to darken. Jiang Ping, we're finished. Those are several peak masters from the Taigu immortal sect. Jiang Li whispered in alarm, her heart turning cold. She had never expected these important figures to be in the vicinity. Jiang Ping's expression grew grim as he cursed himself for acting hastily and conducting inadequate reconnaissance. If their connection to Hishio and the tasks they were performing for her were truly exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lei Bufan, with his fiery temper, pointed at the two. Which evil sect are you from? How dare you commit such atrocities against the villagers of Mauer village? Jiang Ping and Jiang Li exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Won't speak. Lei Bufan stepped forward, his joints cracking. Then I'll break your bones first and pry your mouths open. Just as he was about to act, Chu Feng stepped forward. Peak Master Lei, wait. Those who massacred my Yaoci Peak granduncle master's village, let me, the Peak Master of Yaoci Peak, personally send them to their deaths. Chu Feng's voice was as cold as crushed ice, his killing intent radiating outward. Though he had never met Bai Xiaochun, he knew this granduncle master had devoted his heart and soul to Yaoci Peak, and he deeply remembered Bai Xiaochun's care for his master, the Yaoci fairy. Today, with the villagers' blood staining the earth, he must personally settle this score. Upon hearing this, Lei Bufan frowned. Chu Feng, I understand how you feel, but that scarred man wielding the giant axe has the strength of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. With your 4th level Golden Core cultivation, you're simply no match for him. Lei Bufan spoke rapidly, his eyes filled with urgency. His impression of Chu Feng still remained from that night of the strange phenomenon at Yaoci Peak. Beside him, Situ Zhong stepped forward to persuade. Chu Feng, we know you can fight above your level, but this scarred man is a full 4 levels above you. If you try to face him heated, you have no chance of winning. Qi Ling also spoke up at the right moment, her tone gentle. How about this? After Peak Master Lei deals with the scarred man and his group, we'll hand them over to you for disposal. What do you think? In her eyes, Chu Feng was still only at the 4th level of Golden Core. If he truly fought the scarred man to the death, it would be certain doom. Only then did Jiang Li suddenly realize no wonder this young man looked familiar. He was Chu Feng, the Peak Master of Yaoci Peak, and precisely the target that Hishio had ordered them to intercept and kill. Behind her, the scarred man Jiang Ping cast a contemptuous glance at Chu Feng, his mocking laughter filled with thick disdain. A mere 4th level Golden Core dares to kill me? What a joke. Jiang Ping himself was already at the 8th level of Golden Core. Weighing the situation in his mind, he thought dealing with Chu Feng would probably be easier than crushing an ant. He called out loudly, Chu Feng, with your strength, you're not worthy to be my opponent. Let these real peak masters come for revenge. Qi Ling instantly sensed Jiang Ping's intention and warned, Chu Feng, don't fall for it. He's using provocation tactics. Once he captures you as a hostage, we'll be tied hand and foot. Despite everyone's repeated attempts to dissuade him, Chu Feng's expression remained unusually resolute. 3 peak masters, I understand your good intentions, but trust me, this mere scarred man is no match for me. I'll avenge Uncle Master Bai Xiaochun's village myself. With those words, Chu Feng leaped forward and landed in front of Jiang Ping. Lei Bufan stamped his feet in frustration. Foolish. This Chu Feng is truly foolish. Situ Zhong looked helpless. Sigh. Young people are still too impulsive. Qi Ling could only lower her voice. Since it's come to this, we'll look for an opportunity to intervene. That's all we can do. On the other side, seeing his provocation succeed, Jiang Ping secretly rejoiced. The arrival of Lei Bufan and the others had made them sitting ducks. If he could capture Chu Feng, he'd have leverage to threaten the opposition. Thinking of this, he sneered coldly, spiritual energy surging within his body and pouring entirely into his giant axe. Cold light climbed along the axe blade, bone-chillingly frigid. Jiang Ping roared, heaven-splitting axe. His arms bulged with veins as he raised the giant axe high, bringing it down toward Chu Feng's right shoulder with mountain-splitting, rock-crushing momentum. To eliminate future troubles, he used his strongest attack from the start, planning to capture Chu Feng in an instant. Facing the oncoming axe light, Chu Feng raised his eyes, his gaze ice-cold, and simply waved the 7 Seas Dragon sword in his hand. He chose the simplest horizontal slash, meeting Jiang Ping's fierce incoming attack. What is Chu Feng doing? Facing such a powerful scarred man, he's not even using any techniques? Just such a simple move? Lei Bufan watched the scene unfold before him and said anxiously, Uh, I can't figure out what Chu Feng is thinking either. Situ Zhong was equally puzzled, his brow furrowed deeply. Qi Ling opened her mouth, wanting to defend Chu Feng, but couldn't squeeze out a single word. The situation before her was completely beyond her understanding. Jiang Ping gripped his massive axe, sneering coldly as the scar on his face twitched menacingly. Huh? Chu Feng, are you so scared by me that you've gone stupid? You've even forgotten how to cast techniques. He had expected Chu Feng to counter with powerful techniques, but instead his opponent merely raised his sword in a horizontal slash, seemingly just making a token resistance. Facing everyone's doubts and mockery, Chu Feng remained completely calm and composed. In just 2 breaths, under the focused gaze of all, his seemingly ordinary horizontal slash suddenly collided with Jiang Ping's axe strike that surged like a raging tide. Bang! A crisp metallic clang exploded through the air. The Seven Seas Dragon's sword's blade flashed brilliantly, instantly cleaving the massive axe in two. Before anyone could cry out in shock, the sword's momentum continued unabated. With a crack, the blade sliced through Jiang Ping's waist like cutting through tofu. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering across the ground, accompanied by the sound of shattering armor as the 2 halves of his body flew apart, instantly staining Jiang Li and the surrounding Jiang family members' robes blood red. Silence. The entire martial arts arena seemed to have been muted. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their throats bobbing, unable to make a sound. Master, I didn't see wrong, did I? Peak Master Chu defeated that Golden Core 8-stage scarred man with just 1 move. Wang Shun swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You didn't see wrong, it's real. Qi Ling took a deep breath, still unable to hide her astonishment. Chu Feng didn't use any techniques, just the simplest horizontal slash to cut his opponent in half. Lei Bufan and Situ Zhong exchanged glances, shock written across their faces. Situ Zhong, Chu Feng actually defeated the scarred man. I underestimated him. Lei Bufan, your choice of words isn't quite right. Rather than saying he defeated him, it's more like he crushed him. No, even crushed isn't enough to describe it. He didn't even use techniques, just a horizontal slash that anyone could do, and the fight was over. Situ Zhong shook his head with a bitter smile. Qi Ling looked toward the 2 Peak Masters, speculating in a low voice. Peak Master Lei, Peak Master Situ, Chu Feng's strength should have reached the Golden Core 9th stage, right? Lei Bufan nodded, his tone grave. Yes. Though it was only for an instant, I still caught his Golden Core 9th stage aura. Situ Zhong sighed deeply. A monster. An absolute monster. Not long ago at Jade Pool Peak, he was only at Golden Core 4th stage. In just over 10 days, he's leaped to Golden Core 9th stage. How did he manage it? By the end, his eyes were full of envy. Lei Bufan laughed self-deprecatingly. Before, I thought my talent was pretty good, but now, compared to Chu Feng, I'm pathetically weak. Same here. Qi Ling agreed, her gaze following the Seven Seas Dragon sword still dripping blood in the center of the arena. Perhaps this is what they call the new waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the old, with the old waves dying on the beach. The disciples of Lei Bufan and Situ Zhong wore expressions of utter disbelief. Peak Master Chu of Yaoci Peak was simply monstrous. Every time he appeared, he brought them shocking new revelations. This time, he had crushed and slain Jiang Ping before everyone's eyes with overwhelming force, his fierce sword light still seeming to flicker before them. The disciples secretly glanced at Ying Chun, their eyes full of envy. This junior sister had truly found herself an incredible master. Standing side by side, Ying Chun and Luo Li watched as Chu Feng effortlessly cut Jiang Ping in half with a single casual strike. Pride nearly overflowed from their eyes, as if announcing to everyone, "Look, isn't our master incredibly powerful?" On the other side, Jiang Li's face turned deathly pale, as if she had seen a ghost. She clenched her fingers, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? The intelligence clearly stated that Chu Feng was only at the 4th level of Golden Core, at most the 6th level. But this overwhelming pressure is clearly from the 9th level of Golden Core. The other members of the Jiang family trembled even more violently. Jiang Ping, who had always seemed invincible and superior in their eyes, had been cut in half by Chu Feng's single sword strike. To accomplish this so effortlessly, just how terrifying was Chu Feng's true strength? Cough, cough. Jiang Ping, severed in 2 but not yet dead, blood spattering everywhere, struggled to lift his head and stare at Chu Feng. His pale face was filled with disbelief and deep regret. The intelligence was wrong. Chu Feng is actually at the 9th level of Golden Core. If I had known this, I would never have made him my enemy. Sword energy pierced the air as Chu Feng landed before Jiang Ping with an ice-cold expression, his voice like the clash of cold iron. For massacring my granduncle's village, you deserve death. This sword strike is my granduncle's reward for you. Before his words finished, the Seven Seas Dragon's sword flashed with cold light, and Jiang Ping's head flew high into the air as a column of blood shot toward the clouds. Chu Feng sheathed his sword and slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Li. In that instant, Jiang Li shuddered. her slender legs giving out as she collapsed to the ground. Chu Feng, Peak Master Chu, none of this has anything to do with might, was all Jiang Ping's idea, she explained in a trembling voice, her words ending in sobs. The other Jiang family members lowered their heads in terrified silence. Chu Feng stepped forward, placing his sword edge against Jiang Li's snow-white neck. Speak. Why did you massacre and abduct the villagers of Mauer village? The cold sword intent penetrated her skin, making Jiang Li's breathing rapid and cold sweat pour from her forehead. I cannot say. If I speak, I'll face endless pursuit, and the Jiang family will be destroyed. She knew that what the Jiang family had agreed to help with defied all reason. Once exposed, not only would she perish, but the entire Jiang family would be annihilated. Even worse, if that person behind it all were implicated, the consequences would be uncontrollable. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, his killing intent growing stronger. Oh, you won't speak. The sword light flashed again. Thud. Jiang Li's arms fell from her shoulders, blood gushing forth. Jiang Li, you may choose not to speak, but I will flay you alive and make you wish for death. Another sword strike followed, severing Jiang Li's right leg as her screams tore across the mountain peak. Meeting Chu Feng's beast-like gaze, she finally collapsed completely, tears and blood mingling. I'll speak. Actually, all of this was to complete. Before she could finish, strange black markings suddenly appeared on the side of her neck, writhing and contracting like living creatures. Crack! Jiang Li's breathing was instantly cut off, followed by a bang, as her head exploded into a mist of blood, bone fragments scattering everywhere. Ying Chun quickly approached Chu Feng's side, glancing at the scattered limbs on the ground before speaking gravely. Master, it appears Jiang Li was bound by some kind of restriction. The moment she tried to reveal relevant information, she was immediately silenced. She paused, then added, when she was a saintess of the heavenly demon sect, such methods were commonly seen. Chu Feng's icy gaze fell upon the other members of the Jiang family. Speak. Who is the mastermind behind you? His voice was deep and low, like cold iron scraping against stone. A group of Jiang family lackeys collapsed to their knees with a thud, trembling all over, their voices nearly breaking into sobs. Senior, we were merely following orders. We truly don't know who the real mastermind is. We're just the most peripheral members of the Jiang family, usually doing dirty work and menial tasks. We have no access to core secrets whatsoever. Then where in Days Mountain have you taken the remaining villagers from Mauer village? Chu Feng pressed relentlessly. The crowd kowtowed repeatedly, still insisting they didn't know. Ying Chun shook her head and said in a low voice, Master, it seems these are all just small fry. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Chu Feng nodded and looked toward Ying Chun and Luo Li, coldly ordering. Take action. Kill them all. Consider it clearing away threats for Granduncle by Xiaochun, and let this serve as warm-up practice for the 18 Peaks competition. Yes. Ying Chun responded immediately. The abyss sword blazed with cold light as she moved like a phantom, heads and blood flying together. Having once been a saintess of the heavenly demon sect, she had long grown accustomed to life and death, killing with the practiced efficiency of dismantling weapons. Luo Li, however, hesitated with her sword in hand, her toes trembling slightly. Chu Feng calmly pointed at the ground. Little Luo Li, look at these severed limbs. That's the blood of elderly people with mobility issues and babbling children. Do you still think these Jiang family villains before us are innocent? Luo Li's eyes flashed with determination as she suddenly charged forward. These bastards are no different from evil cultivators. They deserve death. Sword light erupted as blood splattered everywhere. The peripheral Jiang family disciples had limited strength to begin with, and were slaughtered by the two women in an instant. Well done. Chu Feng sheathed his sword and stood upright, his voice still cold. The path of cultivation is inherently bloody. When facing enemies, you must never show mercy. Only flowers that grow in storms can truly flourish. Ying Chun, little Luo Li, go settle the remaining villagers properly. Yes, master. The two women bowed and departed. Meanwhile, Lei Bufan and the others also ordered their disciples to comfort the frightened villagers. After everything was arranged, the three peak masters approached Chu Feng together, their gazes filled with amazement. Lei Bufan scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. Peak Master Chu, one should look at someone with new eyes after 3 days of separation. In just a few days, you've shot straight from the 4th level of Golden Core to the 9th level. This speed puts old Lei to shame. Though he was at the 4th level of Nascent Soul, he knew this gap was only temporary. At Chu Feng's rate of improvement, he would surely surpass him within 5 years. Situ Zhong cheerfully raised his wine gourd, producing 3 wooden cups, as if by magic. Chu Feng, from now on we must call you Peak Master Chu. The Jade Pool Fairy has taken on a fine disciple. This old man was blind before. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. He then tilted his head back and downed 3 cups in succession, his face flushing red. Qi Ling gazed at Chu Feng intently, abandoning her previous condescending elder's perspective for an equal one. Elderly's assessment was indeed correct. A monster in terms of cultivation speed. If you directly stepped into the nascent soul realm today, our strength would be on par. As she finished speaking, even she felt a trace of shame. She had cultivated painstakingly for many years just to touch the threshold of the first level of nascent soul, while Chu Feng before her had elevated his strength to the 9th level of golden core in merely a short period of time. Without comparison, there's no harm. Chu Feng humbly replied, "You're all too kind. I was just lucky." This understated remark instantly lightened the atmosphere. Yaoci Peak Master Situ Zhong suddenly remembered something, his gaze falling on the slender girl not far away. "By the way, Chu Feng, that girl you called Xiao Luoli, is she your newly accepted disciple?" "Yes, I took her in just a few days ago." Chu Feng nodded, his eyes filled with affection. "Her name is Luoli, but I prefer calling her Xiao Luoli." With that, he gestured for her to come over. "Xiao Luoli, come meet the Peak Masters." "Yes." Luoli responded crisply, trotting over to her master's side. Her clear eyes curiously examined the 3 Peak Masters who held such revered positions within the sect. Chu Feng introduced them one by one. "This is Lei Bufan, master of Lei Ling Peak. This is Situ Zhong, master of Yaoci Peak. And that is Qi Ling, master of Shaozhu Peak." After the introductions, Luoli bowed respectfully and said clearly, "Luoli pays her respects to Peak Master Lei, Peak Master Situ, and Peak Master Qi." The 3 Peak Masters nodded approvingly, seeing how well-mannered and obedient she was. Immediately after, Qi Ling reached into her robes and produced a white porcelain bottle sealed with crimson gold wax, which made soft clinking sounds when shaken. "Luoli, I didn't prepare any grand gift for our first meeting, so please accept this foundation-building pill as a greeting present." She placed the bottle in Luoli's hands. Foundation-building pills were extremely difficult to refine and were in very short supply within the Taigu Immortal sect, only given to those with exceptional talent. Wang Shun and the other disciples watching from afar were filled with envy. Lei Bufan and Situ Zhong exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. Situ Zhong cleared his throat and pulled out a jade box from his storage ring. "Luoli, this old drunkard doesn't have much to offer, so I'll give you a bottle of jade dew wine." When the jade box opened, a clear wine fragrance wafted out along with swirling spiritual energy. He added an explanation. "Don't let the fact that it's wine fool you. It can nourish your meridians and gradually enhance your spiritual energy." Lei Bufan and Qi Ling exchanged looks, their eyes full of surprise. Lei Bufan immediately spoke with sarcasm. "Old drunkard, you usually treat your jade dew wine like your lifeline. The disciples under your peak can barely get a taste. Last time I asked you for a few bottles, you hemmed and hawed before giving me just one small cup." Situ Zhong scratched his head awkwardly. "I just feel a connection with Luoli." "A connection?" Lei Bufan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly broke into a brilliant smile and, like a magician, produced a blue-green longsword. "Luoli, you're only carrying a first-grade sword, aren't you? I happen to have a spare second-grade Qin Yuan sword here. Consider it my greeting gift." As his consciousness flowed into the ring, cold light flashed, and the Qin Yuan sword's sharp edge was revealed. Situ Zhong immediately adopted the same sarcastic tone to strike back. "Lei Bufan, you're not being sincere. If I remember correctly, you only have 3 second-grade treasure swords in total, right?" Qi Ling also added her own jab. "Last time I heard you say you were going to give that Qin Yuan sword as a cultivation reward to one of your disciples." Under attack from both sides, Lei Bufan's face flushed red as he struggled to explain. I feel a connection with this child Luoli, really." Situ Zhong and Qi Ling clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, their gazes pursuing him relentlessly. Lei Bufan finally exploded, throwing up his hands and shouting, "Hey, I'm trying to curry favor with Chu Feng. Aren't you two thinking the same thing?" By the end, Lei Bufan was glaring angrily at Qi Ling and Situ Zhong. "Thunderlord, you don't need to spell it out. With Peak Master Chu's intelligence, how could he not figure it out?" Situ Zhong tilted his head back and took a gulp of strong liquor, his Adam's apple bobbing as he rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue in complaint. This, Thunderlord, was the nickname he had given Lei Bufan, and that explosive temper of his was no joke. Qi Ling smiled slightly, her gaze falling on Chu Feng. Sensing the group's intentions, Chu Feng's lips curved upward. "You 3 are really making bold moves." He then turned and called out, "Little Luoli, why don't you thank the 3 Peak Masters?" Luoli stepped forward cheerfully, collecting the jade boxes and brocade pouches they offered, then curtsied sweetly. "Luoli thanks the 3 Peak Masters for your generous gifts. I'll try my best to repay this kindness in the future, but if I really can't manage it, I'll let Master repay it instead." Chu Feng's mouth twitched, was clearly digging a pit for her master to fall into. The 3 Lei Bufan, Situ Zhong, and Qi Ling burst into laughter and cheerfully agreed. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchen watched from afar, her eyes dimming for a moment. When she had joined Chu Feng's tutelage, the 3 Peak Masters had also been present, yet none had shown such gesture. She understood that they were now seeing her master's value and using gifts to build relationships, but a faint sense of loss still stirred in her heart. Chu Feng glanced sideways, taking it all in, and thought to himself, it seems I have more than one disciple. The three peak masters froze, suddenly remembering Chu Feng also had Yi Chun. Hey, look at my memory, I actually forgot about Yi Chun. Lei Bufan immediately switched to a warm smile, his tone as enthusiastic as if greeting an old friend. Little Yi, I felt we had a connection from our first meeting, but unfortunately, I didn't have anything with me at the time. He pulled a bottle of crimson spirit wine from his sleeve. This bottle of heavenly fire wine can nourish the body and enhance spiritual energy. Consider it a belated gift. Situ Zhong quickly followed. Little Yi, I actually wanted to take you as my disciple back then, but Peak Master Chu beat me to it. This spirit-infused pill was originally prepared for you now, it's finally returning to its rightful owner. Qi Ling wasn't to be outdone, producing a piece of black jade. Little Yi, I've been thinking about giving you a gift since the day you joined. I forgot. Now I'm giving you this spirit-gathering black jadeite, will aid your cultivation. The three old foxes lied without batting an eye, as if they truly had prepared these gifts long ago. Chu Feng didn't expose them, simply nodding with a smile. Qingchen, why don't you thank the three peak masters? Yi Qingchen's eyes crinkled with joy as she collected the three treasures and declared clearly. Qingchen thanks the three peak masters for your kindness. Nearby, Wang Shun and the other disciples from the three peaks stared at the gift boxes in the two girls' hands, their eyes nearly popping out whether it was the heavenly fire wine, spirit-infused pill, or spirit-gathering black jade. All were treasures beyond their wildest dreams. Their envy was practically overflowing from their eye sockets. I'm so jealous of Yi Qingchen and Luoli. They found themselves a good master and struck it rich. If only I had tried to become Peak Master Chu's disciple back then. Is it too late to regret now? Why don't you give it a try? My master would probably beat me into the ground, and I'm even more afraid Peak Master Chu wouldn't accept me. Forget it, forget it. Let's hurry up and settle the villagers from Mauer village. The disciples chattered among themselves, envious yet busy with their duties. After the atmosphere settled, Lei Bufan suddenly suggested, Peak Master Chu, I see you've already reached the 9th level of Golden Core. Why not take this opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm? The few of us could serve as your guardians. Nascent soul breakthroughs were most vulnerable to external interference, and now in this remote village with three peak masters at his side, the conditions were perfect. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Sidu Zhong was also intrigued. The cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core, when breaking through to the nascent soul stage, will produce a light of the infant. The higher the infant light reaches into the sky, the greater the potential and stability of the cultivator's foundation. In the past, the sect recorded several astonishing feats on the day Situ Zhong broke through to the nascent soul. His infant light soared to 59 zhong. Lei Bufan surpassed him with 79 zhong. Qi Ling was slightly behind, but still reached 49 zhong. However, Gu Hongyi, the leader of the ancient immortal sect, awakened as a holy body with exceptional talent, and when he broke through to the nascent soul, his infant light climbed to an astounding 179 zhong, causing a sensation throughout the eastern wasteland. Because of this, Situ Zhong and the others were particularly eager to know how high the so-called genius, Chu Feng's infant light would reach if he were to break through. Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly. Previously, he had suppressed his cultivation to avoid breaking through to the nascent soul due to the trials of Yi Qingchun and Luo Li, along with the turmoil in the external environment. Now that everything was settled and the timing was right, he couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder how high my infant light will soar when I break through? However, just as the thought crossed his mind, he remembered there were still a few loose ends to tie up. He raised his hand in a gesture of respect. Masters of the Three Peaks, please allow me to handle these matters first, and then I will immediately enter seclusion to break through to the nascent soul. The three nodded, watching as Chu Feng took a few steps toward the shattered statue of Bai Xiaochun. The upper half of the statue lay in ruins, but the base remained intact, glowing with a green light. Just as Gu Hongyi had said, the base concealed multiple techniques, including attributes like ice, earth, and wood, all of which were of the 3rd rank. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. Apologies, Uncle Master Bai Xiaochun. I will surely rebuild a more magnificent statue for you in the future. With that, he removed the base with his bare hands and turned to Luo Li. Little Luo Li, this place has the 3rd rank Heavenly Silkworm Ice technique, which is compatible with your constitution. Take it and cultivate. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Lei Bufan, Situ Zhong, and Qi Ling happened to look over, exchanging helpless smiles. This Chu Feng was indeed generous. The disciples from the Three Peaks, including Wang Shun, were even more astonished. Most of the techniques they held were of the 1st rank, at best approaching the 2nd rank, while now Luo Li was receiving a 3rd rank technique with ease, making the disparity painfully obvious. Thank you, Master. Luo Li smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped as she held the base tightly. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Beep, the host has successfully gifted the third-rank technique, Heavenly Silkworm Ice Technique. Would you like to receive a return? Yes. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 108-fold critical return, obtaining the fourth-rank technique, six-pointed mysterious ice formula. A smile crept onto Chu Feng's lips as he flipped the jade slip. I almost forgot. I also have a fourth-rank technique, the six-pointed mysterious ice formula. Your talent is sufficient. You can cultivate this directly. As his words landed, the disciples from the Three Peaks were nearly petrified. Fourth-rank techniques were being handed out as casually, as if they were cabbages by the roadside. Qi Ling couldn't help but mutter softly. From now on, it's best to keep a distance from places where Chu Feng is, or else we might be shocked to death by his outrageous generosity before even facing the evil path. Lei Bufan and Si Tu Zhong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Master is the best. Luo Li hugged the jade slip, nuzzling against Chu Feng's arm like a small beast, her smile sweet. Chu Feng returned the gesture with a light pat, and then looked at Yi Qingchun. Qingchun, I will find you a higher-level fire technique as well. Hee, then I'll thank you in advance, master. Yi Qingchun replied playfully with a bow. With everything arranged, Chu Feng took out a communication jade slip and infused it with his true essence. In an instant, Gu Hongyi's figure materialized in the air, his red robe fluttering, and his gaze sharp. Chu Feng, do you have results regarding the matter in Mauer Village? Sectmaster, I can only say we have preliminary results. Mauer Village was attacked by a faction bearing the surname Jiang. They captured most of the villagers and slaughtered those who resisted. Chu Feng reported in a grave tone, manipulating the jade slip in his hand to project images of the bloodstained, ruined village into the air for Gu Hongyi to see clearly. Bang! Gu Hongyi slammed her fist on the table, sending sandalwood splinters flying in all directions, her face cold as frost. Bastards! These Jiang clan dogs are courting death. How dare they massacre and abduct villagers from a settlement under our Taigu immortal sect's protection? This is provocation and humiliation. Sect Master, we will do everything in our power to rescue the villagers of Mauer Village and exterminate these scoundrels. Chu Feng clenched his fists, his voice low and menacing. Gu Hongyi nodded. Indeed. Chu Feng, you must investigate the truth behind this matter. All the nearby factions know that Mauer Village is under our sect's protection, yet they still dared to go on a killing spree. There's likely someone backing them, and their motives are far from simple. Understood. Show me the appearances of those people. I'll begin my own investigation. Yes. Chu Feng activated the jade slip, enlarging the images of the Jiang family members one by one. When he reached Jiang Ping, he casually lifted the severed head and mentioned the man's cultivation level. Sect Master. This person was named Jiang Ping, at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Gu Hongyi's gaze sharpened. What? Jiang Ping was at the 8th level of Golden Core? How did you defeat him? I remember you were only at the 7th level. Though she knew Chu Feng's combat prowess was extraordinary, defeating someone one level higher was already difficult, let alone 2 levels. That was simply incredible. Chu Feng smiled faintly and fabricated an excuse. I was lucky. I found some heavenly treasures along the way and advanced to the 9th level of Golden Core. Gu Hongyi's mouth twitched. You actually stumbled upon such fortune? Very well. Since you've reached the 9th level of Golden Core, hurry and break through to the nascent soul realm. During this investigation into the Mauer Village incident, we might encounter nascent soul cultivators, and I'm worried you'll be at a disadvantage. I'll prepare for the breakthrough immediately. Chu Feng responded, and then severed the connection with Gu Hongyi. He turned to face the 3 peak masters beside him. I'm going to attempt breaking through to the nascent soul realm next. I'll trouble you 3 to guard me during this process. Lei Bufan thumped his chest, his voice booming. Don't worry. With me here, not even a fly will get within 3 feet of you. Situ Zhong tilted his head back and took a gulp of strong liquor, laughing. Anyone who dares approach will get a mouthful of my wine sprayed at them. Qi Ling also nodded solemnly. I'll seal off the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations to ensure no external enemies can disturb you. Chu Feng chose an open, flat area, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged. He retrieved the nascent soul pill obtained from the critical strike return system and tossed it into his mouth. The pill felt cool upon entering his mouth, but quickly turned scorching hot as it slid down his throat. Initially, the heat was like warm water, then it escalated to boiling water, and finally felt like molten lava surging through his meridians. Even with his dragon phoenix sacred body, he was burned to the point where his face contorted in agony. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his jaw and soaked his robes. After a long while, the tearing pain gradually subsided, and the searing heat transformed into waves of gentle, yet powerful energy. The energy flowed into his limbs and meridians. Chu Feng was like a drought-cracked sponge, frantically absorbing the medicinal power of the nascent soul pill. His true qi surged through his meridians like waves upon waves of tide. Situ Zhong sensed this surging vitality, tilted his head back to gulp down some strong liquor, and laughed. It seems Chu Feng has weathered the most difficult hurdle of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Barring any accidents, he will surely succeed. Once he shatters his core to form the nascent soul, how high the nascent light shoots into the sky will be the real spectacle, he said, slamming down his wine flask. Qi Ling stared intently at Chu Feng, who sat cross-legged with eyes closed, her face full of curiosity. She turned to ask Peak Master Lei. Peak Master Lei, how high do you think the nascent light will reach? Lei Bufan pondered for a moment. When the sect master broke through back then, his nascent light only reached 179 zhong. But Chu Feng's monstrous talent far exceeds the sect master's, and his sacred body ranks 30 positions higher. I estimate between 400 to 500 zhong. Too conservative, Situ Zhong shook his head. 500 to 600 zhong would befit Chu Feng's natural gifts. Qi Ling smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Even if you two peak masters think highly of him, there must be limits. Do you remember that Saintess Lin Yue from the Taiyan Academy? Her heavenly Yin sacred body ranked 59th on the list, and when she broke through recently, she only reached 420 zhong. The Taiyan Academy was considered an upper-middle tier power in the Great Desolate Domain, with overall strength surpassing even the primordial immortal sect. Lin Yue had been exceptionally promoted to Saintess in just 3 years and was widely recognized as the next Academy Master. Her 420 zhong nascent light had shocked countless factions, with major powers even offering generous gifts to recruit her. Reminded by Qi Ling, Lei Bufan and Situ Zhong exchanged glances, both frowning simultaneously. So you're saying Chu Feng might reach about 380 zhong? Lei Bufan muttered to himself, then added, perhaps even lower, 350 zhong. Even so, it would still be the first in our primordial immortal sect in nearly 500 years, Situ Zhong nodded. Breaking his record won't be easy. Before his words finished, the meditating Chu Feng suddenly trembled throughout his body. A golden light shot out from between his brows, and a golden core entwined with dragons and phoenixes slowly floated into midair. The golden core radiated brilliant light, instantly bathing the entire Mauer village in flowing golden radiance. It's almost time Chu Feng is truly about to shatter his core and form his nascent soul. Lei Bufan, Situ Zhong, and Qi Ling all perked up simultaneously, fixing their gazes on that dragon phoenix golden core. The golden core continued rising. Suddenly, a dragon's roar exploded across the sky, shaking the earth for 100 li. Immediately after, a clear phoenix cry rang through the clouds, no less magnificent. The demons in the Days Mountains outside Mauer village prostrated themselves, trembling with fear, and even the leaves in the mountain forest stopped swaying. Lei Bufan's eyelids twitched. When I broke through years ago, I only disturbed an area of a few lit. His commotion is far too great. Situ Zhong gazed toward the distant horizon, his brow furrowing deeper. Lei Bufan, we're in trouble. With this kind of spectacle, I'm afraid it will attract quite a few people. If it were just attracting some curious onlookers, that would be manageable. But if it drew in evil cultivators, that would spell trouble. After all, certain heretical sects loved to strike when others were breaking through, devouring golden cores and nascent souls to rapidly boost their own cultivation. Qi Ling's gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning the surroundings without blinking, secretly circulating her spiritual energy and preparing to counterattack at any moment. She knew all too well the iron rule, that cultivators needed protection when breaking from core to nascent soul. Once targeted by evil cultivators, 9 times out of 10, disaster would follow. Situ Zhong also gripped the wine gourd at his waist, his half-closed eyes suddenly widening as spiritual energy surged through his meridians. Heaven protect us, Master's breakthrough must succeed. Ying Chun, Luo Li, and the others held their breath, silently praying for Chu Feng. Just then, the sound of rushing wind exploded through the air. Over a dozen escape lights streaked across the mountain forest, landing nearby. The newcomers first surveyed the area, their gazes quickly locking onto Chu Feng sitting cross-legged, and the dragon phoenix intertwined golden core above his head. Huh? It's not a treasure being born. Simone's breaking from core to nascent soul. But the commotion he's making is far too great. Tisk, how high will his nascent light reach? 300 zhong. No matter how impressive, it can't possibly exceed the 420 zhong of Lin Yue, the saintess of Taiyan Academy. His talent might be decent, but how could he compare to Lin Yue? In just a few casual remarks, Lin Yue's influence was once again highlighted. Lei Bufan, Ying Chun, and Luo Li judged that these cultivators weren't from evil sects and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, a new wave of rushing wind followed immediately. Xiao Feng, is that you? Qi Ling raised an eyebrow. Qi Ling, you're also here treasure hunting. Xiao Feng was equally surprised, clearly mistaking the earlier dragon roars and phoenix cries for signs of a treasure's emergence. Not treasure hunting, we protecting Chu Feng during his breakthrough. Protection? Only then did Xiao Feng notice the dragon phoenix golden core above Chu Feng's head. After a moment of stunned silence, she gasped, "This commotion is from Chu Feng?" Qi Ling nodded. "That's right. You said before that he'd just awakened the dragon phoenix auspicious body and was only at the 4th level of golden core, right? How long has it been? And he's already breaking through to nascent soul." Xiao Feng couldn't believe it, her eyes wide as saucers. "This cultivation speed, even monsters aren't this fast." Qi Ling shrugged with a bitter smile. "Don't ask me, can't figure him out either." Xiao Feng grew even more curious. "So how high will his nascent light reach?" As her words fell, she had already moved to Qi Ling's side with her disciple Ling Yu, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Before long, more escape lights descended, all nascent soul realm cultivators whose cultivation generally surpassed that of the peak masters of Taigu Immortal Sect. The 9 Swords Elder of Hidden Sword Peak, the child grandmother of Ageless Mountain, the 100 Flowers Envoy of the Flower Sect. One after another, faces of considerable weight in the cultivation world appeared. Lei Bufan and the other two exchanged glances, all wearing helpless bitter smiles. They truly hadn't expected that the commotion Chu Feng created would attract people from these major powers as well. Whether it was Sanjin Peak, Bureau Mountain, or the Flower Sect, their strength either matched or surpassed that of the Taigu Immortal Sect. At this moment, spiritual mist churned outside Days Mountain, and the banners of the 3 major forces fluttered in the wind. The 9 Swords Elder, Xiao Tonggu, and the 100 Flowers Envoy stood side by side, their powerful nascent soul auras interweaving in the sky above, causing the mountains to tremble slightly. Particularly the 100 Flowers Envoy from the Flower Sector cultivation had reached the 9th level of nascent soul, standing like a towering celestial peak that none dared look upon directly. "Qi Ling, this place hasn't been this lively in ages," Xiao Feng said excitedly, scanning their surroundings. Who would have thought that Chu Feng's pill-breaking breakthrough to nascent soul would attract so many powerful cultivators? Qi Ling let out a dry laugh and wiped the sweat from his brow. "All I can say is Chu Feng is incredible. Normally, even seeing a single nascent soul cultivator was quite difficult, yet today several had gathered, all for the same person." Meanwhile, the nascent soul experts from the 3 forces huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. "Who is this person who broke through to nascent soul? He looks young and unfamiliar." Standing beside him are Lei Bufan, Sidu Zhong, and Qi Ling from the Taigu Immortal Sect, so he must be a disciple of theirs. Xiao Tonggu from Bureau Mountain raised her delicate hand, and with a sweep of her spiritual consciousness, she found the answer. "His name is Chu Feng, Peak Master of Yaoci Peak at the Taigu Immortal Sect." Chu Feng. The 9 Swords Elder frowned. "The one once called the greatest prodigy of the Taigu Immortal Sect, disciple of the Yaoci Fairy? But from what I know, his talent was mediocre. How could he possibly achieve pill-breaking nascent soul strength in just a few years?" The 100 Flowers Envoy chuckled softly, her sleeves releasing waves of floral fragrance. "9 Swords, you've just emerged from seclusion and aren't aware of recent events. Not long ago, Chu Feng awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, reaching golden core in a single day and advancing straight to the 4th level." "What?" The 9 Swords Elder was so shocked that his sword-gripping hand trembled. Such a thing happened. Having been in seclusion for so long and rushing straight to Days Mountain upon emerging, he naturally knew nothing of the outside world's changes. Xiao Tonggu's eyes gleamed with interest. "It seems the Taigu Immortal Sect is about to produce another peerless prodigy. But Chu Feng's breakthrough speed is truly astonishing. In just a few days, he climbed from the 4th level of Golden Core all the way to the 9th level." The 100 Flowers Envoy nodded. "Indeed incredible. I just wonder how high his nascent light will reach when he breaks through to nascent soul. Can it surpass Lin Yue of the Taiyin Academy's 420 zhang?" "Impossible." The 9 Swords Elder immediately shook his head. "Lin Yue possesses the heavenly Yin sacred body, with aptitude superior to the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, plus a series of amazing opportunities that made her talent ridiculously high." Even the renowned 9 Swords Elder couldn't hide his admiration when speaking of Lin Yue. Xiao Tonggu agreed. Lin Yue is practically the foremost among the younger generation under all major forces. For Chu Feng to surpass her would be extremely difficult. Of course, though her talent is monstrous, if placed among the most elite major forces of the Great Wilderness Domain, she might not necessarily hold the top position. The 100 Flowers Envoy suddenly smiled. "Those super forces have richer resources, giving their disciples better chances to awaken stronger sacred bodies." She suddenly had an inspiration, her eyes curving into crescents. 9 Swords, Xiao Tonggu. What do you think if Lin Yue happened to be here? Wouldn't that be interesting? One genius witnessing another genius's nascent light piercing the heavens. The 9 Swords Elder shook his head with a smile. "That's completely impossible." Before he could finish, his pupils contracted sharply and his voice cut off abruptly. At the far end of the sky, an ice-blue radiance cut through the clouds, carrying cold moonlight as it slowly descended, a slender, graceful figure stepping upon the light. That was Lin Yue. What? Lin Yue has actually come. Upon hearing the Nine Swords Elder's warning, both the child matriarch and the 100 Flowers envoy trembled in unison, following his gaze. From the southeastern horizon, a slender figure broke through the clouds. The woman wore a form-fitting white robe that accentuated her delicate, yet distinctly curved waist. Her oval face had flowing contours, phoenix eyes that sparkled with star-like depth, and lightly pursed lips that maintained a hint of cool detachment. Whether in appearance or figure, she was nearly flawless. This woman was none other than the saintess of the Taiyin Academy, Lin Yue. Years ago, when she broke through from core formation to nascent soul, her nascent light shot up 420 zhang, shaking the entire region and earning her a place among the heaven's chosen daughters. Yue, the 100 Flowers envoy, was first to wave in greeting. The flower sect had always maintained good relations with the Taiyin Academy, and she had encountered Lin Yue several times. When Lin Yue achieved her nascent soul breakthrough years ago, the 100 Flowers envoy happened to be present, witnessing that miraculous scene firsthand and later presenting congratulatory gifts as an elder. A subtle fragrance swept by as Lin Yue landed before the three, her robes billowing without wind. She bowed slightly, her voice gentle yet perfectly courteous. Yue greets Senior 100 Flowers, Senior 9 Swords, and Senior Child Matriarch. Yue, no need for such formality, Saintess is too polite. The three seniors accepted her greeting with smiles. The 100 Flowers envoy's eyes suddenly sharpened with surprise. Oh? How long has it been since we last met? Yet your cultivation has already broken through from the first level of nascent soul to the third level. It had been less than a month since Lin Yue's breakthrough to nascent soul, yet she had already advanced 2 minor realms. It was well known that the higher one's realm, the slower cultivation became. When the 100 Flowers envoy herself advanced from the first to third level years ago, even with fortuitous encounters, it took 15 years. At this moment, even the 9 Swords Elder and Child Matriarch showed expressions of disbelief. Lin Yue's expression remained calm as she responded softly. Senior 100 Flowers, it was merely a few fortunate encounters. She spoke little and smiled rarely, her cool demeanor only enhancing the beauty of her perfect features. The 100 Flowers envoy sighed half seriously, half jokingly. How enviable such talent that even luck shows special favor. Lin Yue raised her eyes toward the young man at the center of the distant arena. Senior, who is that person in the arena? To have dragon roars and phoenix cries during his core formation breakthrough. Her gaze was cool, yet couldn't hide a trace of curiosity. Though her own breakthrough years ago had caused quite a stir, compared to this young man, it still fell slightly short. His name is Chu Feng, Peak Master of Yaoci Peak at the Primordial Immortal Sect, the 100 Flowers envoy explained. After years of dormancy, he recently awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body and achieved Golden Core 4th level in a single day. Oh, Peak Master Chu Feng of Yaoci Peak? The disciple of Fairy Yaoci? Lin Yue showed slight surprise. The 100 Flowers envoy asked with a smile. Yue, from your expression, you're acquainted with Fairy Yaoci? The 9 Swords Elder and Child Matriarch also looked at her with interest. Lin Yue nodded. Several years ago, I explored a secret realm together with Fairy Yaoci. At that time, she mentioned Chu Feng and instructed me that if I had the opportunity. Her voice trailed off. Saintess Yue, what else did she ask of you? The 9 Swords Elder inquired curiously. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yue completed that instruction. If I happen to encounter Chu Feng, to look after him somewhat. As her words faded, Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle again, though now it seemed completely unnecessary. So that's how it was. After hearing the explanation, the 300 Flowers envoys suddenly understood. Little Tonggu asked curiously. Saint Yue, you say this Chu Feng is breaking through from core formation to nascent soul. How many zhang do you think his nascent light will reach into the sky? Lin Yue restrained her smile, her tone steady yet confident. Chu Feng's talent is indeed extraordinary, but 380 zhang is probably his limit. Her estimate was based on the sacred body rankings. The Dragon Phoenix auspicious body ranked below the heavenly Yin sacred body. Saint Yue, that makes sense. But do you think this Chu Feng might create a miracle and surpass your 420 zhang? Old Man 9 Swords, always one to stir up excitement, squinted with amusement. Before Lin Yue could respond, the 100 Flowers envoy rolled her eyes. 9 Swords, you're really looking for trouble. It's absolutely impossible. Lin Yue's expression remained calm, though a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. The sacred body rankings determined almost everything for Chu Feng's nascent light to surpass hers? Impossible. As everyone discussed, several more cultivators arrived to watch. The leader wore a massive bamboo hat with gray chi swirling around him, clearly someone from the demonic path. The moment he appeared, Lei Bufan and the other 2 peak masters became alert. Demonic cultivators were known for their secret techniques of devouring golden cores and nascent souls. Fortunately, the hat-wearing demonic cultivator only observed from afar without other intentions, allowing the 3 peak masters to relax slightly, though they remained vigilant. What everyone failed to notice was that after the demonic cultivator appeared, Ying Chun quietly stepped back and lowered his head to avoid eye contact. High in the sky, Chu Feng's dragon phoenix golden core suddenly stirred. Accompanied by earth-shaking dragon roars and phoenix cries, the golden core trembled and spun as golden light erupted violently. In an instant, spiderweb cracks spread across the core's surface, as if it might shatter at any moment. The breakthrough from core to nascent soul is beginning. The crowd watched with burning intensity. In less than 3 breaths, cracks covered the entire golden core. With a crisp crack, the dragon phoenix golden core exploded, and overwhelming spiritual pressure swept across the entire area. As the golden light dispersed, a miniature version of Chu Feng stood in midair. Chu Feng's nascent soul. Unlike ordinary single-colored nascent souls, Chu Feng's nascent soul was flanked by a true dragon on the left and a phoenix on the right, appearing supremely domineering. If this nascent soul walked through mortal streets, common people would surely flee in terror, fearing to provoke such power. Finally achieved nascent soul formation. Now, let's see how many zhang his nascent light reaches. Many cultivators pulled out jade slips to record the event. Little Chu Feng seemed drowsy and yawned. In that single breath, nascent light burst forth. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 100 zhang. In just 2 breaths, the nascent light had broken through 100 zhang, leaving everyone stunned. But this was only the beginning. 150 zhang, 200 zhang, 300 zhang, 400 zhang. So powerful. It's already 400 zhang. Exclamations erupted everywhere. Do you think it will surpass Lin Yue's 420 zhang? Someone whispered, but no one dared to answer. If previously no one believed Chu Feng had the potential to surpass Lin Yue, at this moment, that conviction began to waver in their hearts. 400 zhang. Chu Feng's performance truly exceeds my expectations. I had previously estimated that his infant light reaching around 380 zhang would already be his limit. At the viewing platform, Xiao Tonggu's eyes widened, her astonishment clearly written across her face. The 100 Flowers envoy also shook her head with a bitter smile. I never imagined that even our predictions would be wrong, and we underestimated Chu Feng. She, who had always prided herself on her keen judgment, had misjudged Chu Feng today. The 9 Swords elder was equally shocked, then fell into contemplation. Saint Yue, Chu Feng's infant light has reached 400 zhang. Do you think he can surpass your 420 zhang? As his words fell, both Xiao Tonggu and the 100 Flowers envoy turned their gazes toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked up at the column of infant light shooting straight into the clouds, a flash of surprise crossing her cold eyes. After pondering for a moment, she answered vaguely. Chu Feng's performance has also exceeded my expectations. Whether he can surpass my 420 zhang, I truly cannot say. In the eyes of this Taiyin Academy saint, the aura of mystery surrounding Chu Feng grew ever thicker. The 3 elders nodded silently. Even they could not determine where Chu Feng's limits truly lay. Around them, discussions rose and fell like waves. Yet Chu Feng's infant light continued to climb. 400 zhang, 410 zhang, 450 zhang. In an instant, Lin Yue's recently established record of 420 zhang was completely shattered. The surroundings immediately erupted. He surpassed it. Chu Feng's infant light has truly broken the record. Incredible. This Chu Feng is truly powerful. Luo Li stared at the 450th pillar of light, her gem-like eyes shining brilliantly with both surprise and joy. Even in the Liang divine dynasty, where prodigies were as numerous as clouds, those whose infant light could reach 450 zhang were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Senior sister, did you see? Master's infant light has reached 450 zhang. Ying Chun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I saw it. Master is truly powerful. Ying Chun smiled, then grasped Luo Li's hand. Junior sister, we really have found ourselves an excellent master. Luo Li lifted her chin slightly, responding proudly. Of course. I, Luo Li, have had good judgment since childhood. Naturally, senior sister does too. On the other side, Lei Bufan, with his straightforward temperament, immediately blurted out, Monster. This Chu Feng is simply a monster. Situ Zhong shook his head repeatedly, lamenting the gap between people while raising his wine flask to gulp down several mouthfuls, his expression quite dejected. Qi Ling could only smile bitterly. She likewise didn't know what to say. The 9 Swords elder sighed again. I never expected that Chu Feng would actually break the record set by Saint Yue. Xiao Tonggu and the 100 Flowers envoy wore complex expressions. Indeed, each generation produces its own talents, each leading the way for hundreds of years. We originally thought that Yue's record would remain unbroken among the middle and lower tier forces. Yet unexpectedly, it was shattered by Chu Feng in less than 2 months. After speaking, they looked at each other and smiled, then sighed that they seemed to be getting old. Lin Yue stared blankly at the infant light suspended high in the firmament, stretching 450 zhang long. Earlier, She had indeed felt that Chu Feng might break the record, but witnessing this scene firsthand still sent waves of shock through her. Though Lin Yue appeared cool and composed on the surface, deep down, she was extremely proud. She had once believed that her record of 420 zhang for the infant light soaring skyward was unbreakable among the mid to lower tier forces. But today, as she watched that man named Chu Feng personally shatter the ceiling, she stood by and witnessed her own record being trampled underfoot. The complex emotions she felt were both bitter and intense, years of lying low, rising with a single move, stunning all directions. For the first time, Lin Yue seriously studied a man. Just who was this Chu Feng? Yue, this is the first time you've given someone such an evaluation, isn't it? Someone whispered. Yes. Lin Yue nodded silently. As an absolute prodigy who had awakened the heavenly Yin sacred body, she had never given anyone such high praise, but Chu Feng deserved it. However, Chu Feng's performance was far from over. 450 zhang, 500 zhang, 600 zhang, 700 zhang, 800 zhang, 900 zhang. The infant light suddenly broke through the 1,000 zhang barrier before slowly coming to a stop. Heaven and earth fell silent, the scene deadly quiet. 1,000 zhang. Everyone looked at each other, the shock in their eyes almost taking physical form. If it were 500 or 600 zhang, that would be understandable. But what does 1,000 zhang even mean? That's more than double Lin Yue's record. Someone spoke hoarsely, as if talking to themselves. Infant light soaring 1,000 zhang. Forget seeing it. I've never even heard of such a thing. More cultivators looked dazed. Chu Feng is merely ranked 64th with the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body. How is this possible? Lei Bufan found it hard to believe he had witnessed it with his own eyes, yet his reason still refused to accept it. Situ Zhong and Qi Ling exchanged glances, equally bewildered. No matter how off our predictions were, they shouldn't have reached 1,000 zhang. Among the top-tier prodigies I know, their infant light reaches 7, 8, or 900 zhang at most, and no one has ever broken 1,000. The Nine Swords Elder frowned, looking toward the 100 Flowers envoy. You're well-traveled and knowledgeable. Do you have an explanation? The 100 Flowers envoy also shook her head. Perhaps he consumed some kind of heavenly treasure that amplifies infant light? She could only offer such a vague speculation. That makes sense. This world has too many rare treasures. Perhaps such a thing truly exists. Little Granny nodded, yet doubts still lingered. In Lin Yue's cool eyes, surprise and confusion also floated, as she sighed inwardly. This man grows more mysterious by the moment. At this time, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a crowd of people staring at him like he was some kind of monster, causing him to scratch his head. What's going on? Qi Ling walked up to him with a strange expression. Chu Feng, do you know how many zhang your infant light reached? 300 zhang. Chu Feng ventured. Qi Ling shook her head. Guess higher. 400 zhang. No. 500 zhang. Still no. Qi Ling simply revealed the truth. A full 1,000 zhang. What? 1,000 zhang? Chu Feng cried out in shock. He had clearly tried his utmost to suppress it, hoping to avoid trouble, yet it still shot up to 1,000 zhang. If this was the result of him forcibly sealing away 50% of his power, wouldn't that mean his true infant light would soar 2,000 zhang into the sky? Chu Feng, I really want to dissect you and see what's inside your body. How could your nascent light reach 1,000 zhang? Lei Bufan stood beside Chu Feng, making no effort to hide his burning curiosity. If they weren't fellow disciples, he probably would have thrown Chu Feng onto a dissection table for detailed study. Chu Feng, you're a monster, an absolute monster. If I didn't know your background, I'd suspect you were some immortal's reincarnation. Situ Zhong tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, exclaiming in his rough voice. Congratulations, Master, on breaking through from core formation to nascent soul, with your nascent light soaring 1,000 zhang into the sky. Ying Chun hurried over to congratulate him, though she deliberately chose an angle that kept her half a step away from Chu Feng, as if avoiding something. Master, I believe you'll surely shake the great desolate domain in the future. The name Chu Feng is about to become famous. Luoli ran up to Chu Feng with a cheerful smile. I wouldn't say famous. Chu Feng is just the name of an ordinary cultivator. Chu Feng humbly waved his hand. Before his words had finished, a vortex tore open in the sky, and thunderous sounds descended. The Nine Swords Elder, Little Granny Tong, and the 100 Flowers envoy appeared one after another, their auras pressing down like mountains. Even more surprising was that Lin Yue, who was usually aloof and rarely spoke to outsiders, also stepped through the air to arrive. Lei Bufan, we never expected Yaoci Peak to produce someone like Chu Feng. It's truly impressive. The Nine Swords Elder stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. Senior Nine Swords, to be honest, Peak Master Chu's performance exceeded all of our expectations as well. Lei Bufan laughed heartily. Though he wasn't the one who had broken through, he still felt proud. Qi Ling and Situ Zhong also wore proud smiles. Chu Feng rarely left the primordial immortal sect and was unfamiliar with these people, so he quietly asked, Peak Master Lei. Who are these seniors? Lei Bufan introduced them one by one. The 9 Swords Elder of Hidden Sword Peak, 8th level of Nascent Soul, Little Granny Tong of Ageless Mountain, 7th level of Nascent Soul, the 100 Flowers Envoy of the Flower Sect, 9th level of Nascent Soul. Chu Feng silently exclaimed, "Good heavens," but was even more amazed that his breakthrough had actually alarmed these top-tier forces. Situ Zhong suddenly patted Lei Bufan's shoulder. "Hey, are your eyes failing? Don't you see that the Saintess of Tying Academy is here too?" He pointed to Lin Yue and introduced her again. Peak Master Chu, this is the Saintess of Tying Academy, Lin Yue, who has awakened the 59th ranked Tying sacred body. When she broke through from core formation to nascent soul, her nascent light reached. His words suddenly stuck in his throat, looking rather embarrassed if he actually said it. Wouldn't that make Lin Yue seem far inferior to Chu Feng? Saintess Lin Yue of Tying Academy? Chu Feng's heart trembled. Even though he rarely left the sect, he had heard countless titles for this peerless prodigy, the next Palace Master of Tying Academy, a future star closely watched by many major forces. Lin Yue glanced at Situ Zhong and spoke in a calm yet frank tone. Peak Master Situ, let me complete that for you. When I broke through from core formation to nascent soul, my nascent light reached 420 zhong into the sky. Compared to your 1,000 zhong, I fall far short. If the fairy of Yaoci could see your achievements now, she would be overjoyed. Chu Feng was stunned, his eyes filled with surprise. The Saintess knew my master? Lin Yu nodded slightly and explained softly. We met by chance during our cultivation journey and became acquainted. She even asked me to look after you if I ever encountered you in the future. But now it seems completely unnecessary. I see. Chu Feng suddenly understood, his curiosity about the past between his master and the Saintess growing, though he had no time to dwell on it. Peak Master Chu, you should now draw your nascent soul into your body. Otherwise, this 1,000 zhong spiritual light in the sky will surely cause quite a commotion, Lei Bufan reminded him timely. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. With a thought, he controlled the miniature version of himself, the dragon phoenix, nascent soul, opening its mouth to swallow the celestial light filling the sky. The brilliant rainbow instantly converged, and the nascent soul descended toward his physical body. Suddenly, danger struck. A sharp whistle that tore through the air suddenly exploded. The bamboo-hatted evil cultivator who had been silently observing from the sidelines erupted with surging gray mist around his body and shot out violently, directly attacking the dragon phoenix nascent soul. His speed was so fast, like a gray lightning bolt, that in the blink of an eye he had closed to within 5 zhong. How dare you? The faces of Lei Bufan and the other two changed dramatically. They had maintained vigilance against the bamboo-hatted evil cultivator, but being repeatedly awed by the spiritual light, their attention had relaxed slightly, allowing their opponent to seize the opportunity. Where did this evil cultivator come from? Does he think your grandpa Lei is a vegetarian? Lei Bufan roared, thunder and tent rolling. But just as he stepped forward, from the corner of his eye he saw another figure darting out even faster. Chu Feng. Chu Feng, come back. You've just entered the nascent soul realm. Yuri no match for this evil cultivator. Lei Bufan shouted urgently, flying to pursue, but was ultimately half a beat too slow. Having just entered the nascent soul realm and not yet fully adapted to his new power, he actually wanted to clash head-on with a peak first-level nascent soul cultivator? The slightest mistake would mean certain death. Peak Master Lei, trust me. Chu Feng left behind a confident response. The remaining spiritual power in his body surged wildly as he activated his 4th-grade movement technique 3,000 thunder steps. Crack, crack, crack. Dense lightning wrapped around his body, instantly scorching the air as a shadow broke through the sky. The bamboo-hatted evil cultivator's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting Chu Feng's speed to be so terrifying. He hastily activated his own escape technique, trying to seize the nascent soul first. At the edge of the arena, Lei Bufan and all the disciples of the Taigu immortal sect were extremely tense, clenching their fists and holding their breath. In this critical moment, Chu Feng's lightning-wrapped figure transformed into an electric arc, arriving before the bamboo-hatted evil cultivator. The dragon phoenix nascent soul shot into his body with a whoosh, achieving perfect unity. The mighty power of the nascent soul surged through his meridians like an angry tide. Chu Feng closed his eyes to feel it for just an instant, then opened them again, his gaze sharp as a sword. Locking onto the bamboo-hatted evil cultivator before him, he sneered. I was just worrying about not having a practice target. And you, this blind evil cultivator, just happened to come along. The bamboo-hatted evil cultivator raised his head. A black veil covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of turbid eyes that harbored killing intent, radiating cold malice. Haha, just a brat who's barely entered the nascent soul realm, and you dare challenge me, the crippled king? You probably don't even know how you're going to die. A harsh voice, like scraping glass, slowly emerged from the bamboo-hatted evil cultivator's mouth. The heavenly cripple king? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lei Bufan showed a thoughtful expression. Situ Zhong slapped his forehead, as if retrieving an old memory from the depths of his mind. I remember there's an elder in the evil heavenly demon sect called the Heavenly Cripple King. He always wears a bamboo hat when traveling and appears and disappears like a ghost. Qi Ling picked up the conversation, her voice low and grave. He's extremely cruel and ruthless. Once, while traveling at night, he saw a village ahead with bright lights. Finding the illumination irritating to his eyes, he massacred the entire village on the spot, 365 human lives along with all the livestock, slaughtered with methods so brutal, they were beyond description. Situ Zhong added. Years ago, a nascent soul second-stage cultivator tried to kill him, but he cunningly escaped. Don't forget, he's only at the peak of nascent soul first stage, yet he managed to flee from a second-stage cultivator. You can imagine how deep his hidden cards run. At this point, Lei Bufan and his two companions felt their hearts grow heavier with Chu Feng having just entered the nascent soul realm. Facing the heavenly cripple king who had long established himself at the peak would be extremely risky. Qi Ling reminded them. Fellow peak masters, we must be ready to intervene at any moment. Yes. Lei Bufan and Situ Zhong exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Among the spectating cultivators, many had heard of the Heavenly Cripple King's notorious reputation. Though the Heavenly Cripple King is only at the peak of nascent soul first stage, dealing with Chu Feng should be more than easy enough. Sigh, Chu Feng is too young. With his nascent light reaching 1,000 zhang into the sky, he's probably gotten carried away and lost sight of his true position. Exactly. 1,000 zhang nascent light represents potential, not immediate combat power. I think this rising star Chu Feng will soon come crashing down. Absolutely. Sour comments rose and fell like waves. If one listened carefully, most speakers were driven by jealous resentment. Since they themselves weren't geniuses, they simply hoped others would be equally mediocre. On the other side, the 100 Flowers envoy asked curiously, Nine Swords, little granny, what do you think of this duel? The Nine Swords elder first joked around, laughing. Of course we'll watch it standing up. Then he coughed twice and spoke seriously. I admit Chu Feng has tremendous potential as the most monstrous talent I've ever seen in my life. But potential isn't strength. Having just entered the nascent soul realm, he can't possibly be the Heavenly Cripple King's match. Little Granny nodded. I agree with Nine Swords. Chu Feng might even be in mortal danger. The 100 Flowers envoy didn't voice her opinion but turned to Lin Yue. Yue, what's your take? Lin Yue stared intently at the handsome figure in the sky, pondering for a moment. Chu Feng is still too young. Taking some hard knocks now might not be a bad thing. She understood well the vast gap between just entering the nascent soul realm and reaching the peak of the first stage, so she likewise didn't favor Chu Feng's chances. Amid the clamoring voices, Chu Feng turned a deaf ear to the outside commentary, focusing all his attention on the bamboo-hatted stranger nearby. Heavenly Cripple King? What an ugly name. He curled his lip in disdain. The next moment, lightning exploded as he executed the 3,000 heavenly thunder steps, his figure instantly appearing before the Heavenly Cripple King. With a slight flick of his wrist, the Seven Seas Dragon sword carried rolling thunder as it roared down in a furious strike. This sword moved with extreme speed, causing even the air to whistle and moan. The air currents surged violently to both sides. King Tiansan's eyes flashed coldly, clearly not expecting Chu Feng to take the initiative and charge forward. After a brief moment of shock, he shook his arm and drew a black whip from behind his back. The whip's body was pitch black with flowing dark light, and under the sunlight, eerie blue gleams flickered intermittently, obviously tempered with deadly poison. Today, this whip will claim another righteous nascent soul cultivator's life. He stepped forward with a sinister grin, the black whip whistling as it struck directly at Chu Feng's face. Compared to swords, sabers, and staffs, whip techniques were agile and elusive. He deliberately used the whip's 1-foot length advantage to bypass the sharp edge of the Seven Seas Dragon sword, seeking fatal openings. The two were already only a few zhang apart, and with a sharp crack, the black whip reached Chu Feng first. The disciples of the primordial immortal sect's eyelids twitched frantically. Lei Bufan and his two companions were about to rush to help, but it was already too late. Haha, what kind of prodigy with nascent light, soaring 1,000 zhang high, nothing special after all. Seeing his whip strike hit its target, King Tiansan laughed triumphantly. He had originally thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly he could kill Chu Feng so easily. Once Chu Feng died, he would seize the Dragon Phoenix nascent soul, use his strange escape techniques to withdraw, hide in a safe place, and slowly devour it to enhance his cultivation. Thinking of this, his mouth nearly stretched from ear to ear. The next instant, his brow twitched. Huh? The sensation is wrong, like striking cotton. The lack of flesh-tearing feedback made him uneasy. Looking down, he saw the black whip had passed right through Chu Feng's body. An afterimage, King Tiansan's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily retreated, but it was already a step too late. The sound of cutting air came crashing down from above. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Chu Feng diving down. the seven seas dragon sword's cold gleam cascading like a waterfall. With nowhere to dodge, he could only hastily condense a spiritual energy barrier. Chu Feng's lips curved with cold intent. Naive. The sword edge fell, slicing through the barrier like a blade cutting tofu, heavily raking across King Tiansan's chest. In the deep gash that reached the bone, several ribs snapped, and fresh blood gushed down. The crowd of cultivators was stunned. In the first exchange, Chu Feng had actually gained the upper hand. Incredible, he actually made King Tiansan suffer a loss. Amid the exclamations, someone also muttered quietly, I think it was just luck. Cough cough. You bastard. I won't hold back anymore, I'm going to kill you. King Tiansan spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, his sinister gaze fixed deadly on Chu Feng. The price of underestimating his opponent had nearly cost him his life. If the sword tip had penetrated just 1 more inch, his heart would have ruptured. While not enough to immediately kill a nascent soul cultivator, it would have severely damaged his vital energy. Chu Feng showed disdain. Those words were exactly what he wanted to say to him. King Tianshan sneered repeatedly upon hearing Chu Feng's words. How dare a mere brat who had just stepped into the nascent soul realm boast about taking his life? What an impossible dream. In terms of cultivation alone, he held an overwhelming advantage, was firmly seated at the peak of the first level of nascent soul realm, while Chu Feng had barely entered it. With this thought, King Tianshan withdrew his black whip wrapped in deadly poison, took a deep breath, and channeled all his spiritual power into his right leg. Look, King Tianshan is going all out. He's about to use the Tianshan poison kick. Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed cultivator was the first to cry out in alarm. This third-grade technique was King Tianshan's signature move, which had once kicked a righteous cultivator at the peak of nascent soul's first level to death on the spot. With vivid memories of the past, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Would that scene repeat itself today? However, Chu Feng didn't retreat a single step, seemingly intending to take the attack head-on, sparking waves of discussion around him. Why doesn't he dodge? Does he really want to throw an egg against a rock? He just gained a slight advantage earlier, but that was only because King Tianshan was careless. Lei Bufan and other disciples of the Taigu immortal sect tensed up, while the Nine Swords Elder, Little Granny Tong, the 100 Flowers Envoy, Lin Yue, and other powerhouses from various factions all watched intently, focusing on the battle. Bastard, go die. King Tianshan roared, suddenly kicking out with his right leg, aiming straight for Chu Feng's crown. Gray-green spiritual energy wrapped around his calf and instep, accompanied by a pungent, fishy stench that swept in all directions, making lower-level cultivators want to vomit. If touched by this poisonous spiritual energy, one's flesh would rot instantly. Facing this strongest attack, Chu Feng remained calm and composed. He slowly raised the Seven Seas Dragon sword, spiritual power surging from his fingertips to quickly envelop the blade. In the next instant, the spiritual sea within his body erupted like a volcano, and overwhelming sword momentum burst forth as the blade hummed and vibrated. 10,000 swords returned to origin. He shouted each word deliberately, gently slashing with the long sword in his hand. Instantly, countless sword energies formed around the Seven Seas Dragon sword, transforming into a torrential rain of swords that rushed straight toward King Tianshan. What powerful swordsmanship! The cultivators below changed their expressions dramatically. The Nine Swords Elder from Sword Hiding Peak's pupils contracted slightly as he exclaimed in admiration, "This move could rank in the top 10 of all swordsmanship I've ever seen." Little Granny Tong and the 100 Flowers Envoy were equally amazed, while Lin Yue's beautiful eyes showed even more wonder. This momentum was definitely beyond what someone who had just entered the nascent soul realm could achieve. Under the gaze of thousands, 10,000 swords returned to origin clashed head-on with the Tianshan poison kick. Hiss! The sword energy touched the gray-green spiritual energy, immediately raising wisps of white smoke. But the poisonous mist was instantly scattered by the dense sword rain, like stains being washed clean by waves in an instant. Crack! With a crisp sound, a sharp sword energy pierced through King Tianshan's right leg, and blood gushed out immediately. Ah! A miserable scream echoed across the mountain peak. King Tianshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never would have imagined that even using his strongest technique, he still couldn't kill Chu Feng. Instead, he would be defeated. Before King Tianshan's scream could escape his throat, the remaining sword chi pierced through his body like a torrential downpour, riddling him with bloody holes in a crackling symphony. In an instant, he became a mass of bloody pulp, pinned motionless to the ground. The surrounding cultivators watched with bulging eyes, unable to believe the inverted figure in the arena. Chu Feng had truly defeated King Tianshan, and he had just entered the nascent soul realm. Tsk tisk, Peak Master Chu is truly formidable. Lei Bufan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Qi Ling and Situ Zhong exchanged glances, their faces written with shame at their own inadequacy. The Nine Swords Elder was first shocked, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Old. My judgment isn't what it used to be. He had originally thought Chu Feng would surely lose, but now he had been thoroughly proven wrong. The 100 Flowers envoy chuckled softly. 9 Swords, your judgment isn't bad, you just misjudged Chu Feng. As if you didn't misjudge him too. The 9 Swords elder rolled his eyes. The 100 Flowers envoy could only smile awkwardly. Complex emotions flashed through Lin Youwei's cold eyes. Surprise, admiration, and even a trace of indescribable strangeness. As the holy maiden of the Taiyin Academy, she had to admit Chu Feng's potential was not only astonishing, but his combat prowess was truly terrifying. Compared to everyone else, Chu Feng himself appeared exceptionally calm, with his dark eyes even harboring some unspent sharpness. This battle was merely normal performance for him, as he still had stronger techniques he hadn't used. If not for wanting to gain experience fighting nascent soul cultivators, King Tianqian would have been killed instantly. He pulled out the 7 Seas dragon sword and walked coldly toward King Tianqian. Faced with that undisguised killing intent, King Tianqian trembled all over, too severely injured to even use escape techniques. Chu Feng, what do you want? I'm an elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If you dare kill me, you'll face endless retaliation from the Heavenly Demon Sect. He spoke with false bravado, invoking his backing. Chu Feng remained expressionless, slightly raising his sword edge, when a gentle probing voice came from behind. Master, the Heavenly Demon Sect once sought my life. This person, may I handle him? Oh, there's such a matter. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, then handed her the sword. Then he's yours. Later, Master will take you to level the Heavenly Demon Sect and exterminate them all. The Heavenly Demon Sect dares to touch my disciple theory, seeking death. His words rang with determination. Yi Chun gratefully accepted the 7 Seas dragon sword and walked steadily toward King Tianqian, her eyes surging with the satisfaction of impending revenge. It was King Tianqian who had pursued her years ago. If not for her quick thinking in dispersing her cultivation and joining the primordial immortal sect, she would have perished long ago. Not to mention King Tianqian had also strongly pushed for her marriage alliance with the Supreme Nine. Sect. Old grudges and new hatred would all be settled today. King Tianqian stared at the approaching figure, his expression suddenly changing. How is it you? Before he could finish speaking, cold light sliced through the air. Yi Chun flicked her wrist lightly, and the 7 Seas dragon's sword severed his head. Blood shot skyward as she followed through with another thrust, instantly destroying his nascent soul. At the same time, she thrust the sword out once more, annihilating King Tianqian's nascent soul. Yi Chun gazed at the severed head of the heavenly cripple king rolling on the ground, her face showing pure satisfaction. Blood trickled along the cracks between the stones as she casually wiped the bloodstained 7 Seas dragon sword clean and presented it to Chu Feng. Master, thank you for allowing me to strike the killing blow. It was nothing worth mentioning. From now on, you can slaughter all the Heavenly Demon Sect members to your heart's content. Chu Feng replied casually. I shall obey Master's every command. Yi Chun clasped her fists, her spirits soaring. Chu Feng raised his hand, and the storage ring from the still warm finger of the heavenly cripple king flew into his palm. He bit his fingertip, letting blood drops merge into the ring's surface. A flash of light appeared as his divine consciousness entered. When someone dies, their wealth changes hands naturally. It shouldn't go to waste. The space within the ring was dim and cold, packed with various jade slips and alchemical materials, mostly consisting of demonic cultivation techniques and spells. Among them, one deep black jade slip suddenly caught his attention. Soul-searching technique. It could glimpse fragments of an opponent's memories, and when mastered completely, could reveal almost everything. Those subjected to soul-searching would inevitably become mindless idiots, and extremely sinister method, practically standard equipment for demonic practitioners. However, Chu Feng knew well that even among righteous cultivators, some secretly practiced this technique. If demonic sects plotted against a particular sect and the righteous path couldn't discern their strategy, they need only employ soul-searching to penetrate the conspiracy and prevent catastrophe. I'll secretly cultivate this soul-searching technique first, just in case. Once I've mastered it thoroughly, I'll teach it to Ying Chun and little Luoli. In his view, cultivation techniques had no inherent good or evil, only human hearts did. Those with righteous intentions might practice demonic arts without becoming demons. Conversely, right and wrong were often difficult to distinguish. Continuing his search, his fingertips suddenly touched two completely different spiritual energy fluctuations. Oh, an ice heaven lotus fruit, and a crimson flame fruit too. Ice heaven lotus fruits grew in extremely cold abysses, melting instantly upon consumption and flooding the body with massive amounts of spiritual energy. For those practicing ice-based techniques or possessing ice-based bloodlines, the effects were doubled. Crimson flame fruits, on the other hand, formed in the hearts of lava flows, their refined fire essence not only replenishing qi, but also slowly tempering the body, especially precious for fire-based cultivators. Chu Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Heaven treats me well indeed. I was just worrying about how to enhance Ying Chun and little Luoli's strength. and someone delivers exactly what I need. He looked up and called softly, Ying Chun, little Luoli, come here. Yes. The two women approached side by side. Chu Feng produced a completely crimson fruit radiating waves of heat, along with a crystalline lotus fruit emanating frost. Ying Chun, this crimson flame fruit is for you. Little Luoli, this ice heaven lotus fruit is yours. Luoli received the ice lotus with both hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. Master, you've already given me so many benefits. Please keep the ice heaven lotus fruit for yourself. Take it. Otherwise, I'll expel you from my tutelage. Chu Feng put on a stern expression. Luoli's pretty face went pale as she quickly tucked the fruit into her robes. Then I'll accept it immediately. Yi Qingqian opened her mouth, initially wanting to offer some polite words, but Chu Feng preemptively waved his hand. No thanks and no refusals, just take it. Yi Qingqian laughed despite herself. Master, you misunderstand. I was going to say you're gripping it so tightly, you're about to crush the crimson flame fruit. Chu Feng looked stunned, then embarrassedly loosened his grip on the fruit. The powerful cultivators watching from the surroundings observed with expressions of amazement. Whether crimson flame fruits or ice heaven lotus fruits, both would greatly benefit even nascent soul realm experts. Yet Chu Feng casually bestowed them upon his disciples. Such generosity was truly rare. In their position, they weren't certain they could do the same. The disciples from the three peaks of the Taigu immortal sect swallowed hard, their eyes filled with envy. Peak Master Chu treats his disciples so well. Why is our master so stingy? Someone muttered quietly. If they had known this would happen, they truly wished they had joined Peak Master Chu's sect from the beginning. Of course, these thoughts could only remain in their hearts. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding Host has successfully gifted one ice heaven lotus fruit and one crimson flame fruit. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Chu Feng replied without hesitation. Ding, congratulations, host. Triggered triple critical return. Obtained ice heaven storm lotus fruit. Triggered 100-fold critical return. Obtained crimson flame phoenix fruit. 2 rays of light fell into his palm, cold and scorching energies intertwining. Chu Feng's lips curved upward, clearly quite satisfied. The crimson flame phoenix fruit in particular would greatly benefit phoenix-type bodies and bloodlines. It would also help those with general fire-type constitutions, though the effects would be limited. He held the crimson flame phoenix fruit and looked up at Yi Qingqian with a playful expression. Qingqian, this crimson flame phoenix fruit is quite profound. I'm afraid you can't handle it. So your master will keep it for himself. Just as everyone was about to tease him, Elder Nine Swords stood with his hands behind his back and chuckled. Chu Feng, as I understand it, the 18 Peaks competition of the Taigu Immortal Sect is coming up soon. When the time comes, I want to see for myself what results you, as the Peak Master of Yaoci Peak, can achieve with your 2 disciples. Little Granny chimed in. I'm going too. Count me in. The 100 Flowers envoy smiled radiantly. In the past, the 18 Peaks competition rarely attracted attention from outside forces, but now with these important figures attending, the Taigu Immortal Sect would gain tremendous prestige. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised, then smiled and said, Everyone, Yaoci Peak welcomes you. A cool female voice suddenly interjected as Lin Yue gently smoothed her sleeve. Chu Feng, I will come as well. Years ago, when I traveled with the Yaoci Ferry, she always regretted that the championship banner was not at Yaoci Peak. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Very well. Chu Feng nodded. As soon as Lin Yue's figure disappeared, the 100 Flowers envoy and others immediately cast meaningful glances his way. Although the Holy Maiden of the Academy hadn't spoken directly, her meaning was crystal clear. Chu Feng pursed his lips. Is this Holy Maiden of the Academy hinting at me? Really, can't she just speak plainly? After everyone bid farewell, only Lei Bufan, Situ Zhong, and Chu Feng remained. Lei Bufan slapped Chu Feng's shoulder forcefully with his large hand, showing a smile that said, All men understand. Peak Master Chu, that Holy Maiden from the Taiyin Academy, seems interested in you. Situ Zhong added fuel to the fire. Rumor has it that Lin Yue is cold as ice and has never initiated conversation with young men. Yet today she made an exception for you. I don't know anything about that. Chu Feng shrugged. Do you think we believe that? I think you do. Chu Feng feigned seriousness. The 3 men's cheeks twitched in unison. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqian and Luo Li listened with furrowed brows and wary gazes. Dangerous. Lin Yue was too dangerous. Joking aside, serious matters couldn't be delayed. Chu Feng spoke solemnly. Fellow Peak Masters, it's time to find the remaining villagers from Mauer Village. My breakthrough to the nascent soul stage and battle with the Heaven Cripple King have caused significant delays. For the sake of their lives, we must set out now. Lei Bufan nodded. I'll search the eastern side of Great Marsh Mountain. Situ Zhong touched his long sword. I'll take my disciples to the west. Chu Feng looked at Yi Qingqian and Luo Li. Qingqian, little Luo Li, follow me north. Consider this trip training before the competition. As for the Crimson Flame Fruit and Ice Heaven Lotus Fruit, Take them after this matter is resolved. Yes, we'll follow Master's instructions completely. Both disciples responded in unison. With their tasks clearly divided, Chu Feng and the others entered Great Marsh Mountain. A moment later, at Xinqiang Hall, the solemn hall was paved with gold and jade, silent and majestic, with sandalwood incense lingering in the air. Gu Hongyi sat upright in the main seat, her gaze cold and stern as she looked toward Manager Lin, who was responsible for intelligence. Have you found information about these Jiang family members? Manager Lin bowed respectfully, his expression hesitant. Sect Master, we've found some leads, but not much. Tell me what you know. Gu Hongyi's tone grew heavy. Yes. Manager Lin took a deep breath, quickly organizing his thoughts before speaking slowly. Sect Master, according to current intelligence, the attackers should be from the Jiang family of Black Cloud City. Black Cloud City. Gu Hongyi's brow immediately furrowed. That city was 10,000 miles away from here. Why would they travel across mountains and valleys to come to this place? The Jiang family has no grudge against the Taigu immortal sect. Why would they attack Mauer village? After pondering with his head lowered, Manager Lin tentatively said, Sect Master, perhaps it's related to the master behind Black Cloud City Burning Heaven Valley. Burning Heaven Valley. Gu Hongyi's pupils contracted sharply, and a sudden chill rose in her eyes. Manager Lin's heart trembled, but he still finished his speculation. Sect Master, we have always had deep enmity with Burning Heaven Valley. If Burning Heaven Valley instructed the Jiang family to attack Mauer village, it's not impossible. That's not without possibility. Gu Hongyi raised her eyes, her expression ice-cold. She recalled the old grievances from the past. Years ago, the Taigu immortal sect discovered a massive mineral vein. Due to its remote location, they cooperated with the formerly friendly Burning Heaven Valley to mine it. Who would have thought that Burning Heaven Valley would strike treacherously, slaughtering all 360 unsuspecting sect disciples and craftsmen guarding the mine? Among the 18 peaks, 6 suffered heavy casualties, including Yaoci Peak. From then on, the two sects became mortal enemies, locked in a fight to the death. Afterward, Burning Heaven Valley used the spiritual minerals from that vein to surpass the Taigu immortal sect in one stroke. Manager Lin worried. Sect Master, if the Valley Masters of Burning Heaven Valley have also infiltrated Days Mountain, that would be troublesome. Gu Hongyi's brow furrowed even tighter. Lei Bufan and the other peak masters were the backbone of the sect, and Chu Feng, who possessed a sacred body, was the sect's future. If something happened to them in Days Mountain, it would be a devastating blow to the Taigu immortal sect. She hesitated no longer and immediately used a communication jade slip to contact Chu Feng. However, the jade slip showed no response. This is bad. Why can't I contact Chu Feng? Gu Hongyi's heart tightened, her face showing anxiety. Manager Lin quickly explained. Sect Master, Days Mountain is filled with strange forbidden domains, and there are often areas that block communication. Perhaps Peak Master Chu is passing through those places. I hope so. Gu Hongyi murmured to herself while turning to contact Lei Bufan. This time, spiritual light flickered, and the communication connected. Sect Master, Lei Bufan's voice came through. Are you searching for the villagers kidnapped from Mauer village? Yes. You must be careful. According to our investigation, behind the Jiang family who attacked, it's very likely Burning Heaven Valley. Gu Hongyi spoke rapidly with solemn warning. What? How could this be? Lei Bufan was shocked, and killing intent immediately surged in his eyes. When Burning Heaven Valley betrayed them years ago, Lei Ling Peak also suffered heavy losses, which he still remembered vividly. Gu Hongyi immediately asked, I can't contact Chu Feng. Do you know where he went? Sect Master, we split into several groups, and Chu Feng headed north. If you can't contact him, he's probably passing through some strange places, Lei Bufan speculated. Sect Master, you really don't need to worry about Chu Feng. Why? Because Chu Feng has broken through to the nascent soul realm and decisively defeated the heavenly demon sect elder, the crippled king. Lei Bufan explained slowly. What? Chu Feng defeated the crippled king right after entering the nascent soul realm. Gu Hongyi shot to her feet, her sleeves billowing and stirring up a fierce wind. She clenched her jade fingers, staring at the communication jade slip in disbelief. According to my intelligence, the crippled king possesses peak first-level nascent soul strength. She understood the gap between someone who had just entered the nascent soul realm and a peak expert. It was like a 10-year-old child fighting barehanded against a robust adult man, with virtually no chance of victory, let alone achieving a decisive defeat. Lei Bufan's voice was deep and firm. Sect Master, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But I saw it clearly. Chu Feng shattered his core to form his nascent soul, with the nascent light shooting nearly 1,000 zhang into the sky, then suppressed the crippled king with a single move. In just a short while, he recounted the entire sequence of events from that day. How Chu Feng broke through his realm before everyone's eyes, how he swept away the heavenly demon sect elders, and how he attracted powerful experts and prodigies from several major forces to come observe the 18 Peaks competition. Every detail left Gu Hongyi speechless with amazement. Lei Bufan immediately notified Qi Ling and Sidu Zhong to be extremely careful in their actions. I need to make a trip to the sect's forbidden grounds. Gu Hongyi made her decision. Sect Master, are you planning to? Lei Bufan started to ask. Exactly. Gu Hongyi cut him off, decisively severing the connection, then transformed into a crimson sword light shooting straight toward the primordial immortal sect's forbidden grounds. After a while, a subtle yet powerful aura flashed briefly in the depths of the forbidden grounds before vanishing. In the depths of the dark, damp forest of Mount Days. Master, there's a formation here that blocks outside communication. The place where the Jiang family abducted the villagers is most likely ahead. Yi Qingchun lightly touched her fragrant cheek, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. Chu Feng frowned slightly. The formation is quite large in scale. What exactly is the Jiang family trying to do? A quarter hour earlier, the three had accidentally discovered this communication-blocking formation and carefully infiltrated it, which meant Gu Hongyi's message temporarily couldn't reach Chu Feng. Luoli also gazed ahead, her small hand supporting her chin as she pondered seriously. I've heard there are many evil methods in this world for enhancing one's strength. Could the Jiang family be planning to use those villagers for some kind of blood sacrifice? As a princess of the Liang divine dynasty, she was well informed and had heard of tragic cases where evil cultivators blood sacrificed entire cities of 100,000 people to advance their cultivation. As her words fell, the air itself seemed to grow colder. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. If the Jiang family truly dares to do such a thing, I will slaughter every last member of their clan. The villagers of Hat Village are the kinsmen of my granduncle by Xiaochun, who sacrificed his life fighting demons. I absolutely will not allow them to suffer any further harm. Before his words finished, he took the lead, stepping deeper into the forest. Come, let's see what lies ahead. Yi Qingchen and Luoli followed closely behind. About half a quarter hour later, Yi Qingchen frowned and said in a low voice, Master, how strange. We've walked for so long, yet haven't encountered a single demon beast. Chu Feng nodded in response. Indeed strange. Before entering this place, we encountered a demon beast every few moments. But once we stepped into the formation area, even the slightest trace of demonic aura disappeared. The communication-blocking formation, the abducted villagers from Hat Village, the mysteriously vanishing demon beasts. All the clues formed an invisible giant web shrouding Mount Days, ready to devour anyone at any moment. In Daishan Mountain, within a certain great canyon, blood-red light drifted like thin mist, making the entire canyon appear as if it were submerged in a pool of blood. Hurry up, all of you keep moving, or I'll kill you right now. Crack, crack, the whip cut through the air, its sharp sounds echoing between the canyon walls. Several cold-faced, burly men drove forward over 300 emaciated villagers, nearly half of whom were from Mauer village. The pungent smell of blood grew thicker the deeper they went. The villagers' legs trembled and sweat beaded on their foreheads. Though they didn't know what lay ahead, the stench alone told them it must be a place of death, like a mass grave. Deep in the canyon, a horrifying sight met their eyes at the bottom of the valley. A blood-red formation spun like a whirlpool, its massive runes flickering with cold light. Bound demonic beasts were pushed to the edge of the formation, and with piercing wails, their massive bodies were instantly ground into blood that silently merged into the array. With each beast devoured, the blood light within the formation deepened, as if some terrifying entity was awakening. What is this thing? The timid villagers' legs gave out, and they collapsed on the spot. Won't move? Seeking death. Crack. The whip lashed across his back, splitting skin and flesh as purple bruises quickly appeared. I won't go? I don't want to die. An elderly couple clung to each other, their cries hoarse. Then go die. The cold-faced man reached out, and with 2 snaps, he directly broke their necks, kicking their bodies aside. His icy gaze swept over the others. Anyone else who doesn't want to walk? The remaining crowd was terrified and could only force themselves to shuffle forward. Where are Jiangping and Jiangli? Didn't they return with you? On the other side of the canyon, a gray-haired elder with piercing eyes frowned as he questioned. Reporting to the clan leader, they're escorting another group of villagers from Mauer village and will arrive shortly. The speaker was a man who appeared to be a minor leader, his tone respectful. The elder nodded slightly. He was none other than Jiang He, the Jiang family clan leader. Originally at the first level of the nascent soul stage, he had recently broken through to the second level with external help, his aura deep as an abyss. Clan leader, shall we also throw these pigs into the void heaven 10,000 blood formation later? The minor leader asked in a low voice. The void heaven 10,000 blood formation was an evil array that could grind living beings into blood plasma, ultimately condensing it into a single pill, the 10,000 blood pill. Jiang He squinted in contemplation. Beast blood and human blood are different after all. Wait another 2 hours, then throw all these pigs in. Originally, he had planned to use only demonic beasts to refine the pill, but their numbers were limited, so he had to capture nearby villagers to make up the difference. Mara village had not been spared. The minor leader acknowledged the order and left. Not far away, a gaunt woman hurried over and said in a low voice, "Clan leader, I've discovered that some of the captured people are villagers from Mauer village. That place is under the jurisdiction of the Taigu immortal sect. Won't our actions provoke the sect's wrath?" Jiang he sneered. "No need to worry. We're doing this for that peak master. If she doesn't care, why should we worry? Besides, the Taigu immortal sect may not discover Mauer village's disappearance anytime soon. If worst comes to worst, isn't that great lord still backing us?" After speaking, Jiang he respectfully glanced toward the depths of the canyon. The shadows within churned and roiled like a slumbering beast, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, the gaunt woman relaxed and cupped her fists. "Clan leader, I still don't understand. The 10,000 blood pills refined by the Void Heaven 10,000 blood formation are far beyond peak master, he's cultivation level to absorb. Why does she insist we refine such pills?" Jiang he clasped his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. "The 10,000 blood pills are extremely potent. Only those at the 7th level of nascent soul or above dare consume them. Hishio is merely at the 5th level of nascent soul, so naturally she cannot use them." The gaunt woman was stunned. "Then who are they for? Could it be? Who said they were for Hishio?" Jiang he chuckled softly. "Don't forget, Hishio has a second uncle." "Second uncle?" "He Qinggong, the elder of Taigu immortal sect." The gaunt woman suddenly understood. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang he's eyes. He Qinggong has long coveted the sect master position. He wants to use the 10,000 blood pills to break through to the spirit transformation realm, then seize control of the sect, and gradually devour the entire Taigu immortal sect from within. Perhaps in good spirits, Jiang he explained a bit more. The gaunt woman frowned deeply. Devour? If he becomes sect master, wouldn't the sect be under his direct control? Why would he need to devour it? That's not for you to ask. Jiang he raised his hand to interrupt. "Go keep watch over those pigs, and don't let them escape. When the time comes, throw the people from Mauer village into the formation first." "Yes." The gaunt woman received her orders and turned toward the cages beside the formation. Time passed silently, and 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Blood-red formation patterns flickered on the ground while the air filled with a thick, metallic stench. The gaunt woman looked at the trembling villagers from Mauer village bound at the edge of the formation and sneered coldly. "You pigs, remember in your next life to align yourselves with stronger forces instead of following the Taigu immortal sect." As her words fell, she and several Jiang family cultivators raised their hands to push the crowd forward. At that moment, a furious roar exploded through the canyon. "How dare you touch my grandmaster's villagers? You're seeking death." The sudden shout was like thunder. The gaunt woman's heart jumped as she looked up to find the source. But this upward glance became her final movement. A blinding sword chi tore through the air, its edge flashing as it cleaved her in half on the spot, blood mist erupting everywhere. Such powerful sword chi. The surrounding Jiang family members were shocked pale, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Following the direction of the sword chi, they saw 3 figures descending from above the canyon, riding the wind, 1 man and 2 women, their robes billowing. The leading youth was Chu Feng, his face cold as frost, followed by his 2 disciples Ying Chun and Luoli. Having arrived at the canyon earlier, Chu Feng had sensed the chaotic spiritual energy and discovered someone had set up the Void Heaven 10,000 blood formation to refine 10,000 blood pills, intending to throw the villagers of Mauer village into the formation as sacrifices. Unable to tolerate such cruelty, he immediately struck to kill. Now he fully understood the cause and effect of the demonic beast. Disaster beasts had sensed the disturbance here and wanted to flee deeper into Days Mountain. But fearing even more powerful demons there, they had no choice but to descend the mountain and charge toward the prefecture city, ultimately causing catastrophe. Luo Li raised her azure origin sword, her pretty face filled with anger. "Master, these scum are using demonic beasts and innocent villagers to refine 10,000 blood pills. They truly deserve death. We must kill every last one of these bastards." Where did this little thief come from, daring to kill members of the Jiang family and ruin our plans? The moment Chu Feng, Yi Chun, and Luo Li appeared, they were spotted by Jiang He's golden eyes. The whistling sound of cutting wind came from the side as Jiang He descended from the sky, his gray robes fluttering. His gaze was as sinister as if it harbored venomous serpents. On the ground lay the female Jiang family disciple whom Chu Feng had cleaved in half, her dried blood creating a gruesome scene that pierced straight into Jiang He's heart, instantly igniting his fury. As the Jiang family patriarch, this was the first time in his life he had watched helplessly as a clan member was slain before everyone's eyes. It was tantamount to being slapped in the face. This could not be tolerated. He raised his hand to attack, but his gaze froze upon Chu Feng's face. This visage seemed familiar. In a flash of lightning, a figure swept through his mind, the peak master of Yaoci Peak of the primordial immortal sect, Chu Feng. "Jiang," he sneered coldly, speaking word by word. I never expected you would walk right into the trap. Before the isolation formation had been activated, Hishio had dumped the task of eliminating Chu Feng on him. Being busy with affairs, he had casually handed it over to Jiang Ping to handle. He thought the matter was settled, never expecting Chu Feng to actively stumble into his grasp. Walk into a trap? Chu Feng sensed something suspicious, his eyebrows slightly raised. But before he could think deeply Jiang, he had already drawn his blade. A streak of ink-black blade light extended in his palm, its edge gleaming with cold menace. Jiang, he spoke with bloodthirsty intent. Chu Feng, throwing your corpse and those of these Mauer village villagers into the formation should produce some fine-quality 10,000 blood pills. As for the two women behind you, they'll make perfect concubines for me. As his words fell, his eyes, gleaming with greed, roamed back and forth over Ying Chun and Luoli. Ying Chun was graceful as a fairy, so stunning she made his breath catch slightly. Though Luoli had not yet fully matured, she already showed the early signs of beauty, making him certain of her future magnificence. Jiang He's spiritual energy surged, and the overwhelming pressure of the second level of the nascent soul realm crashed down like a mountain, seeking to force Chu Feng to his knees before beheading him with a single strike. Chu Feng's eyelids lifted coldly, and the seven seas dragon sword at his wrist hummed as it left its sheath, the blade cutting through the air like an arrow released from its string, pointing directly at Jiang He. A mere golden core dares to fight me? Jiang He scoffed, his black blade suddenly chopping down, terrifying blade waves stirring violent winds and tearing through the air. Chu Feng snorted coldly, his sword momentum surging as the seven seas dragon sword clashed heat-in with the black blade. Clang! The explosive ring of metal on metal shook the mountaintop. Jiang He's black blade was actually cleaved with a massive gap, cracks spreading from the blade's spine, while the violent backlash caused blood to burst from his tiger's mouth. Almost simultaneously, sharp pain shot through his shoulder as his gray robe was torn by sword energy, and a bone-deep bloody gash erupted forth. How is this possible? The Jiang family disciples below stared in shock. Their patriarch was at the second level of nascent soul, yet he had been defeated and wounded in a single exchange? Didn't they say Chu Feng was only at Golden Core realm? Could he have broken through to nascent soul? This is too absurd, at his young age. The crowd's discussions fell into stunned silence. At Chu Feng's age, their generation would at most be at foundation establishment, let alone nascent soul. Jiang He stared fixedly at Chu Feng, his sinister gaze mixed with uncontrollable shock. Chu Feng, when did you step into the nascent soul realm? According to the intelligence Hishio had provided, the opponent was at most at the 6th or 7th level of Golden Core, yet the sword momentum before him was clearly equivalent to nascent soul. Even if he cultivated demonic secret techniques, such insane advancement shouldn't be possible. Too much nonsense. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to answer, flicking his sword tip as cold light rose again. He swung the seven seas dragon sword, striking directly at his opponent's face. The blade's edge sliced through the air with a dragon-like roar, and a sword chi several zhang long burst forth through the canyon, aimed straight at Jiang He's face. Jiang He's expression darkened as he refused to back down, raising his black blade high. Layers of blade chi surged out like a black tide, attempting to block this fierce assault. He hoped to salvage his dignity after being struck by that earlier sword blow. However, Chu Feng's sword chi was only blocked for the blink of an eye before tearing through the blade chi like a sharp knife through paper with a ripping sound. How is this possible? Jiang He cried out in shock, retreating hastily. Yet he was still caught by the residual force as the sword chi grazed past his scalp, cleanly shearing off half his hair. Along with losing his long locks, fear and humiliation tore open a wound in his heart. The Chu Feng before him, merely at the first level of the nascent soul realm, was actually more formidable than himself at the second level. Just as the sword chi's aftershock had yet to dissipate, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the depths of the canyon. So powerful. Who is it? Even stronger than our clan leader. The Jiang family members turned pale, all looking toward the canyon's depths. Within the intense spiritual pressure, a rotund figure slowly emerged. The elderly man wore a benevolent smile and was draped in a fired robe, like the most dazzling lantern at a festival. His narrowed eyes fixed intently on Chu Feng, occasionally flashing with cold, killing intent. Jiang He pays respects to Valley Master Fun. Jiang He quickly sheathed his blade and cupped his fists in respectful salute. The portly elder was named Fenshan, the Valley Master of Earth Flame Valley, one of the 21 valleys of Burning Heaven Valley with cultivation at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Jiang He stepped back. I'll handle this Chu Feng myself. Fenshan's voice carried a smile, yet brooked no argument. Valley Master Fun, please let me deal with this Chu Feng. I was merely careless earlier and let him gain the initiative. Jiang He eagerly sought to prove himself before the Valley Master, requesting another chance. Fenshan shook his head, glancing at him sideways. You're no match for him. Why not? I'm at the 2nd level of nascent soul, while he's only at the 1st. Jiang He remained unconvinced. Your realm was forcibly pushed up through external, means your aura is unstable and your foundation weak. Feng Shan's tone was casual, yet each word cut deep. While Chu Feng truly advanced to nascent soul through his own accumulation, moreover, his spiritual energy is far more substantial than typical first-level nascent soul cultivators. Jiang he clenched his fists, unwilling to accept this, yet he understood that Feng Shan spoke the truth. Without external assistance, he probably couldn't even touch the threshold of the nascent soul realm. Feng Shan's gaze refocused on Chu Feng as he commented methodically. Chu Feng, Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak at the Primordial Immortal Sect. After 5 years of dormancy, you awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body and leaped to the 4th level of Golden Core in one bound. Now, just a few years later, you've reached the nascent soul realm. Truly a peerless genius, these words ring true. Though these words sounded almost like praise, they carried a bone-chilling killing intent. Burning Heaven Valley. I never expected the Jiang family to have your backing. Chu Feng's expression turned cold, the suppressed fury in his eyes nearly burning blood red. He had heard of the old grudges between Burning Heaven Valley and the Primordial Immortal Sect since the day he entered the sect. He knew all too well that the Jade Pool Fairy's master, his own grandmaster, had been severely wounded by Burning Heaven Valley experts during that rebellion years ago and died in melancholy. One of the Jade Pool Fairy's cherished wishes was to avenge her master, though she had been unable to fulfill it for many years. Chu Feng, I very much dislike that look in your eyes. Feng Shan clicked his tongue lightly, his smile suddenly turning sinister. Let me gouge out your eyes just like we did to those from your Jade Pool Peak back then. The originally kindly face of Feng Shan revealed a savage grin. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold upon hearing Feng Shan's words. Killing intent surged from his body like tidal waves, instantly sweeping in all directions. Where he had only harbored 8 parts murderous aura before, it now surged to 12 parts, almost taking physical form. A gentle breeze without any chill swept by, yet everyone from the Jiang family felt their spines turn cold, including Jiang, he who was at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. They seemed to see an enraged demonic beast ready to devour humans standing before them, making the air instantly heavy and oppressive. Ying Chun, little Luoli, step back. Yes. The two women felt Chu Feng's overwhelming killing intent for the first time, knowing a great battle was imminent, and quickly retreated. Members of the Jiang family, retreat 100 meters. Jiang He's expression grew grave. Reason told him that Feng Shan at the 3rd level of nascent soul could surely crush Chu Feng at the 1st level, yet his emotions reminded him that Chu Feng might truly be able to cause trouble for Feng Shan. This young man's growth rate was truly terrifying. The Jiang family members hurriedly scattered. Feng Shan narrowed his eyes, speaking mockingly. Oh, Chu Feng, you seem angry? Because of my earlier words? What if I told you that in that battle, I slaughtered a total of 36 people from Yaoci Peak? What would you do then? You old bastard, I'll kill you to avenge the predecessors of Yaoci Peak. Chu Feng roared through gritted teeth. The 7 Seas dragon's sword blazed with cold light, instantly pressing toward Feng Shan's head and striking down. Boom. The sword chi crashed down like towering waves, causing the Jiang family members' faces to change drastically. This sword chi was at least twice as strong as before. No wonder Valley Master Feng said I was no match for Chu Feng. With such sword chi, I couldn't block it at all. Jiang he felt secretly relieved. Though he had been unconvinced earlier, now he had to submit. A mere 1st-level nascent soul dares to strike first, foolish. Feng Shan sneered, raising his hand and waving it. Fiery red spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into several fire waves that collided heat-in with the sword chi. The fire wave's might was several times stronger, seeming ready to completely shred the sword chi. Boom! The two forces clashed violently, shaking the wilderness. Then, the fire waves that should have devoured the sword chi were forcibly torn open with a gaping hole, bursting like foam with a puff, sound, and instantly crumbling into dust and smoke. How is this possible? Valley Master Feng's attack at the 3rd level of nascent soul was actually broken by Chu Feng. The Jiang family members were dumbstruck. Jiang he also found it hard to believe. Chu Feng was merely at the 1st level of nascent soul, while Valley Master Feng was at the 3rd level, a full 2 realm levels apart. Though Feng Shan hadn't used his full strength, he shouldn't have been broken through so easily. Although Jiang he had previously thought Chu Feng might cause trouble for Feng Shan, that was merely speculation. When this scene actually unfolded, he was absolutely stunned. The swift sword energy sliced through the air, erupting in a piercing shriek. Feng Shan's expression changed drastically as he dodged sideways, his robes torn open by the sharp blade. Looking up at Chu Feng again, that cold figure suddenly seemed much more imposing in his vision. Chu Feng is stronger than I imagined. In that instant of real combat, Feng Shan truly realized how much he had underestimated his opponent. Killing intent wrapped around his heart like cold iron chains. If this boy isn't eliminated, the Burning Heaven Valley will face disaster sooner or later. His original Catan mouse mentality vanished instantly, and he resolved to kill with one strike. Finchen retreated 5 steps, his fingertip brushing across his storage ring, and a crimson long sword suddenly materialized. Fire veins coursed along the blade like congealed magma. This was a 4th-grade divine weapon, the Earth Flame Sword, crafted from flame crystals and named after the Earth Flame Valley. The Earth Flame Sword? The crowd gasped. Valley Master Fan actually brought out the Earth Flame Sword's getting serious. Jiang He's expression changed again. In the past, Finchen rarely drew his sword even when facing opponents of the same level. Yet now he was using his trump card against Chu Feng, who was only at the 1st level of nascent soul. Everyone was shocked. The Jiang family cultivators buzzed with discussion. Ying Chun, the former holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, had long heard of this sword's reputation and furrowed her brow. Luo Li's expression was equally grave. The Earth Flame Sword? After slaying Finchen, it would make a perfect gift for Qingchen. The thought flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng, your talent is so monstrous it's appalling. Even our Burning Heaven Valley's strongest prodigy isn't worth a tenth of you. Finchen sneered, his voice exploding like rolling thunder. But today you must die. With those words, he leaped high into the air, hovering in mid-flight with the Earth Flame Sword raised high. Fierce flame's spiritual energy surged and coiled around it like an untamed stallion's endless neighing. Flame Serpent Sword Technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive flaming spiritual serpent shot down from the sword tip, mouth open and hissing as if to incinerate everything. Towering waves of heat rushed forward, yet Chu Feng's expression remained calm. He slowly raised the 7 Seas Dragon Sword, powerful spiritual energy surging along his arm like a thick water column wrapping around the blade. In an instant, the spiritual energy ignited into deep red, interweaving and condensing into a fire phoenix with spread wings. The fire phoenix opened its eyes, its overwhelming presence cascading like a waterfall. The lower-level Jiang family cultivators trembled in spirit, their spiritual energy in chaos. Even Jiang He swallowed hard, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. What kind of technique is this? Why does it feel like doomsday is approaching? Chu Feng lifted his long sword slightly, pronouncing each word clearly. Violent Phoenix Blazing Slash. As the sword edge fell, the fire phoenix blotted out the sky and sun, carrying unstoppable momentum as it crashed toward the flame serpent. When narrow paths meet, the fire phoenix completely crushed and devoured the flame serpent with absolute dominance. How is this possible? Finchen's eyes widened in disbelief. His strength was still above Chu Feng's, and he had used his strongest sword technique, yet it was instantly shattered. Before his shock could fade, the phoenix flames were already sweeping toward him like an overwhelming tide. Before Finchen could recover from his astonishment, he too was completely swallowed by the fire phoenix. Defeated, Valley Master Fan, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm, was actually defeated by Chu Feng even after unleashing his most powerful technique. The members of the Jiang family stood there one by one, utterly dumbfounded. Though dust and smoke still lingered throughout the canyon, every gaze was firmly locked onto that young man in green robes. No one dared believe what they had witnessed was real. Jiang He stood frozen in place, his face filled with astonishment. Is this real? Chu Feng, at the 1st level of nascent soul, defeated Valley Master Fan? And with such overwhelming force? He muttered to himself, his breathing becoming rapid. By all calculations, the time since Chu Feng's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm was pitifully short. In contrast, Finchen had secured his position in the nascent soul realm many years ago, and was now genuinely at the 3rd level. Finchen's foundation was solid. Unlike Jiang He, who relied on unorthodox methods, his aura never showed the slightest hint of instability. Yet even so, he had still been defeated. This scene was truly beyond comprehension. Senior sister, Master actually defeated Finchen by crossing cultivation levels. Isn't he just too powerful? Luoli covered her small mouth, her round eyes filled with shock. As the little princess of the Liang divine dynasty, she had seen countless prodigies and witnessed cross-level battles. But someone who had just entered the nascent soul realm sweeping away a 3rd-level nascent soul cultivator was something she had never heard of. At this moment, her understanding of Chu Feng was completely refreshed, and an undeniable pride rose in her heart. Her judgment was truly excellent. Junior sister, Master is ridiculously strong. He only recently stepped into the nascent soul realm. When I first saw him slay the heavenly remnant king, he was still only at the peak of the 1st nascent soul level, and I already found it incredible. I never expected him to now defeat Finchen. Ying Chun gazed at Chu Feng in the arena, her delicate hands clenched tight, her eyes full of shock. She had always known that this master couldn't be measured by common sense, but she hadn't expected the gap to be this enormous. Master just entered the nascent soul realm and can already defeat a 3rd-level cultivator. When he truly reaches the 3rd level, won't he be able to challenge 5th-level nascent soul experts? Yi Qingqian's voice unconsciously lowered, yet still couldn't hide her excitement. Senior sister, I feel that the most correct thing I've done in this lifetime was becoming Master's disciple. Junior sister, I second that. Meanwhile, the The terrifying aftershocks from Chu Feng and Finchen's battle had long since alarmed cultivators from various factions who were training in the surrounding area. Several nascent soul experts leading their disciples followed the tremors and arrived at the canyon's edge, immediately inquiring about the situation from those who had arrived earlier. What? You're saying this young man defeated Finchen, one of the valley masters of Burning Heaven Valley, by crossing 2 cultivation levels? Although Finchen ranks in the middle to lower tier among the valley masters, his strength is genuinely at the 3rd level of nascent soul. This young man before us is only at the 1st level of nascent soul, could really defeat Finchen? The nascent soul experts who arrived late looked at each other in bewilderment, the shock in their eyes almost becoming tangible. As cultivators of the same realm, they understood better than anyone the insurmountable chasm between the 1st and 3rd levels. If a 1st-level nascent soul cultivator might have a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeating a 2nd-level cultivator, then the probability of crossing 2 levels to defeat a 3rd-level expert would be perhaps 1 in 10 million. Yet this event, with odds lower than being struck by lightning in broad daylight, had actually occurred before their very eyes. Such an unbelievable turn of events, yet it had indeed happened. Among the crowd of spectators, an elderly man with a hunched back but powerful aura 7th-level nascent soul cultivator spoke in a hoarse yet excited voice. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That young man didn't just defeat Finchen, he completely crushed him. Discussions erupted instantly throughout the crowd. Who exactly is this man? So young, yet not only has he broken through to the nascent soul realm, but he possesses such monstrous combat power. Could he be a supreme prodigy from some super sect? A woman wearing a fox mask shook her head, her voice crisp yet certain. No, I've investigated him. His name is Chu Feng, and he's the peak master of Yaoci Peak in the primordial immortal sect. Yaoci Peak? Chu Feng. Another person suddenly understood. Isn't he the disciple that fairy Yaoci took in years ago? There were rumors back then that his talent was utterly mediocre. How could he suddenly become a nascent soul expert? From within the crowd, a mysterious woman shrouded in a bamboo hat and emanating an ethereal aura slowly added. According to intelligence from our Tianji pavilion, Chu Feng recently awakened the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, reached the Golden Core realm in a single day, and directly achieved the 4th level. Tianji pavilion? Someone gasped. That was a colossal organization specializing in divining heavenly secrets, with overall strength surpassing even the primordial immortal sect, standing as equals with the Tian Academy. We thought Fairy Yaoci had misjudged him, but it turns out we were the ones who misjudged. This statement immediately gained agreement from many nascent soul experts. While the outside world buzzed with commotion, the true protagonist Chu Feng paid no attention whatsoever. Standing at the center of the battlefield, he waved his hand, and the spiritual energy fire phoenix hovering around his body transformed into streams of energy that flowed entirely into him. As the flames dissipated, only a crimson earth flame sword, a storage ring, and a corpse nearly burned to ash remained on the ground. Finchen's physical body had been completely destroyed. Crack! Slight fracturing sounds echoed through the air as a dim, humanoid light shadow emerged from the charred dust. Finchen's nascent soul, the originally crystalline nascent soul, after being baptized by the fire phoenix, flickered between bright and dark, trembling with eyes full of fear and disbelief. Defeated. I actually lost to a brat who just entered the nascent soul realm. Finchen roared internally, still unable to accept the reality of his defeat by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's gaze was cold as stars, staring intensely at the nascent soul. Speak. Is the Burning Heaven Valley secretly plotting against my primordial immortal sect? It was precisely because he suspected another mastermind behind the scenes that he hadn't let the spiritual fire phoenix burn Finchen to dust on the spot. Hee, Chu Feng, you want me to talk? Dream on. Even if I die, I won't reveal a single word. Finchen's nascent soul laughed maniacally. Chu Feng couldn't be bothered with more words and directly raised his palm to perform the soul search technique. The bone-piercing sensation of soul tearing made Finchen emit agonizing screams, more unbearable than death by 1,000 cuts. Close, almost reaching the truth. Chu Feng frowned deeply as his spiritual power rapidly probed inward. Suddenly, strange runes appeared on the surface of Finchen's nascent soul. Chu Feng's heart rang with alarm as he quickly retreated half a step. Bang! With a muffled sound, Finchen's nascent soul exploded into rolling ash, leaving not even a trace of residual soul. Yi Qingchen stepped forward, unable to hide his shock. Master, who would have thought that Finchen, one of the valley masters of Burning Heaven Valley, would have restrictions planted within his body? If someone of Finchen's high position and authority was subjected to such measures, the sinister implications were truly chilling. Since we can't get anything from his mouth, we'll have to find another to make talk. Chu Feng's cold, sharp gaze fell upon Jiang He. Jiang He saw the icy coldness in Chu Feng's gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard in terror, instinctively stepping back. Run! Get out of here now! His survival instincts exploded, and this patriarch of the Jiang family actually abandoned his clansmen, turning to flee with every ounce of strength he could muster. However, his speed was nothing compared to Chu Feng's. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky as Chu Feng blocked his escape route. The young man raised his eyes, his gaze cold as a blade's edge. With a flick of his wrist, the Seven Seas Dragon sword transformed into flowing light, severing both of Jiang He's legs at the knees. Bang! Chu Feng delivered another kick, sending the legless Jiang He tumbling into the mud pit. The sword's edge pressed against the artery at his neck, its cold gleam reflecting Jiang He's terrified face. Speak. Does the Burning Heaven Valley have ulterior motives against my primordial immortal sect? And who ordered you to set up the Void Heaven 10,000 blood array to refine the 10,000 blood pills? Jiang He's teeth chattered, but he shook his head like a rattled drum, his voice breaking into sobs. I can't say. If I speak, I'll die. Die. Chu Feng's eyes turned glacial. Then I'll grant your wish right now. The sword flashed, and Jiang He's head rolled into the mud. Before the blood mist could dissipate, a fist-sized nascent soul escaped from the corpse, desperately trying to flee. Chu Feng raised his sword to pursue. Chu Feng, wait. I'll tell you everything I know. Witnessing Chu Feng's ruthlessness, the nascent soul finally yielded. Regarding the Burning Heaven Valley specific plans, I don't know much. Only that they and your primordial immortal sect. Mid-sentence, strange runes suddenly appeared on the surface of Jiang He's nascent soul. It then exploded into bloody pulp with a bang. Another restriction. Chu Feng frowned. Having anticipated this, if even Finshan, a high-ranking member of the Burning Heaven Valley, had been placed under restrictions, how much more so a mere Jiang family patriarch? Ying Chun stepped forward and bowed. Master, the lead has gone cold. What should we do next? Deal with the remaining Jiang family members. Consider it a bloody trial for you both. Chu Feng's throat-slitting gesture was coldly decisive. Yes. Ying Chun didn't hesitate, drawing the Black Abyss sword to attack the remaining Jiang family cultivators. Luo Li likewise unsheathed her weapon and charged into the fray. Had Chu Feng not intervened in time, hundreds of villagers would have been ground into blood pulp by the Void Heaven 10,000 blood array. Though the opponents Chu Feng left behind possessed golden core cultivation, they posed no real threat to his two disciples. Within half an incense stick's time, the pair returned, carrying a new aura of deadly resolve. Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Whoosh, whoosh, several sounds of cutting air landed in succession as the observing nascent soul experts revealed themselves. Giggle, heroes emerge young. Among them, a woman wearing a fox mask laughed seductively. I never expected the primordial immortal sect to produce such a prodigy as you, Chu Feng. To defeat Finshan across 2 cultivation realms with only first-stage nascent soul cultivation truly surprises this sister. Her tone was gentle, yet dangerous like a cat toying with a mouse. The eyes visible beneath her mask gazed at Chu Feng with tender affection, as if she wanted to devour him whole. A lingering fragrance wafted toward him, causing Chu Feng's mind to waver slightly before he forcibly suppressed the strange sensation. This was a charm technique. He curved his lips upward and countered. Sister, Chu Feng has been orphaned and destitute since childhood, with no relatives to speak of. I wonder where this new sister hails from. Though he didn't know the woman's origins, his instincts told him her background was far from simple. The fox-masked woman noticed that Chu Feng remained unaffected by her charm technique. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes for just an instant before being quickly concealed by her renewed seductive smile. Little brother, I come from Mount Qingxiu, and my name is Hu Qianer. She lightly tugged at the edge of her mask, her voice sultry and sweet, like a spring breeze caressing the water's surface. Mount Qingxiu, Hu Qianer, that terrifying woman who could kill invisibly with her charm techniques. Chu Feng's heart trembled slightly, his eyes sharpening with wariness. Mount Qingxiu's foundation already surpassed that of the primordial immortal sect, ranking alongside the Lunar Academy, and Hu Qianer was renowned as a nascent soul powerhouse. If she unleashed her charm techniques at full power, she would be nearly invincible among peers of the same realm. Subsequently, several other nascent soul experts stepped forward one by one, cupping their fists and introducing themselves. The sects and factions they represented were all superior to the primordial immortal sect without exception. This was the first time so many veteran nascent soul experts had gathered around a newly advanced nascent soul cultivator for conversation. No wonder the disciples of these powerhouses showed such amazement. They knew well their master's usual arrogance and how they rarely bothered to speak extensively with newcomers of the same realm. Yet here they made an exception for Chu Feng, clearly demonstrating his extraordinary status. Chu Feng paid no heed to the crowd's gazes and raised his hand with a grasping motion. A crimson sword light shot through the air toward him. Ying Chun, this sword is a fire tribute earth flame sword, perfectly suited for you. Take it. The 4th grade earth flame sword landed steadily in his palm, its blade patterns resembling flowing magma, radiating intense heat. Ying Chun accepted the sword with a graceful smile. Thank you, master. This scene made the surrounding nascent soul experts' faces twitch. A 4th grade earth flame sword given away just like that? How incredibly generous. I'm so envious, someone muttered under their breath. The disciples' eyes lit up with even greater envy, wishing they could trade their own masters for Chu Feng. Several disciples even cast resentful glances at their respective masters, their expressions clearly saying, I want one too. Unfortunately, which of their masters would be willing to casually bestow 4th grade weapons as rewards? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, these nascent soul experts quickly took their leave, turning to depart from this troublesome place. As she left, Hu Qian'er turned back with a seductive glance, her voice lingering. Little brother, come visit Mount Qingqiu when you have time. Sister will be waiting for you. Chu Feng laughed heartily in response. I'm afraid once I reach the mountain, sister would devour me completely, leaving not even bones behind. After the powerhouses and disciples had completely disappeared, Chu Feng's gaze returned to the trembling villagers below in the canyon. Follow this path straight south, and you'll be able to leave Mount Days. Take advantage of the current absence of demonic beasts along the way and leave quickly. The simple villagers knelt down in unison, their foreheads striking the rocks with resounding thuds. Thank you for saving us, Senior. Thank you, Great One, for preserving our lives. We will forever honor you as our benefactor when we return. If not for Chu Feng, they would have long been thrown into the void 10,000 blood array by the Jiang family's villains, dissolved into blood for ritual refinement. The crowd memorized Chu Feng's appearance firmly before hurriedly supporting the elderly and carrying the young as they departed along the mountain path. The canyon returned to silence. At that moment, a familiar electronic notification suddenly rang out in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Host has successfully gifted a 4th grade weapon, the Earth Flame Sword. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Chu Feng answered without hesitation in his heart. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a 2000-fold critical return. You have obtained a grade 6 weapon, Phoenix Flame Sword. A crimson longsword materialized out of thin air, its blade adorned with intricate dark gold patterns resembling phoenix feathers that shimmered brilliantly, with blazing flames dancing around it. Grade 6 weapons were virtually unheard of among mid-tier factions. Only a select few prodigies and high-ranking members of top-tier forces were qualified to obtain them through trials. Now, with just a single system notification, the Phoenix Flame Sword had landed securely in his grasp, truly a windfall from heaven. Chu Feng gripped the sword, his heart blooming with joy. Since I now have the Phoenix Flame Sword, why not give the grade 5 7 Seas Dragon Sword to little Luoli? The thought flashed through his mind before he shook his head. Although Luoli had awakened the fallen mystic ice constitution and would indeed be better suited to ice-type divine weapons, carrying such a grade 5 treasure as a young girl in the chi refinement stage would be like holding a bright lantern in the night sky. It would likely attract unwanted attention. As a master, I won't play favorites. Let me see if there's anything more suitable in Fenchen and Jianghe's storage rings. Chu Feng flipped his hand, and 2 rings fell into his palm. After binding them with his blood, he sent his divine consciousness into them. Jianghe's storage ring came into view first. In the empty compartments lay only a few bottles of aphrodisiac and kidney-strengthening pills. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. A mighty second-level nascent soul cultivator, and this is all that's left. For someone young and vigorous like himself, these items were obviously useless. Jiang, he wasn't truly poor, had simply invested all his useful resources into breaking through to the second level of nascent soul, leaving him financially strapped. Turning to examine Finchen's ring, he finally made a discovery. A translucent, milky white pill floated quietly, its surface wreathed in mist, emanating an obvious chill upon touch. Little Luoli, this is an ice muscle jade bone pill, which will greatly benefit your fallen mystic ice constitution. Chu Feng extended the pill. The ice muscle jade bone pill was extremely difficult to refine and was a divine elixir that ice-type cultivators desperately sought after. A single pill could fetch astronomical prices at auction. Thank you, master. Luoli smiled sweetly and accepted it with both hands without any pretense. Ding host has successfully gifted an ice muscle jade bone pill. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a 2-fold critical return. You have obtained a mystic ice jade dew pill. The mystic ice jade dew pill materialized in Chu Feng's palm, its luster even more crystalline than the previous one. The stacking effect would be minimal, and giving it to Qingchen might conflict with her red lotus karma constitution. I'll keep it for myself then. After a moment's consideration, he tucked the pill away. Little Luoli, refine it on the spot. I'll protect you during the process. Yes. The girl tilted her head back and swallowed the ice muscle jade bone pill. Within 3 breaths, the temperature plummeted dramatically. Behind her, massive ice pillars as thick as water barrels shot up one after another, cold mist billowing as spiritual energy roared through the ice formations. The roof was swept by the frigid air, creaking and groaning as rings of frost spread along the tiles. Accompanying this spectacle came countless snowflakes dancing through the sky. Just then, a rough voice suddenly rang out without warning. Haha, truly worthy of being a peak master of our Taigu immortal sect. Not only are you a sacred body yourself, but even the disciples you've taken are sacred bodies too. The unexpected praise made both Chu Feng and Yi Chun tense up simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, both showing wariness. Though there was no wind in the forest ahead, the branches and leaves suddenly parted as a figure slowly stepped out. It was an elderly man of medium build and somewhat lean frame, with white hair covering even his temples. Most striking were his eyes, sharp as two cold swords, seemingly able to pierce through one's heart. The old man wore only coarse hemp clothing, the fabric so old it had turned white, yet it couldn't suppress the sharp aura emanating from his entire being, like a keen sword cutting through waves and riding the wind. Chu Feng stared at him, rapidly searching his mind but finding no recollection. Yi Chun was equally puzzled. Don't be nervous, you two youngsters, the old man laughed heartily. I'm one of the sect members, just like you. May we ask for your esteemed name, senior? Both remained cautious. Can't quite remember my name, it's been too long. The old man scratched his head, thinking seriously for a moment. I only remember others gave me a nickname. Something like Wind Sword Venerable. Wind Sword Venerable. Chu Feng's expression shook as memories surged, his face changing instantly. The immortal sect powerhouse from hundreds of years ago who dominated all rivals with his wind sword techniques. In the past, the Taigu immortal sect had a divine transformation realm powerhouse who earned the title Wind Sword Venerable through his invincible wind sword arts. In terms of seniority, even sect master Gu Hongyi would respectfully address him as martial uncle upon meeting. During those years, under Wind Sword Venerable's leadership, the Taigu immortal sect was unmatched in prominence. After his mysterious disappearance, the sect gradually declined, allowing Burning Heaven Valley to seize the opportunity for betrayal. Venerable One, the outside world has spread rumors that you have already departed to the west, Chu Feng said carefully. In common terms, died. Those storytellers only know how to spout nonsense. Wind Sword Venerable bristled with indignation. This old ancestor was merely in closed-door cultivation. I haven't died. I see. Chu Feng cupped his fists, then asked puzzledly. Then why has the Venerable One appeared here today? It's all because Hongyi came to find me. Wind Sword Venerable laughed heartily. She said your infant light shot up 1,000 zhong. You defeated the heavenly remnant king across levels, and even took a disciple with the fallen profound ice body. She insisted I must meet you no matter what. Now I see you're even more impressive than I imagined, defeating Fenshin across 2 levels, while bringing along a sacred body disciple. Chu Feng smiled humbly. The sect master flatters me. It was all just luck. Venerable One, it's not just junior sister Lolly who possesses a sacred body. Yi Chun suddenly interjected. Wind Sword Venerable was startled and instinctively looked over, only to see a fiery red lotus flower manifest behind Yi Chun, its petals unfurling and spitting flames. Red lotus karma body, he exclaimed. Chu Feng, both your disciples actually have sacred bodies. Including Chu Feng himself, Yaoci Peak had gathered 3 great sacred bodies. Such glory was unprecedented not just within the peak, but could be counted on one hand since the founding of the Taigu immortal sect. Back then, Wind Sword Venerable had searched almost the entire great wilderness domain seeking a sacred body successor, ultimately in vain. Yet Chu Feng had taken 2 in merely 2 months. Seeing Yi Chun's smugness, Chu Feng felt slightly embarrassed and gave him a light glare. Chun, don't be so boastful, stay low-key. Master, I'm bringing you honor. Well, you did well, just don't do it again next time. Chu Feng coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Venerable One, although I've slain Fenshin, I always feel there's an invisible net shrouding the immortal sect. Burning Heaven Valley surely has other schemes against our Taigu immortal sect, perhaps even. Chu Feng didn't continue with his next words. Continue. Wind Sword Venerable gestured for Chu Feng to go on. Venerable, I even suspect there are traitors within the primordial immortal sect itself, secretly colluding with Burning Heaven Valley. When I was tracking down the clues, both Fenshan and Jiang He, the patriarch of the Jiang family, were silenced by restrictive spells at the same time. Chu Feng made no attempt to hide his suspicions. Wind Sword Venerable's eyes flickered uncertainly, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke in a low voice. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Those treacherous dogs from Burning Heaven Valley dare to covet our sect. Their murderous intentions have never died. After speaking, he seemed to sense something and raised his hand into the air. A sword light tore through the remnants of the myriad blood formation, and amidst the rolling blood mist, a dark red pill that had not yet fully solidified slowly emerged. Wind Sword Venerable flicked his finger, and the pill landed before Chu Feng. This is an unfinished myriad blood pill embryo, containing enough spiritual energy to help you advance your cultivation. Originally, Jiang He's pill refinement had been interrupted by Chu Feng, resulting in only this embryonic pill. Though inferior to a true myriad blood pill, it still contained astonishing essence. Chu Feng had initially wanted to save the pill for Ying Chun or Luo Li, but upon touching it, he could sense the violent power within. Moreover, since Wind Sword Venerable had personally extracted and bestowed it upon him, he hesitated no longer. Thank you, Venerable. With those words, Chu Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the embryonic pill. As the pill entered his throat, it felt like molten lava pouring into his stomach, and the pungent smell of blood instantly exploded in his mouth. An ordinary person would have vomited and collapsed, but Chu Feng forced it down, feeling waves of scorching spiritual currents surge like a raging tide through his limbs and meridians. Even as merely an embryonic pill, its medicinal properties remained overwhelmingly potent. Had Chu Feng not already entered the nascent soul realm, the pill's power would have caused his meridians to rupture at best, or his body to explode at worst. Steady your mind and guide the medicinal power into your nascent soul. Wind Sword Venerable watched Chu Feng intently, his voice carrying a rare note of tension. He knew the safety threshold for consuming this pill was at least the third level of nascent soul realm, but he believed Chu Feng had the confidence to handle it. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath, and used his divine consciousness to firmly grasp the surging medicinal power, directing it toward his dantian. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Break for me!" Boom. With Chu Feng as the epicenter, a beam of spiritual energy as thick as a mountain pillar shot skyward, uprooting ancient trees and cracking the ground inch by inch. First level of nascent soul realm. Second level of nascent soul realm. Third level of nascent soul realm. In mere moments, he broke through 2 realm levels consecutively, reaching the third level of nascent soul realm. Third level of nascent soul realm. Yi Qingxin covered her cherry lips, her beautiful face filled with shock. As a former saintess of the heavenly demon sect, she had seen countless spiritual pills and miraculous medicines, yet had never heard of any pill that could allow a nascent soul cultivator to advance 2 levels. Wind Sword Venerable shook his head in correction. It's not that the embryonic pill's power is exaggerated, but rather that Chu Feng's circulation and absorption abilities are ridiculously strong. By my estimation, an ordinary nascent soul cultivator consuming this embryonic pill would advance at most 1 level. Yet he forcibly crossed 2 levels. This is exceptional natural talent. Though he was not an alchemist, he was extremely familiar with the myriad blood pill and its embryonic form, which allowed him to immediately identify the true reason. Yi Qingxin nodded with seeming understanding. Then he looked at Chu Feng with admiration and said, "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm." In less than a month, Chu Feng had leaped through several stages from the 4th level of the golden core realm, and now the aura of the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm still surged within his body. He raised his hand to signal that his disciple need not be so formal, saying humbly, "It was just luck, nothing to be proud of. It wouldn't be surprising if you surpass me tomorrow, Qingxun." The disciple blinked and playfully asked, "Oh? Then when that time comes, will you have to call me master?" "In your dreams." Chu Feng rolled his eyes, though his tone carried laughter, bringing this little banter to an end. Just then, a figure arrived riding the wind. The newcomer wore a green robe and carried a long sword on his back. It was the Wind Sword Venerable, one of the 18 peaks of the Taigu immortal sect. After landing, he looked toward Chu Feng and said in a deep yet hearty voice, "Chu Feng, that we could meet in this vast sea of people shows we have fate. I have 2 cultivation techniques here, and I'll give them to you." With those words, he reached into his storage ring and withdrew 2 ancient texts. The scrolls bore the marks of time, their covers inscribed in ancient script. One sword severing mountains and seas. Sword danced through the ages. Chu Feng didn't refuse and accepted them with both hands. As his fingertips touched the cool covers, he channeled his spiritual consciousness to quickly browse through the contents, his pupils contracting sharply. 4th grade techniques? And you're giving me 2 at once. In the great wilderness domain, 4th grade techniques, while not at the absolute pinnacle, were extremely rare. For the Taigu immortal sect, they were nearly top tier. Having just met the Wind Sword Venerable for the first time, such a generous gift was indeed unexpected. The Wind Sword Venerable laughed heartily, his sleeves billowing as waves of energy rippled outward. "Don't be polite, I like you." Of course. He suddenly restrained his smile and deliberately put on a stern face. "You can keep these for now, but you must cultivate diligently and guide your 2 little disciples well. The competition among the 18 Peaks disciples is coming soon. If Yaoci Peak comes in last, I'll take these techniques back. More importantly, He Xiao is already secretly planning to remove you from your position as Peak Master." As his words fell, the air grew tense. Chu Feng knew the sect's rules were strict, and even the most exceptional prodigies couldn't override them. He clasped his fists and promised, "Venerable, rest assured in this competition, Yaoci Peak will definitely not come in last. I will also ensure the championship banner continues to remain at Yaoci Peak, fulfilling my master's wish." At the mention of master, his chest rose and fell, his expression growing somber. The Wind Sword Venerable sighed. "If that girl Yaoci could see you now, she would surely be very pleased. The former Yaoci fairy had been the Taigu immortal sect's greatest prodigy, yet she had insisted on entering the forbidden zone of life and had been missing ever since. Chu Feng raised his eyes, his gaze showing determination. Venerable, I want to ask, what level of strength would one need to safely enter the forbidden zone of life? The wind sword Venerable was slightly taken aback. You plan to go in? To search for the Yaoci fairy? Yes. She treated me extremely well and entered the forbidden zone because of me. If I don't go search for her, I'm unworthy of being her disciple. Chu Feng's words rang with conviction. The wind sword Venerable pondered for a moment before saying, with void refinement realm cultivation, preferably body integration realm strength, one would have a better chance of surviving the forbidden zone. Though it's called a forbidden zone, void refinement and body integration experts can still venture in otherwise. The major powers wouldn't occasionally bring out precious treasures from there. At least void refinement realm. Chu Feng murmured to himself, his eyes growing even more intense as he secretly set a new goal for himself. Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of something. Venerable One, is there any way to enter the forbidden zones of life when one's strength is still weak? Venerable Feng Jian stroked his beard thoughtfully. Well, there might be a way. If you could borrow several heaven-defying treasures, you might be able to explore the outer perimeters at best. Chu Feng pressed further. Venerable One, do you have any information about these treasures? Ahem. Chu Feng, don't set your sights on these treasures for now. They're all in the hands of major powers. Venerable Feng Jian's voice grew serious. Focus on getting through the crisis of the 18 Peaks competition first, then consider these matters. Very well. Chu Feng nodded helplessly. Venerable Feng Jian suddenly tilted his head, listening intently, then waved his hand. By the way, Chu Feng, I'm going to check the surroundings for any remaining members of Burning Heaven Valley. During this time, take your 2 disciples and train well in the Great Marsh Mountains. Strive for a good ranking. Yes. Chu Feng clasped his fists. A gentle breeze swept by, and Venerable Feng Jian's figure seemed to scatter like wind, disappearing into the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze and looked toward Luo Li, who sat motionless in meditation. Judging by the time, the medicinal power of the ice muscle jade bone pill should be nearly exhausted. Indeed, after just 3 breaths, Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes and let out a low roar, like the sound of shattering ice crystals. Boom. The ice pillars around her body shot up several zhang higher, with cold energy surging, indicating that another layer of potential had been unlocked from her fallen profound ice constitution. The potential of a sacred constitution would gradually unlock as the awakener's strength grew and they consumed spiritual materials. Chu Feng thought to himself, if he could prepare enough ice-type pills or heavenly treasures, Luo Li would eventually be able to push her fallen profound ice constitution to its limits. At that point, she could freeze Tin Li with a mere gesture. Not far away, Ying Chun felt the spiritual pressure surge dramatically and exclaimed, Master, Junior Sister's aura is skyrocketing. It seems she's about to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. She had originally planned to give her extra Foundation Establishment pill to Luo Li, but now, watching the cold mist rolling around them, she felt that pill had become unnecessary. Chu Feng laughed heartily. Haha, I never expected the ice muscle jade bone pill to have such an effect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Having never taken this pill himself and not being an alchemist, he didn't understand medicinal principles and had no idea it offered such additional benefits. Luo Li's momentum climbed steadily. Peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement, 9th level of Qi refinement. With a crisp sound of breaking barriers, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly rushed toward her dantian. She had successfully established her foundation. Master, I've reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Luo Li ran to Chu Feng and leaped up to embrace his neck, her eyes filled with incredulous joy. Having just joined the sect and already stepping into Foundation Establishment felt like a beautiful dream. Cough, cough. Little Luo Li, why are you so heavy? Let go of your master quickly, or going to strangle me. Chu Feng said with mixed laughter and tears. It's just breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Is it worth getting so excited? Luo Li's cheeks flushed slightly as she released her grip and stepped back, standing obediently. Chu Feng raised his hand, revealing 2 jade slips containing sealed sword intent. Little Luo Li, Ying Chun, here are 2 sword techniques. 1, sword cuts mountains and seas, and sword dance through the ages. Each of you choose one. If you can cultivate them to minor accomplishment, you'll have a better chance of winning in the competition. Ying Chun spoke first. Master, I choose 1, sword cuts through mountains and seas. Luo Li stepped forward gracefully, her voice crisp and clear. Master, then I'll take sword dance through the ages. Chu Feng glanced at both disciples and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Don't let the crimson flame fruit and ice heaven lotus fruit go to waste either. First refine them completely, then study your new sword techniques. Once you've fully absorbed their power, we'll venture out for training. Yes. Both disciples responded respectfully, their expressions a mix of nervousness and excitement. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Feng heard the familiar mechanical notification in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully bestowed 4th grade techniques. One sword cuts through mountains and seas, and sword dance through the ages. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 500x critical return. Obtained peak 5th grade technique. One sword determines life and death. Triggered 2000x critical return. Obtained 6th grade technique. Invincible sword domain. Peak 5th grade and 6th grade techniques. Even in the entire primordial immortal sect, their strongest existing techniques were merely ordinary 5th grade. Though Chu Feng maintained his calm exterior, his heart was already wild with joy. Jackpot. Absolute jackpot. Suppressing his excitement, he surveyed the surroundings. The information blocking formation was still active, so he could only temporarily leave the valley to contact the sect. Before departing, he set up several simple yet sturdy defensive formations around Ying Chun and Luo Li, with layers of sword patterns rippling like waves, creating an impenetrable protection. Stepping outside the formation's range, Chu Feng took out a communication jade slip and infused it with spiritual energy. Sect Master, I found and rescued the remaining villagers from Mauer village. The mastermind isn't just the Jiang family. Burning Heaven Valley is also involved. Within the jade slip, Gu Hongyi's crimson-robed phantom appeared suddenly, her willow eyebrows arching. I never expected Burning Heaven Valley to be such a treacherous snake. Here's what happened. Chu Feng recounted every detail. After listening, Gu Hongyi's eyes widened. Chu Feng, are you telling me that with only 1st level nascent soul cultivation, you killed Finshan who was at 3rd level nascent soul? A 2-level gap. Ordinary cultivators would be lucky to survive, let alone counterattack. Her shock was natural. Chu Feng replied modestly. Sect Master, that Finshan simply wasn't skilled enough. Gu Hongyi scoffed. Not skilled enough? The primordial immortal sect and Burning Heaven Valley have been enemies for ages. I know Finshan's strength all too well. Among 3rd level nascent soul cultivators, he was considered elite. If you could kill him, it only proves you're even more monstrous. With Burning Heaven Valley's Valley Master fallen to Chu Feng's hand, Gu Hongyi was in excellent spirits, increasingly grateful that the sect had gained such a prodigious talent. Chu Feng continued, Sect Master, I suspect someone within our sect is secretly collaborating with Burning Heaven Valley. I'll investigate this matter discreetly. Gu Hongyi's expression grew serious, but soon she remembered another matter. By the way, what cultivation level are your 2 disciples now? They've both reached Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment realm. Their progress is indeed remarkable. But if they catch the attention of Hishio's Heavenly Spirit Peak, I fear they'll face grave danger. Despite her praise, Gu Hongyi remained worried. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators ultimately can't match a group of peers. Chu Feng pressed further. Sect Master, how many Foundation Establishment disciples does Heavenly Spirit Peak have? Gu Hongyi calculated on her fingers, a look of recollection flashing in her eyes. 2 months ago, there were 15. By now, there could be 18 to 20 people. During the 18 Peaks competition, this number will only increase, very likely reaching a terrifying 20. What's even more troublesome is that Hishio has decided to open the Heavenly Spirit Pool to all Foundation Establishment disciples. 2.5 years ago, she personally excavated this pale, blue spirit pool in the depths of Heavenly Spirit Peak. The pool water steams with spiritual mist, making it quite renowned even within the primordial immortal sect. It's rumored that when Foundation Establishment cultivators soak in it, they can not only continuously absorb spiritual energy, but the water's flow will also temper their dantian, making their foundation more stable and exponentially increasing their chances of cross-level combat. Sect Master, rest assured, our Jade Pool Peak will not disappoint you. Chu Feng solemnly responded through the transmission jade slip. Good. I have other matters to handle. Take your 2 disciples down the mountain for training. The other side left only a simple instruction before the spiritual light dimmed. After the communication ended, Chu Feng returned to Ying Chun and Luo Li's side. The 2 women were sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, spiritual patterns faintly appearing on their bodies as medicinal power surged through their meridians. He simply emptied all the usable heavenly materials and earthly treasures from his storage ring, categorizing them by function, consuming them while contemplating the upcoming training route. Meanwhile, deep within Heavenly Spirit Peak of the primordial immortal sect, beside a cliff precipice, a spirit pool less than 2 zhang wide floated among the mist, its waters glowing with a gentle pale blue light. On the water's surface, exactly 18 disciples sat cross-legged, mist swirling around their bodies. The leader was none other than Hishio's eldest disciple, Wang Yun. Without question, all 18 had stepped into the Foundation Establishment realm. Second uncle, after this batch of Foundation Establishment disciples receives the Heavenly Spirit Pool's baptism, they'll definitely be stronger. Combined with those newly advanced to Foundation Establishment, our Heavenly Spirit Peak, taking first place in the 18 Peaks competition, is without suspense. Hishio leaned against a nearby ancient tree branch, her eyes filled with smugness. In the tree crown, He Chunggong stood with hands behind his back, nodding slightly before suddenly reminding in a low voice, "Don't forget to eliminate Jade Pool Peak first. Then you can propose dismissing Chu Feng and have our own people take over." As his words fell, a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Naturally, at the mention of Chu Feng, He Xiu's already beautiful face instantly twisted. He escaped disaster at the disciple acceptance ceremony. But this time I'll make him lose face publicly, then unite with other peak masters to dismiss him. He Chunggong continued scheming. Once the Jiang family and that force secretly deliver the 10,000 blood pill, I'll compete for the position of sect master peak's master. If successful, I'll make Chu Feng cleverly disappear. The Dragon Phoenix auspicious body is an extremely rare treasure body in this world. Speaking of this, his eyes filled with greed. If he could seize the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, he was confident he would have long broken through to the spirit transformation realm, and the sect master position should fall into his hands. Second uncle, I calculated the time the 10,000 blood pill should be completed. Has Jiang family patriarch Jiang he not contacted you yet? He Xiu remembered something. Not yet. He Chunggong's brow furrowed slightly. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem. He Xiu immediately assured. Just as her words fell, the jade slip at He Chunggong's waist suddenly vibrated. He pointed with his finger, and a phantom image appeared. His expression instantly changed. Why is it you? Didn't we agree not to contact me normally? The phantom image on He Chunggong's jade slip revealed a portly old man. He wore a fired robe that was clearly too small for him, his bulging belly nearly bursting the seams. His cheeks were plump, and his eyes were squeezed into narrow slits. What should have been a kindly face was now clouded with anger. Any high-ranking member of the Taigu Immortal Sect would immediately recognize this man as Luo Feng, one of the 3 Valley Masters of Burning Heaven Valley, and specifically the Master of Falling Flame Valley, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. He Chunggong, I'm contacting you personally because this is urgent. Luo Feng heard the dissatisfaction in He Chunggong's tone, frowned, and spoke coldly. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing this, He Xiu quickly intervened to smooth things over. Valley Master Luo, please don't be angry. My second uncle is just worried about other sect elders discovering our connection. He Chunggong also realized his rudeness and nodded slightly in apology. Only then did Luo Feng's expression soften somewhat. Without further pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. He Chunggong, Fenshan is dead. Jiang He and all the Jiang family members stationed at Great Marsh Mountain are also dead. And the 10,000 blood pill you wanted, it's gone. As his words landed, He Chunggong's face changed dramatically, and he cried out in shock. How could this happen? According to our plan, the 10,000 blood pill should have been successfully refined. Long before the pill refinement began, he had arranged for He Xiu to make detailed preparations with the Jiang family. Combined with 2 nascent soul realm cultivators, Fenshan and Jiang He, overseeing the operation, he couldn't see any flaws in their plan. He Xiu was equally shocked. The formation was clearly activated, and we only needed 1.5 more days to complete the pill. How could we fail at the final moment? Luo Feng snorted coldly. It's all because Chu Feng, the peak master of Jade Pool Peak from your Taigu Immortal Sect, interfered. Fenshan died by his hand. Chu Feng? Impossible. He Xiu immediately shook her head. As far as I know, he's only at the Golden Core realm. Fenshan was at the 3rd level of nascent soul. How could he possibly be killed by Chu Feng? Valley Master Luo, you must be mistaken. He Chunggong also denied it. A mere Golden Core cultivator killing a nascent soul cultivator? That's absolutely preposterous. Their dismissive expressions made Luo Feng stamp his foot in anger. Fools. Who told you Chu Feng was still at Golden Core? He Xiu and He Chunggong exchanged glances and asked cautiously. Then what is Chu Feng's actual strength? Nascent soul realm. Luo Feng said through gritted teeth. 1st level of nascent soul, not Golden Core. What? Nascent soul realm. This Chu Feng's strength has increased far too rapidly. It had been less than a month since he awakened his sacred body, and he already possessed the strength of the nascent soul realm? He Xiu felt his scalp tingling, his widened eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Even the prodigies from major powers had never been heard to achieve such an exaggerated breakthrough speed. He Chunggong was equally shocked, yet far calmer than He Xiu. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he asked in a deep voice, Luo Feng, Chu Feng just entered the nascent soul realm and could already kill Fenshan by crossing 2 levels? Was Fenshan already injured? In his understanding, a cultivator who had just entered the nascent soul realm could never defeat an unharmed 3rd level nascent soul powerhouse. Injured my ass. Luo Feng in the water mirror snorted coldly, his expression grim. Fenshan was perfectly healthy. It's Chu Feng's strength that's too monstrous. The reason I'm telling you this is so you can find an opportunity to eliminate Chu Feng, avenge Fenshan, and facilitate your plans. At this point, his eyes flashed with cold light, his tone sharp as a blade. If we don't uproot him soon, he'll turn the burning Heaven Valley upside down sooner or later. If the burning Heaven Valley weren't too occupied recently, Luo Feng would have personally hunted down Chu Feng long ago. He Xiao and He Qinggong exchanged glances, both seeing deep wariness in each other's eyes. Luo Feng, I understand. He Qinggong took a breath. As soon as we get a chance, we'll act. The sooner the better. The light screen extinguished, and the room returned to silence. He Xiao clenched her jade fists in jealousy. I never expected Chu Feng's progress to be so terrifying. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Second uncle, why don't I personally go to Great Marsh Mountain and silence him directly? Absolutely not. He Qinggong waved his hand. I suspect there are senior powerhouses secretly protecting him. To surge to such a realm in just 1 month is enough to attract those old monsters' intervention. We can only slowly look for opportunities. What you need to do now is properly train your disciples. At the 18 Peaks competition, first make Jade Pool Peak suffer complete defeat and drag Chu Feng down from his peak master position. By the end, he was also frowning and shaking his head, clearly unable to think of a better solution for the moment. Time passed, and the primordial immortal sect grew increasingly lively. Except for Jade Pool Peak, the other 17 peaks were all training intensively. The disciples were eager to try, not only to win honor for their peaks, but also to gain face before everyone. Well-informed cultivators learned that powerhouses from Ageless Mountain, Hidden Sword Peak, Flower Sect, Lunar Academy, and others would attend to observe and immediately became fired up with enthusiasm. In ordinary internal competitions, at most only a few scattered forces would watch, but this time, most of the visitors ranked above the primordial immortal sect. If they could shine brilliantly in the competition, they could not only gain fame within the sect, but might also leave an impression in these top-tier forces' hearts, or even win the favor of beautiful women. Thinking of this, the male disciples' frenzied training became even more intense. Meanwhile, deep in Great Marsh Mountain far from the immortal sect, Chu Feng was leading Yi Qingchen and Luo Li in desperate cultivation. In the mountain forest, blade light and sword shadows intersected, with corpses of demonic beasts and blind evil cultivators continuously falling at their feet. 3 days remained until the 18 Peaks Grand Competition. At the gates of the Taigu Immortal Sect, several outer disciples on guard duty were idly chatting, their conversation naturally turning to the upcoming inter-peak competition. Hey, which peak do you think will take first place this time? Someone asked to break the silence. I'm betting on Tianling Peak, they won last time, one disciple said confidently. Last year's victory doesn't guarantee they'll have the last laugh this year. I'm backing Leiling Peak, another countered. I still support Zuaxian Peak, a third chimed in. Everyone talked over each other, unable to convince anyone else. However, from their discussion, a common consensus emerged. Tianling Peak, Leiling Peak, and Zuaxian Peak were most likely to occupy the top 3 positions. After debating for a while, one disciple suddenly laughed and said, since we can't agree on first place, why don't we guess who'll come in last? Do we even need to guess? It's definitely Yaoci Peak. Exactly. Although Peak Master Chu has awakened a sacred body, the competition is about disciples. Yaoci Peak only has one disciple, Yi Chun, and she hasn't been there long. Her strength must be limited, dead last for sure. Sigh. Yaoci Peak has the weakest foundation of all. While opinions varied wildly about first place, when it came to last place, everyone was remarkably unanimous. Senior brothers, do you really have so little faith in Yaoci Peak? Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out behind them. Of course, weak foundation means last place without a doubt. Otherwise, junior sister, who do you think could be worse than Yaoci Peak? The chubby disciple who spoke casually turned around, but his expression froze the moment his eyes fell on the newcomer. Oh, it's junior sister Yi. Yi Qingchen narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping across the gate guards with obvious displeasure. Behind her, Luo Li clenched her small fists, her cheeks puffed out in clear indignation at the earlier discussion. Further back, Chu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression indifferent, as if watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. Greetings, Peak Master Chu. What we said earlier was all nonsense, please, don't take offense. The gate guards hastily bowed. Though Chu Feng appeared to be around their age, standing before him felt like facing a slumbering beast, making their breathing unconsciously quicken. Chu Feng spoke unhurriedly. The wind is light today, so tongues won't get twisted, but if you gossip about Yaoci Peak behind our backs in the future, you might not be so fortunate. Yes. We won't dare do it again. Everyone nodded frantically, afraid that any delay might bring severe punishment. After completing the simple registration, Chu Feng led Yi Qingchen and Luo Li away from the mountain. On the mountain path, Yi Qingchen was still gritting her teeth. Master, why didn't you let me teach those Lustunged gate guards a lesson? If Chu Feng hadn't secretly stopped her, she would have already shown those disciples why the flowers are so red. In her eyes, speaking ill of Yaoci Peak behind their backs was tantamount to questioning her master. Chu Feng smiled. It's natural for them not to have faith in Yaoci Peak. Wouldn't it be more interesting to give them a shock on the day of the competition? Only then did Yi Qingchen breathe a sigh of relief, nodding admiringly. Master thinks of everything. Though the three from Chu Feng's group had returned without notifying anyone. However, the peak masters of the 17 peaks and other high-ranking members of the primordial immortal sect learned this news immediately. Their reactions varied. Some scoffed dismissively, others showed keen interest, and still others schemed about how to test the true abilities of Chu Feng's two disciples. Chu Feng paid no attention to all the speculation and prying. Returning to Yaoci Peak, he had Ying Chun and little Luo Li sit cross-legged before him and spoke directly. Ying Chun, little Luo Li, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask. Master. Ying Chun was first to speak. Why does this spiritual energy circulation technique require reversing the flow through the dantian first? Should it pass through the Tianqiao acupoint? Little Luo Li also raised her hand. Master, when I draw my sword, I always want to gather more power, but why do you say that creates openings instead? Both possessed exceptional talent, but years of constant training had caused them to overlook details. Now that they had a moment to rest, they seized the opportunity to seek guidance. Chu Feng patiently explained. The reverse flow completely opens the meridians, otherwise you risk qi deviation. Gathering power too long when drawing your sword causes energy stagnation, allowing opponents to exploit the opening. Half an hour passed quickly. After finishing his explanations, Chu Feng signaled for them to meditate quietly. Yi Qingxin closed her eyes, her hands occasionally tracing spiritual energy patterns in the air, while little Luo Li drew her sword and practiced light swings, adjusting her strength and rhythm. Chu Feng nodded approvingly to himself. Both showed visible improvement in their technique, execution, and spell fluency. Consolidate your foundations, he instructed. Tomorrow I'll teach you other methods. Yes, both women replied in unison. Chu Feng rose and walked alone to the back mountain of Yaoci Peak. Among the cliff faces stood a magnificent statue of the beautiful Yaoci fairy. Chu Feng brushed aside the tender grass at his feet and sat on the ground, gazing warmly at his master's statue. He took out 2 plain white wine cups and filled them with daughter's red wine. Drinking had been Yaoci Fairy's favorite pastime, besides cultivation and teaching. Master, the 18 Peaks competition approaches. I will fulfill your wish to see the championship banner return to Yaoci Peak. Moreover, I will find a way to enter the forbidden zone of life and bring you back. With these words, he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The strong liquor burned like fire in his mouth, but only strengthened the determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Tianling Peak's Tianling Hall, He Xiao and her second uncle, He Qinggong, sat facing each other over a chessboard. Besides the two of them, 25 disciples stood in the hall, led by the eldest disciple Wang Yun. Checkmate. He Xiao placed her piece with a smile, curling her lips. Second uncle, you've lost 13 games in a row. He Qinggong showed no irritation. With a light slap on the board, all the black and white pieces shattered. Little Xiao, you miscalculated. I am the real winner. Just as He Xiao was about to retort, the jade slip at He Qinggong's waist suddenly glowed. He glanced at it and spoke flatly. That person has returned. Chu Feng. He Xiao scoffed lightly. He's no threat. Does he think taking disciples to train at Great Marsh Mountain will turn things around? How naive. She was certain that Tianling Peak would place first in the 18 Peaks competition and eliminate Yaoci Peak first. He Qinggong set up a new chess game, his gaze profound. Little Xiao, Chu Feng is full of surprises. Don't be careless. He Xiao paused momentarily, then called Wang Yun forward and whispered several sentences in his ear. Wang Yun was shocked. What? Master, wouldn't this violate the competition rules? Don't worry. I've studied the rules thoroughly. There's absolutely no problem. Besides, do you really think Yaoci Peak's people could push you to that point? Wang Yun immediately shook his head. Of course not. Good. Go to your room and lie down now. I'll come over later. Yes, but master, please be gentle when the time comes. The next day, at Yaoci Peak, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate when gentle yet urgent knocking echoed against the door. Master, time to get up. The sun's already high in the sky. 2 crisp voices penetrated through the wooden door into Chu Feng's half-asleep ears. Rubbing his tired, aching eyes, he casually threw on his outer robe and pushed open the door, only to have 2 pretty little faces immediately press close to him. Yi Qingxin spoke first, her eyes full of suspicion. Master, you have such dark circles under your eyes and look so worn out. Are you hiding a woman in your room? Did you spend the whole night in passionate embrace? Luo Li was startled and immediately defended Chu Feng. Senior sister, master is absolutely not that kind of person. You must be misunderstanding him. With that, she brushed past Chu Feng and rushed into the room, scanning left and right before shouting toward the doorway. Senior sister, there's no woman in the room. Chu Feng. He cursed inwardly. These 2 troublemakers are even working together now. His expression darkened as he lifted Luo Li with one hand and carried her outside. Little Luo Li, it's only been a few days, and you've already learned bad habits from your senior sister? Luo Li quickly shook her head. Master, it wasn't senior sister who taught me this. It has nothing to do with her. So I suppose I taught you then? It's my fault. Chu Feng's face grew even darker. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Ying Chun quickly changed the subject. Master, didn't you say you'd teach us something new today to prepare for the competition? Mm. Chu Feng set Luo Li down accordingly. Today I'll teach each of you a technique, the dissolution hand. This technique can weaken and neutralize secret methods that artificially enhance one's strength through unnatural means. Ying Chun and Luo Li exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "That powerful!" Techniques that could counter secret methods were extremely rare, so their surprise was natural. The dissolution hand was a secret technique Chu Feng had discovered in a mountain cave during their previous training expedition to Day's Mountain. He hadn't taught it then because the technique had weak offensive capabilities and only served special purposes. Now, fearing his disciples might be ambushed during the competition, he decided to share it. The cultivation of the dissolution hand begins at the Tianxiao acupoint, and the energy circulation route is. After half an hour, Chu Feng finished explaining all the key cultivation points. Ying Chun and Luo Li found an open space to sit cross-legged and began practicing the technique. At that moment, the familiar electronic voice exploded in Chu Feng's mind once again. Ding! Host has successfully taught the peak 3rd grade technique, dissolution hand. Would you like to activate the critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. 800-fold critical return triggered. You have obtained the 5th grade technique, 5 Thunder Dissolution Hand. 5 Thunder Dissolution Hand. Chu Feng was secretly amazed. Taking advantage of his 2 disciples' focused cultivation, he quietly retrieved the jade slip to examine it carefully. The more he read, the more astounded he became. This new technique could not only weaken and neutralize secret methods, but also dissolve an opponent's physical body, spiritual energy, and weapons. When cultivated to profound levels, it could even dissolve an opponent's foundation, their golden core or nascent soul. Most importantly, it possessed tremendous offensive power. Chu Feng imagined the battle scenarios. He could suddenly unleash the 5 Thunder Dissolution Hand, instantly erasing his opponent's spiritual energy before they could even react, securing victory. Of course, no matter how powerful, it wasn't invincible. If Chu Feng were to use this 5 Thunder Dissolution Hand against a soul transformation realm expert, otherwise, he'd probably end up with a black box as a reward. Let's test the power of the 5 Thunder Extreme Palm. Chu Feng followed the cultivation method, channeling the spiritual energy within his body. After the spiritual energy traveled along the complex pathways to his right hand, he slowly stood up and approached a massive boulder that was over 30 feet tall. This sudden movement immediately caught the attention of Ying Chun and Luo Li. The 2 stopped their cultivation and quietly exchanged glances. Senior sister, what is Master trying to do? Shatter that boulder with a single palm strike? Luo Li blinked her gem-like eyes and whispered her guess. Ying Chun pondered for a moment, lowering her voice even further. Perhaps he's practicing some new technique? Compared to the lively Luo Li, Ying Chun was more mature in her thinking and had been with Chu Feng longer, so she could somewhat guess his intentions from his actions. If it's a new technique, then Master will definitely turn that boulder into fragments. Luo Li pursed her lips and added another comment. Ying Chun shook her head slightly. Perhaps more than just fragments. Though their words were soft, they couldn't hide their curiosity. They simply stopped circulating their cultivation methods and focused intently on Chu Feng's every move. Chu Feng took a deep breath and pressed his right palm against the rough surface of the boulder. 5 Thunder Extreme Palm Transform. As his thought fell, a strange lightning bolt slithered like a snake, instantly covering the entire boulder. Boom. In the next moment, the boulder seemed to be erased by an invisible hand. It didn't explode or shatter, but broke apart like colored air and scattered with the wind. The 30-foot boulder vanished in an instant. How is this possible? Luo Li exclaimed, her pure eyes wide with shock. She had originally thought the stone would break into chunks and debris, but never imagined it would simply disappear. Ying Chun was also frozen in place. As a saintess of the heavenly demon sect, she had seen many strange techniques, but had never witnessed any method that could make a boulder silently vanish. Driven by intense curiosity, the 2 quickly approached Chu Feng, their questions shooting out like arrows in rapid succession. Master, what technique were you just practicing? How did the boulder disappear? Master, have you been researching this technique for a long time? Faced with his disciples' inquiries, Chu Feng smiled and explained, this technique, your master has also just begun practicing. I've only grasped the basics. Such power from first-time practice? Luo Li covered her mouth in disbelief. Ying Chun was equally shocked. If mastering just the basics could erase a 30-foot boulder, the power when fully mastered would be unimaginable. Chu Feng continued, this technique is called 5 Thunder Extreme Palm, an upgraded version of your Extreme Palm. It can not only dissolve various secret methods, but also possesses tremendous offensive power. Luo Li's eyes lit up. Master, I want to learn it too. Ying Chun pretended to be aggrieved, muttering, Master is keeping secrets from us. You clearly have the more powerful 5 Thunder Extreme Palm, yet you only taught us the regular Extreme Palm. She put on a pitiful expression, though the cunning in her eyes was obvious. Chu Feng chuckled and reached out to ruffle both their heads. Ying Chun, your acting is too obvious, you need more practice. The 5 Thunder Extreme Palm was always meant to be taught to you. I just had you learn the Extreme Palm first as a foundation. With that, he proceeded to teach them the complete cultivation method and key points of the 5 Thunder Extreme Palm. The sun set in the west, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Chu Feng finished his practice and instructed, rest well tonight and gather your energy for tomorrow's competition. Yes, tomorrow we will definitely achieve good results for Yaoci Peak. Both responded in unison. Chu Feng looked at them, his eyes full of anticipation. Their faces both bore expressions of determination. The next day dawned with a pale streak of light across the eastern sky, and the entire primordial immortal sect buzzed with excitement. Today marked the grand competition among disciples from the 18 peaks, and members of the sect flowed like a tide toward the primordial sacred hall. Though dawn had barely broken, the vast plaza before the hall was already packed with people. The crowd surrounded the central martial arts platform, which spanned 100 zhang in diameter, their chatter filling the air. Who do you think will claim victory this year? Heavenly Spirit Peak won last time, I'm betting they'll take first place again. Hard to say. Thunder Spirit Peak is just as strong. Don't underestimate Drunken Immortal Peak either. They might be the dark horse. Voices rose and fell in animated discussion. By the way, where do you think Jade Pool Peak will rank? Junior sister Jinlian, don't take offense, but I'm not looking down on Jade Pool Peak, they just lack foundation. 9 times out of 10, they'll finish last. The speaker was a short disciple holding a steaming flatbread in his left hand, shaking his head as he ate and commented. I agree with junior brother Dalong. They'll probably end up at the bottom again this time. Besides, Peak Master Chu and Peak Master He have long-standing grudges. Heavenly Spirit Peak might eliminate Jade Pool Peak in the very first round. The crowd generally held little hope for Jade Pool Peak. In their eyes, Ying Chun and Luo Li had joined the Peak too recently for their cultivation to have advanced dramatically. Combined with Jade Pool Peak's already sparse number of disciples, a last-place finish seemed inevitable. As the appointed time approached, the Peak Masters led their disciples into the arena, taking their designated seats. The northern platform offered the best view, where the 18 Peak Masters settled in order. Lei Buffon, who do you think will take first place? The speaker was an elderly man with a hooked nose and sunken eyes, his voice hoarse. Lei Buffon glanced at him sideways. He, what a pointless question. Obviously Thunder Spirit Peak will win. You don't seriously think it'll be your Heavenly Vengeance Peak, do you? This hook-nosed elder was indeed He, master of Heavenly Vengeance Peak, who had recently advanced to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Heavenly Vengeance Peak's 8th place finish in the last competition had made him proud for quite some time, though they still lagged considerably behind the top 3 Thunder Spirit Peak. Lei Buffon, I actually think Heavenly Spirit Peak will remain first, while your Thunder Spirit Peak will have to settle for 2nd or 3rd. He smiled without warmth, then cast a flattering glance toward He. After all these years, you still love kissing up to others. Lei Buffon's hot temper flared as he scoffed openly. He's expression darkened slightly. Just as he was about to retort, He spoke coolly. He, don't bother arguing with Lei Buffon. After the competition, he'll witness the prowess of Heavenly Spirit Peak's disciples firsthand. Peak Master He speaks truly. He nodded eagerly and sat down beside He. By the way, Lei Buffon, I hear you've been getting quite close to Chu Feng lately. Where is he? All 17 other Peak Masters and their disciples have arrived, only he's missing. Don't tell me he's afraid of finishing last and simply decided not to show up. He spoke with contemptuous tone. As soon as these words were spoken, they drew a burst of mocking laughter from those who were on good terms with He. Just as Lei Buffon was about to speak, a calm voice rang out. He, the word fear has never existed in my dictionary. Everyone turned to look and saw 3 figures appearing. 1 man and 2 women. The man was strikingly handsome with flowing robes, like an immortal banished from heaven. The woman on the left was tall and beautiful with extraordinary temperament, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. The woman on the right was delicate and adorable, making anyone who saw her feel protective. These 3 were Chu Feng, Ying Chun, and Luo Li. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone below. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and an adorable girl. If you didn't say these 3 were master and disciples, people would believe they were family. Peak Master Chu Feng in his formal Peak Master robes was devastatingly handsome. Many women looked at Chu Feng with shy expressions. It could be said that Chu Feng was now their ideal type. Seeing this scene, the male disciples around shook their heads, lamenting why they didn't have Chu Feng's looks. It was one thing to be inferior in strength, but even their appearance fell far short. Chu Feng, your abilities aren't great, but your arrogance is, making all of us wait for you so long. Seeing Chu Feng's calm and composed manner, He felt angry and couldn't help but scold. Chu Feng glanced at He. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. The competition hasn't even started yet. What are you rushing for? You? Xiao was so angry at Chu Feng's words that her face turned red. She found that every time she encountered Chu Feng, she was always the one who suffered. Ying Chun, little Luo Li, your master will go to the northern viewing platform first. You sit around the martial arts platform and wait for the competition to begin. Yes. Although Yaoci Peak only had 2 disciples, their allocated area was the same as other peaks. Some peaks with many people had to sit crowded together, while Yaoci Peak's area was much more spacious. After Chu Feng went to the northern viewing platform, he greeted several familiar peak masters. As for the other peak masters who were on good terms with Xiao, he couldn't be bothered to greet them. After all, they had different positions, so false pleasantries were unnecessary. Next, the 4 great elders made their entrance, causing quite a stir. In previous inter-peak disciple competitions, at most 1 elder would attend. Now all 4 elders had come together, which was the first time in nearly 100 years. This showed how much importance they placed on this inter-peak competition. The sect master arrives. With this announcement, Gu Hongyi, the sect master of the Taigu immortal sect, appeared wearing crimson robes. Today's Gu Hongyi had obviously applied heavy makeup and dressed much more formally than in previous inter-peak competitions. There seemed to be an additional touch of cold pride in her eyes, like an earthly emperor. The attention of the immortal sect members had just focused on Gu Hongyi when they were quickly drawn to the people behind her. That's Elder Wang Luyao from the Qingyun Sword Sect. Those robes are from Sangjin Peak. I remember now, he's the 9 Swords Elder from Sangjin Peak. 9 swords below, I am invincible. 9 swords above, 1 for 1. And there's the child grandmother from Bulow Mountain. Look, there's also the 100 Flowers envoy from the Flower Sect. I heard the 100 Flowers envoy's strength is infinitely close to the spirit transformation realm. Look at that last person. That's the Saintess of Taiyin Academy, Lin Yue, who's hailed as the #1 prodigy among the major forces. I really didn't expect that all of them would come. Although a small number of well-informed individuals had already learned that today's peak competition would attract other factions to observe, the vast majority of disciples and outer sect guests remained unaware. Thus, when those legendary powerhouses and prodigies began appearing one after another, gasps echoed throughout the plaza as the crowd displayed expressions of shock. Only then did everyone suddenly realize the true reason why all 4 grand elders had emerged from seclusion. Since the visiting factions had sent heavyweight figures, it would appear arrogant and discourteous for the primordial immortal sect to keep their elders in retreat. Distinguished guests, please take your seats in the northern viewing platform. Gu Hongyi turned and smiled graciously at her accompanying party. Very well. The group nodded lightly and followed her to the VIP section at the highest point of the northern side. Instantly, all eyes seemed to converge on that platform by unspoken agreement. The peak masters rose to their feet and bowed, their voices varying in pitch. Honored guests who have traveled from afar, forgive our inadequate welcome. The visitors merely smiled and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chu Feng, we meet again. 9-sword elder burst into laughter before Chu Feng could speak, his grin revealing 3 prominent yellow teeth. I can see you've become considerably more formidable than before. Little Granny followed closely, her gaze sweeping from the top of Chu Feng's head to his feet. She could clearly sense the profound depth of his aura while previously Chu Feng posed no threat to her whatsoever. Now he made her heart tighten with wariness. 9-sword elder, your information is quite outdated. I learned from sect master Hongyi long ago that Chu Feng has far surpassed the first level of nascent souls, now at the 3rd heaven of nascent soul. The Flower Sect's 100 Flowers envoy smiled with curved eyes, her voice crisp and clear. Upon arriving at the primordial immortal sect, she had immediately inquired about all information regarding Chu Feng from Gu Hongyi, naturally including changes in his strength. What? 9-sword elder and little Granny exclaimed in unison, their faces changing dramatically. Such a breakthrough speed was indeed terrifying to behold. The 2 exchanged helpless glances and could only smile bitterly. Chu Feng, you're truly powerful. Monstrous. At this moment, even the usually cold countenance of Saintess Lin Yue showed rare surprise. She studied Chu Feng carefully, her gaze seeming to penetrate him completely. Chu Feng, I'm very curious, just how far will you be able to grow in the future? The peak masters watching from the sidelines felt nothing but envy as they observed these distinguished faction leaders and prodigies revolving around Chu Feng. Earlier, these figures had given them merely perfunctory nods, yet with Chu Feng, they were endlessly talkative. Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration. When she had bowed to the crowd earlier, they had only nodded lightly, yet now they showed Chu Feng such respectful attention. Chu Feng, how impressive you are. Don't let Jade Pool Peak lose face in the upcoming competition. She secretly blamed all her dissatisfaction on Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained humble, cupping his hands. Distinguished guests, all of this is merely due to fortune, hardly worth mentioning. Yet this modest demeanor, when observed by Lin Yue and the others, only made them feel an urge to punch him. Chu Feng, you know we came specifically for Jade Pool Peak, didn't disappoint us. The Hundred Flowers envoy blinked her phoenix eyes and smiled behind her hand, her charm subtle yet unmistakable. Jade Pool Peak will do our utmost. Chu Feng solemnly accepted the challenge. As these faction representatives took their seats, Gu Hongyi rose and delivered some formal remarks. Finally, she cleared her throat. The martial arena fell silent instantly, with everyone's gaze focused on Gu Hongyi's crimson figure. Next, I will announce the rewards for this competition. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly penetrated across the plaza. Rewards. Those two words were like sparks falling into dry grass, and the disciples all perked up their ears in unison. For the 18 Peaks competition, the third-place winner will receive one heaven-breaking pill, along with various other resources. Heaven-breaking pill. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd below. That's a premium elixir used to break through to the Golden Core realm. That's right. With the heaven-breaking pill, the chances of breaking through to Golden Core realm increase by 30%. Discussions erupted everywhere as the disciples' eyes flashed with excitement. Gu Hongyi raised her hand for silence. The second-place winner will receive a Kwasa third-grade cultivation technique, the 3 flowers gathering at crown technique, plus various other resources. What? Second place gets a Kwasa third-grade technique. This year's rewards are incredibly generous. Not just generous, extraordinarily generous. After a wave of amazement, countless gazes became fervent. Everyone understood that mastering a Kwasa third-grade technique would definitely skyrocket one's strength. Since second place gets a Kwasa third-grade technique, what about first place? Anticipation churned in the air. Gu Hongyi slowly revealed the answer. The first-place reward is 1 Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit. Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit? Never heard of it. Many disciples looked puzzled, though they could sense something extraordinary from the name alone. However, the Peak Masters suddenly fell silent, their eyes blazing with intensity. It's actually the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit? The Sect Master is truly generous this time. I heard this fruit comes from the Misty Forest, a heavenly treasure that appears perhaps once in several hundred years. Someone added, the Misty Forest is vast and dangerous, even more perilous than the Great Marsh Mountains, but its resources are also the most abundant. The Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit is one of its rarest treasures. Legend says that consuming this fruit might awaken Fire Phoenix bloodline. If one already possesses Fire or Phoenix constitution, the effects are even better. Amid the discussions, the Peak Masters' gazes unanimously fell upon one person in the arena: Chu Feng. Dragon Phoenix Auspicious Body and Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit. It seemed as if fate had already aligned them. The Peak Masters had the illusion that this fruit was specifically prepared for Chu Feng. Chu Feng was also stunned, waves surging in his heart. I never expected the first-place reward to be such a fire attribute divine fruit. If I could obtain it, it would surely benefit my Dragon Phoenix sacred body greatly. No, I should give it to Ying Chun first to trigger the return mechanism. The benefits would be even greater. As thoughts churned, even his usually calm heart stirred with ripples. Below the stage, Ying Chun and Luo Li caught Chu Feng's expression and clenched their fists in perfect synchronization. We must take first place. Help Master claim the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit to repay his kindness. After announcing the rewards, Gu Hongyi retrieved a crimson banner from her storage ring, the championship banner. Its surface bore flame-like patterns, and with a whoosh, she planted it in the flagpole beside the martial arena. It fluttered dramatically, instantly igniting the atmosphere as disciples rubbed their hands together, eager to compete. Gu Hongyi announced loudly. Everyone, considering the many forces that have traveled from afar, this competition will consist of 2 rounds. The second round will be the familiar inter-peak battle royale that you all know. The first round will be unknown matches, with a total of 2 bouts. The 2 eliminated in the first round will not be allowed to participate in the second round's battle royale. Gu Hongyi announced the new rules. What an unusual rule indeed. I wonder which peak's disciples will be eliminated later. In the plaza, whether they were disciples from various peaks or peak masters with their distinct temperaments, all wore curious expressions as they craned their necks to observe. Lei Bufan, straightforward by nature, seeing everyone discussing endlessly, directly asked in a loud voice, Sect Master, how will the 4 participants for the first match be selected? Gu Hongyi clasped one hand behind his back, his expression composed, by drawing lots. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man in gray robes slowly stepped forward. This person was named Pei Lu, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, already considered outstanding among the mid-level figures of the Taigu Immortal Sect. He retrieved a black lacquered bamboo basket from his storage ring, its walls covered with array patterns that could completely block divine sense detection. Everyone, the names of all participating disciples are in here. Pei Li's voice was hoarse, yet clear and powerful. I will draw 4 bamboo slips in sequence. Numbers 1 and 2 will face each other, and numbers 3 and 4 will face each other. Hall Master Pei, hurry up and draw. Let us see which 4 it will be. From the front row of the crowd, Xiao He, the Peak Master of Tianling Peak, squinted as he urged impatiently, his tone carrying some urgency. After speaking, his peripheral vision swept toward Chu Feng, withdrawing extremely quickly, yet Chu Feng still caught that momentary abnormality. Chu Feng's heart stirred slightly. Something's not right. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Pei Lu reached his arm into the bamboo basket and drew out 2 bamboo slips. As the slips left the basket, he announced loudly, "Number 1, Luo Li from Yaoci Peak. Number 2, Li Zhang from Tianling Peak." He simultaneously turned the slips toward all directions, letting everyone see clearly. Buzz discussions erupted. Yaoci Peak's luck is just too terrible, isn't it? Only 2 disciples, and one gets drawn right at the start, and it happens to be against Tianling Peak with their old grudge. It seems even heaven isn't favoring Yaoci Peak today. Although Li Zhang wasn't the strongest from Tianling Peak, he was still at the 3rd level of foundation establishment with considerable reputation. Everyone cast sympathetic glances toward the master-disciple pair of Luo Li and Chu Feng. Lei Bufan frowned and said quietly to Chu Feng, "Chu Feng, your luck isn't very good." Chu Feng lightly pressed his lips together and replied calmly, "Perhaps it's worse than you imagine." On the other side, Pei Lu reached in again and drew the 3rd and 4th bamboo slips consecutively. He glanced at the names but didn't immediately announce them. Instead, he suddenly turned his head toward Chu Feng, his face showing faint regret. "Peak Master Chu, your Yaoci Peak luck isn't very good. Number 3, Ying Chun from Yaoci Peak. Number 4, Yuan from Tianling Peak." As his words hit the ground, the entire plaza instantly fell silent, the air seeming to freeze. Yaoci Peak's only 2 disciples had both been drawn into the 1st round, and their opponents were both from Tianling Peak. Everyone's hearts raced wildly. This probability was probably lower than being struck by lightning on a clear day. Compared to Li Zhang, Yuan was even more troublesome, having already reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. The 3 peak masters familiar with Chu Feng looked grim, and 2 of the 4 great elders also cast meaningful glances at Pei Lu, He Xiao, and He Qinggong, sensing something fishy. The 9 Swords Elder, Lin Yue, and other outside forces observing the battle also showed slight changes in expression, but knowing this was an internal matter of the Taigu immortal sect, they could only remain silent. Gu Hongyi's gaze was sharp as he glanced at Pei Lu lightly, then looked toward Chu Feng. "Peak Master Chu, do you have any objections to this drawing result?" Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged. "None whatsoever, in fact. I'm extremely satisfied." Satisfied? People around looked at each other in disbelief. Anyone with eyes could tell this drawing result definitely had something fishy about it. If they were Chu Feng, they would definitely voice their dissatisfaction and demand a redraw. But what happened? Chu Feng actually had no objections and seemed quite satisfied. What kind of strategy was this? He Xiao stood frozen in place. In her mind, Chu Feng should have exploded on the spot, questioned Pei Lu for tampering with the lots, and demanded a redo. Yet he showed no reaction whatsoever, which was completely unexpected. "Peak Master He Xiao," he whispered speculatively. "Perhaps Chu Feng understands that Yaoci Peak will lose eventually anyway. Better to get it over with quickly. Exiting early might preserve some dignity." He Xiao pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable, silently cursing Chu Feng for being rather cunning. Gu Hongyi was equally surprised, but seeing that Chu Feng raised no protest, she couldn't say much either. Her gaze darkened as she turned toward Pei Lu. Effective immediately, Enforcement Hall Master Pei Lu is exiled to the mines. He shall not return to the sect without imperial decree. Pei Li's face went rigid. Though he had expected punishment, he hadn't anticipated being kicked to such a remote position. He could only bow his head submissively. Yes. He retreated to a corner, still hoping that when He Chung successfully ascended to power, he might be rescued from exile. The competition begins. Luo Li and Li Zhang, take the stage. The white-robed official's voice rang out clearly, and the area around the martial arts platform fell instantly silent. "Junior sister, with so many people watching, don't disgrace Yaoci Peak or our master." "Yes." Luo Li clenched her fists and leaped onto the platform. Li Zhang stepped onto the stage, his eyes full of disdain. "Junior sister Luo, blades and fists show no mercy. If you're smart, jump down yourself and spare me from having to hurt you." Luo Li rolled her eyes. "The wind is strong today, careful you don't bite your tongue." "Umph. You refused the toast only to drink the penalty wine." Li Zhang snorted coldly. He pushed off with his left foot, like an arrow released from its bow, charging forward. When he closed to within 10 feet, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed directly at Luo Li's Shadera, vicious move clearly intended to cripple her arm. The disciples below held their breath. Luo Li remained calm, shifting her footwork. Her form moved light as silk, dodging the blade while drawing her Qingyuan sword and thrusting it toward Li Zhang in one fluid motion. Li Zhang's heart jumped in alarm. He raised his sword to block, but suddenly felt a cold wind from the side. Luo Li's powerful palm strike was already upon him. Damn, the sword was a feint. With no time for complete defense, he could only hastily condense a spiritual energy barrier. Crack! The spiritual barrier tore like paper, and Li Zhang was sent flying off the platform. How is this possible? Her strength actually exceeds mine. As he hit the ground, he couldn't believe it. Junior sister Luo has real skill. Indeed, she actually defeated Li Zhang. Discussions erupted throughout the viewing stands. In the high-ranking seats on the north side, people nodded in approval as well. Luo Li is impressive, young but composed, with clean and decisive techniques. A promising talent. He Xiao's face turned ashen as she ground her teeth. Useless fool. Can't even handle Luo Li. In contrast, Chu Feng remained calm-faced, as if everything was within his expectations, showing not the slightest trace of excessive joy. The white-robed official announced, Luo Li wins. Next, Yaoci Peak's Yi Chun versus Tianling Peak's Yuan. Yi Chun and Yuan simultaneously walked toward the martial arts platform. Senior sister, now it's your turn. Luo Li squinted encouragingly at her. Junior sister, you took quite a while dealing with Li Zhang. Watch how your senior sister quickly dispatches her opponent. Yi Chun playfully flicked Luo Li's nose as she spoke. Senior sister, I know you're stronger than me, but I'll surpass you someday. Luo Li pouted defiantly. Yi Chun smiled and gently ruffled her hair before leaping gracefully onto the martial arts platform, landing as light as a swan. Yuan was already waiting in the center of the arena. When his gaze met Yi Chun's flawless, exquisite face, the stray thoughts in his mind were instantly replaced by caution. Originally, when Yuan learned his opponent was a female disciple, he had been extremely dismissive, confident he could defeat her effortlessly. But after witnessing Luo Li crush his junior brother with barely any effort, his arrogance was replaced by alarm. Now, facing Yi Chun, only wariness remained in his heart. Crimson Blood Sword. Without any pleasantries, Yuan drew his sword and unleashed his strongest killing move. Crimson spiritual light blazed along the blade, overflowing like flames. Where the sword's edge pointed, the air was torn by its sharp momentum, creating two thin white trails. 5 zhang, 3 zhang, 1 zhang. The blazing light approached, yet Yi Chun stood like a green bamboo, quietly rooted in place. The crowd below exchanged glances. Was she planning to give up? In a flash, the sword tip was less than 3 feet from Yi Chun. The next instant, a bolt of lightning flickered, and she had already swept behind Yuan, her afterimage still swaying in her original position. Before the watching crowd, she delivered a clean, decisive side kick to Yuan's waist. He didn't even have time to turn around before being kicked off the platform and crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Chun withdrew her stance, her long hair flowing, and turned to leave the platform. As she passed the white-robed official, she nodded slightly. The official was still stunned, only coming to his senses now as he loudly announced, "This match goes to Chun of Jade Pool Peak." Yi Chun walked back to her position under the burning gazes of the crowd. What did I just see? Junior sister, Yi instantly defeated Yuan? She didn't even draw her sword. That Yuan isn't some nobodies, a senior disciple of Heavenly Spirit Peak, at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. But Yi Chun has only been at Jade Pool Peak for 3 months, and she just kicked him off. This is absurd. Discussions erupted everywhere, all eyes following Yi Chun's heroic figure as if they were in a dream. On the northern viewing platform, the high-ranking powerhouses were equally shaken. Peak Master Chu, your disciple is incredible. She defeated Yuan without even drawing her sword. Lei Bufan slapped Chu Feng's shoulder, laughing heartily. Peak Master Chu, we really want to know how you train your disciples. Share some secrets with us. Qi Ling and Situ Zhong gathered around, greatly interested. The 3 peak masters had originally thought Chu Feng's 2 disciples were doomed, but not only did they not lose, each one finished faster than the last. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly. Isn't this just basic stuff? The 3 peak masters collectively gasped and rolled their eyes. Elder Nine Swords, Lin Yue, and other observing factions were also intrigued by this unexpected result, eagerly anticipating the upcoming group battle to see if Jade Pool Peak could continue this miraculous streak. Meanwhile, on another viewing platform, Hixio's face was ashen, her knuckles white from clenching. Useless. That waste Yuan. Even after using Crimson Blood Sword, he still got instantly killed by his opponent. What trash. She gripped the armrest tightly, grinding her teeth. She had thought that although the first match was lost, Yuan could salvage some face in the second match. But the result? An even more crushing defeat. In the previous matches, Luali had at least drawn her sword. But in that last round, Yi Chun couldn't even be bothered to touch her scabbard before defeating Yuan so swiftly that he didn't even have time to cry out. This was like a resounding slap across the face, making Hixio's cheeks burn with embarrassment as countless eyes from below the stage bore into her, amplifying her humiliation. Peak Master He, don't be upset. Xiao He whispered consolingly. Let Yaoci Peak gloat for a while. Once the grand melee begins, our Tianling Peak will quickly eliminate them all. Hearing these words, Hixio's expression finally softened somewhat. Below the martial arts platform, senior sister is so strong. Luali's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her moves were clean and decisive, executed in one fluid motion. She didn't even bother with unnecessary words, just one, and turned away with such grace. Yi Chun chuckled softly, her jade finger brushing across Luoli's nose tip. If I weren't strong enough, how could I be worthy of being your senior sister? Hee, that's true. Before her words had fully faded, a harsh and inappropriate sneer cut through the air. Yeah, winning 2 insignificant little matches, and you're as happy as if it's New Year? The speaker was Wang Yun, her eyes full of disdain. Hee, senior sister, you can't blame them. A shifty-looking male disciple chimed in. Their experience is so limited. When they lose miserably in the grand melee later, they won't be laughing anymore. The Tianling Peak disciples echoed in agreement, casting mocking glances their way. Luoli's pretty face flushed red with anger, and she was about to retort when Yi Chun raised her hand to stop her. What stray dogs are barking here? Yi Chun maintained her gentle smile. We'll see if they can still bark after we beat them down later. Her tone was light and casual, yet every word struck deep. Wang Yun and the others were so provoked that their anger flared. Just wait. Yi Chun, Lulai will make you pay in the grand melee. Wang Yun snarled her threat, but knowing the timing wasn't right, she could only lead her people away. At that moment, the white-robed official announced loudly again. Disciples from all peaks, enter the platform and prepare for the second match. The crowd instantly erupted as disciples from various peaks surged forward. The grand melee allowed 25 participants per peak, and except for Yaoci Peak, all other peaks had full quotas. In stark contrast, Yaoci Peak had only Yi Chun and Luoli, appearing particularly isolated. Yaoci Peak is in danger, just 2 people against a whole crowd. No matter how skilled they are, they can't withstand a human wave tactic. The spectators around shook their heads. On the northern viewing platform, Hishio suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. In the first round, our Tianling Peak had bad luck and lost 2 Foundation Establishment disciples, but our peak still has 22 Foundation Establishment disciples remaining. What peak can match such depth? Several peak masters frowned slightly. Though they disliked her boastfulness, they couldn't refute it. Emboldened by her advantage, Hishio's face showed even more smugness, finally recovering from her earlier humiliation. She turned to Chu Feng with a provocative tone. Peak Master Chu, the grand melee won't have the good fortune you enjoyed earlier. The first target my Tianling Peak will eliminate is your Yaoci Peak. Chu Feng glanced at her indifferently without responding, only leisurely sipping her tea. Hishio's gaze fell to the platform below as she commanded loudly. Xiao Yun, mobilize everyone and focus your attack on Yi Chun and Luoli first. Yes. Wang Yun received his orders on the martial arts platform. He stepped forward with his head held high and roared like thunder. Disciples from other peaks, stand aside. Don't interfere with our siege against the 2 from Yaoci Peak. His words carried an undeniable arrogance. Several disciples who had been watching frowned deeply at Wang Yun's tone, finding it extremely displeasing, but fearing Tianling Peak's absolute power, they ultimately cleared a straight path. Move out. Yes. Wang Yun swept his sleeves and led the charge, followed by 25 Tianling Peak disciples radiating killing intent as they rushed straight toward Yi Chun and Luoli from Yaoci Peak. Senior sister, we're in trouble. Luoli gripped her Qingyuan sword tightly, her palms slightly sweaty and expression grave. In an unknown fight, she feared no one from Tianling Peak, but once it escalated to group combat, there were far too many variables. Junior sister, don't be afraid with me here. Yi Chun patted her shoulder with a firm voice. Master is still watching from above. Luoli looked up toward the northern viewing platform. When she met Chu Feng's gentle gaze, a surge of certainty welled up in her heart, and confidence instantly filled her being. Hishio, 25 people bullying 2 disciples who just joined Yaoci Peak. Lei Bufan, cannot stand by and watch. Lei Bufan, the peak master of Leiling Peak, suddenly rose to his feet, his voice booming like a great bell. Disciples of Leiling Peak, heed my command. Fight alongside Yaoci Peak against Tianling Peak. His thunderous shout startled quite a few peak masters, even catching Hishio off guard. The next moment, Hishio's eyes turned ice cold. Lei Bufan, have you thought this through? Do you really want to stand up for Chu Feng and make an enemy of my Tianling Peak? Exactly. Lei Bufan nodded vigorously. Hishio's face turned ashen. Peak Master Lei, I, Chu Feng, will remember this kindness. Chu Feng clasped his fists in sincere gratitude, never having expected Lei Bufan to suddenly show such strong support. You little brats from Leiling Peak, what are you standing around for? Didn't you hear? Go help Yaoci Peak. Lei Bufan roared again. Yes. The Leiling Peak disciples shrank their necks and quickly rushed to stand beside Yi Chun and her companion, facing off against the Tianling Peak disciples. Disciples of Tianzhou Peak, heed my command. Step forward to assist Tianling Peak against Yaoci Peak and Leiling Peak. Xiu He, the peak master of Tianzhou Peak, stood up with narrowed eyes, his tone slow but chillingly menacing. Yes. The Tianzhou Peak disciples immediately joined the Tianling Peak formation. TSK, I didn't expect you all to play this big. Situ Zhong, the peak master of Yaoci Peak, raised his wine gourd with a hearty laugh and took a gulp of strong liquor. Since that's the case, let's make it even bigger. Disciples of Yaoci Peak, heed my command. Assist Yaoci Peak and Leiling Peak against Tianling Peak and Tianzhou Peak. Yes. The peak master of Pohei Peak immediately followed suit. Disciples of Pohei Peak, heed my command. Help Tianling Peak and Tianzhou Peak against the others. Yes. Within just 20 breaths, all 18 peak masters had declared their positions. What had originally been chaotic group combat suddenly evolved into a confrontation between two major factions. On the south side, the two from Yaoci Peak led the formation with Leiling Peak, Yaoci Peak, and other allied forces spread in a long battle line. On the north side, 25 disciples from Tianling Peak held the center, with Tianzhou Peak, Pohei Peak, and others standing shoulder to shoulder. The two sides were clearly divided, with killing intent surging beneath the surface. Who would have thought the great melee would turn into a showdown between two major forces? In all the years of Taigu Immortal Sect, this is the first time we've seen anything like this. The voices of non-participating disciples rose and fell in discussion, while other observing factions also turned their attention to the scene with great interest. Fellow Peak Masters, I, Chu Feng, will remember your kindness in my heart. Should you ever need assistance in the future, just ask. Chu Feng rose to his feet and bowed solemnly to all the Peak Masters who had come to his aid. Very well, it's a promise. Lei Bufan and the other Peak Masters didn't hesitate and readily agreed. In the past, they would never have actively intervened, but Chu Feng had now awakened his sacred body and reached the third level of the nascent soul realm in just 3 months. His potential was astounding. Trading one Peak Alliance defeat for his favor was truly worthwhile. Not far away, He Xiao and his allied Peak Masters wore grim expressions. Chu Feng, don't think that having Peak Alliances backing you will save Yaoci Peak. We have 12 peaks, you only have 6. You're bound to lose. He Xiao snorted coldly, convinced that their numerical advantage would crush their opponents. Chu Feng glanced at him indifferently. Until the very end, who knows the outcome? Tianling Peak disciples, listen up. Attack. Show the disciples of Yaoci Peak and the 5 assisting peaks your true strength. Yes. Roars erupted across the martial platform. The northern and southern forces clashed like colliding tides, with the clang of metal against metal and the dull thuds of fists and feet, creating a symphony like continuous firecrackers. Whether by coincidence or fate's design, Yaoci Peak had only 2 people, Luo Li and Ying Chun, yet they faced off against 25 disciples from Tianling Peak. Wang Yun commanded in a deep voice, "Go! Take down Luo Li and Ying Chun." As his words fell, the Tianling Peak disciples unleashed their full power. Several at the early foundation establishment stage, most at the 2nd and 3rd levels of foundation establishment, a few reaching the 5th and 6th levels of foundation establishment. One among them had even reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. Junior sister, let's move. Yes. Luo Li drew her Qingyuan sword, no longer concealing her 5th level foundation establishment cultivation. Ying Chun released her 6th level foundation establishment aura without yet drawing her earth flame sword. The two shot forward like arrows piercing the sky, diving straight into the enemy formation. Bang! Luo Li's sword sent an opponent flying, the first enemy tumbling off the martial platform. Ying Chun spun and delivered consecutive kicks, sending 3 more rolling off the stage. Wang Yun stood at the rear, his brow furrowed. 5th and 6th levels of foundation establishment, such strength in just 3 months. Jealousy surged within him, quickly suppressed by murderous intent. Though the 18 peaks competition emphasized restraint, accidents were inevitably lurked like a predatory beast, waiting for his moment. Meanwhile, the Tianling Peak disciples, terrified by the 2 women's fierce assault, hastily cast their techniques. Mountain Splitting Palm, Cloud Piercing Sword, Evil Banishing Blade. Luo Li dared not be careless and cried out. 10,000 swords returned to origin. With a flick of her wrist, over 10 sword energies spiraled around the Qingyuan sword and shot forth, shattering the incoming techniques one by one, while simultaneously cutting down several enemies from the platform. In an instant, Tianling Peak's original 25 disciples were reduced to merely 12. Wang Yun commanded again. Gao Ming, you deal with Ying Chun. Everyone else, surround Luo Li. The Gao Ming he mentioned was the disciple who had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. No problem, Gao Ming replied. Before his words had even finished echoing, he stomped his foot and shot onto the martial platform like an arrow released from its bowstring, leaping high to block Ying Chun's path as he moved to assist Luo Li. Looking down from above, he sneered coldly. Ying Chun, this is where Yaoci Peak's journey ends. Confident in his superior cultivation compared to Ying Chun, Gao Ming's eyes were filled with certainty. He had made up his mind that with just a little pressure, he could easily force his opponent to retreat. However, Ying Chun couldn't be bothered with words, merely glancing at him indifferently. Without drawing his sword or stepping back, he suddenly thrust out his right arm, pointing directly at Gao Ming's chest. Yi Chun, that move of yours is utterly ordinary. Gao Ming spoke mockingly, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he sensed something was wrong. Lightning erupted from Yi Chun's fingertips, electric arcs crackling as his speed suddenly increased. This was clearly the thunder rush technique personally taught by Chu Feng. Oh no! Gao Ming's heart raced wildly. He reached for his sword, but was obviously half a beat too slow, forced to hastily raise his palm to meet the attack. Bone-melting soft palm. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a deep, thunderous sound. Gao Ming had expected Yi Chun to be sent flying by his palm strike, but unexpectedly, his opponent didn't budge an inch. Instead, his own arm went numb, waves of tremendous force surged through his chest, accompanied by fine electric currents threading through his muscles, making him feel tingly and weak. Get lost! Yi Chun shouted, unleashing his power. Gao Ming groaned, and was sent flying backward off the martial platform, tumbling to the ground, and immediately eliminated. The moment Gao Ming fell from the platform, all the disciples who had been engaged in fierce combat stopped their moves. The sight of Yi Chun using his bare palm to clash with and defeat Gao Ming, who was at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, was too shocking. That Yi Chun is incredible. He actually knocked Gao Ming down. Exactly. Gao Ming has been a disciple of Tianling Peak for years, his strength second only to Wang Yun's, while Yi Chun has only been following Peak Master Chu for 3 months. Discussions erupted everywhere. Many people recalled that 3 months ago, they were still running errands and doing odd jobs around the peaks, while Yi Chun was already dominating the inter-peak competition, creating a huge psychological gap. On the northern viewing platform, the eyes of the high-ranking officials all turned toward Chu Feng in unison. Lei Bufan laughed heartily and gave a thumbs up. Gu Hongyi nodded gently with an approving expression, while He Xiu's face turned iron blue, nearly crushing the armrest of her chair. Yaoci Peak's performance was far from over. On the other side, Luali remained at ease despite being surrounded and attacked. Using the 3,000 thunder steps that Chu Feng had taught her, her figure moved like a lightning serpent, successively knocking the attackers off the platform. After clearing her enemies, she didn't rest but turned to assist disciples from allied peaks, forcibly driving members of Tianzhou Peak, Pohei Peak, and others off the stage, only being eliminated when her spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Luali's disruption allowed peaks like Leiling Peak to achieve mutual elimination with their opponents. 6 major peaks against 12 major peaks had resulted in mutual casualties enough to make them hold their heads high with pride. Perhaps by fate's design, only 2 figures remained on the vast martial platform, Yi Chun and Wang Yun. Their sharp gazes met, neither rashly making a move, the air seeming to freeze. In the stands, Lei Bufan laughed straightforwardly. He Xiu, did you ever imagine this outcome when your 12 major peaks joined forces? Even if Yi Chun gets eliminated and your Tianling Peak wins the championship, there's nothing to be proud of. Though Leiling Peak had no chance at first place, he felt immensely satisfied under absolutely disadvantageous conditions. Both sides, ending with 1 person each, was enough to be proud of. He Xiu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Such an outcome was something she had never anticipated, despite having an absolute advantage in peak numbers. Yet she was forcefully dragged down from the martial platform by her opponent, which was truly unexpected. Moreover, He Xiu keenly noticed that the 2 disciples from Yaoci Peak had indeed contributed significantly at the crucial moment. Without their interference, the contestants from the other 11 peaks would never have been eliminated so swiftly. Magnificent. This peak competition of the Taigu Immortal Sect is truly magnificent. The 100 Flowers envoy clapped with a smile, her eyes gleaming. Now, let's see who will claim victory between Yi Chun of Yaoci Peak and Wang Yun of Tianling Peak. She turned her head, her gaze falling on the red figure in the center of the high platform. Red-robed sect master, who do you think will win? Gu Hongyi didn't respond immediately, instead casting her eyes to both sides. Peak Master Chu Feng, Peak Master He Xiu, what are your thoughts? He Xiu stood with arms crossed, answering without hesitation. The victor will naturally be Wang Yun of my Tianling Peak. Chu Feng merely raised his hand to sip tea, his tone calm. Ying Chun. Gu Hongyi nodded with a smile. Then let us wait and see. On the martial platform, Yi Chun and Wang Yun had been facing each other for quite some time. Wang Yun struck first. She flipped her wrist and reached behind her back, drawing out a jade blue longsword. The sword was named Jade Water, forged from special minerals with rare 3rd-grade quality, originally far beyond what a Foundation Establishment cultivator could wield. For the sake of this victory, He Xiu had bestowed the Jade Water sword upon Wang Yun for temporary use, seeking nothing but certain triumph. With the longsword in hand, Wang Yun stomped her foot, instantly unleashing the aura of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, her robes billowing. His 8th level, the watching disciples gasped. Wang Yun has actually reached such heights. Isn't this battle already decided? Indeed. Although Yi Qingshun once defeated Gao Ming by fighting above her level, to fight 2 levels above against Wang Yun would be difficult. Discussions arose one after another, yet Yi Qingshun's expression remained unchanged. Unlike before, she no longer stubbornly insisted on fighting barehanded, but slowly drew the earth flame sword. The two locked eyes, with neither probing nor pleasantries, their sword edges resonating simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. Sword lights collided, sparks flying everywhere. The two fought from the center of the martial platform to the eastern side, then turned toward the southern corner, and finally grappled their way to the western edge, each step accompanied by deafening clashes of metal. The crowd had originally expected Yi Qingshun to be swiftly defeated, but now they witnessed both sides locked in an evenly matched battle despite Wang Yun's 2-level cultivation advantage. She couldn't suppress Yi Qingshun. Yi Qingshun is so strong, disciples exclaimed. What secret technique did Peak Master Chu teach her? In the northern viewing stands, the high-ranking officials showed expressions of surprise. He Xiao, who had been confident earlier, now furrowed her brows. This situation was completely different from her predictions. Wang Yun, stop delaying and use your techniques. He Xiao shouted. Yes. Wang Yun leaped back 3 zhang, channeling all her spiritual energy into the jade water sword. In an instant, blue wave-like spiritual light wrapped around the sword blade in layers. Jade sea-tide heaven sword. She raised the long sword high and struck down, unleashing a massive tidal sword chi that surged toward Yi Qingshun like an overwhelming tsunami. The spectators all cried out in shock. The third-grade technique, Jade sea-tide heaven sword. They hadn't expected He Xiao to pass such a secret art to her disciple. Yi Qingshun took a deep breath, her feet slightly sinking. She raised the earth flame sword high, spiritual energy flowing into the blade like fire streams, flame-like currents tearing through the air with fierce sounds. As spiritual light surged, phantom images of mountains, rivers, and moon formed by spiritual energy appeared behind her, then condensed into a magnificent sword chi. One sword breaks mountains and rivers. Yi Qingshun's eyes were resolute as she called out in a low voice. She pressed down her wrist. The earth flame's sword descended, and that powerful sword chi also soared skyward. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, 2 fierce sword energies collided thunderously at the center of the martial platform. Wang Yun's azure sea-tide sword clashed with Yi Qingshun's. One sword breaks mountains and rivers, with piercing shrieks, tearing through the air with deafening explosions. As the blazing white light faded, everyone clearly saw that Yi Qingshun's sword energy had gained the upper hand, crushing the azure sea-tide sword, inch by inch in just one breath. Impossible. Wang Yun's face turned ashen. She couldn't believe that in a battle of equal-level techniques, she would actually lose. The destructive aftermath of the shattered sword energy rushed toward her face. Despite her hasty dodge, the sharp force still grazed her, instantly tearing open the flesh on her shoulder blade, blood streaming down. In excruciating pain, Wang Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, already severely injured. On the other side of the arena, Yi Qingshun sheathed her sword and stood tall victorious. She had defeated Wang Yun despite being 2 minor realms lower, leaving the watching disciples utterly stunned. A gap of 2 heavenly realms was something almost no one could overcome, yet Yi Qingshun had done exactly that. Excellent. From the northern viewing platform, Lei Bufan snapped out of his shock and applauded vigorously. Chu Feng, your disciple is remarkable. Situ Zhong also looked amazed. Chu Feng, Yi Qingshun's performance is truly astonishing. How exactly did you train her? Chu Feng shrugged with a smile. Nothing different from what you all doges taught her the usual way. Several peak masters who were close to him chuckled and rolled their eyes at his response. He Xiao stared at the arena, first shocked, then her expression darkened. She never expected that Wang Yun, with her cultivation advantage, would actually be defeated by Yi Qingshun. Don't celebrate too early, Chu Feng. My Tianling Peak hasn't lost yet. Lei Bufan scoffed. Haven't lost? He Xiao, are your eyes failing you? Wang Yun is already severely injured. Yi Qingshun just needs one more push to kick her off the platform. Ignoring him, He Xiao raised her voice and shouted sternly. Xiao Yun, use your final trump card. Yes. Wang Yun nodded with difficulty, tearing open her sleeve to reveal intricate black runes covering her skin, emanating a dark glow. Ahem, what is that? The disciples looked at each other in confusion, feeling an ominous chill. The expressions of the high-ranking officials on the northern platform changed dramatically. That's Yuanyang runes. It looks like it. Yuanyang runes are a secret technique that can explosively increase one's cultivation in a short time, but afterward, the user will be bettered for at least 3 months. Normally, no one would dare use such a technique unless facing life or death, yet here it appeared on Wang Yun. Lei Bufan was the first to jump up. He Xiao, this is cheating. Yuanyang runes are completely external assistants. In previous years, all peaks had racked their brains to compete for the championship, but no one had ever inscribed runes on their disciples. He Xiao sneered coldly. Lei Bufan, stop throwing your tantrum. Do the rules explicitly forbid inscribed runes? Lei Bufan was speechless, unable to find any clause to refute her. The competition rules indeed didn't prohibit the use of runic power. He could only continue stubbornly. Humph. Sophistry. Sect Master, He Xiao is cheating and Wang Yun's qualification should be revoked. Gu Hongyi frowned slightly. He Xiao's actions were indeed excessive, yet they still complied with the competition regulations. She spoke in a deep voice. Chu Feng, what do you think? Gu Hongyi asked Chu Feng for his advice. Sect Master, since He Xiao likes to exploit loopholes, let her do so. In the end, Yaoci Peak will still be the winner. Chu Feng set down his teacup with a calm expression, seemingly unperturbed even by the Yuan Yang runes appearing on Wang Yun's shoulder. The surrounding high-ranking members were all stunned upon hearing this. The situation was clearly disadvantageous. So where did Chu Feng's confidence come from? Lei Bufan wanted to retort, but when he met those calm yet determined eyes, his words got stuck in his throat. Killing intent surged on the martial arts platform. Wang Yun sneered and turned to shout at Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen, you are indeed formidable. But in the end, the winner will still be me, Wang Yun, and my Tianling Peak. With those words, she bit her finger, letting blood drip onto the black runes on her shoulder. Instantly, the runes flowed like water, transforming into dark rays that poured into her body. Her depleted spiritual energy surged back wildly, and the wounds on her body healed at a visible rate. The disciples in the stands erupted in commotion. The Yuanyang runes are so heaven-defying. Sigh, though Yaoci Peak was impressive, it still falls short. Yi Qingchen is already very strong, even losing would be like winning. Amid the discussions, Yi Qingchen's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of dejection. She called out softly, Wang Yun, until the very last moment. Who knows who will win or lose? Pushing off the ground with her left foot, her figure soared like an eagle, instantly closing the distance. She extended her right palm, spiritual energy swirling in her palm, with lightning flickering within. No matter how many tricks you have, they're all futile. Wang Yun sneered disdainfully, raising her palm to meet the attack with spiritual energy. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted. Wang Yun thought she had easily neutralized the attack, but just as she felt triumphant, the spiritual energy around her palm suddenly began to fade, as if being devoured. Immediately after, she realized in horror that the spiritual energy replenishment from the Yuanyang runes was also draining at the same rate. What's happening? Look quickly, the Yuanyang runes on Wang Yun's shoulder are disappearing. The runes were being washed away by an invisible force, their black glow dissipating inch by inch. On the northern viewing platform, the high-ranking members showed expressions of surprise. The Yuanyang runes were actually neutralized? He Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time she had seen anyone capable of breaking these runes. Li Meier, the peak master of Yaoci Peak, looked up at Chu Feng in amazement. Chu Feng, what technique did you teach Yi Qingchen that could actually counter the Yuanyang runes? Situ Zhong and the others also stared at him in unison. For a moment, Chu Feng became the center of attention. It's nothing particularly impressive. Chu Feng lifted his hand to brush away the mist from his tea lid, his tone indifferent. Just a 5th-grade technique, the 5 Thunder Transformation Hand. Qingchen's learning is incomplete, making everyone laugh. She's only mastered some superficial aspects. What? A 5th-grade technique? The 5 Thunder Ultimate Palm. The northern stands erupted in chaos. The 4 Grand Elders, Sect Master Gu Hongyi, the 100 Flowers Envoy, and all the high-ranking officials fell silent in unison, their gazes locked onto the martial arts platform. 5th-grade techniques were the ultimate trump cards, even among mid-tier forces. Someone of Chu Feng's current status shouldn't have access to such methods. Even if he had obtained one through sheer luck, he certainly wouldn't be willing to pass it on to his disciples. Yet here it was, displayed so brazenly for all to see. An indescribable bitterness rose among the crowd. No wonder Chu Feng had remained so calm throughout. He had been holding such a powerful ace up his sleeve. Only now did Xiao Tongmu understand. No wonder Chu Feng had remained so composed even when facing Wang Yun, who bore the primordial Yang runes. He had been confident from the very beginning. Below the platform, He Xiao heard Chu Feng's earlier words, and his face instantly turned ashen, suddenly realizing that he himself was the clown who had been jumping around. The several peak masters who were on good terms with him also hung their heads in dejection, knowing in their hearts that this match had been decided from the very start. On the martial arts platform, Yi Qingchen stepped forward, her gaze locking onto Wang Yun like lightning as she roared. 5 Thunder Ultimate Palm. Instantly, a massive vortex of thunder light formed in her palm. The remaining primordial Yang runes on Wang Yun's body were instantly dissolved, and his internal spiritual energy crumbled along with them. In the next breath, Wang Yun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, blasted off the platform by the violent thunder force. With a crack of breaking bones, he collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move. After a brief moment of deathly silence, mountain-shaking cheers erupted. Yaoci Peak. Yaoci Peak. The disciples looked up at Ying Chun with burning admiration in their eyes. Among the 18 peaks, Yaoci Peak had only 2 members, yet one of them had fought her way to the very end. This was truly a miracle. Though other peak factions had lent their support, it was undoubtedly Ying Chun's 5 Thunder Ultimate Palm that had truly turned the tide. Ying Chun raised her hand and summoned the championship banner, which flew swiftly into her grasp. The black banner gleamed coldly in the sunlight as she waved it high, calling out clearly, "Master, your disciple has not failed your trust." The championship banner returns to Yaoci Peak. Hundreds of gazes from the northern stands focused on one point as Chu Feng set down his teacup and slowly rose, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This girl certainly doesn't know the meaning of keeping a low profile. Before his words had finished, he transformed into a blur and landed on the martial arts platform, taking the championship banner from Ying Chun's hands. Usually so composed, he now felt his heart surge with emotion as he raised the banner with both hands and let out a long howl toward the heavens. "Master, I, Chu Feng, bring the championship banner back to Yaoci Peak today." That long howl seemed to be telling the Yaoci fairy of this glorious achievement. At some point, Luoli had quietly ascended the platform and stood beside Chu Feng, squinting at him with laughter that tinkled like silver bells. The expressions of those in the stands varied greatly. Those on good terms with Chu Feng beamed with joy, while Xiao and others looked as dark as the bottom of a pot. The 12 major peak factions had joined forces against 6 peak factions and still lost in the end. Even Wang Yun's final gambit with the primordial Yang runes had been powerless to change fate, and they wished they could simply vanish into thin air. Gu Hongyi smoothed her sleeves and stood gracefully, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she announced in a clear voice, "The 18 peaks competition is concluded. First place goes to Yaoci Peak." After speaking, Gu Hongyi began applauding continuously. Today's 18 peaks competition was undoubtedly the most spectacular in history. Yaoci Peak had sent only 2 participants, yet they claimed first place before everyone's eyes. If someone had predicted this outcome before the results were announced, Xiao, the peak master of Tianling Peak, would never have believed it. But now, witnessing it firsthand, her face showed not a trace of joy. Thunderous applause swept over the arena like a tidal wave, and even those peaks that had long been at odds with Yaoci Peak had no choice but to rise and clap in acknowledgement. Amidst the applause, Xiao snorted coldly and strode quickly to her eldest disciple Wang Yun's side, reaching out to examine his condition. In the blink of an eye, her expression darkened as if ink might drip from her face. "Ying Chun, how vicious! You've destroyed Xiao Yun's foundation, so I'll destroy yours in return." Rage surged through her as she raised her right palm, lightning crackling between her 5 fingers. This was the 5 Thunder Annihilation Hand, a technique specifically designed to destroy cultivation foundations. The power of the 5 Thunders could not only dissipate spiritual energy, but also shatter a cultivator's very foundation. Even though Wang Yun had yet to form his golden core or nascent soul, this palm strike had completely crippled him. Ying Chun had fought with full force earlier, showing no mercy, and Wang Yun's foundation was utterly ruined. Xiao could no longer suppress her fury. Having lost the competition, Tianling Peak had already suffered a complete loss of face, and now with her eldest disciple crippled, Xiao's anger reached the heavens. Completely disregarding her status as a peak master, she broke through the air in a single step, charging directly at Ying Chun. Disciples around the arena cried out in alarm, and the elders from various peaks and leaders of visiting factions on the northern platform were equally shocked. No one had expected a peak master to directly attempt to kill a disciple. At this critical moment, a cold shout rang out. "Xiao, how dare you? My disciple is not yours to discipline." Chu Feng appeared like lightning in front of Ying Chun, his spiritual energy boiling as he met Xiao's attack with his own palm. With a thunderous roar, the 2 forces collided in midair, creating visible shock waves. Shock spread instantly. Chu Feng was only at the 3rd level of nascent soul cultivation, while Xiao had reached the 6th level of full, 3 minor realms higher. Yet their direct confrontation had ended in a draw. Peak Master Chu is incredible. He actually blocked Peak Master He. But Peak Master He is 3 whole realms above him. Discussions erupted among the watching disciples, and the high-ranking figures on the platform also showed strange expressions. This revealed just how terrifying Chu Feng's true combat power was. Xiao herself was equally shocked, never expecting her palm strike to be blocked. After the initial surprise, cold, killing intent surged in her heart. If Chu Feng and his disciple were already this troublesome now, how could they be controlled if they continued to grow? Better to cripple them both right here and now. As she prepared to strike again, a red figure descended between them. Sect Master Gu Hongyi. "Xiao, if you dare make another move, don't blame me for turning ruthless and expelling you from the Taigu Immortal Sect. Competitions have no eyes, and if Wang Yun was crippled, then so be it. Yet you still want to take revenge on Ying Chun? I'm confiscating half a year of your cultivation resources." Gu Hongyi's gaze was ice cold. On the northern platform, factions like Songjin Peak and Bulow Mountain were all watching. If a peak master were allowed to publicly attempt to kill a disciple, where would the Taigu immortal sect's reputation stand? Sect master, I was out of line. Hishio forcibly suppressed her rage and bowed in acknowledgement of her error. Only then did Gu Hongyi nod slightly. But the resentment had not dissipated. Hishio raised her eyes and stared fixedly at Chu Feng, her gaze as cold as ice. Chu Feng, the peak master competition is coming soon. Whatever Yi Qingchuan did to Xiaoyun today, I'll do the same to you then. After delivering his harsh words, Hishio stormed out with a dramatic flourish of his sleeves. The vast council hall fell into such profound silence that you could hear a pin drop, leaving only the turbulent undercurrents stirring in everyone's hearts. The Peak Master competition, the most crucial arena within the Taigu Immortal Sect, determined how cultivation resources would be distributed among the peaks in the coming year. Higher rankings meant priority access to spiritual veins, pills, techniques, and secret realm quotas, while lower rankings left only scraps. The amount of resources directly determined disciples' growth rate. So for the sake of their students' futures, each peak master would fight with everything they had. Minor injuries were common, severe wounds not uncommon, though fortunately there had never been any loss of life or permanent damage to one's foundation. However, at this moment, Hishio had transferred all his hatred over Wang Yun's destroyed foundation by Yi Qingchun onto Chu Feng. He had just declared that during the peak master competition in 1 month's time, he would surely slay Chu Feng on the arena. Thinking of this, Gu Hongyi sighed softly. Though she held the supreme authority of a sect master with unmatched dignity, truly resolving the old grudge between Yaoci Peak and Tianling Peak remained an uphill battle. The hostility between the two peaks only continued to grow. Chu Feng, don't worry. Gu Hongyi looked at the young man before her with a solemn tone. I will personally oversee the competition in 1 month. If Hishio truly dares to destroy your foundation, I will intervene. In her view, though the youth possessed shocking talent, reaching the 3rd level of nascent soul in just 3 months was already a sect miracle, cultivation became increasingly difficult at higher levels. Even with a sacred body, it would be hard to match Hishio's decades of accumulated power in just 1 month. Chu Feng responded to her kindness with a faint smile, but he had his own assessment. Even if they fought on the arena right now, he would surely be the victor. Aside from being slightly inferior in cultivation level, he completely dominated in every other aspect. 1. For 5th grade techniques. 2. A 6th grade technique, invincible sword domain, which once deployed would seal heaven and earth with sword chi, leaving Hishio no escape. 3. A quasi 7th grade cultivation method, primordial phoenix, immortal art, whose terrifying recovery power would render any underhanded tricks useless. When the official competition arrives, I'll show him what true despair means. Chu Feng's resolve was iron firm. The position of first peak master is already in my grasp. Once he reached the summit, vast resources would be at his disposal, allowing him to continuously trigger the 10,000-fold return system, advance his cultivation further, break into the forbidden zones of life sooner, and search for his missing master, the Yaoci Fairy. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap, and 1 month later, at the Mountain Gate Plaza, the highly anticipated Peak Master competition had concluded. The championship banner hung high, with Yaoci Peak's flag flying in the most prominent position. Chu Feng, congratulations. Yaoci Peak has claimed 1st place. The 9 Swords Elder, 100 Flowers Envoy, and others came to offer their congratulations. Not only do you possess heaven-defying talent yourself, but even your disciples are such prodigies it's truly incomprehensible. You're all too kind. This was all just luck. Chu Feng remained humble, earning collective eye rolls from everyone. Lin Youwei's cool voice then rang out. Chu Feng, your reclaiming of the championship banner completely exceeded my expectations. You've truly fulfilled Yaoqi's old wish. It seems she really didn't misjudge you. As she spoke, a trace of indescribable strange light flashed in her eyes, which were like cold stars. Honestly, before the competition began, Lin Youwei had little faith that Yaoci Peak could claim 1st place. In fact, she thought they should count their blessings if they weren't eliminated first. However, as the competition progressed, Yaoci Peak repeatedly exceeded her expectations. The moment that truly shook her to the core was when Yi Qingchun unleashed the 5 Thunder Ultimate Palm and defeated Wang Yun hidden. Even while Wang Yun was channeling his primordial Yang Rune, she secretly compared herself to the situation. If she were in Chu Feng's position, she could never have trained such an outstanding disciple. Chu Feng simply smiled humbly. The 100 Flowers Envoy squinted as she observed the two, then suddenly played matchmaker with glee. Youwei, I think you and Chu Feng are perfectly matched. If you two became Dao companions, it would truly be a match made in heaven. At these words, the 9 Swords Elder and other high-ranking members all nodded knowingly. A Heaven's Pride son and a Heaven's Pride daughter. A Peak Master paired with a Sanesty looked perfect together no matter how you viewed it. Lin Youwei's pretty face flushed red as she stamped her delicate foot. Senior 100 Flowers, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm Chu Feng's master. And I'm also a close friend of the Yaoci fairy. According to seniority, he should call me martial uncle or martial aunt. After saying this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Chu Feng, who wore a smile at the corner of his mouth, though whether from embarrassment or joy was unclear. Ying Chun and Luo Li exchanged glances, both showing traces of wariness in their expressions. The atmosphere was stirred by the light-hearted teasing, but Gu Hongyi's voice brought everyone back to the matter at hand. Everyone, the peak competition has concluded. It's time to distribute the rewards, she announced loudly. Third place, Thunder Spirit Peak, awarded one heaven-breaking pill and various other cultivation resources. Lei Buffon cheerfully accepted. Thank you, Sect Master. I'm completely satisfied with this ranking. Second place, Heaven Spirit Peak, awarded one copy of the Kwasa third grade technique, 3 flowers gathering at the crown plus various resources. He Qinggong stepped forward on behalf of the absent He Xiao, accepting the award with narrowed eyes. Before leaving, he merely glanced coldly at Chu Feng without a word. Chu Feng cursed silently. Old schemer. Gu Hongyi's tone shifted. First place, Yaoci Peak, awarded one Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit. She retrieved an exquisite jade box from her robes. While some heavenly treasures could be stored casually, the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit required jade box preservation, or its power would gradually dissipate. As the lid cracked open slightly, a fragrant aroma wafted out, and everyone who breathed it in felt their spirits refreshed. When the lid opened completely, they saw a fist-sized crimson fruit lying quietly inside, with the phantom image of a fire phoenix floating on its skin. I've only seen such wonders in ancient texts before. Today truly opens my eyes, Lei Buffon sighed. Stop your chatter. Situ Zhong shot him a look. If it were an ordinary item, would it be called a Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit? Gu Hongyi handed the jade box to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, take good care of this. Chu Feng solemnly accepted it, but instead of putting it away immediately, he beckoned to Ying Chun. Ying Chun, you contributed the most in this competition. I'm awarding you this Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit. The high-ranking members were stunned, a treasure that would greatly benefit even nascent soul cultivators. Yet Chu Feng was distributing it to his disciple as casually as handing out cabbages. Yi Qingchen quickly waved her hands in alarm. Master, this fruit is too precious. This disciple dares not accept it. Without your careful guidance, I could never have defeated Wang Yun. In her view, without Chu Feng, there would be no Yi Qingchen of today. Chu Feng's expression turned stern. Humph. If you don't accept it, I'll spank you. Seeing her master's resolute attitude, Yi Qingchen had no choice but to accept the jade box with a slightly flushed face. Ding! Host has successfully gifted one Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. 50-fold critical return triggered. Primordial Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit obtained. Chu Feng held the golden fruit adorned with phoenix patterns in his palm, his heart pounding wildly. The blazing spiritual energy was so intense it caused the air to shimmer and distort. It truly was the primordial phoenix enlightenment fruit. Legend had it that only one fruit king could be born from every 100 fire phoenix enlightenment fruits, and the one before him was that legendary primordial phoenix. He had only seen occasional mentions of it in ancient texts and never imagined he would one day hold it in his own hands. Yet this incredible fortune had literally fallen into his lap. The crowd below fell silent, with only the fruit's fragrance wafting from his palm and the faint cry of a phoenix seeming ready to burst forth. Chu Feng, I have a small request, Lei Buffon said, rubbing his chest with a twitching mouth. Next time you want to reward your disciples with such heaven-defying treasures, could you please not do it in front of me? My heart can't take it. I second that, Situ Zhong said, spreading his hands and glancing at the disciples. And preferably not in front of these youngsters either. Look at how they're staring at Yi Qingchen. I bet if I weren't standing here, they'd defect and join you in a heartbeat. The disciples stared at the primordial phoenix enlightenment fruit in Yi Qingchen's hands, their envy almost tangible. Chu Feng scratched his head with an awkward laugh. I'll try my best. Not far away, Gu Hongyi, dressed in fiery red robes, was exchanging pleasantries with various guests. The 100 Flowers envoy gracefully adjusted her wide sleeves and stepped forward. Sect Master Hongyi, Peak Master Chu Feng, now that the peak competition has concluded, I must take my leave. I need to return and prepare my disciples for the secret realm qualification trials. I heard the competition on your side is quite fierce. Gu Hongyi inquired. Indeed, 100 Flowers smiled. Many newly risen forces will participate. By the way, Sect Master Hongyi, your qualification battle for the Primordial Dragon Secret Realm won't be easy either. Burning Heaven Valley will be making their move. Burning Heaven Valley. Gu Hongyi's phoenix-like eyebrows arched. She knew this mortal enemy all too well. Deep within the primordial immortal sect's territory lay a massive secret realm, the Primordial Dragon Secret Realm. This was the final resting place of Master Yuan Long, who had once cultivated to the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. His Dragon Force divine art had reached perfection, and he could contend with flood dragons without falling behind. He also had a passion for collecting rare treasures. After his passing, his cave dwelling naturally became a massive treasure vault. Various forces flocked to it, engaging in repeated battles with heavy losses, until they finally agreed to allocate quotas through competitions among the younger generation. Though we still have half a year, we must prepare early, the Hundred Flowers envoy said with a bow before gracefully departing. The other faction representatives also bid farewell to Gu Hongyi and Chu Feng. After the crowds dispersed, Gu Hongyi turned her gaze to Chu Feng. I assume you have some understanding of the primordial dragon's secret realm? Sect Master, my master mentioned it to me. Chu Feng nodded. During past cultivation breaks, the Jade Pool Fairy had spoken of old times. Back then, she had represented the primordial immortal sect in battle, and though her personal strength was formidable, her fellow sect members were weak, ultimately leaving the sect in third-to-last place a regret that remained in her heart. The quotas for the primordial dragon's secret realm will greatly impact our sect's future, Gu Hongyi said, gazing into the distance. In the past, our primordial immortal sect has almost always been at the bottom. I hope this time, we won't be at the bottom. However, the forces competing for primordial dragon's secret realm quotas were no pushoversal were stronger than the primordial immortal sect. Therefore, the Taigu immortal sect had always been at a disadvantage in past competitions. This was also Gu Hongyi's greatest concern. Now, having witnessed firsthand the two exceptionally gifted disciples under Chu Feng's guidance, the flame that had been suppressed in her heart for years blazed forth once more. Sect Master, I will do my utmost to train Ying Chun and little Lolly, ensuring they achieve excellent results in the secret realm quota battles, Chu Feng said with firm conviction. This will also help make amends for Master Yaoci Fairy's regrets. Gu Hongyi nodded gently and reminded him in a solemn tone. The Peak Master trials begin in 1 month. During this time, you must focus most of your attention on your own cultivation. Yes, Chu Feng responded decisively. These brief words set in motion a chain of cause and effecto help his disciples shine in the quota battles. He needed abundant resources. To obtain resources, he had to claim victory in the Peak Master trials. And to secure first place, he must rapidly enhance his strength within these 30 days. From a broader perspective, the sect couldn't possibly allocate all its resources directly to Yaoci Peak. So Chu Feng didn't ask for handouts, he could only rely on himself to fight for them. Sect Master, fellow Peak Masters, I'll take Ying Chun and little Lolly back to Yaoci Peak now. Go ahead. As Chu Feng departed with the two young women, the other Peak Masters also led their disciples back to their respective peaks. The vast Taigu Sacred Hall fell silent in an instant. Yet Yaoci Peak's stunning performance had already left an indelible mark on everyone's hearts. Beside the red-robed sect master, a petite woman suddenly spoke. It seems your Taigu immortal sect isn't as harmonious internally as one might imagine. Yaoci Peak Master Chu Feng and Tianling Peak Master He Xiu are like fire and water, practically irreconcilable. When their conflict erupts during the Peak Master trials in a month, how will you choose? The speaker was Wang Luyao, an elder from the Qingyun sword sect. Though slender in build, she possessed the composure of one long accustomed to high position, her nascent soul ninth-stage cultivation perfectly restrained. The Qingyun sword sect's overall strength already surpassed that of the Taigu immortal sect, and their exquisite sword techniques were something even Gu Hongyi admired. Typically, the Qingyun sword sect rarely sent observers to such peak competitions, making this elder's sudden appearance truly surprising to Gu Hongyi. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Hongyi smiled bitterly. This matter is truly difficult to handle. Chu Feng has awakened a sacred body with limitless potential will definitely become the face of our Taigu immortal sect in the future. But you've also seen He Xiu's influence though defeated today. She still has 11 peak masters standing with her, plus her second uncle, He Qinggong, serves as our sect's grand elder. Moving against her would be extremely difficult. At this point, Gu Hongyi let out a long sigh. In the past, she could act according to her preferences, but as sect master, everything had to prioritize the greater good. She had hoped Chu Feng and He Xiu might reconcile, but now it seemed virtually impossible. Enough, let's not discuss these troublesome matters. Gu Hongyi turned with curiosity. Luyao, why did you suddenly come to our immortal sect to watch the peak competitions? Wang Liao gazed toward a distant peak shrouded in swirling clouds, her lips curving slightly. Naturally, I came for Chu Feng. What? Liao, did I hear that right? You came here for Chu Feng? Gu Hongyi raised her eyebrows upon hearing Wang Liao's words. She remembered that these two had only met briefly today for the first time, with no real relationship to speak of, and couldn't understand why Wang Liao would make a special trip here. A thought flashed through her mind, and a hint of wariness suddenly crossed Gu Hongyi's eyes. Liao, we have a good relationship, but if you're thinking of poaching Chu Feng for the Azure Cloud Sword sect, I'll be the first to object. News of Chu Feng's awakened sacred body and his ability to defeat enemies above his level had already caused ripples among various factions. Such a prodigy would be a coveted prize anywhere, and even the Azure Cloud Sword sect, despite its deep foundations, couldn't possibly refuse him. In Gu Hongyi's eyes, Wang Luyao's visit was nothing short of blatant talent poaching. Wang Luyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sect Master Hongyi, you've really misunderstood. I'm not here to poach anyone. Gu Hongyi remained vigilant. Then what are you here for? Once you meet Chu Feng, you'll understand. Wang Luyao kept it mysterious, offering no further explanation. Yaoci Peak. Chu Feng returned to the summit with Yi Qingchen and Luo Li. Instead of guiding their cultivation as usual, he led them directly to the back mountain. The two disciples seemed to guess his intention and remained quiet throughout the journey, not pestering him for his usual Wu Dalong and the pancakes stories. Soon, the three stopped before a jade statue, the statue of the Yaoci fairy. Master, our Yaoci Peak won first place in the 18 Peaks competition and brought back the championship banner. Chu Feng took a deep breath and firmly planted the banner beside the statue. Bringing the championship banner back to Yaoci Peak had always been the Yaoci fairy's wish. He had been powerless to fulfill it in the past, but now he had finally kept his promise. Yi Qingchen and Luo Li bowed respectfully to the statue. The sunlight was perfect, cascading from above like silk draped over the statue, creating the illusion that the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, as if pleased by the banner's return. Suddenly, a faint light appeared at the statue's forehead, and then a woman's ethereal figure materialized. Though only a projection of light, her graceful form and flawless beauty were still clearly visible, without a single imperfection. Master, Chu Feng froze, his throat tightening as he trembled slightly with excitement. It was indeed his master, the Yaoci fairy. Grandmaster. Yi Qingchen and Luo Li were equally shocked, then immediately bowed. The ethereal figure slowly approached Chu Feng, her gentle gaze filled with affection. She raised her hand as if to caress Chu Feng's cheek, but being only a projection, it passed through his face, leaving only a soft sigh. Chu Feng's heart raced as he opened his arms, wanting to embrace his master, but caught only a gentle breeze. In the next moment, the projection dispersed like smoke, as if it had never appeared. Chu Feng clenched his fists tightly, his face showing complex emotions. A mix of joy and disappointment filled the air. Yi Qingchen and Luo Li exchanged wordless glances. After a long moment, Chu Feng finally suppressed his surging emotions, took a deep breath, and gazed at the Yaoci statue with unwavering determination. Master, wait for me. I will definitely go to the forbidden zone of life and bring you back. Yi Qingchen tentatively spoke up. Master, what exactly happened just now? Why did our Grandmaster's phantom suddenly appear? Chu Feng pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. Perhaps it was a special technique Master left behind in her early years. Only when the Ascension banner approaches the statue does her phantom manifest. I visited the Yaoci statue countless times and never witnessed such a phenomenon until today, when I placed the Ascension banner beside it and triggered this response. He attributed this unexpected event to some kind of connection between the banner and the statue. Having said this, Chu Feng composed himself and suddenly remembered urgent matters. Chun, I'll protect you while you cultivate. Take the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit now to prepare for the Secret Realm quota battle in 6 months. Yes. Yi Chun immediately retrieved a jade box, crushed the Spirit Sealing Talisman, and swallowed the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment Fruit. The medicinal power erupted instantly, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Her features contorted in pain as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her temples, dripping to the ground with audible plops. Her originally pristine white robes were quickly soaked through, revealing her graceful curves, while her labored breathing created quite an alluring scene. However, as her master and a true gentleman, Chu Feng merely glanced briefly before collecting himself. Luo Li, frightened by this sight, clutched Chu Feng's sleeve and whispered, Master, senior sister looks like she's in great pain. Could she be in danger? Little Luo Li, this suffering is something she must endure alone. Even if I intervened, it wouldn't help. If she truly can't bear it, I'll naturally save her, but then the fruit's effects would be wasted. Though Chu Feng spoke this way, a flash of concern still crossed his eyes. Time passed minute by minute as Yi Qingchen gritted her teeth and persevered, finally surviving the most intense period of medicinal erosion. In the next instant, vast amounts of spiritual energy flooded into her meridians like a torrent, causing both Chu Feng and Luo Li to breathe sighs of relief. As the spiritual energy infused her body, Yi Qingchen's cultivation level climbed rapidly. 6th level of foundation establishment. 7th level of foundation establishment. 8th level of foundation establishment. 9th level of foundation establishment. In mere moments, she reached the peak of foundation establishment, her breakthrough speed truly astounding. Luo Li looked on enviously. Master, senior sister's strength is improving so quickly. Don't worry, little Luo Li. In the future, I'll also find pills and heavenly treasures that can rapidly enhance your cultivation. Chu Feng patted her head reassuringly. Luo Li looked up and asked, Master, can senior sister use this to condense a golden core? Hard to say, my understanding of the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment fruit is limited. Just as Chu Feng finished speaking, they heard Ying Chun let out a low roar. Magnificent spiritual energy gathered above her head, weaving together into a fiery red golden core adorned with a delicate lotus flower. Golden core realm, Luo Li exclaimed. Master, senior sister has really broken through to the golden core realm. Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction, but before he could finish speaking, Ying Chun's strength continued to rise. First heaven of the golden core. Second heaven of the golden core. As Ying Chun's aura gradually stabilized that night, the golden light of her core condensed into something almost tangible, with spiritual essence surging throughout the hall. Before long, that layer of light suddenly contracted, and her strength steadily settled at the third heaven of the golden core. Wow! Third heaven of the golden core. Senior sister is amazing. Luo Li clasped her hands together, her eyes full of admiration. Ying Chun waved her hand with a light laugh. Junior sister, you're wrong about that. It's not that I'm amazing, but rather the Fire Phoenix Enlightenment fruit that Master gave me. With those words, she leaped up, her slender waist swaying gracefully as she threw herself directly at Chu Feng. Master, thank you. Chu Feng was knocked back half a step, but still shook his head with a smile. What are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. This Fire Phoenix Enlightenment fruit was your reward for winning first place among the peaks. His tone was casual, as if the whole matter had nothing to do with him. But without his careful cultivation, how could Ying Chun have claimed first place among the peaks and won the Enlightenment fruit for Yaoci Peak? Ying Chun, covered in fragrant sweat, pressed against Chu Feng's embrace. The perspiration soaked through her clothes, outlining her graceful curves. Chu Feng coughed and tentatively spoke. Ying Chun, it's not that I mind, but you're all sticky. How about changing into fresh robes? Ying Chun's skin was already snow white, making her appear even more alluring now. She lifted her gaze and cast a flirtatious glance, breathing softly. Master, you seem a bit shy. Could it be that you haven't experienced this before? Chu Feng's face twitched, wanting to refute, but ultimately finding no words. Seeing his embarrassment, Ying Chun stopped teasing and walked toward the nearby hot spring, her robes fluttering as she disappeared into the misty steam. Only then did Luo Li approach Chu Feng, blinking her pure, large eyes. Master, was senior sister just flirting with you? What kind of scandalous words are these? Chu Feng rolled his eyes, too lazy to answer. But Luo Li wouldn't let it go. Master, why aren't you saying anything? Are you admitting it? Or are you too embarrassed to answer me? Finally losing patience, Chu Feng glared at her with feigned anger. Little Luo Li, if you dare make fun of your master again, I'll throw you down the mountain next time. Puffed. Luo Li drew out the sound, expressing her disdain. Watching her act like a little adult, Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. His two disciples, who used to be respectfully obedient, now had one who dared to throw herself into his arms and flirt, while the other dared to openly challenge him. They were completely lawless, but they were still his disciples, and he couldn't bring himself to truly scold them. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and his eyes brightened. Little Luo Li, since your senior sister has grown stronger, don't you want to become stronger too? Luo Li nodded but took half a step back, staring at him with a guarded expression. Of course I do. But master, your expression looks a bit perverted. What are you planning to do? She crossed her arms protectively over her chest, like an innocent little creature guarding against the bad uncle next door. Chu Feng cleared his throat lightly. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he reached out and pressed Luo Li to sit on the ground. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything beastly. His palms settled on top of Luo Li's head, and powerful spiritual energy flowed into her body like a rushing tide. Luo Li closed her eyes to feel it, secretly pursing her lips. So master is transferring his cultivation to me. I thought he was going to do that kind of thing. As time passed, the spiritual energy input became increasingly torrential. Luo Li's complexion changed from rosy to deathly pale, with beads of sweat continuously rolling down her forehead. Master, you can stop now. Luo Li can't take it anymore. I can't handle it. Chu Feng pressed down on her shoulder, his tone brooking no argument. Little Luo Li, how can a girl say she can't handle it? You must persevere. Master, I really can't take it anymore. Please stop. I feel like I'm going to explode inside. Luo Li looked utterly aggrieved as she continuously begged for mercy. She felt the spiritual energy surging wildly within her body, her dantian seeming like a rapidly inflating balloon that could burst at any moment. No matter how much she pleaded for him to stop, Chu Feng kept his hand pressed on her shoulder, spiritual light flowing endlessly from his palm. Chu Feng knew clearly that his little disciple hadn't reached her limit yet. Little Luo Li, will you dare to joke with your master like that again? His tone was gentle, yet left no room for retreat. Master, I won't dare anymore. I was wrong. Please stop. Luo Li was on the verge of tears, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy. Only then did Chu Feng nod with satisfaction. 3 breaths later, he slowly withdrew his palm. In the next moment, Luo Li's aura began climbing steadily. 5th level of foundation establishment. 6th level of foundation establishment. 7th level of foundation establishment. 8th level of foundation establishment. Finally, she stabilized at the 9th level of foundation establishment, just one step away from entering the golden core realm. At the same time, a familiar mechanical notification sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Host has successfully transmitted half a shurchen of cultivation power. Would you like to activate critical return? Only half a shurchen? Chu Feng frowned inwardly, thinking he had infused power for several days. The longer the transmission time, the higher the critical return benefits. But he understood that continuing to pour in spiritual energy might cause Luo Li to explode like a balloon, making everything counterproductive. Yes. The system responded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 3000X critical return. Obtained 1,500 shurchen of cultivation power. 1,500 shurchen. 12 shurchen in a day. That's 120 days. Chu Feng's heart raced wildly, wondering what level this massive amount of power could push him to. Rolling warm currents instantly flooded his limbs and bones, his skeleton producing crisp cracking sounds. Moments later, his cultivation stabilized at the 4th level of nascent soul. Though he didn't continue breaking through, this freely gained realm was already enough to satisfy him completely. Master, you can't be so violent in the future, you need to be gentler. Luo Li wiped away her tears and mustered courage to remind him. When I say stop, you must stop. The joy she should have felt from her strength advancement was now overshadowed by the earlier reckless rampage. She looked down at her frail body, feeling increasingly frightened in retrospect. Chu Feng smiled awkwardly and was about to explain when two whooshing sounds suddenly swept toward Yaoci Peak. Gu Hong Yi and Wang Lu Yao landed before the platform, their gazes moving back and forth between Chu Feng and Luo Li with strange expressions. Sect Master, Elder Wang. Chu Feng cupped his fists with a smile. Gu Hong Yi raised an eyebrow. Chu Feng, what did you do to Luo Li? This appearance, it couldn't be that kind of thing, could it? Chu Feng's face twitched as he could only smile bitterly. What kind of person does the sect master take me for? I, Chu Feng, am a gentleman of integrity. I was merely transmitting cultivation to little Luo Li. Gu Hong Yi turned to Luo Li. Luo Li nodded repeatedly. There was absolutely no falsehood in such matters. Gu Hong Yi secretly investigated and confirmed that the spiritual energy in Luo Li's body had indeed been infused by external force. Only then did her expression calm. Sect Master, what brings you both to Yaoci Peak? Chu Feng asked puzzledly. Gu Hong Yi stepped aside. Lu Yao is looking for you. Elder Wang is looking for me. Chu Feng was startled. He had no previous dealings with Wang Lu Yao and didn't know why she had come. Wang Lu Yao nodded silently, raising her hand to activate her storage ring. A mottled, grayish ancient stone box appeared in her palm. The box was covered with traces of time, clearly very old. Chu Feng, this is something the Yaoci fairy entrusted to me back then, saying to give it to you once your cultivation had achieved success. Something my master left for me? Chu Feng looked surprised. Though he was filled with curiosity about the contents of the stone box, he didn't reach for it immediately. Instead, he looked up and asked, Elder Wang, may I ask what relationship you had with my master? Wang Luyao's lips curved slightly, her bright eyes carrying a hint of reminiscence. She and I shared a life and death bond, close as sisters. Strictly speaking, you may address me as martial aunt. Years ago, Wang Luyao had met the Jade Pool Fairy by chance. Finding themselves kindred spirits, they traveled the world together, weathering life and death, supporting each other through thick and thin, their bond stronger than blood. Later, each pursued their own path of cultivation, and their contact gradually diminished. This secret friendship was so well hidden that even Gu Hongyi, who had always followed Wang Luyao, knew nothing of it. At this moment, Gu Hongyi's surprised expression confirmed this fact. Chu Feng pays respects to martial aunt. Chu Feng immediately bowed with reverence. Wang Luyao nodded with satisfaction, her gaze gentle. From her appearance, she seemed only a few years older than Chu Feng, but in reality, she had lived for hundreds of years. Her youthful preservation was due both to her profound cultivation and meticulous daily care. She handed over the palm-sized bronze stone box. Chu Feng, open it, and see what your master truly left for you. Since the Jade Pool Fairy had entrusted her with the stone box, she had never opened it without permission. Now, though equally curious, she maintained her restraint. Chu Feng took the stone box, drew a deep breath, and suppressed the surging emotions in his chest. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he slowly lifted the lid. Click! The ancient lid opened, releasing a musty scent laden with the dust of ages. Inside lay quietly a yellowed ancient tome, its cover corners worn and damaged. Though the writing was faded, the title could still be discerned. Soul Forging Grand Method First Half. Soul Forging Grand Method? And only the first half. Chu Feng was stunned. He had never heard of this technique before. The martial arts he usually encountered were mostly fist, palm, and sword techniques. Yi Qingchen beside him also looked puzzled, while Luo Li, Wang Luyao, and Gu Hongyi appeared thoughtful. Soul forging grand method. Could this be a technique for cultivating the soul? Luo Li whispered. What? Cultivating the soul? Chu Feng's heart shook violently. Soul cultivation techniques were even rarer than 7th grade martial arts. If one's soul power could be enhanced, it would not only increase comprehension and perception, but also allow entry into the legendary realm of soul arts. Soul arts possessed terrifying power, overturning clouds and seas, splitting mountains, and cutting through oceans were insufficient to describe their might. Those who mastered soul arts were virtually invincible within their realm, making cross-level challenges effortless. Hence the saying that circulated in the world, when encountering a cultivator who practices soul arts, it's best to step aside immediately. Otherwise, provoking them leads only to death and the destruction of one's path. However, stepping through the gates of soul arts was easier said than done. Soul cultivation techniques were exceedingly rare in the world, leaving most cultivators with no way to begin. Chu Feng, this is merely my speculation. Whether it's truly a soul cultivation technique, you'll need to examine it yourself to confirm. Wang Luyao smiled. Although she was merely speculating, she felt quite confident that the soul forging technique was indeed a cultivation method for the soul. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, Chu Feng carefully lifted the ancient jade slip with both hands, gently released the restriction, and slowly began to read. Initially, his expression remained calm, but within just a few pages, his eyebrows shot up, shock instantly spread across his face. This was indeed a supreme technique that could directly temper the soul. TSK. I never would have imagined that what Yaoci gave you would be so important. Wang Luyao looked at Chu Feng, her voice filled with amazement. Fairy Yaoci's trust in Chu Feng far exceeded what others could imagine. Anyone else would have long since claimed the soul forging technique for themselves. This kind of technique that could strengthen the divine soul would be considered a treasure even in top-tier sects. She composed herself and earnestly warned him again. Chu Feng, the reason Yaoci entrusted this to you isn't just because of its inherent value, but also the timing of its delivery. If your strength were too weak, this technique wouldn't be an opportunity, but a death warrant. Back then, Fairy Yaoci had personally instructed that only when Chu Feng reached the nascent soul realm could he open the stone box. Wang Luyao had once wondered why, but now seeing the contents of the manual, she suddenly understood. An innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. Without sufficient strength to protect such a treasure, it would become a burden too hot to handle. Chu Feng felt warmth in his heart, but guilt appeared in his eyes. Master considers everything for my sake, yet I can't help her. Smack! Wang Luyao directly slapped his shoulder, her force carrying cheerful encouragement. What nonsense are you talking? You've trained 2 excellent disciples and helped Yaoci Peak reclaim the championship banner. That's already helping her. If you can triumph in the Peak Master competition and continue Yaoci Peak's glory, that's also serving her. Looking further ahead, if you achieve good results in the secret realm quota battles, you'll bring even more honor to your master. Fairy Yaoci and Wang Luyao were as close as sisters, and this young man before her was almost like half a disciple, so naturally she had to speak plainly. Gu Hongyi stood with her arms crossed and nodded slightly. Chu Feng, you've already done very well. If Yaoci knew of your achievements today, she would surely be pleased. Chu Feng took a deep breath and looked up to ask. Master Ant, such soul-tempering techniques are extremely rare. Where exactly did Master obtain this? In his understanding, similar techniques only circulated among the most elite forces, and ordinary cultivators would find them difficult even to glimpse. Wang Luyao pondered for a moment and recalled. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. I only heard her mention once that she brought it from her family. Family. Chu Feng was surprised. What level of power would a family that possessed soul techniques need to reach? He turned to Gu Hongyi, hoping to learn more from her, but only received a shake of the head. I also know limited details about your master's background, only that she came from the West. All right then. Chu Feng smiled bitterly, feeling his master was becoming increasingly mysterious. Just then, a piece of brownish-yellow parchment slipped from the soul forging technique, which Chu Feng quickly caught. He looked closely and saw fiery red characters boldly written. Misty Forest. In the center of the map, a location called Crouching Dragon Lake was heavily circled in vermilion ink. Misty Forest, Crouching Dragon Lake. What does this mean? Chu Feng murmured. He knew little about that eerie place, only that it was as dangerous as the Great Marsh Mountains. Wulong Lake. If I remember correctly. Wang Luyao looked up toward the window, her mind conjuring images of the mist and fallen boulders around that lake. She murmured thoughtfully, Wulong Lake, with its unique spiritual energy flow, once nurtured a spiritual plant called soul forging grass. Gu Hongyi immediately added, soul forging grass can directly refine one's soul. Back then, countless cultivators fought desperately for it, resulting in the entire area being stripped bare. It's been extinct for ages now. Chu Feng frowned. If soul forging grass was extinct, why had his master specifically circled Wulong Lake on the map? Did she want him to make the trip personally? While he pondered this, Luo Li suddenly pointed to the bottom edge of the parchment. Master, there seems to be writing on the back of this parchment. Since Chu Feng, Wang Luyao, and Gu Hongyi were all tall, they had only focused on the front side. It was the petite Luo Li who first noticed the detail. Chu Feng immediately flipped the parchment over, revealing a line of neat, delicate characters' handwriting he knew all too well, that of the Jade Pool Fairy. My disciple Chu Feng, your master has obtained soul-forging grass seeds and planted them by Wulong Lake. After 5 years' time, this grass shall mature. I hope you will personally retrieve it to refine your soul and increase your power. So that's it. All three exclaimed in unison. Gu Hongyi remained concerned. Soul-forging grass is so sought after, what if someone else gets there first? Wang Luyao shook her head in explanation. Soul-forging grass takes a full 5 years to mature. After it went extinct, Wulong Lake became practically a wasteland with no visitors. By my calculations, the batch your master planted should be perfectly ripe now. She returned to the main topic, her tone serious. Chu Feng, the Peak Master trials are in 1 month, and you need field experience anyway. This soul-forging grass is what your master left for you. It absolutely cannot fall into others' hands. Why not go to the Misty Forest and collect the grass along the way? Chu Feng nodded slightly. I was already considering whether to go to Mount Days or the Misty Forest. With Master's soul-forging grass, the choice is obvious. The Misty Forest it is. Wang Luyao's eyes lit up as she patted her rather flat chest with a bold tone. What a coincidence. I also have business in the Misty Forest. Let's travel together. If we really run into danger, I've got your back. This sudden big sister declaration, paired with her petite frame, was rather amusing. Then we'll depart tomorrow. I'll spend today adjusting my condition. Chu Feng set the schedule. Perfect. I'll take my leave now and not disturb you master and disciple bonding time. Wang Liao couldn't resist teasing as she left, winking repeatedly at Chu Feng and Luo Li. Luo Li's ears turned slightly red as she lowered her head bashfully. Chu Feng, thick-skinned as ever, remained completely unfazed. Gu Hongyi could only shake her head with a smile. Just as the two women left, Ying Chun returned. Seeing the ancient tome in Chu Feng's hands emanating an antique aura, he couldn't help but ask what had transpired. After hearing the full story, he sighed. A cultivation method for the soul now, that's a real treasure. I never expected Master Ancestor to leave Master such a thing. Yi Qingqin's astonishment lasted only a moment before transforming into naked envy. Though Master Ancestor Yaoci was far away in the outer domains, she still protected Chu Feng in her own way. This affection that transcended generational boundaries made even onlookers feel envious. In fact, the master-disciple bond between Chu Feng and Yi Qingqun was equally profound. Qingqun, little Luoli, why don't you both cultivate the soul creation technique that Master Ancestor left behind? Chu Feng opened the jade slip, his gaze burning with intensity. Master, wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, this is something Master Ancestor Yaoci specifically left for you. Yi Qingqun hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Even if Master Ancestor learns of this later, she absolutely won't blame us. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Hearing him say this, Yi Qingqun and Luoli finally nodded. But when they truly began studying the soul creation technique, all their concerns were instantly swept away. The two absorbed its profound mysteries like parched sponges. At that same moment, the familiar system notification exploded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Host has successfully gifted the soul cultivation technique, soul creation technique. Do you wish to trigger critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tenfold critical return triggered. You have obtained the 9 heavens soul forging art. Soul cultivation techniques were inherently rare, with no 9-grade classification system in the world, and the system provided no grade indication either. After a brief review, Chu Feng confirmed that the 9 heavens soul forging art far surpassed the soul creation technique in both depth and power. Qingqun and little Luoli are still young. This technique isn't suitable for them yet. I'll explore the path first, he calculated silently. Yi Qingqun frowned. Master, I feel like something's missing. A brain. Chu Feng teased, earning himself a massive eye roll from Yi Qingqun. Luoli quickly explained. Master, the soul creation technique can strengthen the soul, but without corresponding soul arts to complement it, it's difficult to unleash its full potential. Don't worry about cultivation. At worst, if the treasure vault lacks a key, I'll go get one made. Chu Feng patted his flat chest in assurance because it was flat. This gesture created no ripples whatsoever. After settling his two disciples, he hurried to the primordial sacred hall to register his departure from the sect the following day. Tianling Peak, Tianling Hall. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Hixio's face contorted as her palm slammed against the crimson stone pillar, shaking the hall until dust rained down. With the advantage of numbers, you couldn't even handle those 2 people from Yaoci Peak, and you let them take first place. Today's peak competition was nothing short of humiliation for her and Tianling Peak. She had originally planned to use Yaoci Peak's last place finish as grounds to propose Chu Feng's dismissal. With the numerical advantage of Peak members, she could have driven Chu Feng from his position. But reality had slapped her hard. Not only did Yaoci Peak not finish last, they claimed the top spot. Even more infuriating, her eldest disciple Wang Yun had his foundation destroyed and might not even match an ordinary person in the future. Master, it's our incompetence. The disciples knelt like a forest, heads bowed almost to the floor, fearing the next palm strike would fall on them. Not far away, He Qinggong's expression was equally grim. This defeat had completely ruined some of his plans. Suddenly, the jade slip at his waist lit up. After scanning its contents, his eyebrows lifted slightly, revealing a hint of joy. Go back and reflect on your actions, cultivate harder, and stop bringing shame to Tianling Peak. He Qinggong put away the jade slip in his hand, his voice echoing through the vast Tianling Hall. Below, more than a dozen Tianling Peak disciples remained kneeling, cold sweat still beading on their foreheads. Upon hearing these words, they repeatedly acknowledged and scurried out of the hall like pardoned prisoners. After the disciples' figures disappeared, Hishio restrained the displeasure in her eyes. Though she remained dissatisfied with these disciples, since her second uncle had already spoken, she could only let the matter rest for now. Little Xiao, He Qinggong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, lowering his voice. My informant in the Taiga Sacred Hall has sent word that Chu Feng and his group will leave the sect tomorrow, heading for the Misty Forest. Misty Forest? Hishio raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of the Peak Master competition a month away. Chu Feng must be preparing for that competition, hoping to improve his cultivation through external training. If that's the case, he won't dare to keep hiding within the sect. He Qinggong nodded slightly, then looked at his niece with deep, meaningful eyes. Having been companions for many years, with just one exchange of glances, Hishio understood his intention. She raised her hand and made a slicing gesture across her throat. He Qinggong responded with an almost imperceptible nod. It would be best to eliminate him. I always feel that Chu Feng is an unstable factor. If we let him continue growing, he'll eventually ruin our grand plan. As he finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, his killing intent unmistakable. If it were before, he might have still held Chu Feng in contempt. But now, Chu Feng had become a thorn in his side. Second uncle, should we have the Tianluoda Wang assassins act, or should we directly leak the information to Burning Heaven Valley? Let the people from Burning Heaven Valley handle it. He Qinggong pondered for a moment, his voice low. This way we can completely clear ourselves of suspicion. Understood. Hishio took out a communication jade slip and pointed at it with her finger. A phantom figure materialized in the Hall. Luo Feng, Valley Master of Falling Flame Valley within Burning Heaven Valley. Peak Master what's the matter? Luo Feng's face was stern and cold. Ever since Shan, the Valley Master of Earth Flame Valley, was slain by Chu Feng, his expression seemed to have lost all warmth. Valley Master Luo, since Chu Feng killed Shan, your Burning Heaven Valley must be dying to tear him to pieces, right? Hishio got straight to the point. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, a calculating gleam flashing in his shrewd eyes. You have information about Chu Feng leaving the Taigu Immortal Sect? Exactly. Hishio's tone was confident. We have reliable intelligence that Chu Feng will depart tomorrow, with the Misty Forest as his destination. That place would be the perfect opportunity for you to strike. What? Misty Forest? What a coincidence. Luo Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Is Valley Master Luo also going to Misty Forest? If you personally take action, Chu Feng will surely die. Hishio calculated silently. With Luo Feng's cultivation at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, Chu Feng would have no chance of victory. But Luo Feng shook his head. It's not me. Hun Chao, Valley Master of Soul Flame Valley within Burning Heaven Valley, will also be heading to Misty Forest tomorrow. Upon hearing the name Hun Chao, the arrogance in Luo Feng's eyes actually transformed into a measure of reverence. Hun Chao's cultivation wasn't the strongest among the Valley Masters, and was even still weaker than Luo Feng's. But he was a soul arts cultivator with limitless potential, for whom challenging opponents above his level was merely routine. More importantly, Hun Chao was considered the most powerful contender for the future position of Chief Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley. Valley Master Hun Chao? His great name is thunderous even to our ears in the Taigu Immortal Sect. If he takes action against Chu Feng, it'll be a piece of cake, Hishio said with a laugh. Although Hun Chao's overall strength wasn't quite on par with Luo Feng's, in her view, it was more than enough to deal with Chu Feng. She knew Chu Feng possessed the ability to fight above his level, but she also knew that Hun Chao had the same capability. I'll immediately send word to Hun Chao, have him search for Chu Feng in the Misty Forest, and kill him. Hishio shifted the conversation, not forgetting to ask, by the way, Luo Feng, what exactly is Hun Chao going to the Misty Forest for? Has he discovered some secret realm? A secret realm? It's not that easy to find one. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. I heard he's heading to Crouching Dragon Lake in the Misty Forest. Crouching Dragon Lake? For the soul, tempering grass. He Qinggong had also heard of that legendary soul-tempering grass that once caused quite a stir in the misty forest. Luo Feng nodded, then shook his head. That's right, but I estimate Hun Chao will return empty-handed. The soul-tempering grass went extinct years ago. He Xiao narrowed her eyes. Valley Master Luo, he won't return completely empty-handed. Chu Feng could be quite a fat sheep. Exactly, exactly. Luo Feng and He Qinggong exchanged knowing smiles. After a few more casual words, the three ended their communication. Luo Feng immediately delivered the assassination plan to Han Chao. He Xiao prepared to venture out, making preparations for the upcoming Peak Master competition. If Chu Feng somehow managed to escape Han Chao's pursuit, she would crush him mercilessly in the arena. He Qinggong continued his solitary chess game, black and white pieces dancing across the board as he maintained his strategic composure. Jade Pool Peak, deep in the night. Chu Feng retrieved the Nine Heavens soul-tempering art that had been returned through the day's critical strike bonus and carefully studied it under the lamplight. The soul rises from the heavenly gate, travels the celestial river, passes through the great granary, and returns to the void. He memorized the cultivation method, then sat cross-legged and began circulating the technique. As time passed, a mysterious sensation rose from his dantian. Chu Feng felt his entire body become light as a feather, as if about to break free from physical constraints and soar into the heavens. The next moment, he opened his eyes only to see another familiar figure, his own physical body, sitting motionless in place. After a brief moment of shock, Chu Feng quickly regained his composure. Is this the legendary soul wandering? When cultivators first practiced soul techniques, soul wandering could occur. The farther one could wander, the stronger their spiritual potential. Years ago, the great wilderness domain's greatest soul technique prodigy, Soul Emperor, had wandered 99 li on his first attempt, establishing his heaven-defying talent. He later founded the Soul Palace based on his extraordinary soul arts. Though it only recruited soul technique practitioners and had few members, it still ranked among the 10 great powers. My first soul wandering. How far can I go? I'd be satisfied with 8 or 10 li. Chu Feng calculated in his mind as his form transformed into an invisible soul light, drifting toward the outskirts of the primordial immortal sect. 1 li, 2 li, 3 li, 4 li, 8 li, 9 li, 10 li. Beyond 10 li, Chu Feng still felt no resistance whatsoever. What's going on? Logic dictates that resistance should increase with distance, but I don't feel anything at all. Soul wandering didn't seem as difficult as he'd imagined. Or perhaps his spiritual potential was somewhat extraordinary. Chu Feng shook his head, pushing aside his wandering thoughts, and continued his soul journey. 15 li, 20 li, 30 li, 40 li, all the way to 50 li, his soul glided through the night sky like a fish in water, encountering no resistance whatsoever. This soul traveling seems pretty easy. Chu Feng wondered silently. Are all those people who claim that 1 li is the limit for a first soul journey just lying? If any soul cultivation practitioner heard this, they would surely spit in indignation and tell him, others really do struggle just to reach 1 li. Chu Feng maintained his speed while observing the earth below. A cultivator was practicing diligently with his silver sword, thrusting it into a boulder with sparks flying everywhere. Olivian's son-in-law was being chased and scolded by his mother-in-law. You useless fool. After cultivating for so long, this is all the strength you have. Don't even think about getting in my bed again. Unless you become as powerful as Peak Master Chu from Yaoci Peak of the primordial immortal sect. The overwhelming amount of information nearly made Chu Feng stumble in midair. Continuing forward, he glimpsed a young man surnamed Su hiding in a brothel listening to music, only to have his aunt charge and wielding a broom, creating complete chaos. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly in other information overload. Before he knew it, he had flown about 80 li. Chu Feng calculated in his mind. Could he actually break the record of the Soul Palace founder, Soul Emperor, for first soul journey? 85 li, 90 li, 97, 98, 99, 100 li. I actually broke the Soul Emperor's record. A slight smile curved his lips. Unable to hide his satisfaction, the Soul Emperor was a legendary powerhouse renowned throughout the great wilderness domain. This achievement meant that if he specialized in soul cultivation, his future accomplishments might surpass even that master. But the thought passed quickly, and he reined in his pride. The road is still long, just a nice thought. At this moment, he still hadn't reached his limit. Should I go further? As soon as the thought arose, he shook his head with self-mockery. Forget it. Let's leave the Soul Emperor some face. I'll only exceed his record by 1 li. Just as he was about to turn back, 2 soul forms suddenly appeared on his left and right. Strictly speaking, they weren't physical bodies, but soul forms like Chu Feng's own, an old man and a young woman. The elder had a grizzled beard and eyes like lightning. Though lacking a physical body, his soul aura alone made Chu Feng's spine tighten. The man's soul power was unfathomably deep. The young woman was completely different. In her early 20s, she had an oval face, phoenix eyes, and a high nose bridge, with an air of pride in her every movement. Her long legs appeared even more striking in the soul light. She was undoubtedly a commanding beauty. In terms of appearance alone, she could rank in Chu Feng's top 5, second only to his master Yaoci Fairy, and on par with Ying Chun and Wang Liao. As for Luo Li, since she hadn't fully matured yet, she was temporarily a bit behind. Compared to the elder's oppressive presence, the beauty's soul power seemed fragile, as if it could be shattered with a single punch. Yet she pressed forward with stubborn determination. The closer she came to Chu Feng, the more pain showed on her face, but she gritted her teeth and refused to stop. "Little Yao, you can stop now." The elder stroked his beard, his voice filled with approving laughter. The beauty ignored him completely, forcing herself to move forward another step. 10 meters. Her steps finally ceased, her chest trembling slightly as she looked up at the elder with a bitter smile. Finally, after advancing another 10 meters, the beauty stopped, revealing a bitter smile on her face. She had hoped to push beyond 60 li, but 50 li turned out to be her limit. The elderly man's brow relaxed as he looked at the woman beside him with gentle warmth. "Xiao Yao, reaching 50 li on your first soul journey is truly remarkable. Looking across the entire Great Wilderness region, those who can touch 60 li on their first attempt can be counted on one hand. Theory, almost impossible to find." Almost impossible to find. Well, you're looking at one right now, came a clear thought that tumbled through Chu Feng's mind from not far away. He grumbled silently to himself, but said nothing aloud. Just then, the old man and the mature woman noticed a strange man standing quietly ahead of them. In the morning light, Chu Feng cut a handsome figure with clean features and an air of refinement. His simple blue robe fluttered gently in the breeze. Even the usually stern old man's eyes sharpened at his appearance, while the woman, despite having seen all manner of prodigies, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. "Xiao Yao, I never expected we'd encounter someone else soul journeying while we were doing the same." The old man's gaze was gentle, as if sharing an interesting tidbit with his disciple, before turning to Chu Feng with polite inquiry. "Young man, this is your first soul journey, isn't it?" Having soul journeyed countless times and met countless people, the elder could tell with just a glance that the young man before him was experiencing his first soul journey. "Young man? What's so young about me?" Chu Feng complained inwardly, though his expression remained calm as he nodded slightly in response. The woman grew curious about Chu Feng, particularly wanting to know his soul journey distance, but her pride kept her expression reserved. The old man, however, was refreshingly direct, laughing as he pressed further. "Young man, would you mind sharing the distance of your first soul journey?" 1 li. Chu Feng had originally intended to tell the truth that he had soul journeyed a full 100 li. But on second thought, since the woman had only managed 50 li, revealing his true number would seem like showing off. So he swallowed the word 100 and left only an ambiguous 1. Upon hearing this, the woman's lips curved upward involuntarily, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. Though she kept her expression neutral, inwardly she was already passing judgment. Just an ordinary person after all. The old man, however, didn't respond immediately. Instead, he studied Chu Feng quietly with a meaningful smile that made Chu Feng's own smile grow somewhat stiff. After a moment, the elder spoke with a half-smile. "Young man, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. In this old man's view, your soul journey distance was at least beyond 50 li. Through soul power fluctuations and subtle details in one's aura, he could estimate someone's approximate limit. He was certain Chu Feng was far from a mere 1 li, but rather had exceeded 50 li. "What? Beyond 50 li?" the woman exclaimed, caught between shock and disbelief. She remembered her master saying that reaching 50 li on one's first soul journey was already extraordinarily rare. Yet this young man before them hardly seemed like someone with such exceptional talent. "Master, are you perhaps mistaken?" she asked reluctantly. According to their understanding, the remote wilderness regions of the southeast coast had no true soul arts factions, much less the ability to produce soul arts prodigies. The old man shook his head gently, his tone certain. "Xiao Yao, this old man is not mistaken. Saying 50 li is still a conservative estimate. Perhaps he has already soul journeyed 60 li. 60 li? Impossible," the woman denied without hesitation. If there truly were a prodigy capable of 60 li on their first soul journey, they could only exist in the center of the great wilderness region in Zhongshaonot, in this remote backwater. The old man raised his chin slightly and suggested, "Xiao Yao, if you don't believe it, you could have a little contest with this young friend." He knew his disciple's personality too well. Only facing actual combat would convince someone so proud. "No problem," the woman agreed almost instantly. I have a problem." Chu Feng finally realized he had become practically invisible in this conversation and quickly raised his hand in protest. "Young man, here's what I propose. If you can defeat my disciple Xiao Yao in a battle of souls, I'll teach you an offensive soul technique." The old man listened calmly to Chu Feng's earlier protests, then smiled unhurriedly as he laid out his terms. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the words offensive soul technique, though he didn't immediately nod in agreement. The mature woman called Xiao Yao was momentarily stunned and greatly surprised upon hearing this. She knew all too well that her notoriously stingy master would almost never casually give away soul techniques. Seeing Chu Feng's hesitation, Xiao Yao furrowed her delicate brows, her tone filled with dissatisfaction and confidence. What are you hesitating about in such a sure win contest? Do you know who my master is? Countless people have tried to obtain even one soul technique from him, wearing down his doorstep with no success. Before she could finish, the old man raised his hand to interrupt her boasting. Young man, how about 2 soul techniques? Defeat my disciple and take both. Chu Feng hesitated no longer. Deal? But elder, I'm not young man, my name is Chu Feng. The old man paused for a moment, then smiled as he introduced himself. I am Yaoci, and this is my disciple Bai Yao. Bai Yao? Yaoci? Quite unusual names, Chu Feng thought to himself, though he kept it to himself. He then asked again, Elder, how exactly does this soul battle work? Yaoci gestured with his hand, explaining the essence in one breath. Quite simple, you exchange punches with each other. Whoever gets knocked back loses. Before learning soul techniques, it's pure soul against soul, no tricks involved. Excellent. Chu Feng rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles, preparing himself. Bai Yao took a deep breath, her originally gentle eyes instantly becoming sharp, forming a stark contrast to Chu Feng's calm and composed demeanor. Begin. Yaoci's arm dropped. Bai Yao suddenly pushed off the ground, her form shooting forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly closing in on Chu Feng. She twisted her body for power, her strong core transferring force from her feet to her fist as she aimed directly at Chu Feng's face. One moment she was still as a maiden, the next she moved like a startled rabbit, a fierce rabbit with trembling curves. If not for the 2 soul techniques at stake, this scene would have been enough for Chu Feng to appreciate for a moment and test his composure, but now he was purely focused. Drawing his arm back to its limit, he also threw a thunderous punch. Don't forget, they were currently in soul form. Yet Chu Feng's punch still created a sharp whistling sound through the air, as if the very atmosphere was being torn apart with an ear-piercing crack. Bang! The 2 fists collided heat-in. Chu Feng's feet didn't budge an inch, standing firm as a rooted pine tree. Bai Yao, on the other hand, was sent flying backward, not just stepping back, but actually launched into the air. She traced a full 10 zhang through the air before crashing to the ground. 10 zhang. Yaoci had already sensed that Chu Feng's soul power exceeded his disciples, but he never expected the gap to be this enormous. This Chu Feng's soul power is far stronger than I imagined. Even with his composed temperament, when his gaze fell upon that 50 zhang distance, he couldn't hide his shock. This far exceeded his original estimate of at most 10 meters. How is this possible? This guy's soul power is actually so much stronger than mine. Bai Yao staggered to her feet, staring at Chu Feng with disbelief written all over her face, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Originally, she had been confident that she could knock Chu Feng down with a single soul-powered punch. However, the reality was that not only had she failed to defeat Chu Feng, but she herself had been sent flying a considerable distance. At this moment, Biao's gaze toward Chu Feng quietly shifted, her arrogance vanishing and replaced by deep caution and respect. Isn't this a bit too much? She can't be that fragile. Did I really send her flying that far with just one punch? Chu Feng examined his right fist, frowning deeply. When Biao had charged at him so aggressively, he thought she must be unfathomably powerful, yet his casual strike had sent her reeling back. Even he found it incredible. Having been defeated so publicly, Biao's face burned with embarrassment. She stamped her foot and said indignantly, Yaoci, Biao, no, Chu Feng, fine. You're really something. Her former queenly demeanor crumbled instantly, and now she looked more like the girl next door who'd been bullied, stamping her feet in frustrated anger. Chu Feng, it's not that Biao is too weak, but that you're too strong. Yaoci sighed softly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. By my calculations, the distance of your first soul journey has probably reached 70 li. After speaking, he narrowed his eyes and studied Chu Feng intently, as if confirming his judgment. 70 li? Biao appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. A first soul journey of 70 li meant having the potential to become a branch hall master. Throughout the central region of the Great Wilderness, every branch hall master was a figure who commanded respect across their domain, and this young man before her had already taken the first step toward matching them. She suppressed the frustration in her chest and glanced at Chu Feng with feigned casualness, clearly waiting for his response. Chu Feng merely nodded vaguely. 70 li? Do I really look that weak? He neither denied nor confirmed it, leaving everyone guessing. Yaoci's eyes suddenly blazed with fervent intensity. He stepped forward, his voice low and serious. Chu Feng, would you be willing to become my disciple? What? Master wants to take on a disciple? Biao's face went pale. Yaoci was a renowned figure in Zhongzhou, and even in that realm of countless experts, he was treated with great respect. Therefore, he had always been extremely selective. only accepting truly exceptional talents. The only reason she had been able to become his disciple was not just her soul talent, but also because Han Yatze owed her family a favor from his youth. Otherwise, even getting accepted would have been questionable. Now that her master was personally inviting Chu Feng, Biao felt a complex mix of emotions: shock, disappointment, and a bitter sense of inadequacy. If she had possessed Chu Feng's level of talent, Han Yatze would probably have made the offer long ago. Faced with the invitation, Chu Feng shook his head without hesitation. "Thank you for your regard, senior, but I already have a master. I must respectfully decline." Han Yatze was slightly stunned, apparently not expecting to be refused. "Chu Feng, is your master stronger than me?" In the southeastern coastal regions, he considered himself nearly unmatched. Chu Feng continued shaking his head. "Her strength is inferior to yours. But since I've acknowledged her as my master, I won't change allegiance to another." Biao couldn't help but interject. "Chu Feng, do you know who my master is?" The prodigies wanting to become his disciples could circle the southeastern coast several times over. "Xiao Yao, enough." Han Yatze waved his hand to stop her. His earlier disappointment was quickly replaced by a smile, and his eyes even showed a hint of appreciation. Taking disciples is also about fate. He understood that in the restless great wilderness, too many cultivators were quick to abandon principles for profit, even betraying their own sections. Chu Feng's steadfastness was truly precious. Biao pouted, still sulking, not only annoyed at Chu Feng's lack of insight, but more frustrated with her own talent. If she had possessed such gifts, why would she have struggled so hard just to gain entry back then? Han Yatze patted her shoulder and turned his attention back to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, since you defeated Xiao Yao in the soul competition, I should fulfill my promise and teach you those 2 soul techniques." "Excellent." Chu Feng's eyes lit up as he stared intently at Han Yatze. "Come here and sit down." "Yes." Chu Feng stepped forward and sat cross-legged before the ancient stone platform. Han Yatze raised his right arm, fingers pressed together, fingertips hovering over Chu Feng's brow. The moment his fingertips made gentle contact, a radiance like a clear spring flowed forth, transforming along his fingertips into a gentle stream that instantly entered Chu Feng's sea of consciousness. "Chu Feng, I shall first teach you the first soul technique, Soul Heaven Seal." Han Yatze's voice was not loud, yet carried an undeniable authority. This seal condenses the power of the soul into a heavenly seal to suppress demons and evil. If cultivated to perfection, it can destroy mountains and shatter seas. Bai Yao, standing quietly to the side, raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Though the Soul Heaven Seal was not Han Yatze's strongest secret technique, it still belonged to the upper middle tier, and only mid-level stewards and above in the hall were qualified to cultivate it. Han Yatze's finger rotated slightly as a second stream of light surged into Chu Feng's brow. The second soul technique, for Soul's Heaven Suppression Art. It draws upon the 4 souls of heaven, earth, mountain, and sea as guides to suppress all enemies. If you cultivate this to perfection, fighting above your level will be mere child's play. "Master!" Bai Yao couldn't help but cry out. The 4 souls Heaven Suppression Art is considered a high-level secret technique within the hall. If outsiders cultivate it, should the law enforcers discover this, Chu Feng will surely invite great disaster. She was both shocked and unable to hide her worry. The 4 souls Heaven Suppression Art was a closely guarded secret, and any outsider who cultivated it would be directly executed. Han Yatze smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I have my plans." Seeing this, Bai Yao could only feel envious. This guy's luck is just too good. After half an hour, the radiance completely receded. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, filled with delight. Though he hadn't yet had time to truly cultivate, he could already sense through intuition the terrifying power of the 2 soul techniques, especially the 4 souls Heaven Suppression Art, which was simply heaven-defying. "Thank you, Senior Han Yatze." "Heh, no need for courtesy, it's merely fate." Han Yatze raised his hand in gesture. "If there's nothing else, you may take your leave." Chu Feng rose and bowed, but was stopped by Han Yatze's words. "Wait, to prevent future trouble, I need to leave a mark on your soul." Chu Feng hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. If Han Yatze truly had malicious intent, he could have simply not fulfilled his earlier promise. He chose to trust this powerful figure before him. Han Yatze seemed worried about his concerns and added, "If this mark makes you uneasy, you may remove it yourself in the future." With these words, he pointed with a bent finger, and a complex black gold runic pattern flashed at Chu Feng's brow before quickly disappearing. "Senior Han Yatze, Bai Yao, until we meet again." "Until we meet again." Bai Yao smiled as she watched him leave. Chu Feng turned and swiftly departed toward the direction of the primordial immortal sect. Only after his figure disappeared into the horizon did Han Yatze slap his thigh. I actually forgot to ask which faction Chu Feng belongs to." Bai Yao secretly rolled her eyes, but said nothing more. Suddenly her expression grew serious. "Master, what exactly is the purpose of this journey to the southeastern coast?" "The Soul Hall is located in the central province, 10,000 li from here. The Yuan Dragon Secret Realm." Hun Yatsi said indifferently. It contains something the Soul Hall urgently needs. Bai Yao understood. The Yuan Dragon secret realm was the resting place of a powerful expert who had passed away on the southeastern coast, jointly controlled by several major factions, requiring quota competition before entry. She wasn't concerned in the least. If the Soul Hall wanted to enter, others would beg for the opportunity. If they're willing to cooperate, everyone will be happy. Bai Yao's lips curved slightly. If they really disagree, we'll just have to destroy them. At that moment, a faint red light flickered across Hun Yatsi's brow. The weak yet urgent gleam vanished in an instant, and he raised his hand to touch his forehead, quickly reading the message transmitted from the Soul Hall's upper echelons. The Soul Hall has identified a traitor Hun Chao, who is also active in this region. They want me to eliminate him on the spot. Hun Yatsi turned and spoke in a low voice to Bai Yao standing before him. Hun Chao. Bai Yao frowned as she searched her memory. I remember he was originally an executor at one of the Soul Hall's branch temples. Later, he stole the Soul Hall's secret techniques and fled from Central Province. To think he's hiding here. Hun Yatsi nodded slightly and revealed the second order. Additionally, the Soul Hall has discovered that people from the Liang Divine Dynasty are also approaching this area. They want us to keep a close watch in secret. The Liang Divine Dynasty? Bai Yao's expression shifted. Are they also coming for the Yuan Long secret realm? That's not yet confirmed. Hun Yatsi waved his hand, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. However, there's also a piece of gossip. Princess Luo Li of the Liang Divine Dynasty has already arrived in this vicinity. The Soul Hall speculates that the royal family's purpose for this trip is to bring Luo Li back and arrange a marriage alliance. Royal secrets had always been irrelevant to her, and Hun Yatsi normally wouldn't be interested, but he remembered it because the higher-ups mentioned it repeatedly. Bai Yao sighed. Born into royalty, one ultimately cannot escape being used. Hun Yatsi's expression grew serious. Xiao Yao, being born into royalty isn't a sin. Weakness is the original sin. If one's strength is sufficient, whether they're royalty or saints, they'll all have to watch your mood. Bai Yao nodded silently, taking her master's words to heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Feng's soul had returned to his body. Sitting cross-legged on the grass in the depths of the wilderness, he was carefully studying the two soul techniques he had just acquired. Even with his talent, cultivating soul techniques remained quite difficult. From deep night until the first light of dawn, he practiced repeatedly, each surge of soul power leaving clear traces within his body. Only when the eastern sky showed the pale light of dawn did he barely manage to push both soul techniques to the entry level. Sigh, my talent for soul techniques isn't truly top tier after all. Chu Feng brushed the dewdrops from his sleeves and shook his head self-mockingly. One night, just to reach entry level. Who knows how long it will take to achieve minor mastery, let alone major mastery. If Hun Yatsi or Bai Yao were present, they would surely cough up blood in shock. In the past, even Hun Yatsi, with his world-defying prodigious talent, had taken a full month to barely touch the threshold of these two soul techniques, while Chu Feng had completed the same progress in just one night. Footsteps sounded softly as Luo Li approached, stepping through the morning dew. The young woman's face carried the gentle light of dawn as she curiously observed Chu Feng. Master, you're up so early? Last night, you didn't sleep, did you? Chu Feng was holding a jade slip when he heard this, and the corner of his forehead twitched. Luo Li blinked her pure eyes. Is it because of women that you stayed up all night? Nonsense. Chu Feng patted the jade slip in his hand with complete seriousness. I only have eyes for cultivation. Don't keep going on about women all the time. He changed the subject. Where's Ying Chun? Didn't she come with you? Senior sister suddenly had an insight last night and has entered seclusion. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Perfect. While Master Uncle Wang hasn't arrived yet, I'll first teach you two soul techniques. The content is somewhat obscure, so study it slowly. With that, he handed over the jade slip, secretly anticipating the return amplification effect. Luo Li took the jade slip but then leaned closer and whispered. Master, you didn't have any soul techniques yesterday, so how did you come up with two in one night? Did you obtain them by selling your charm? Luo Li blinked those pure eyes of hers and asked again. Little Luo Li, you're truly my wonderful disciple. Chu Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing Luo Li's carefree sigh, inwardly grumbling about how he ended up with a student who could turn any topic toward romantic matters. Luo Li just grinned foolishly, her face clearly expressing, of course. Taking advantage of the relaxed atmosphere, Chu Feng waved his hand through the air and transmitted the two soul techniques he had newly acquired yesterday, Soul Heaven Seal and Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technicato Luo Li. Huh? These two soul techniques seem quite powerful, especially this Four Souls Heaven Suppression technique. Light flickered in Luo Li's hands. Though she had never truly cultivated soul techniques, as a princess of the Liang Divine Dynasty, she was well versed in various secret arts and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this cultivation method. The next moment, she suddenly felt the technique seemed familiar. The Soul Hall also possessed an extremely terrifying soul technique with the same name, for Soul's Heaven Suppression Technique. which only high-ranking members could cultivate. At this thought, Luoli's eyelids twitched. Could the technique her master was teaching her be that very forbidden art that would bring endless pursuit? Cold sweat slid down her neck as her mind raced. Her master had never contacted the Soul Hall over the years, nor had he visited those dangerous places. This Four Souls Heaven Suppression technique before her was very likely just a namesake. After deliberating for several breaths, she finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had no idea that his disciple's emotions had gone through multiple roller coasters in just a brief moment. The long-absent system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully transmitted soul techniques, Soul Heaven Seal, and Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 5-fold critical return obtained Soul Heaven Sacred Seal. Triggered 2-fold critical return obtained 9 Souls Heaven Suppression Technique. Though the multipliers weren't outrageous, as the radiance of Soul Heaven Sacred Seal and 9 Souls Heaven Suppression Technique flashed through his consciousness, Chu Feng felt their profound complexity. Even with his heaven-defying comprehension, he could only glimpse the surface. Conservatively speaking, to truly master these 2 new soul techniques, he would need to burn the midnight oil for several nights. Don't underestimate those few nights. That was already several times longer than he had spent studying Soul Heaven Seal and Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique originally. Whoosh! A sound of cutting through air swept across the sky as Wang Liao arrived on her sword, landing before the two. Today she looked slightly different from usual, wearing a floral short dress with pink boots, making her already charming appearance seem even brighter and more lively. If one didn't know her, they would probably take her for an innocent girl next door. Master Aunt, today's outfit really makes you look young. Chu Feng quickly offered some flattery. Wang Liao had initially wanted to smile and praise him for being thoughtful, but on second thought, she put on a stern face. Are you saying I wasn't young before? Chu Feng's expression instantly became awkward, not knowing what to do. Wang Liao ultimately didn't really mind, bursting into laughter. All right, I'm just teasing you. Let's set off for the misty forest. Good. Chu Feng, Luoli, get on the sword. I'll fly swiftly to save considerable time. She raised her hand to summon her spiritual flying sword. Thank you for the trouble, Master Ant. Chu Feng nodded, then asked, what about Ying Chun? She suddenly gained some insight and has entered seclusion. I understand. Wang Luyao steadied herself on the sword and calmly instructed, Lolly, stand in front. Chu Feng, you're last. Hold me tight. I'm going to accelerate. All right. The flying sword shot into the sky with a roar. Chu Feng naturally wrapped his arms around Wang Luyao, his fingertips touching her slender waist, causing his heart to flutter slightly. A sweet fragrance drifted with the wind, lingering at his nose and making his emotions surge. After all, Chu Feng wasn't some monk who had sworn off worldly pleasure. To say he had no reaction to a beauty like Wang Luyao would be false. Hey, Chu Feng, what are you thinking? Wang Luyao is your master's close friend, your martial aunt. A faint blush crept across Wang Luyao's face. Chu Feng's handsome profile came into view, and for a moment her heart fluttered in a way she could barely conceal. Was exceptionally good-looking and recognized as a first-rate prodigy. Even setting aside their relationship, he perfectly matched everything she had ever imagined in a Dao companion. But as soon as the thought arose, she immediately snapped back to reality. He's my martial nephew. How could I even think such a thing? Wang Luyao tossed her silky hair, forcibly banishing those inappropriate thoughts from her mind, then mounted her flying sword, and carried Chu Feng and Luo Li swiftly toward the misty forest. The misty forest lay extremely far from the primordial immortal sect, and with 2 passengers aboard, it took a full 5 days of flight to reach their destination. Looking ahead, mist swirled around the forest's edge, the roars of demonic birds and strange beasts carried on the wind, and occasionally sinister vines could be seen reaching out like venomous serpents ready to devour anyone who came near. Despite the dangers, countless cultivators still gathered here, seeking treasures. Fortune favors the bold. As Chu Feng, Wang Luyao, and Luo Li landed at the forest's edge, the surrounding cultivators immediately turned to stare. What a handsome man and beautiful woman, and that child is quite adorable too. They look like a family of 3, a young couple bringing their child for training. That's pretty rare. Yeah, they probably have more than one kid at home. The noisy chatter reached their ears. Luo Li pouted in annoyance. Wang Luyao's face reddened slightly, while Chu Feng remained as calm as still water. Chu Feng, bringing you here is about as far as I go. I need to attend to my own business. Take care, martial aunt. Let's keep in touch. Watching Wang Luyao depart on her sword, Chu Feng consulted the map in his hand and led Luo Li deeper into the forest, heading straight for Crouching Dragon Lake. The misty forest was called a forest, but in reality it was boundlessly vast. 10 primordial immortal sects stacked together might not match its size. The moment they stepped inside, the lights suddenly dimmed as towering ancient trees stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking out the sky with only a few rays of sunlight barely filtering through. Strange beast roars echoed in the cold wind, and gray shadows occasionally flashed by, creating an atmosphere of mysterious danger. Little Luoli, when we encounter danger, you go first. If you can't handle it, then I'll step in. The Primordial Dragon Secret Realm qualification battle is still half a year away, but we need to start training early. All right. Just as the words left his mouth, a black shadow shot through the air. Luo Li's azure origin sword flashed, and a white serpent was instantly severed, its tail twitching on the ground. A white lotus snake, a common venomous demon creature in these parts. Continuing forward, the sound of mountain stream water grew louder. Chu Feng seemed to sense something and stopped, concentrating. Wait here for me. I'm going to check ahead. Okay. Chu Feng melted into the forest shadows while Luo Li found cover behind some scattered rocks. After waiting quietly for a moment, the sound of someone approaching through the air suddenly came. Thinking her senior brother was returning, she poked her head out, only to see that the approaching figure wasn't Chu Feng at all, but a familiar face. Aunt Lu? What are you doing here? Emerging from the mist was none other than Aunt Lu, whom they had parted with at Great Marsh Mountain. Her hair was disheveled, her milk-white split cheongsam torn in multiple places, revealing glimpses of snow-white skin. Her breathing carried the scent of blood, her chest heaving violently, as if she had suffered considerable injuries. Huh? Princess, what are you doing here? Aunt Lu emerged from the bushes and immediately spotted Luoli, surprise flashing in her eyes before anxiety creased her brow. Princess, we're in trouble. The Liang Divine Dynasty has already sent people to take you back for the arranged marriage. I just fought them off. Moments earlier, pursuers from the Liang Divine Dynasty had suddenly burst into the misty forest, attempting to capture Aunt Lu without a word and force her to reveal Luoli's whereabouts. Aunt Lu barely escaped using the terrain to her advantage, but she was still severely injured, with dried blood still visible on her shoulder. If not for the forest's complex terrain, she would already be their prisoner. What? The dynasty's pursuers are here. Luoli's face turned pale. Learning that they intended to drag her back for an arranged marriage, her eyes quickly filled with resistance and gravity. The pursuers are nearby. Absolutely cannot let them find you. Aunt Lu listened intently, catching the sound of rustling treetops. Without hesitation, she scooped up Luoli and darted out of the mountain ravine. Luoli wanted to mention that her master might be looking for her, but realizing that Chu Feng would only be dragged down if he tried to fight Hedon, she ultimately swallowed her words. The two crossed several steep cliffs and landed on a more secluded peak. Surrounded only by drifting mist and hearing no footsteps of pursuers, their taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat. We should have shaken them off. Aunt Lu raised her hand to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead and was about to take out medicine to treat her wounds when, Lu, did you really think you could shake us off? A mocking voice came from behind the mist. Whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of cutting wind broke the silence. Multiple black-clad figures landed before them, led by one in a dark gold robe with the character Shadow embroidered on his right chest. Luoli immediately recognized the shadow guards of the Liang Divine Dynasty. Legend had it that these guards only answered to the highest authority, responsible for surveillance, assassination, tracking, and other shadowy affairs. Huh? Luoli is here, too. Heaven is helping me. The dark, gold-robed, middle-aged man Song Mu locked his gaze on Luoli, unable to hide his delight. He had expected to slowly search the forest for his target, never imagining she would deliver herself right to him. Aunt Lu's pupils contracted sharply as she shielded Luoli. Princess, run quickly. I'll hold them off. Just you, at the third level of nascent soul? Song Mu raised his hand, and a wave of pressure spread out. Being at the fourth level of nascent soul himself, the outcome was virtually predetermined. If we weren't unfamiliar with the misty forest, you would have fallen into my hands long ago. What's lost in the east may be gained in the west. Now we've caught the princess as well. Lu, I advise you not to resist stubbornly and hand over the little princess obediently. A guard with a brutish face stepped forward and snorted coldly. Do you think only Master Song Mu came? There are others? Aunt Lu's heart sank. Song Mu alone was already more than she could handle. If there truly were reinforcements, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hey, Lu, my elder brother Song Ming is on his way here too. Song Mu said with a mocking gleam in his eyes. Aunt Lu's face instantly darkened. Song Ming's cultivation was higher than Song Mu's, and once his fifth-level nascent soul aura arrived, Luoli would have no chance of escape. Knowing she couldn't hesitate any longer, she shouted, Princess, go now. Spiritual energy surged like a tide from her palms, enveloping Luoli and forcefully pushing her Tinjong away. Immediately after, Aunt Lu drew the black willow leaf sword from her waist, slashing with sword light toward Song Mu, while simultaneously condensing palm energy with her left hand to strike at the guards preparing to intercept. Lu, you refused the toast only to drink the penalty wine. Since that's how it is, don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Mu's expression turned cold as his silver spear whistled through the air with fierce wind, colliding Hedon with the willow leaf sword. Metal rang against metal as Aunt Lu was forced back 5 feet in the first exchange, her palm aching so severely she nearly lost her grip on the sword hilt. Song Mu coldly shouted, "Why aren't you chasing Luoli?" The guards dodged the palm energy and immediately scattered, pursuing Luoli. Aunt Lu anxiously turned back, but was blocked again by the silver spear. Song Mu's sinister voice whispered in her ear, "Lu, I am your opponent." With a shake of his spear tip, Aunt Lu, already severely injured and unable to dodge in time, took another heavy blow to her chest, blood spraying forth. The guards seized the opportunity to sprint forward, closing in on Luoli in the blink of an eye. 10 zhong, 5 zhong, 3 zhong. The distance rapidly shrank as hope gradually died in Luoli's eyes, despair creeping across her face. In the distance, Song Mu's triumphant smile grew ever more intense. Seeing this, Aunt Lu's face turned deathly pale. Was there truly no escaping fate? In a flash, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Luoli like a solid barrier. A cold snort accompanied the explosive force. "Umph! What rabble dares to lay hands on my disciple?" The newcomer waved his hand, releasing powerful spiritual energy that swept out like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 The approaching guards were sent flying by an invisible tremendous force, their bones shattering as they hit the ground, blood splattering everywhere, nearly losing their lives. The arrival was none other than Chu Feng. He had earlier sensed a powerful demonic beast nearby and left to slay it. Upon returning to find Luoli missing, he followed the trail to this mountaintop, arriving just as the crowd was attacking, and struck out in fury. "Master!" Seeing Chu Feng, Luoli felt as if she had been pulled from an abyss, her despairing eyes lighting up once more. Aunt Lu was also stunned for a moment, but having no time to think further, she urgently called out, "Chu Feng, quickly take Luoli away from here. I'll hold off Song Mu." Though the methods Chu Feng had just displayed shocked Aunt Lu, she still didn't believe he could stand toe-to-toe with Song Mu. However, Chu Feng smiled slightly and pointed at Song Mu. "Aunt Lu, leave this guy to me. You're Luoli's master?" Song Mu, seeing Chu Feng's youth, didn't take him seriously at all, his expression growing darker. "At such a young age, instead of cultivating properly, you're actually taking disciples? And you dare speak so arrogantly about dealing with me? What's wrong with the world today? Why are young people so conceited?" He sneered with complete disdain. "Clearly haven't received society's harsh lessons yet. Chu Feng, I know you're incredibly talented and can fight above your level, but this man is a secret guard of the Liang divine dynasty with the strength of the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. You're no match for him. Take the princess and leave immediately." Aunt Lu's eyes trembled with anxiety as she saw Chu Feng preparing to face Song Mu. In her view, forget about defeating Song Mu. Chu Feng probably couldn't even last one exchange. The idea of him handling Song Mu was pure fantasy. Fighting through her exhaustion, she raised her willow leaf sword, sending several emerald sword chi spiraling towards Song Mu, hoping to buy them some time. "Umph, how annoying." Song Mu snorted coldly, his silver spear dancing through countless afterimages with metallic humming that rang like temple bells in their ears. In an instant, the sword chi was completely shattered. Without pause, he stepped forward and thrust his silver spear straight ahead, its cold gleam aimed directly at Aunt Lu's chest, a vicious strike, with no mercy. If this blow landed, Aunt Lu would be severely wounded even if she survived. Aunt Lu's face went deathly pale. With her spiritual energy nearly depleted, she couldn't possibly block this fierce assault. The chill of death was upon her. Just as despair flooded her heart, a flash of lightning streaked from her side. Crack! 2 strong, powerful hands swept her from the air, carrying her in an arc of electric light that barely avoided the spear's gleam. As the lightning faded, she saw it was Chu Feng holding her. "Aunt Lu, I made it just in time, didn't I?" Chu Feng's lips curved in a confident smile. This was the first time Aunt Lu had been held so closely by a man. Her ears reddened, and she looked flustered. "Just in time. Wait, no? Chu Feng, didn't I tell you to take the princess and leave? Why did you save me?" Though her words carried reproach, her eyes couldn't hide her gratitude. "Aunt Lu, trust Megwees like him? I can take them down with 1 punch each." Chu Feng's tone was absolutely certain. Just then, Luoli rushed over. "Aunt Lu, are you alright?" Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Aunt Lu immediately jumped out of Chu Feng's arms. "Princess, I'm fine." Despite her words, she smiled bitterly. "Though I'm afraid all 3 of us are going to fall to Song Mu today." "Master," Luoli whispered, "Song Mu may be at the bottom among the secret guards of our Liang divine dynasty, but he still has 4th level nascent soul strength. Can you really handle him? Me deal with him? It'll be like a father disciplining his son." Chu Feng raised his eyebrows with overwhelming confidence. Uft. Both Luoli and Aunt Lu burst into laughter. On the other side, Song Mu's rage boiled over as he watched Chu Feng rescue someone mid-fight. Hearing such arrogant words about father disciplining son, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. What bastard dares speak such nonsense? Seeking death, his voice turned ice cold. "I'll cripple you first, then deal with that Lu woman, and finally take Luoli back." With those words, he gripped his silver spear tightly and stepped toward Chu Feng, power surging along the shaft. The spear tip erupted with cold light as the air exploded like thunder, aimed straight at Chu Feng's forehead. This was Song Mu's full strength, intended as a killing blow. Chu Feng remained calm, not even bothering to draw the phoenix flame sword from his back. He simply raised his hand, extending his index and middle fingers forward as if planning to block the silver spear with just 2 fingers. Aunt Lu's heart pounded. What was Chu Feng doing? Catching a spear barehanded? Impossible. Song Mu also sneered at such foolishness. But when the silver spear actually met those 2 fingers, clang, the spear tip was caught firmly, unable to advance even a fraction, as if it had struck 10,000 feet of black iron. How is this possible? Song Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Unable to believe what he was seeing, this man had blocked his full-powered thrust with just 2 fingers. Song Mu's expression changed dramatically as shock and fear swept through his heart. A secret guard of the mighty Liang divine dynasty, blocked by some unknown cultivator? Song Mu stared at his silver spear caught between 2 fingers, his expression instantly shifting from shock to livid fury. If word of this got out, he'd be the laughingstock of his comrades. What? Chu Feng actually blocked Song Mu's attack so easily. Aunt Lu nearby suddenly widened her eyes, her gaping mouth large enough to fit an entire egg. She had expected Chu Feng to be pierced through, never imagining he would simply extend 2 fingers and completely immobilize the silver spear. Princess, when did Chu Feng become so powerful? Aunt Lu lowered her voice, unable to hide her shock. Last time I saw him, he was only at Golden Core Realm. To match Song Mu evenly, one would need at least the 5th level of nascent soul. But how long has it been since his last appearance? Luo Li's expression was proud as she softly explained. Aunt Lu, my master is exceptionally gifted and has encountered many fortuitous opportunities. He's now at the 4th level of nascent soul cultivation. What? Only the 4th level? Aunt Lu was once again struck speechless. The secret guards of Liang Divine Dynasty were all elite among their peers, rarely overwhelmed, yet Song Mu before them was being completely dominated. These words reached Song Mu's ears as well. His expression changed dramatically. Was actually being suppressed by a cultivator of the same realm? No, I don't believe it. Song Mu roared, spiritual energy surging wildly within him. The silver spear trembled violently, desperately trying to break free from those 2 seemingly casual, yet unbreakable fingers. No matter how much force he exerted, the spear tip remained completely motionless. With just this level of strength, you dare attack my disciple? Get lost. Chu Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly pulled back his 2 fingers, yanking the spear toward his chest and causing Song Mu to stumble forward. In the next instant, Chu Feng raised his hand and struck down with a sharp palm strike aimed at Song Mu's chest. Alarm bells rang in Song Mu's mind as he hastily circulated his spiritual energy for protection, but was still struck by that palm with a resounding thud. He screamed as he flew backward, spitting blood and sliding several zhang across the ground. The surrounding guards stared in stunned silence. The previously arrogant Master Song now lay in the dust like a discarded sack, terrifying everyone into holding their breath. Through the intense pain, Song Mu struggled to his feet using a rock for support, staring at Chu Feng in terror. Who exactly are you? How do you possess such power? I am merely Luo Li's master. Chu Feng's voice was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. You want to harm her? Did you ask my permission first? Before his words finished, he flashed before Song Mu like a phantom, flicking his wrist to send the long spear piercing into the rock beside Song Mu's head, the shaft humming continuously. The moment the icy spear edge grazed his scalp, Song Mu trembled all over, his legs going weak. Trying to maintain face despite his trembling voice, he said, Ew, you've gone too far. When my elder brother Song Ming arrives, you'll pay for this. Oh, still talking tough? You need a beating. Chu Feng flicked his finger, causing the spear shaft to viciously strike Song Mu's cheek, instantly raising a blood-red handprint. Song Mu screamed as he flew several zhang, spraying mouthfuls of fresh blood through the air. Just as Chu Feng was about to strike again, a furious shout suddenly rang out from ahead. Stop right there. Everyone present turned to look and saw someone who bore a striking resemblance to Song Mu. In an instant, a towering, iron tower-like middle-aged man tore through the sky and descended, fury written across his face, his sword-like eyebrows raised high like 2 venomous snakes coiled above his brow bones, fierce and terrifying. Song Ming. Aunt Lu's heart trembled in shock. The newcomer was none other than Song Mu's elder brother Song Ming, a secret guard whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Aunt Lu's expression immediately darkened. Though Song Ming was only 1 level higher than Song Mu, his actual combat power was several times stronger. She whispered to Luo Li, Princess, we're in serious trouble. I'm afraid Chu Feng is no match for him. Luo Li also showed signs of worry, her delicate fingers gripping her sleeves tightly. Lord Song Ming has arrived. We're saved. Hee hee, not just Saved can also deal with that Chu Feng. Several guards became so excited upon seeing Song Ming that they nearly jumped up. Song Mu was like a drowning man grasping driftwood. His earlier terror vanished completely as he shouted repeatedly, "Big brother, you finally came. One step later, and I would have died. Quick, deal with this Chu Feng for me." Spittle flew as he spoke, showing none of his previous arrogance. "Don't worry, Amu. Leave this scoundrel to me." Song Ming patted his brother's shoulder and casually tossed him a healing pill. After Song Mu swallowed it, he turned and glared viciously at Chu Feng. "So you're the one who injured my brother?" When one's skills are inferior, naturally one gets beaten. Chu Feng raised his hand to dust off his sleeve, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Though Song Ming's strength was formidable, Chu Feng still didn't take him seriously. It would merely require a bit more effort. "I'll break your legs and make you kneel before Amu begging for mercy." Song Ming roared angrily. With a flip of his hand, two pitch-black giant hammers thundered into his palms from his storage ring. He stomped the ground forcefully, and the spiritual energy within his body surged out like a bursting dam. The earth beneath his feet instantly cracked with fissures. This overwhelming pressure frightened the demonic beasts in the nearby mountain forests into scattering, emitting sharp whimpers. "Ahem, the demonic beasts have been scared away. There seems to be some disturbance on that mountain peak. Let's go check it out." Nearby cultivators sensed the anomaly and rushed over. When they clearly saw Song Ming, they immediately gasped in shock. So powerful. He must be at the nascent soul realm. More than that, he's clearly at the 5th level of nascent soul. Heavens, who is a 5th level cultivator trying to deal with? Everyone followed Song Ming's gaze and saw Chu Feng with his calm expression. So young, like a disciple who just came down from the mountains for training. Could he really be able to contend with the 5th level of nascent soul? Discussions arose one after another, while Chu Feng, the subject of their debate, remained composed. The next moment, Song Ming moved. He channeled all his overwhelming spiritual energy into his twin hammers, flashed to Chu Feng's front, and swung the black hammers down fiercely toward his opponent's legs. Though the movement appeared simple and unadorned, it brought pure power to its ultimate expression. If Chu Feng were truly struck, his legs would likely become a pulp of flesh. Chu Feng calmly drew the phoenix flame sword from behind his back. A cold gleam flashed as the crimson gold patterns on the blade were illuminated by spiritual energy, as if flames were surging within them. He lowered his stance and gripped the hilt, channeling spiritual energy down his arm into the sword's edge, then delivered a seemingly effortless downward strike. Clang! The sword met the incoming black hammer's heat, the clash of metal ringing out explosively and sending debris tumbling around them. Though the twin hammers struck with mountain-crushing force, they were completely blocked by the phoenix flame sword, without even dimming the flame patterns on its surface. A mere 4th-stage nascent soul cultivator actually blocked my attack. Song Ming raised an eyebrow, the contempt in his eyes fading somewhat as his gaze grew more serious. To defend against my hammer strike above his level, this Chu Feng indeed has some skill. Aunt Lu and Luo Li exhaled in relief from behind, while the spectating cultivators looked on in surprise. "Brother, stop testing him. Use your techniques directly and destroy him completely." Song Mu couldn't contain himself, shouting urgently. "Right." Song Ming leaped back several steps, his feet cracking the rock beneath as he raised both hammers above his head. Spiritual energy surged as he followed his secret technique, pouring all his profound spiritual power into the hammer bodies. Boom! 10 zhong of black light exploded from the hammers, fierce winds whipping up dead branches and stones, making everyone's robes flutter wildly. "Hammer conquers all," Song Ming roared, bringing both hammers down like 2 massive stones falling from the heavens toward Chu Feng. In that same instant, the entire mountaintop seemed pressed down by an invisible giant hand, the air thickening like syrup as everyone felt suffocated and involuntarily stepped back 3 paces. Aunt Lu and Luo Li clutched their robes tightly, worry written on their faces, while Chu Feng remained completely calm. "Very well, let me try this newly learned soul technique," he murmured. Unlike spiritual energy, vast and blazing soul power erupted from within him, spreading like a volcanic explosion. Strands of soul force intertwined and coalesced above his head into a seal several zhong wide, its surface flowing with ancient patterns and surrounded by ethereal blue radiance like flowing water. What kind of technique is that? Why does my spine feel so cold? I don't know, but it's clearly extraordinary. The spectators tensed, an inexplicable chill rising in their hearts. Chu Feng raised his eyes and spoke 2 words: "Soul Heaven Seal." The great seal crashed down, colliding heat-in with Song Ming's twin hammers. Crash! The black light around the hammers shattered like foam in an instant. How is this possible? Song Ming's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with terror. The Soul Heaven Seal didn't stop, striking him directly. Song Ming's pupils trembled, blood vessels filling his eyes as his limbs shook uncontrollably, even his hammers slipping from his grasp to clatter on the ground. Boom! His knees buckled, and he collapsed on the spot, the ground within 10 zhang caving in around him as dust billowed skyward. Hiss! Everyone around gasped in unison, the power of that single seal far exceeding their imagination. Looks of awe, curiosity, and shock all turned toward Chu Feng, so young, yet possessing such strength. The guards who had come with Song Mu exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions incredulous. Defeated? My elder brother was actually defeated? Song Mu stared wide-eyed, his voice trembling. A fifth-stage nascent soul cultivator, crushed by someone at the fourth stage. He had thought that once Song Ming unleashed his strongest technique, crushing Chu Feng would be effortless, but the outcome was completely reversed. Looking at Chu Feng in the field, his gaze was now filled with wariness and fear. If that seal had fallen on him instead, the consequences were unthinkable. At this thought, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly grateful. Thank goodness Chu Feng hadn't intended to kill. Princess, Chu Feng actually defeated Song Ming with such overwhelming force. How did he become so powerful? Aunt Lu gazed at Chu Feng standing proudly in the arena, her heart racing. Previously, when they were at the same cultivation level, Chu Feng's crushing victory over Song Mu was already shocking enough. Now, even Song Mu's elder brother, who was at a higher realm, couldn't last more than a few exchanges against Chu Feng. This result completely exceeded her expectations. She had once assessed that while the fourth and fifth levels of the nascent soul stage seemed to differ by only one tier, their actual combat power was worlds apart. Yet the facts were right before her eyes. Chu Feng had won, and won decisively, leaving everyone speechless. Aunt Lu, honestly, I'm not entirely sure either. Master's performance always surprises people. Luo Li looked up at Chu Feng, her eyes filled with both confusion and pride. This master of hers always managed to reveal unimaginable trump cards at crucial moments. She lifted her snow-white chin slightly, her tone carrying pride. But I have to say, having such a master is definitely something to be proud of. I really wish I had such a master too. Aunt Lu muttered silently to herself, unable to hide the envy in her gaze. At this moment, Chu Feng looked down at Song Ming, who lay sprawled on the ground after being defeated by him, a barely concealed joy flashing in his eyes. The power of the Soul Heaven Seal is even more terrifying than I anticipated, and this is only at the minor mastery level. If I cultivate it to major mastery, I could probably level an entire mountain. Not to mention the Four Souls Heaven suppression technique that surpasses the Soul Heaven Seal. Just how terrifying would that be? After a brief moment of contemplation, he leaped down and landed in front of Song Ming, his expression emotionless. Song Ming trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror. Soul technique. Was what you just used a soul technique? What? Soul technique. All the observing cultivators changed color. Though Song Ming's voice was quiet, everyone present had considerable cultivation, and his words reached every ear without missing a syllable. Soul techniques were rare and terrifying, and soul technique practitioners generally possessed combat power far exceeding their peers, making cross-level challenges commonplace for them. Song Mu's expression also darkened. Despite the vast territory of the Liang Divine Dynasty, soul technique practitioners were rarely seen. The royal family had always tried desperately to recruit such powerful individuals, but the existence of the Soul Palace repeatedly thwarted their efforts. Now, to have such a young soul technique expert emerge right under their noses, how could this not be shocking? Soul technique? Princess, was what Chu Feng just used really a soul technique? Aunt Lu asked instinctively. Some soul techniques appeared similar to ordinary techniques, making them difficult for non-experts to distinguish. Having limited contact with soul technique practitioners, she naturally couldn't tell the difference. Yes, and Master even taught that soul technique to me. Luo Li's pure eyes revealed a hint of pride. Aunt Lu shook her head with a bitter smile. Just what kind of monster is this Chu Feng? Exceptional talent, awakened sacred body, rapid cultivation progress, and now he's mastered soul techniques too. Facing Song Ming's inquiry, Chu Feng simply nodded lightly. Song Ming suddenly bent at the waist, bowing deeply until his forehead nearly touched the ground. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. The surrounding crowd looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Song Ming's voice was low but trembling with every word. Sir, when you used that soul technique earlier, you didn't use your full power. Otherwise, my soul would have been obliterated long ago, and I would have become a fool. Although he had never cultivated soul techniques, the principles of various techniques shared common ground. He could feel that Chu Feng had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have become a mindless fool. Sir, I was reckless just now and have come to apologize. Song Ming cupped his hands and bowed deeply, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Xiao Mu, get over here. Show your gratitude to Chu Feng for sparing your life. A gentle breeze swept through the clearing in the misty forest, with broken stones and fallen leaves still rolling at their feet. Song Ming gritted his teeth and grabbed his younger brother by the collar, half dragging him before Chu Feng. The suppression from just moments ago still left Song Mu's limbs weak and aching. With a bitter expression, he could only cup his fists and bow. I was reckless earlier. Thank you for showing mercy, sir. Chu Feng merely nodded indifferently. He hadn't delivered a fatal blow only because the two brothers came from the Liang divine dynasty, a colossal power not to be easily provoked at this moment. Of course, if the two had remained defiant after being subdued, he wouldn't have minded burying them deep in this misty forest. Fortunately, they knew their place, avoiding a bloodbath. Are you still planning to take Luo Li back? Chu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression somewhere between a smile and a sneer. Song Ming and Song Mu exchanged glances, embarrassment hanging thick in the air. After a moment, Song Ming was the first to respond. Sir, I saw nothing today. Song Mu immediately played along, covering his eyes. Big brother, my eyesight has been poor these past few days. I could barely recognize even you. Seeing their coordinated act, Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, Luo Li and Aunt Lu hurried over. Song Mu quickly bowed. Little princess, Aunt Lu, we apologize for our earlier offense. You were only following orders. Luo Li smiled bitterly, gazing northward with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. I never expected Father Emperor would still treat me as a pawn for political marriage. The imperial family has always been the most heartless. Song Ming suddenly spoke in a low voice. Little princess, actually, bringing you back to the palace for marriage was not His Majesty's decree. Not Father Emperor's? Luo Li was stunned. The shadow guards had always obeyed only the Emperor's commands. How could there be someone else? Even Aunt Lu's expression froze. It was the Divine Empress's order. Song Ming lowered his voice further. 2 months ago, His Majesty suddenly fell ill with a mysterious disease. The Divine Empress began attending court and handling state affairs, and we shadow guards were temporarily placed under her command. She governs capably, and the court and people call it two saints ruling together, saying it's a blessing for the divine dynasty. Divine Empress Wu Tian's Hoth's name made Luo Li's brow furrow slightly. Her father was a peerless powerhouse with robust health. How could he suddenly fall seriously ill? And the Divine Empress, cold and commanding, made people feel as if they'd fallen into an icy abyss with just a few encounters. Yet now she had naturally assumed regency, everything reeking of conspiracy. Aunt Lu's brow also furrowed deeply as images of turbulent undercurrents within the divine dynasty flashed through her mind. Little princess, you must be careful, Song Ming warned. If we fail to find you for too long, the Divine Empress will surely send others. Once her people locate you, I fear it will be difficult to turn a blind eye again. Luo Li nodded gently. Song Ming turned to Chu Feng. Sir, since the little princess has taken you as her master, please look after her well in the future. Consider it repayment for your mercy earlier. He produced a storage ring and offered it to Chu Feng. Since little Luo Li has become my disciple, I naturally won't let her suffer any grievances. If that Divine Empress sends people to take her away, my sword and soul techniques won't show mercy. Chu Feng's voice wasn't loud, but his words carried weight, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. His gaze swept around the surroundings, as if warning any potential threats in advance. If his disciple was unwilling to return, he would never allow anyone to harm even a hair on her head. After speaking, Chu Feng inconspicuously took the dark silver storage ring from Song Ming's hand. The ring's surface had a subdued luster and appeared ordinary, yet it clearly reflected vast storage space when probed with spiritual consciousness. Little Mu, and the rest of you, let's go. We'll search for the little princess elsewhere. He waved his hand, issuing the command. Yes. Song Ming led Song Mu and the others as they quickly departed from the mountaintop, their boots stepping over scattered stones, disappearing into the depths of the forest within moments. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Feng murmured softly, lightly drawing his fingertip across the storage ring as blood seeped into the ring's patterns. His consciousness sank into it, and in the dark space, various objects glimmered with light. The first batch to appear consisted of various heavenly treasures and basic pills. To him, these could only be considered ordinary items, but for cultivators below the nascent soul realm, they were rare aids. His gaze paused at a corner. There lay an ice-blue long sword, its spine covered with light, frost clearly an ice element treasure sword. Though only 3rd grade, it far surpassed the 2nd grade Qingyuan sword in Luo Li's hands. Before departing for the Misty Forest, he had planned to find a new weapon for Luo Li, never expecting such smooth fortune. With a thought, all the items instantly piled up before his eyes. Little Luo Li, this ice element 3rd grade Xianbing sword is perfect for you. And this Tianpa pill is also excellent. You're already at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Take it now, and you can break through to the Golden Core realm. I'll protect you during the process. Chu Feng explained patiently, making everything crystal clear. The cultivators who hadn't completely dispersed from the surroundings all cast envious glances upon seeing this. This Luo Li had truly found the right master. If only I had such a master. Someone sighed softly. Thank you, master. Luo Li accepted all the items without pretense, smiling as she immediately sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, adjusted her spiritual energy, and prepared to swallow the Tianpa pill to break through to the Golden Core realm. She knew clearly in her heart that her senior sister, Ying Chun, was already at the third level of golden core. She couldn't let the gap between them grow too large. Just at this moment. Ding! Host has successfully gifted third-grade Xianbing sword, Tianpa pill. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 250x critical return. Obtained 4th grade peak weapon, Luobing divine sword. Triggered 3000x critical return. Obtained Wantian pill, Luobing divine sword. Excellent. Perfect for Luoli. Wantian pill? Even nascent soul realm cultivators can benefit from this. Perfect for my use. Chu Feng was secretly satisfied. Little Luoli, your master suddenly remembered I previously obtained a 4th grade peak Luobing divine sword. I'll give it to you now. As he spoke, he retrieved the sword once more. What? A 4th grade peak treasure sword. The crowd erupted. This strong cultivator named Chu Feng is so generous to his disciple. I really want to become his disciple. Yeah, look at yourself, no chest. No Curvesto, you think he'd accept you? His companion ruthlessly deflated him. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng caused another sensation. Everyone wished they could be Luoli, even willing to swap souls if possible. Master, you're so good to may love you. Luoli smiled sweetly, leaning over to plant a firm kiss on Chu Feng's cheek. After the kiss, Luoli's face turned slightly red. After all, this was her first intimate contact with a man, and he was her own master. Just thinking about it made Luo Li's pretty face flush red. She quickly composed herself, steadied her rapid breathing, and placed a pale green pill that emanated cold mist, the heaven-breaking pill, into her mouth. The spiritual medicine transformed into a cool liquid that slid down her throat, and she immediately sat in meditation, focusing all her energy on breaking through to the golden core realm. Aunt Lu, watching from the side, took in the entire scene and smiled with a mixture of helplessness and relief. As she gazed at Luo Li deep in cultivation, a trace of envy flashed through her heart. If not for her pride, perhaps she would have already taken Chu Feng as her master. Such a generous master was rarer than an iron-eating beast. Aunt Lu, why don't you become my disciple? Chu Feng caught the change in her expression and teased with a half-smile. Aunt Lu's pretty face suddenly turned red as she spat lightly. Shameless. I'm already so old. She quickly turned her head away, not letting Chu Feng see her embarrassment. What's wrong with being older? It's not like I can't take you as a disciple. Chu Feng muttered to himself, then took out a dark black Chaos Heaven pill. The pill was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, shaped like a flattened irregular oval with several golden thread patterns wrapped around its surface. A faint compound fruity fragrance emanated from the pill, invigorating one's spirit. Without further hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The smooth texture carried a slight coolness, but the moment it entered his throat, it became as hot as molten lava. Ordinary cultivators would probably faint from such intense heat, but for Chu Feng, it was nothing significant. After the Chaos Heaven pill completely dissolved, vast and pure spiritual energy surged through his meridians toward his limbs and bones, finally gathering above his nascent soul. In an instant, an indescribable comfort flooded his entire body. His realm was ascending. From the 4th level of nascent soul, he broke through to the 5th level. Aunt Lu glanced over with a complex expression. Chu Feng, your progress is too fast. When I first met you, you were only at the golden core realm. How long has it been? And you're already at the 5th level of nascent soul. Initially, she could look down on him from above, but now she could only look up in admiration. If Chu Feng hadn't intervened in time, she would have met a miserable end today. The changes in worldly affairs were truly lamentable. Chu Feng merely nodded with a smile, saying nothing more. Just then, spiritual energy surged above Luo Li's head, condensing into a golden core covered with snow patterns. At the moment of the core's formation, a snowflower phantom flashed briefly before the golden core entered her body. She opened her eyes, bright as stars. Master, Aunt Lu, I've broken through to the golden core realm. Princess, congratulations. Aunt Lu smiled radiantly, displaying her mature charm. Chu Feng rubbed the top of Luo Li's head encouragingly. Keep up the good work. Don't slack off for the Yuan-Long secret realm quota battle and half a year strive for a good result. Master, rest assured, I will definitely defeat all opponents. Luo Li nodded solemnly. Afterward, some cultivators approached to exchange pleasantries, flattering extensively and hoping to travel with Chu Feng, but he politely declined. He still needed to rush to Sleeping Dragon Lake to collect the soul-tempering grass that the Jade Pool Fairy had left for him, to strengthen his soul power in preparation for the Peak Master competition and for future ventures into the Life Forbidden Zone to search for the Jade Pool Fairy. During their journey, Aunt Lu finally couldn't help but speak up. Chu Feng, may I ask you a question? As long as it's not too secretive, go ahead. Aunt Lu blinked her beautiful eyes and looked directly at him with curiosity. Soul techniques have always been rare. Where did you obtain the soul techniques you practice? Even in the vast Liang Divine Dynasty, soul techniques were hard to find, let alone in this barren southeastern coastal region. Yet Chu Feng not only mastered soul techniques, but had also cultivated the incredibly powerful soul heaven seal, which truly puzzled her. Even within the vast Liang divine dynasty, there weren't many soul techniques. Therefore, she really couldn't understand how Chu Feng had obtained soul techniques in this impoverished southeastern coastal area. Moreover, that soul technique called Soul Heaven Seal seemed extremely powerful, which made her even more curious about the origins of Chu Feng's soul techniques. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Chu Feng's lips. By sheer coincidence, he had emerged victorious in a contest and won a soul technique in the process. A contest? What kind of contest? Aunt Lu immediately moved closer to him, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, while Luo Li beside them perked up her ears attentively. It wasn't anything major, just an ordinary soul contest. Chu Feng put on a modest expression, though his tone was casual and understated. Aunt Lu's heart skipped a beat. Soul contests were no laughing matter, as the slightest mistake could turn a cultivator into a mindless fool. She secretly marveled. This young man certainly had courage. She would never dare attempt such a thing lightly. Luo Li pressed further. Master, who was your opponent in this contest? I believe her name was Bai Yao. The one who gave me the soul technique was her master, Han Yaoci. Chu Feng added as he recalled the details. Han Yaoci. Aunt Lu murmured under her breath, her brow furrowing slightly. The name felt familiar somehow, but despite racking her brain, she couldn't pinpoint where she'd heard it before. She could only console herself that it was probably just a coincidence of names. Changing the subject, Luo Li asked curiously, Aunt Lu, what are your plans going forward? Well, I don't have any particular arrangements at the moment. Aunt Lu shrugged. Then why not come to the Taigu Immortal Sect? I could ask my master to arrange a deputy peak master position for you at Yaoci Peak. Luo Li blinked her clear eyes and flashed Chu Feng a pleasing smile. As the peak master, Chu Feng indeed had the authority to propose adding a deputy peak master to assist with peak affairs, requiring only the approval of sect master Gu Hongyan. Given Gu Hongyi's temperament, she rarely refused such minor matters. Aunt Lu suddenly used her sleeve to half cover her face, putting on the pitiful appearance of a wandering merchant woman stranded on the streets. Peak Master Chu, could I really become a deputy peak master? If not, I'll have no choice but to continue wandering. Chu Feng pursed his lips. Aunt Lu, if you could act normally, I'd consider it. Aunt Lu's strength spoke for itself. Third level of the nascent soul stage. If she truly joined Yaoci Peak, it would indeed boost their overall combat power considerably, and he had no reason to refuse. Then I'll thank Peak Master Chu in advance. Aunt Lu's expression changed as quickly as flipping through a book, her smile now brighter than the sun. As the group continued along the mountain path, Aunt Lu suddenly pointed ahead. Oh, there's a pond up there. Chu Feng, Princess, I need to take a bath and wash off all this grime. After being pursued by Song Mu, she was thoroughly disheveled and naturally felt drawn to the sight of clear water. No problem. Chu Feng gestured his approval. Aunt Lu suddenly gave Chu Feng a sidelong glance, her lips curving. Princess, I'll have to trouble you to keep a close eye on your master. Don't let him peek at me bathing. Luo Li stuck out her tongue and playfully retorted. Don't worry, Aunt Lu. My master is an upright man. If he were to look, he'd do so openly and honestly. Chu Feng's face twitched, feeling that his disciple was even more troublesome than other people's mischievous children when it came to embarrassing her master. Aunt Lu snorted, lifted her skirts, and hurried toward the pond, soon disappearing behind the grove. Once the surroundings had quieted down, Luo Li gently tugged at the corner of Chu Feng's robe and said cautiously, Master, I'm sorry for hiding my identity from you all this time. Chu Feng raised his hand to ruffle her hair, his voice calm, yet firm. Hey, what's there to apologize for? Whether you're a princess of the Liang divine dynasty or a daughter from an ordinary family, you're still my dear disciple. Luo Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear had been that her master would distance himself from her or scold her because of this revelation. Now that this weight had been lifted, her eyes brightened considerably. Unbeknownst to anyone, on the mountaintop where Chu Feng had fought earlier, a distinguished young man stood on the branches of an ancient, gnarled tree. He gazed in the direction where Chu Feng had departed, his expression thoughtful. This man named Chu Feng possessed incredibly powerful soul techniques, and his mastery of the soul arts likely surpassed even that of my master. Luoyang emerged from a cave in the misty forest, his heart still churning from that stunning confrontation. Gray-white mist swirled around his ankles, faintly reflecting the image of the young Chu Feng standing calmly in place, dispersing the demon beast's soul with a mere gesture. If I could arrange for my master to spar with him and somehow recruit him into Burning Heaven Valley, that would be perfect. Luoyang calculated silently. Having just emerged from seclusion, he was unaware of the latest developments within the valley, and since the higher-ups had yet to announce information about Chu Feng, he mistakenly assumed the man was an unaffiliated rogue cultivator. If Chu Feng knew that a Burning Heaven Valley disciple was thinking of recruiting him, it would surely be quite amusing. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, The jade slip at his waist suddenly glowed. Luoyang pointed with his finger, and a phantom image rose and solidified in the air. A middle-aged man sitting cross-legged, his aura as deep as the ocean, his eyes so sharp that one dared not look directly at them. This person was none other than Hun Chao, the Valley Master of Soul Flame Valley, one of the 21 branch valleys of Burning Heaven Valley, and considered the most likely candidate to succeed as the overall Valley Master. His cultivation level, nascent soul 6th heaven. With his exceptional soul techniques, he could contend with nascent soul 7th heaven powerhouses. Luoyang pays respects to Master. Luoyang quickly clasped his fists. Did you gain anything from your seclusion? Hun Chao asked in a deep voice. Thanks to Master's blessing, this disciple has broken through to the Golden Core realm and is now training in the Misty Forest. Luoyang reported respectfully. Oh, what a coincidence. Hun Chao raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Is Master also in the Misty Forest? Indeed, I'm heading to Crouching Dragon Lake. Does Master wish to confirm whether any remnants of the soul tempering grass still remain? Luoyang was familiar with the legends of Crouching Dragon Lake. Exactly, going to try my luck. Since you're also here, come to Crouching Dragon Lake as well. I obey your command. After agreeing, Luoyang remembered that Chu Feng fellow. By the way, Master, this disciple just encountered a soul technique cultivator named Chu Feng, who is extremely powerful. This disciple boldly speculates that his soul mastery might be on par with Master's. If Master could exchange pointers with him, perhaps we could recruit him into Burning Heaven Valley. At this point, he had originally wanted to say surpasses Master, but felt it inappropriate and changed his words at the last moment. Chu Feng. Hun Chao frowned. A few days ago, Luo Feng, the Valley Master of Falling Flame Valley, asked me to kill someone also named Chu Feng, who is the Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak of the Primordial Immortal Sect. He said this person would definitely come to the Misty Forest for the Peak Master competition. Luoyang's heart trembled. Could they be the same person with the same name? Hun Chao pondered for a moment and shook his head. They shouldn't be the same person. The Chu Feng from Jade Pool Peak is not a soul technique cultivator. The path of the soul is extremely difficult. Without decades of accumulation, one cannot make an inch of progress, and it's impossible to achieve mastery in a short time. The one Master wants to kill is not a soul cultivator. Luoyang breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help feeling puzzled. This disciple will report everything he witnessed to Master in complete detail. He then recounted word for word his experience of witnessing Chu Feng display soul techniques and instantly severely injure the demon beast and several cultivators. Hun Chao listened quietly and nodded slightly. Luoyang, the Chu Feng you describe, with soul mastery that very likely surpasses mine, is indeed worth recruiting. Hun Chao's gaze grew contemplative. However, everything must wait until I first eliminate that Chu Feng from Jade Pool Peak, then we'll make plans. This disciple understands and will immediately head to Crouching Dragon Lake to meet with Master. Good. In the Misty Forest, somewhere deep in the jungle, water vapor rose between the branches and leaves, while the rotting foliage underfoot gave way with each step. Song Mu asked in a low voice. Big brother, if we can't find the little princess for a long time, or can't even gather a single piece of information about her, will the Divine Empress recall us, or even punish us? He frowned, his gaze wandering through the thick fog, clearly still unable to figure out their new master's temperament. Song Ming stopped in his tracks, listening carefully to the sounds around them, then offered his assessment. The Divine Empress has just taken control of our Shadow Guard. She shouldn't directly blame us in the short term. But to be safe, we should send back reports periodically. Mixing truth with fiction, one can tell the difference anyway. You mean the forces responsible for verifying intelligence around the Divine Empress haven't extended their reach to the southeastern coast yet? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Song Mu's eyes. Most likely. Song Ming lowered his voice. Even when they do investigate, they won't be able to distinguish truth from lies. Big brother thinks of everything. Song Mu gave him a thumbs up. Before he finished speaking, the jade slip at Song Ming's waist suddenly vibrated. He pointed at it with his finger, and a pale golden phantom appeared in the mist. It was a woman wearing a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, with flawless features but bearing the cold arrogance of one who looked down upon all living beings. Song Ming immediately bowed. Song Ming pays respects to the Divine Empress. Song Mu and the hidden guards in the shadows also knelt in unison. Song Mu greets the Divine Empress. The woman in the phantom was none other than Wu Tianzhao, revered as one of the twin saints of the Liang divine dynasty. Her voice was cold and clear. How are things progressing? Song Ming held his breath, reporting to the Divine Empress. We have just arrived at the southeastern coast and are inquiring about the little princess's whereabouts. Wu Tianzhao's gaze shifted. Have you encountered any conflicts? No, Song Ming instinctively denied. In the phantom, Wu Tianzhao's eyes narrowed slightly, but she said nothing more, only giving a calm order. Shangwan Wanner is also leading people to the southeastern coast. From now on, you will follow her commands. Shang Wanwaner, Song Ming, and Song Mu were shocked. She was the Divine Empress's personal female official, though not at the pinnacle of martial arts. She was one of the Divine Empress's most trusted confidants. Her deployment here, was it due to distrust of the Shadow Guard, or did she have another purpose? The two dared not ask further questions and respectfully acknowledged the order. Wu Tianzhao gave them a meaningful look, then the jade slip's light extinguished. 2 days later, in another part of the misty forest, thin mist swirled as two figures emerged through the fog. If Chu Feng were here, he would surely recognize them. They were Han Yaoci and Bai Yao. Master, why have we come to the misty forest? Shouldn't we be going to Burning Heaven Valley? Bai Yao looked ahead in confusion. According to their previous intelligence, the Soul Hall trader Hun Chao had become the Valley Master of Soul Flame Valley within Burning Heaven Valley, so logically they should head directly there to eliminate him. Han Yaoci stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping through the forest. I just received intelligence that Hun Chao left Burning Heaven Valley several days ago and is heading toward Crouching Dragon Lake. The misty forest is on his necessary route, so we're more likely to intercept him here. I see. Bai Yao nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Master, I have news about that person you asked me to investigate. Oh, do tell. Han Yaoci raised an eyebrow with interest, his pace slowing considerably. Bai Yao followed closely beside him, adjusting her sleeves as she poured out the intelligence she had prepared. The man called Chu Feng is the peak master of Yaoci Peak in the primordial immortal sect, trained under the Yaoci fairy. For years he remained obscure, even considered a has-been within the sect. But recently, Chu Feng suddenly awakened a rare sacred body, the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body, and formed his golden core in a single day. Half a month later, he incredibly broke through to the nascent soul realm. Han Yaoci paused slightly upon hearing this. Fresh into the nascent soul stage, he decisively crushed Tianqin Wang, an elder of the heavenly demon sect. Bai Yao continued. Then, surpassing 2 cultivation levels, he personally slayed Fenshan, the joint master of both Burning Heaven Valley and Earth Flame Valley. 2 months later, when he returned to his sect, his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of nascent soul. Indeed, Chu Feng was the very person Bai Yao had been secretly investigating. She had spent tremendous effort uncovering nearly every significant detail of his journey. Despite her own exceptional talents, while compiling this information, she couldn't help but sigh. There are always higher heavens and greater people beyond oneself. She too possessed a sacred body and had the full support of her family's spirit stones and pills, yet it took her 30 full years to reach the 3rd level of nascent soul achievement that had once shaken the Soul Hall. Compared to Chu Feng, however, her glory seemed to pale. He had accomplished in 3 months what took her 30 years. The more Han Yaoci heard, the more astonished he became, his eyebrows rising higher. This Chu Feng is truly extraordinary. How on earth did he manage this? Even he, who had witnessed countless prodigies and heard endless tales of wonder, couldn't help but marvel. Master, Bai Yao pondered for a moment. According to the Soul Hall's ancient texts, while the Dragon Phoenix auspicious body is powerful, it shouldn't be this overwhelming. I suspect Chu Feng discovered some powerful cultivators' ruins in the Great Marsh Mountains and inherited their remaining power and legacy. After all, with no background or resources, relying on his sacred body alone couldn't possibly propel him to the 3rd level of nascent soul in such a short time. Han Yaoci nodded slightly. That's certainly possible. Obtaining ruins and fortuitous encounters is indeed one of the fastest paths to advancement. At this point, something occurred to him, and he mused aloud. I wonder how long it will take this Chu Feng to master the soul arts I taught him. Bai Yao replied. Master, while Chu Feng's soul talent is indeed outstanding, soul arts are extremely difficult to cultivate. The Soul Heaven Seal and 4 Souls Suppressing Heaven technique you taught him are both profound secret arts of our hall. I estimate it will take him at least 3 to 5 years before he can even grasp the basics. Her estimate was already quite generous. Within the talent-rich Soul Hall, new disciples who could master those 2 soul arts within 3 to 5 years could be counted on one hand. She then looked up, her tone probing. Master, you're not still thinking of taking him as a disciple, are you? He did refuse you last time. Han Yaoci laughed heartily, revealing gleaming white teeth. What wall in this world can't be pried loose? Keep knocking, and it will eventually give way. Bai Yao shook her head helplessly. Others begged to enter Han Yaoci's tutelage only to be refused. Yet this Chu Feng didn't want to become his disciple, while Han Yaoci stubbornly insisted on taking him in. His laughter fading, Han Yaoci's expression turned serious. Actually, I had you investigate Chu Feng for another reason. I want to see how far he can progress with soul arts in half a year. If he can barely perform the Soul Heaven Seal by then, or meet my minimum standards, I'll take him into the Yuan Dragon secret realm to accomplish something significant together. Upon success, I'll grant him a great fortune. Hearing this, Bai Yao frowned deeply, her voice filled with unwillingness. Master, am I not capable enough? Your talent is still lacking a bit. Han Yaoci scratched his nose with an awkward laugh. Bai Yao looked thoroughly dejected. On the northwest side of the misty forest lies a massive lake. The water surface is vast enough to accommodate a small county town. This is Wulong Lake, once famous for its bustling activity. Now devoid of tourists, it has become an ideal habitat for demonic beasts. Aquatic creatures occasionally glide beneath the surface, while groups of beasts gather along the shore to drink, sometimes growling to drive each other away. Senior sister, this place has such a wonderful environment. We might find some treasures here. A young girl in green robes excitedly bounded to the lakeside, kicking up small pebbles. Behind her followed a girl in white robes, both bearing the fresh innocence of youth on their faces. When they looked down, their feet were hidden from view, indicating that their innocence had nothing to do with their physical development. Though their robes differed in color, both had wind thunder embroidered on their right chest in golden thread that gleamed in the sunlight. They came from Wind Thunder Pavilion, once a mid-tier sect, now reduced to strength comparable to bottom-tier factions. Rumors claimed that Wind Thunder Pavilion had once maintained good relations with the primordial immortal sect, even sharing close ties with a certain peak master. The white-robed girl's gaze was gentle as she softly warned, "Xiao Shuang, be careful. Wulong Lake has been recovering for years, and demonic beasts run rampant here. Don't let yourself get swallowed whole." The green-robed girl called Xiao Shuang paid no heed and was about to take another step when her gaze suddenly fixed ahead. "Senior sister, what is that?" Her voice was filled with amazement. "A demonic beast?" The white-robed girl replied casually, but when she looked up, her expression changed dramatically. Could this be the long-lost soul-tempering grass? Not far along the lakeshore, a small patch of grass stood out starkly from the surrounding greenery. Dark red leaves covered in tiny star-like patterns that sparkled like scattered stars in the sunlight. Though they had never seen it before, the illustration from ancient texts matched perfectly with the scene before them, confirming this was indeed the soul-tempering grass that had been lost for years. "Soul-tempering grass," Xiao Shuang exclaimed. "Even if we gain nothing else in the misty forest, just having this soul-tempering grass means we've struck it rich." The white-robed girl couldn't suppress her excitement, her lips curving upward sharply. Soul-tempering grass could enhance cultivation talent, potential, and soul power. If not used personally, it could fetch astronomical prices at auction. When encountered by soul technique cultivators who needed it most, its value could multiply several times over. "Senior sister, let's pick it quickly," Xiao Shuang said as she and the white-robed girl crouched beside the grass, reaching out to uproot it entirely. "Put it down. The soul-tempering grass is mine." A cold, indifferent voice suddenly rang out, its tone brooking no argument. Both girls frowned and looked up to see a middle-aged man approaching slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Though his steps seemed unhurried, he crossed more than 10 zhang in the blink of an eye, stopping not far from them. He was none other than Hun Chao, the Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley, also known as Soul Flame Valley. Xiao Shuang and the white-robed girl exchanged glances, both frowning. "Sir, shouldn't there be a matter of first come, first served? We discovered this soul-tempering grass first." Since Hun Chao rarely ventured into the world, neither of them recognized Hun Chao's identity. Hun Chao looked down at them with a flash of disdain in his eyes. "Ants from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. First come first served only applies to the weak. It means nothing to me, Hun Chao." Before his words had finished, he suddenly glared, and his overwhelming soul power poured forth like a raging torrent. Ah! The piercing pain from deep within their souls made Xiao Shuang and the white-robed woman scream in unison. Then Hun Chao raised his hand and waved, sending both figures flying several zhang away, crashing through thick ancient trees before finally hitting the ground. The two struggled to their feet, blood trickling from their mouths. They looked toward Hun Chao with both anger and shock in their eyes. Anger at his tyranny, shock that this most promising Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley had actually appeared here. "Xiao Shuang, it seems our luck isn't very good," the white-robed woman said in a low voice. "The soul-tempering grass we had within reach is just gone like that." Xiao Shuang shook her head bitterly. "Perhaps it will get even worse. I hope Master can arrive soon." The white-robed woman's face was full of worry. Originally, Wind Thunder Pavilion had no major conflict with Burning Heaven Valley, but Burning Heaven Valley and the ancient immortal sect were locked in a fight to the death. While Wind Thunder Pavilion was on good terms with the ancient immortal sect, the outcome was naturally predictable. She worried that Hun Chao might harm them, and could only secretly pray that the Wind Thunder Pavilion master would arrive soon. Meanwhile, Hun Chao's gaze fell intensely on the cluster of dark green by the lakeside. "Soul-tempering grass. I never expected such a treasure to be hidden by Crouching Dragon Lake. Heaven truly helps me." His soul power had been stagnant for a long time, and no matter how he cultivated, he couldn't break through. Could only rely on pills or heavenly treasures. But treasures that could enhance soul power were extremely rare, and after searching for half a year with no results, he never expected to stumble upon such fortune by coming here casually. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and took out a dark patterned wooden box from his chest. If such special spiritual materials were stored in jade or iron boxes, Their medicinal properties would be lost. Wooden boxes were the best choice. Soon, he had already harvested half of them. Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air came. Hun Chao raised an eyebrow, instantly alert, but when he saw who it was, his expression relaxed. My disciple, Luo Yang. Master. Luo Yang landed and bowed, his gaze sweeping over the grass. This is soul-tempering grass. Congratulations, Master. Hun Chao nodded in acknowledgement and had him come forward to help with the harvesting. While bending down, Luo Yang noticed the two women not far away and frowned slightly. Those are Wind Thunder Pavilion's true disciples Xue Shuang and Xue Ming. Hun Chao originally hadn't planned to bother with the two women, but after learning their identities, he coldly ordered, after we finish picking the grass, kill them. Yes. Luo Yang accepted the command. Xue Shuang and Xue Ming's faces instantly turned deathly pale, despair rising in their eyes. Just then, the sound of wind cutting through the air came again, and three figures landed by the laki: a man, a woman, and a child. It was Chu Feng, Aunt Lu, and Luo Li. They had originally thought the lakeside was empty, and now they were all stunned. Luo Yang looked up and saw Chu Feng, surprise flashing across his face. He moved in a flash to stand before Chu Feng and bowed respectfully with cupped fists. I am Luo Yang, disciple of Hun Chao, the Soul Flame Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley. I pay my respects to you, Senior. That day in the mountains, I witnessed your soul techniques and was quite impressed. I wonder if you would be willing to join our Burning Heaven Valley. What? The people from Burning Sky Valley want to recruit my master? Did I hear that right? Luo Li suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Thin mist rolled across the lake's surface as she quietly glanced at the Burning Sky Valley group on the opposite shore, thinking to herself, does this guy named Luo Yang not know Master Chu Feng's true identity? Aunt Lu also heard the invitation, her eyebrows twitching sharply. Chu Feng had personally slain the former Valley Master of Burning Sky Valley, and now they wanted to recruit him? Today was truly full of strange occurrences. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting as he stared directly at Luo Yang, remaining completely silent. Locked under that gaze, Luo Yang felt an inexplicable unease rising in his heart. Was Senior Chu Feng silent because he didn't want to join the valley, or did he already have backing from an even more powerful force? Senior Chu Feng, Burning Sky Valley has always treated people generously. Luo Yang quickly straightened up, his voice low and respectful. If you join Burning Sky Valley, whatever conditions other forces have offered, we're willing to double them. Even the soul-forging grass that my master just found can share half of it with you. As he spoke, he pointed toward the lakeside ahead. Among the rocky crevices by the lake, a cluster of soul-forging grass had been mostly harvested, but the remaining stems and leaves still emanated a faint silver glow. Chu Feng glanced over, his gaze instantly turning ice cold. Thinking his own status wasn't sufficient, Luo Yang turned to the gray-robed elder beside him and respectfully called out, Master, this is the Senior Chu Feng I mentioned to you. His mastery of soul arts is unfathomably deep. You two surely have much to discuss. Hun Chao stood in place with his hands behind his back, his gray-white hair stirred by the mountain wind, yet he remained motionless and unusually silent. Luo Yang was stunned and quietly gave his master several meaningful looks, only to see Hun Chao's eyes narrowing further, with killing intent actually surfacing within them. Master, what's wrong? Are you too excited for meeting Senior Chu Feng? Luo Yang asked in a low voice, still completely confused. He looked around, but detected no unusual enemy presence. After a long moment, Hun Chao finally spoke coldly. Luo Yang, come here. Luo Yang approached upon hearing this. Master, what's happened? You should know who Luo Feng wanted me to intercept and kill in the misty forest. Hun Chao's voice was low and heavy. Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out. Disciple knows. The person Valley Master Luo Feng wanted you to kill was the Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak from the ancient, immortal sect Chu Feng. At this point, his expression froze slightly. Then he smiled. Master, although this senior is also named Chu Feng, he's definitely not that Peak Master. You once said that Chu Feng, the Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak, doesn't know soul arts at all. I'm sorry, Hun Chao interrupted coldly. But now I'm changing my statement. Chu Feng, Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak, does no soul arts. Those few words struck like thunder. Luo Yang's mind buzzed as he froze in place. He swallowed hard and turned to look at Chu Feng, his heart turning cold. Had he just tried to recruit a Peak Master of the ancient immortal sect into Burning Sky Valley? His mind reeling, he quickly retreated 2 steps to Hun Chao's side, cold sweat streaming down his back. Not far away, Xue Shuang quietly asked her senior sister, Senior sister, I heard that Chu Feng, the Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak, has mediocre talent and hasn't even broken through the foundation establishment realm yet. Why do Luo Yang and Hun Chao both look like they're facing a great enemy? Seeing the tense expressions of the two from Burning Sky Valley, she was truly puzzled, feeling that with Hun Chao's strength, he should be able to completely crush Chu Feng and shouldn't be showing such an expression. Luoyang had just mentioned that Chu Feng knew soul arts. Perhaps Chu Feng had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, though Xuanming didn't understand much about it. She had been in secluded cultivation recently, paying little attention to outside affairs, naturally unaware of the undercurrents surging within the Taigu immortal sect, nor did she realize that the current Chu Feng was no longer comparable to his former self. On the other side of the misty forest, Chu Feng caught every word of the conversation between Hun Chao and Luoyang. Ambushing me in this misty forest? It seems someone leaked my whereabouts. There must be a traitor within the Taigu immortal sect. His eyes gleamed coldly. First kill Hun Chao, then eliminate the traitor. The Taigu immortal sect and Burning Heaven Valley were mortal enemies, their encounters never ending well. Moreover, Hun Chao dared to covet the soul-tempering grass that Master Yaoci had left for him, making his crime even more heinous. By the lakeside, Luoyang lowered his voice and advised, "Master, this Chu Feng's soul arts mastery surpasses even yours. A direct confrontation would be extremely dangerous. We should retreat immediately. If the opponent were weak, they could simply kill him outright. But having witnessed Chu Feng's terrifying soul arts, he knew well that Hun Chao would struggle to gain the upper hand. However, Hun Chao's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. Boosting others' morale while diminishing your master's prestige? Step aside and watch how I take his life." Confident in his own strength and having never personally witnessed Chu Feng's true capabilities, how could he willingly show weakness? Luoyang could only helplessly retreat. Hun Chao pressed his palms together and let out a long howl toward the sky. In an instant, fierce winds rose from the ground. Massive waves crashed against the shore, and terrifying soul pressure spread outward like a hurricane for 10 miles. Luoyang, Shuang, and Xuanming felt their scalps tingle as if doomsday had arrived. Aunt Lu and Luoli, facing soul pressure for the first time, trembled instinctively. Chu Feng stepped sideways, positioning himself in front of the two women, as equally magnificent soul power surged forth, instantly neutralizing Hun Chao's pressure. Hun Chao frowned slightly. Chu Feng's soul power was actually evenly matched with his own. The clash between these two terrifying soul forces quickly attracted cultivators from all directions. That's Hun Chao, the most promising valley master of Burning Heaven Valley. To force him to use soul arts. And it's just a young man. So young, yet his soul power rivals Hun Chao's. How strange. The spectating cultivators found vantage points, anticipating a peak-level battle. At this moment, Han Yaoci and Bai Yao, who had quietly appeared in the crowd, drew no attention, as all eyes remained fixed on the two combatants in the center. Hun Chao roared fiercely. "Chu Feng, watch how I crush you with soul power." Following Hun Chao's savage roar, his soul power transformed into a six-armed giant ape, baring its fangs and charging toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression remained calm. In an instant, he channeled his soul power, and azure light surged above his head as a 10-foot-long azure dragon suddenly took shape. Its scales gleamed with cold light as it bared its fangs and claws, lunging directly at Hun Chao's six-armed giant ape. Bang! The dragon executed a divine tail sweep, its massive tail striking like an azure whip and slamming hard into the giant ape's chest. Roar! The six-armed giant ape let out a pained howl. Since it was formed from Hun Chao's condensed soul, when the ape was injured, Hun Chao also furrowed his brow, staggered back 2 steps, and his face instantly turned pale. Six-armed giant ape, attack! Hun Chao roared through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. The giant ape's fists crashed down like mountains toward the dragon, but the azure dragon remained unmoved. Instead, it spread its wings and coiled its serpentine body, wrapping the giant ape tightly. The ape's 6 arms struggled frantically, muscles bulging, yet it couldn't budge the soul dragon even slightly. Huh? Hun Chao actually seems to be at a disadvantage. Someone in the crowd whispered in surprise. Is that young man's soul cultivation really that strong? I think Hun Chao just isn't using his full power. Once he truly unleashes himself, that kid will definitely lose, and might even be in mortal danger. Another person sneered, immediately gaining considerable agreement. Outside the arena, Bai Yao watched the battlefield intently and whispered to Hun Yaoci, "Master, Chu Feng's growth rate is truly astonishing. In just a few days, his soul power has reached such a level." Though proud and rarely impressed by others, she couldn't hide her shock. Before coming here, she had specifically asked Hun Yaoci about Hun Chao. While ranked lower in the Soul Hall, he was definitely not someone a newcomer to soul cultivation could contend with. Yet Chu Feng had managed to do exactly that. Hun Yaoci stroked his beard and smiled. "Little Yao, I told you Chu Feng is no ordinary person. However, his ability to match Hun Chao in such a short time does exceed my expectations. Now we'll see if he can have the last laugh. Hun Chao has more tricks up his sleeve." He gazed at Chu Feng with eyes full of appreciation. Bai Yao said gravely, "Once Hun Chao uses his soul techniques, Chu Feng will likely struggle to defend. If he's defeated, will you intervene?" "Naturally." Hun Yaoci showed a protective expression. A good seedling must not be wasted. On the battlefield, Seeing his giant ape trapped, Hun Chao's face darkened as he finally roared, "Six-armed giant ape, disperse!" The giant ape dissolved into countless points of soul light, which then flowed back above his head. "Oomph, Chu Feng, you have some skill, but this is where it ends. Soul technique, Heavenly Soul Fist." Hun Chao formed mysterious hand seals, his meridians bulging and veins writhing like pythons. With a ferocious roar, his soul power gathered thunderously above his head, forming a several zangtong tall dark golden giant fist. The fist's lines were clearly defined, and the surrounding space seemed to warp from its pressure. Terrifying might swept in all directions, as if it could level everything within several miles. Heavenly Soul Fist. It really is the Heavenly Soul Fist, the spectators cried out in alarm. Hun Chao's strongest soul technique that Chu Feng will probably have his soul shattered and become an idiot. What a pity, a prodigy is about to fall. Sympathetic gazes turned toward Chu Feng in unison. Yao pursed her lips, turned to look at her master, and asked quietly, "Master, are you preparing to intervene?" Biao noticed something unusual about Hun Yaoci. Hun Yaoci's gaze grew intense as he rapidly analyzed the situation before him. Although Chu Feng possessed formidable soul power, he had never learned soul techniques and couldn't possibly withstand Hun Chao's Heavenly Soul Fist. Within the Soul Hall's secret art system, the Heavenly Soul Fist was considered only mid to low tier, yet it remained lethal to Chu Feng, who lacked any foundation in soul techniques. Hun Yaoci secretly tensed his nerves, ready to intervene at any moment. At this moment, all eyes focused on Chu Feng. Standing by the shore of Wulong Lake, his expression was so calm it bordered on indifference, though a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Since his transmigration, he had never truly engaged in soul technique combat. Last time he had only used the Soul Heaven Seal, but today was the perfect opportunity to test the Four Souls Heaven Suppression technique he had recently learned. Chu Feng took a deep breath, his fingertips shifting rapidly as a mysterious seal formed in his palm. In an instant, the wind over the lake ceased, and a strange power surged from the surroundings, quickly merging with his soul. Boom! A circle of golden light burst forth, instantly condensing into an eerie barrier that enveloped several miles around Wulong Lake. Everyone trapped within felt their scalps tingle. This kid actually knows soul techniques? And this barrier seems familiar. Hun Chao's eyes showed surprise and suspicion as memories churned, yet he couldn't recall its origin. Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique Suppress. Chu Feng roared, and the golden barrier suddenly contracted, colliding head-on with Hun Chao's approaching Heavenly Soul Fist. There was no earth-shaking explosion. The intimidating fist shadow crumbled like tofu, crushed layer by layer and disintegrating inch by inch. Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique. Hun Chao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This is clearly one of the Soul Hall's most guarded secrets. Isn't he from the primordial immortal sect? Who exactly is he? Before his thoughts could finish, the golden barrier crushed down upon him. Bones cracked as he spat several mouthfuls of blood skyward, his body crashing heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. The scene fell deathly silent. After a long moment, someone finally spoke with difficulty. "Chu Feng, one? Incredible. What kind of soul technique was that? It completely crushed the Heavenly Soul Fist. Who cares what it's called? It's ridiculously powerful." Even Hun Chao, the most promising talent from Burning Heaven Valley, was defeated. Chu Feng's potential must be even more terrifying. After the initial shock, everyone's gazes turned to awe, each person mentally deciding they must approach him later to see if they could curry favor with such a powerful ally. The most truly shocked, however, were Biao and Hun Yaoci. Biao, I'm not seeing things, am I? Did Chu Feng really just use the Four Souls Heaven Suppression technique? Hun Yaoci swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. It seems so. Master, let me pinch you to confirm. It hurts. This is real. Hun Yaoci rubbed his arm, exclaiming in amazement. I've only taught him for a few days, yet he can already perform it completely. Such talent in the soul path, even I feel inferior. Perhaps in the future, he could stand as an equal to the Grand Hall Master. The image of the Soul Hall's Grand Hall Master flashed through his mind, proud as an empress. Biao was also stunned, never expecting her master to give such high praise. Though the Grand Hall Master was a woman, her talent was considered second in the Soul Hall's entire history. Luoyang watched his master Huan Chao's defeat, his face showing both shock and distress. He was shocked because the soul techniques Chu Feng displayed were even more terrifying than what he had witnessed outside the mountain gate earlier, crushing Hun Chao in almost an instant. His distress came from the fact that he had already warned Hun Chao that Chu Feng's mastery of soul cultivation was extraordinarily high, far beyond what Hun Chao could handle, and that if he truly wanted to preserve his life, the only option was to retreat. But Hun Chao stubbornly refused to listen, and now he had not only suffered a crushing defeat, but his very life hung by a thread. And he, Luoyang, would very likely be unable to escape death as well. Aunt Lu, did you see that? In the clash of soul techniques between Master and Hun Chao, Master won. On the other side, Luoli clenched her fists and called out softly, her small face filled with joy and pride. Having such a powerful master was naturally a source of great pride for her. Aunt Lu gazed at the scene, her eyes falling on Chu Feng's upright figure, her heart equally stirred. She sighed softly. Princess, Chu Feng is truly frighteningly powerful. Time and again, he uses his overwhelming performance to shatter our understanding of him. She looked at Chu Feng's profile, a trace of complexity flickering in her eyes. What kind of man was this exactly? The true disciples of Wind Thunder Pavilion, Xue Shuang and Xue Ming, also stood frozen in place. They remembered that not long ago, Chu Feng was still unknown, yet now even a great cultivator like Han Chao had fallen to his hands. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Chu Feng's sword-like eyebrows lifted slightly, but after defeating Han Chao, he showed not the slightest hint of pride, as if that strike had been nothing more than an ordinary, effortless gesture. His figure flickered, and he landed directly in front of Han Chao. At that moment, Huan Chao's shattered sea of consciousness had just barely begun to mend itself. He suddenly coughed up 2 mouthfuls of black blood, his face pale as paper. Seeing Chu Feng's cold gaze, he instinctively retreated 2 steps, his eyes filled with terror. Chu Feng, you're not from the primordial immortal sectary from the Soul Hall. Huan Chao's voice trembled, yet he forced himself to speak. Otherwise, how could you perform the Soul Hall's most guarded secret, the Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique? If someone had merely shown him an identity token claiming, I'm from the Soul Hall, Han Chao might have been skeptical. But if someone demonstrated the Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique before his very eyes, he would never doubt it. Only the high-ranking members of the Soul Hall were qualified to cultivate this technique. Chu Feng was still young and couldn't possibly be among the high ranks, so he was very likely a disciple of some Soul Hall elder who had been secretly taught the technique. The Four Souls Heaven Suppression Technique is actually a secret art of the Soul Hall. Could Senior Yaoci have been from the Soul Hall? Chu Feng was slightly surprised, but the thought flashed by quickly. He immediately collected his thoughts and stared at Han Chao with icy eyes. Who leaked the whereabouts of my primordial immortal sect, allowing you to ambush us in the misty forest? From the initial conversation between Han Chao and Luoyang, he had already detected that someone had leaked information to Han Chao. Otherwise, the man couldn't have prepared such an elaborate trap. Han Chao let out a bitter laugh, his gaze turning sinister. Hee, Chu Feng, I won't reveal any information. Then you can go die. Chu Feng's cold words fell as he raised his hand and struck without hesitation, shattering Huan Chao's skull and simultaneously destroying his nascent soul. The reason he didn't use soul-searching techniques was because from the hint of smugness in Huan Chao's expression before death, he could already tell the man had prepared countermeasures. Even soul-searching wouldn't yield any clues. Rather than waste time, it was better to kill him directly. Blood mist scattered as Huan Chao's body turned to ash in midair. Chu Feng swept his sleeve, dispersing all the remaining blood qi. In the next instant, his gaze locked onto Huan Chao's disciple Luoyang. Luoyang's face instantly turned pale, but he quickly forced himself to remain calm, straightening his spine. His voice was extremely low yet unwavering. Peak Master Chu, whether you kill or torture me, I submit to your will. I have no idea who leaked the news of your appearance in the misty forest to my master. Luoyang lowered his head with a bitter smile. Even his master Han Chao was no match for Chu Feng, so any further struggle would be futile. Rather than clinging to life desperately, it would be better to face death with dignity. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Luoyang would be so straightforward. Just as he raised his sword to strike, a sudden flash of inspiration gave him a brilliant idea. In the next instant, he flashed before Luoyang, and with a flick of his 5 fingers, forced a blood-red pill down Luoyang's throat. Then he leaned down and whispered a few words in Luoyang's ear. Luoyang's eyes first showed confusion, then struggle, and after a long moment, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Chu Feng then pretended to strike out with his palm, sending Luoyang flying backward into the depths of the forest, his blood tracing an arc through the air. After completing this act, he turned back to Huan Chao's cold corpse and gently removed the storage ring from his finger, tucking it into his sleeve. He could examine its contents thoroughly after harvesting the soul-forging grass. Mist swirled as the pale purple soul-forging grass swayed and glowed. Chu Feng bent down, gathering light at his fingertips, and carefully uprooted each plant, as if handling precious treasures. Watching all this, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. These were all opportunities left for him by his master, the fairy of Yaoci Pool. If they fell into others' hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. After collecting the herbs, urgent sounds of rushing wind came from outside the forest. Bai Qingshan of the White Lotus Divine Sect was the first to land, cupping his fists and declaring loudly, I am Bai Qingshan, paying respects to Senior Chu Feng. Your methods just now were truly earth-shattering. Following closely behind, Lu Nu, the master of Red Tower, and others appeared one after another, continuously offering high positions as guest ministers or elders. Some even spoke earnestly, willing to betroth their twin daughters together. asking only for Chu Feng's protection of their forces for 10 years. Chu Feng's expression remained calm as he slowly waved his hand. Everyone's kind intentions are appreciated, but I must decline. If there's nothing else, please disperse. Hearing this, the crowd could only bow awkwardly and retreat reluctantly. Though they were numerous, they clearly understood that even joining forces, they could hardly shake Chu Feng in the slightest. Truly angering him would be more trouble than it was worth. Just as the crowd dispersed, the sound of rushing wind rose again. Han Yaoci and Bai Yao arrived on the wind, hands clasped behind their backs, robes fluttering. Young friend Chu Feng, we meet again, Han Yaoci said with a smile. Seeing them, Chu Feng's face lit up with pleasant surprise. Senior Han Yaoci, Miss Bai Yao, what a coincidence to meet you here. Not far away, Luo Li's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Han Yaoci, as if she had seen him in some portrait before. Aunt Lu, however, turned pale and trembled slightly. This was a giant of the Soul Hall, someone even the rulers of the Liang divine dynasty had to show respect to, definitely not a figure she could casually approach. She was about to bow respectfully when Han Yaoci secretly transmitted a message to stop her. I received some information and came to deal with the one you defeated. Han Yaoci glanced at Huan Chao's remains and sighed lightly. I didn't expect you to have already resolved it, saving me the trouble. Chu Feng suddenly remembered Han Chao mentioning that the Four Souls heaven-suppressing technique is a secret art never passed down outside the Soul Hall, while his own Four Souls heaven-suppressing technique was taught by Han Yaoci. So he inquired, Senior Han Yaoci, are you from the Soul Hall? Perhaps. Han Yaoci smiled without answering directly, then looked at him with approval. Chu Feng, your talent in soul arts is remarkable. In just a few days, you've already begun to master the soul techniques I taught you. It's thanks to Senior's excellent guidance. Chu Feng remained humble. Han Yaoci suddenly became serious. In about half a year, I may need your assistance with something. Would you be available? Senior, you're too kind. No matter how busy I am, I'll definitely come. May I ask what matter it concerns? Chu Feng's curiosity grew even stronger. He was well aware that Han Yaoци's power was unfathomable, yet such a person actually needed help from others. What could it possibly be? In half a year, the Yuanlong secret realm would open. Hunyanzi got straight to the point. I need to retrieve something from inside, and to ensure success, I'll need your assistance. The Yuanlong secret realm? What a coincidence. Chu Feng's heart stirred. In 6 months, the Taigu immortal sect would compete with other major forces for the limited entry slots. If he could sneak in with Hunyanzi, the sect would gain an extra quota. As for where Hunyanzi's own slot came from, he didn't intend to pry. Senior Hunyanzi, no problem. Chu Feng readily agreed. Hunyanzi feigned surprise. Oh, you're not asking what I'm after? There might be mortal danger involved. I trust that Senior wouldn't harm me. Chu Feng replied with unwavering certainty. Haha, excellent. Hunyanzi laughed heartily, then extended his hand. Give me the soul forging grass. I'll blend it with several other heavenly treasures to give you a taste of benefits, first strengthening your soul power. Chu Feng handed over the soul-forging grass without hesitation. Hunyanzi pointed with his finger, and instantly a cluster of bone-white flames bloomed in his palm. Scorching heat waves swept around them as the temperature suddenly soared. Senior, could this be a heavenly flame? Chu Feng exclaimed in amazement. Flames were classified into 3 grades by strength. Ordinary fire from charcoal, beast flames from within demon beasts, and most terrifying of all heavenly flames. Hunyanzi nodded. 19th on the strange fire list, bone spirit, cold fire. With that, he manipulated the flames to refine the soul-forging grass along with other medicinal materials. The strange fire list was established by Tuasha, ancient emperor, a peerless expert of the great desolate domain, recording 50 types of strange fires. Even the lowest ranked could burn the heavens and boil the seas, not something ordinary people could tame. Bone spirit cold fire was born in places of extreme een and cold. One careless move, and you'd be frozen to powder before even seeing it. Heavenly flames could not only refine pills, but also forge weapons and kill enemies. Legend told of people using a single cluster of strange fire to defeat opponents above their level, even breaking into death-shrouded forbidden zones and forcibly carving out a path to survival. Thinking of this, longing surfaced in Chu Feng's eyes. If he could obtain even a wisp of strange fire, perhaps he could enter the forbidden zones early and find the Yaoci fairy sooner. Unfortunately, strange fires were beyond rare, harder to obtain than ascending to heaven. While his thoughts raced, Hunyanzi had already extinguished the fire and condensed the pill. A fist-sized pill radiating pearlescent white light hovered in his palm. The medicinal fragrance traveled through Chu Feng's nostrils into his consciousness, making his soul feel as if it were being gently massaged, so comfortable he nearly felt like floating. Chu Feng, this pill has no records anywhere else. It's my exclusive creation, and I call it the soul-ascending pill. As the name suggests, it enhances the soul. Hunyanzi smiled, offering the pill. Moreover, if your absorption ability is good enough, it might even boost your cultivation. Han Yaoci gazed at the pale green pill in his hand and introduced it with considerable pride. Successfully refining a pill was no easy feat, requiring hundreds or even thousands of attempts. With good luck, success might come after a few hundred tries. With bad luck, thousands of attempts could still end in failure. The terrifying consumption of manpower and resources was unimaginable, so it was hardly surprising that Han Yaozi's face was filled with pride when discussing the Soul Ascension pill. Senior, then I won't stand on ceremony. Chu Feng received the Soul Ascension pill with both hands and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill tasted slightly bitter upon entering his mouth, with a rich herbal fragrance. Chu Feng even had the illusion that he had become a weary old ox chewing fresh, tender grass. As the pill reached his stomach, it immediately became scorching hot like fire, and two mysterious forces surged forth. The first rushed straight to his sea of consciousness, nourishing his soul. The second flowed toward his dantian, merging with his nascent soul. In the direction of his soul, the mysterious force irrigated like a clear spring, and Chu Feng's soul power climbed steadily upward. In the direction of his nascent soul, another force merged with it, and he distinctly felt his realm being pried open as his previously stagnant cultivation rapidly increased. Chu Feng's strength had originally remained at the fifth heaven of the nascent soul realm, and advancing further would have been extremely difficult. However, with the medicinal power of the Soul Ascension pill pushing him forward, that bottleneck was swiftly broken through. Bai Yao beside him muttered in a low voice, "Master, I remember your Soul Ascension pill sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Chu Feng ate your pill, there won't be any problems, will there?" She recalled the miserable state of Soul Hall disciples who had taken the Soul Ascension pill multiple times, not only failing to advance their cultivation, but ending up vomiting and having diarrhea, their entire bodies drained and withered. Upon hearing this, Han Yaozi's old face reddened, and he hastily defended himself. Accidents. Those were all accidents. They had poor constitutions, you can't blame this old man for that. Before his words had finished, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from within Chu Feng's body. Fifth heaven of the nascent soul realm breakthrough. Sixth heaven of the nascent soul realm. Immediately after, 6 soul vortexes appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness before quickly merging into one, and Chu Feng's soul suddenly materialized. This is a materialized soul. Bai Yao cried out in shock. There were 4 realms of the soul: ethereal, material, transformed, and wandering spirit. All who first cultivated their souls were in the ethereal realm, and even soul hall prodigies needed years of arduous cultivation to step into the material realm. How long had it been since Chu Feng's first soul journey? Yet now he had already entered the material realm. It was simply astounding. Haha, truly excellent material. Han Yaozi stroked his beard and laughed wildly. This old man didn't misjudge the Soul Ascension pill, has no problems. Chu Feng had just opened his eyes, still immersed in the wild joy of his cultivation and soul's explosive growth. Upon hearing these words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This Soul Ascension pill didn't seem to be as perfect as Han Yaozi had boasted. Chu Feng, this is my identity token. In the future, if you encounter trouble, show it to others, most will give you some face. Han Yaozi took out a jet black token from his robes and handed it over. The front of the token was carved with an ancient, simple palace hall, while the back bore the character Yai written in flowing calligraphy. Senior, then I won't stand on ceremony. Chu Feng accepted the token and tucked it into his robes. When it's time to enter the Yuan Long secret realm, I will naturally come find you. I'll take my leave for today. Take care, senior. Chu Feng watched as Han Yaozi and Bai Yao departed. As their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, Chu Feng turned back to look at Aunt Lu, his eyes full of curiosity. Aunt Lu, you come from the Liang divine dynasty and have seen much of the world. Do you know what Senior Han Yaozi's identity is? Chu Feng, Senior Han Yaozi just secretly transmitted a message warning not to reveal his identity. However, what I can tell you is that Han Yaozi holds a very special position within the Soul Hall. You'd better hold tight to this powerful ally. Aunt Lu lowered her voice with a solemn expression, offering only subtle hints. Chu Feng nodded lightly without pressing further. Since Han Yaozi preferred to remain concealed, he wouldn't pursue the matter relentlessly. The truth would eventually come to light anyway. With that thought, Chu Feng turned his attention to the dark golden storage ring in his hand. The Burning Sky Valley Masters collection shouldn't be too shabby, right? He murmured to himself, pricking his fingertip and letting a drop of blood seep into the ring's surface. The moment his divine consciousness entered, he froze slightly. Empty. The vast space contained no piles of pill bottles or magical treasures, nor any rare heavenly materials. Only a few scattered pills, several spirit fruits, and 2 soul technique jade slips lay sparsely within. Was this Hun Chao a pauper? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. In reality, Hun Chao wasn't poor, simply had the habit of immediately consuming resources rather than hoarding them. Had he not rushed to Crouching Dragon Lake, even these few pills and fruits would have been used up long ago. Chu Feng quickly composed himself and turned around, calling out, "Little Luoli, come here." Yes. The young girl hurried forward. These pills, fruits, and 2 soul techniquestery, all yours. Thank you, master. Luo Li received the items with both hands, overjoyed, her smile radiant as the morning sun. Not far away, Xue Shuang and Xue Ming watched with wide eyes. Whether pills or spirit fruits, all were priceless treasures, and those 2 soul techniques were worth a fortune. Yet in Chu Feng's hands, they were casually bestowed like common vegetables, making the 2 women envious if only their own master could be so generous. Chu Feng paid no attention to their thoughts. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully gifted soul techniques, Heavenly Soul Fist, Soul Severing Slash, and other items. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 10x critical return. Obtained soul technique, Heaven Exploding Soul Fist. Ding! Triggered 300x critical return. Obtained soul technique, Soul/Heaven and Earth. 2 beams of light condensed into jade slips within his sea of consciousness. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly. 2 more powerful soul techniques, not bad. At this moment, Xue Shuang and Xue Ming approached Chu Feng and bowed respectfully. Wind Thunder Pavilion's Xue Shuang and Xue Ming thanked Senior Chu Feng for saving our lives. Though several years older than Chu Feng, the 2 women felt no awkwardness addressing him as senior. Chu Feng waved dismissively with a smile. No need for formalities. Hun Chao wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. Helping you was merely incidental. Wind Thunder Pavilion had always maintained good relations with the ancient immortal sect, and as a peak master of the ancient immortal sect, he naturally wouldn't stand by while Wind Thunder Pavilion disciples were in danger. Xue Shuang blinked her bright, spirited eyes and sincerely invited. Peak Master Chu, would you perhaps visit our Wind Thunder Pavilion? Just as Chu Feng was about to politely decline, a powerful wind suddenly approached. Everyone looked up to see a tall woman flying through the air. She had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with an imposing aura, her form-fitting battle robe outlining graceful curves, her entire being radiating the bold and carefree bearing of a chivalrous hero. Master, we're here. Xue Shuang and Xue Ming waved simultaneously. The newcomer was none other than the current Wind Thunder Pavilion Master Feng Ying. Rumors said she had reached the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage, just half a step away from the Unity Realm. Feng Ying landed and swept her gaze over her disciples, saying in surprise, Little Shuang, Little Ming, you're unharmed? Before this, she had received distress messages from both of her disciples, saying that Hun Chao from Burning Sky Valley was preparing to kill them. She rushed all the way there, thinking she would only find cold corpses upon arrival, having already prepared herself for the worst. Unexpectedly, her 2 disciples had only suffered minor flesh wounds and were being protected by someone. Master, it was Peak Lord Chu from the primordial immortal sect who intervened in time and slayed Hun Chao, which is how we survived. Xue Ming pointed to the black-robed young man beside them, explaining to her master. Primordial immortal sect, Peak Lord Chu, could it be? Feng Ying was startled and looked in the direction of the pointing finger, indeed seeing that unremarkable face from her memory. Busy with Wind Thunder Pavilion affairs, she hadn't heard outside news for a long time and knew nothing of Chu Feng's rise. Chu Feng, you were quite ordinary before. How can you now even defeat Hun Chao? Feng Ying couldn't help but ask. Pavilion Master Feng, it was just some fortunate encounters. Chu Feng smiled humbly and briefly recounted his recent experiences, awakening his sacred body, explosive growth in cultivation, chance meeting with a mysterious expert, receiving soul techniques. He glossed over all the secretive parts, yet still left Feng Ying too shocked to speak. Any one of these events would be an incredible fortune, yet they all happened to you alone. Feng Ying shook her head with a bitter smile. Chu Feng merely smiled faintly without further explanation. Pavilion Master Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. He cupped his fists. Wait. Feng Ying stopped him. Years ago, your master, Fairy Yaoci, was close friends with me and left something at Wind Thunder Pavilion, saying to give it to you once your cultivation matured. Oh, master left something behind. Chu Feng was slightly stunned. Previously, Fairy Yaoci had already placed soul cultivation techniques with Wang Lu Yao, and he hadn't expected another contingency at Wind Thunder Pavilion. He wondered, just how many opportunities did master leave for me? Very well, then I'll accompany Pavilion Master Feng to Wind Thunder Pavilion. Actually, there's no need to call me Pavilion Master. Feng Ying waved her hand with a smile. Given my deep friendship with your master, you should call me Master Ant. Chu Feng greets Master Ant. A teachable youth. Feng Ying nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, deep within Heavenly Spirit Peak of the primordial immortal sect, the entire mountain range was surrounded by restrictions, forbidding any disciples from approaching, with punishments ranging from penalties to expulsion from the peak. At the end of a mountain path eroded by time, a dark cave stood quiet, and cold. This was where Xiao was in seclusion. Inside the cave, a pool of blood-colored water gleamed with a crimson luster, as if formed from congealed blood. Hishio stood at the center of the pool, her face showing pain mixed with restrained excitement. Streams of red light from the pool water swirled around her body before drilling into her, causing her meridians to roar and her true essence to surge. With a crisp crack, her realm advanced from the 6th level of nascent soul to the 7th level. Powerful force spread through her limbs and bones as a satisfied smile curved her lips. Second uncle, your blood-breaking array is truly formidable, helping me break through in such a short time. Hishio looked toward Qinggong, who sat by a chessboard ahead, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. If we add more fresh blood, could I advance even further? Under the candlelight, Qinggong leisurely placed a chess piece, smiling before answering. The blood-breaking array was one of the demonic path formations, a method of extracting blood from living people to enhance one's strength. This might be quite challenging. Several nearby prefectures have seen numerous deaths, which has already caught Gu Hongyi's attention. If she happens to catch me, that would spell trouble. Qinggong spoke slowly while playing chess by himself. The black and white pieces clashed on the board with crisp sounds, while a faint scent of blood drifted from the formation array in the corner. It turned out that the fresh blood required for this blood-breaking formation was collected by Qinggong during his midnight ventures down the mountain, secretly killing civilians from the surrounding prefectures. Upon hearing these words, Hishio's eyes flickered slightly, still carrying a hint of regret. Little Shio, you're now at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Dealing with Chu Feng in the Peak Master competition should be more than manageable. No, perhaps Chu Feng has already died in the misty forest. Qinggong placed a black piece, his tone full of mockery. He was certain that with Hun Chao from the Burning Sky Valley taking action, Chu Feng's death was inevitable. If Chu Feng truly died in the misty forest, that would be ideal. But if he's lucky enough to survive, I'll personally cripple him at the Peak Master competition. Hishio lightly tapped the table with her fingertips, radiating cold intent. In the past, when Chu Feng's master, the Jade Pool Fairy, was present, she constantly overshadowed Hishio. Now that the fairy had vanished without a trace, Hishio thought she could finally vent her frustrations. However, she never expected Chu Feng to awaken his sacred body and break through realms consecutively within 3 months, stepping into the nascent soul stage. Such terrifying growth speed both alarmed Hishio and strengthened her resolve to eliminate him. Second uncle, if the new Peak Master of Jade Pool Peak is also one of our people, could we propose removing Gu Hongyi from her position as sect master and have you succeed her? Hishio suddenly whispered. According to the rules of the primordial immortal sect, 13 out of the 18 Peak Masters could jointly impeach the sect master. Though rare in history, there were precedents. Indeed, but let's discuss this matter after the Peak Master competition. Qinggong's lips curved upward, his eyes cunning. He had originally planned to advance to the spirit transformation stage before seizing the sect master position, but now it seemed there was a shortcut. Once he made proper arrangements, he could make his move. Buzz buzz. The jade slip at his waist vibrated. With a flick of his finger, Luo Feng's phantom image appeared. Luo Feng, are you here to report that Chu Feng was killed by Hun Chao? Qinggong asked with a smile. However, Luo Feng's face was ashen as he slowly shook his head. Dead. Hun Chao is dead. Both Qinggong and Hishio froze simultaneously. Dead? How could Hun Chao possibly be dead? He's a soul technique cultivator. Chu Feng doesn't have the strength to kill him at all. In their eyes, Chu Feng was already inferior to Hun Chao, not to mention that soul technique cultivators possessed cross-level combat abilities. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. How could Hun Chao have perished? Luo Feng explained gravely. I only know that Hun Chao's life jade slip shattered. As for the killer, no one knows. I suspect he encountered a powerful enemy and was slain. With Chu Feng's meager abilities, forget about killing Hun Chao, probably couldn't even get close to him. After speaking, Luo Feng's lips curled with disdain. I agree with that assessment. Hun Chao must have encountered some kind of accident. Hishio and Qinggong exchanged glances, agreeing with this speculation. That Chu Feng certainly has some damn good luck, actually escaping the Soul Dynasty's assassination attempt. Hishio curled her lips in a cold snort, then shifted her tone. But that's fine too. During the Peak Master competition, I'll deal with him personally. Her gaze was sinister, wishing she could tear Chu Feng to pieces. If this person were allowed to grow stronger, he would surely become a major threat, capable of disrupting the Burning Heaven Valley's plan to devour the primordial immortal sect. Luo Feng's eyes also turned cold. Don't worry, the plan won't fail. To avoid exposing any flaws, let's stop here for now. Understood. 3 days later. In the northeast of the misty forest, rows of towering halls stood majestically, with lightning patterns flickering among them. This was the headquarters of the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Though its power had waned, its foundation remained. Chu Feng, ahead lies the Wind Thunder Pavilion. It has declined now, far from matching your primordial immortal sect. Feng Ying gazed at the familiar yet desolate buildings, her voice tinged with melancholy. In its heyday, guests came in endless streams. Now, even bird tracks are rare. Master Ant, the Wind Thunder Pavilion's decline is only temporary. In the future, it will surely soar 10,000 miles again. Chu Feng wasn't skilled at comforting others, and even racking his brains, he could only manage these words. Passing through the mountain gate, patrolling disciples bowed one after another. Greetings, Pavilion Master, greetings, Senior Sister. Curious gazes fell upon Chu Feng, Luo Li, and Aunt Lu, especially lingering on Chu Feng. The Wind Thunder Pavilion was mostly populated by women, rarely seeing outside men, let alone a young man appearing so suddenly. But with Feng Ying present, they only dared steal a few glances before dispersing. Feng Ying led everyone directly into the largest hall, instructing that no one should enter without permission, then guided them toward the deepest part of the building. Master Ant, how did you come to know my master? In the long corridor, Chu Feng asked casually. It was a pitch-black night when I was ambushed by evil cultivators and hanging by a thread. Fortunately, the Jade Pool Fairy came to my rescue. Later we traveled together and became the best of friends. Feng Ying briefly recounted their first meeting. As her words ended, everyone had arrived before a black iron door over 10 feet tall. Feng Ying bit her fingertip, dotting fresh blood on the door's surface, then continuously formed complex and obscure hand seals. Chu Feng's curiosity grew. What exactly had his master left for him? After a long moment, when the final hand seal was completed, the black iron door opened with a crack. Follow me. What Jade Pool left for you is inside. Understood. Chu Feng nodded. Crossing the threshold, their vision suddenly opened up. In the center stood a raised stone platform like an altar, upon which sat a stone box the size of a wash basin. Chu Feng, that stone box is what Jade Pool left for you. She said only your blood can open it. Feng Ying pointed at the stone box. Chu Feng approached the stone platform, examining it carefully, but saw no trace of any mechanisms. He raised his hand, bit his fingertip, and let fresh blood drip onto the stone box's surface. A crisp crack sounded as the stone box opened a gap. In the next moment, the temperature around them suddenly soared. So hot. What on earth was inside this stone box? Xue Shuang and Xue Ming simultaneously raised their hands to wipe the fine sweat from their foreheads, their faces filled with curiosity. Everyone's gaze locked onto Chu Feng's hands as he held his breath and slowly lifted the lid of the stone box. As the box opened bit by bit, scorching waves of heat rushed toward them, as if someone had lit a furnace right beside their ears. Eventually, the air itself began to shimmer with visible heat distortions, forcing them to channel their spiritual energy to form a faint protective barrier around their bodies. The moment the stone box was fully opened, everyone froze in shock. Inside wasn't some legendary divine weapon, but a tiny flame no bigger than a fingertip. The flame was entirely golden, like a miniature flower forged from liquid metal, floating silently, yet radiating suffocating heat. How could such a small flame generate such intense temperature? Everyone looked puzzled. Chu Feng stared at the flame, stroking his chin as he murmured, could this be a heavenly flame? Apart from heavenly flames, he couldn't think of anything else capable of producing such terrifying heat. What? A heavenly flame? Aunt Lu, Luo Li, and the others all changed color upon hearing this. Heavenly flames were born from heaven and earth itself, so rare that many cultivators would never even hear of one in their entire lifetime, let alone see one. Yet now, one lay naked before their very eyes. Chu Feng's guess is correct. I believe this golden flame is indeed a heavenly flame, Feng Ying said after recovering from her shock, nodding in agreement after careful observation. In her youth, she had once seen a true heavenly flame up close. Though this one was smaller and slightly weaker in temperature and presence, it was identical to what she had witnessed years ago. A heavenly flame. Luo Li pressed her lips together, looking at Chu Feng with envy. Master, I truly envy you. I never expected your grandmaster to leave you such a treasure. Even in the Liang divine dynasty, it would be nearly impossible to encounter one. Ah, I wish I had a master who could leave behind a heavenly flame too. Aunt Lu shook her head with a bitter smile. Xue Shuang and Xue Ming remained silent but cast equally envious glances, and even Feng Ying couldn't help but look a few more times, her heart filled with both amazement and admiration. Feng Ying suddenly had a realization. Chu Feng, Yaoci was truly thoughtful. I was only allowed to give you the stone box once you had sufficient strength. If you weren't strong enough, you couldn't possibly protect the flame. An innocent man suffers for his wealth. She understood this principle instantly. Chu Feng felt a mixture of emotions, opening his mouth, but not knowing where to begin. Just then, Xue Ming couldn't contain her curiosity. Master, there are 50 types of heavenly flames. Which one is this? Let me check. Feng Ying retrieved an ancient tome from her robes, its cover yellowed with age but well preserved. The book contained detailed records of every flame on the heavenly flame rankings. Luo Li and Aunt Lu immediately gathered around, followed closely by Xue Shuang and Xue Ming, while Chu Feng also set aside his thoughts to examine the book with everyone else. When they reached a particular page, Feng Ying's finger paused as she said softly, it's the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, ranked 38th. Everyone immediately compared their gazes between the flame in the box and the illustration on the page. The golden flame's form, luster, and burning patterns matched the drawing perfectly, only smaller in size. Indeed, this golden flame was a miniature version of the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Rather, it was a young flame of the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. The 9 nether golden ancestral fire possessed powerful effects for warding off evil and destroying demons, making it the nemesis of all dark arts. Feng Ying raised her hand, tiny bolts of lightning dancing around her fingertips as she looked at the young man before her with a bright smile. Chu Feng, with the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, you'll be the bane of all evil demons. Chu Feng wasn't carried away by these words. He cupped his fists respectfully, his voice steady. Master Feng Ying, that's only half true. Without matching absolute strength, even wielding the 9 nether golden ancestral fire won't necessarily subdue all evil demons. If I truly encounter a demon at the integration realm, I'd still have to retreat in defeat. Feng Ying's smile faded as she nodded slightly. Just as Chu Feng finished speaking, Luoli had already opened a yellowed ancient tome, her slender fingers tracing the lines of text. Master, this records that the 9 nether golden ancestral fire was long controlled by a certain family. Could it be Grandmaster Yaoci's family? Otherwise, how could she produce such a strange fire? Chu Feng pondered, his gaze shifting to Feng Ying. Feng Ying shrugged and shook her head, her tone frank. Don't look at me. I don't know Yaoci's origins either. Whenever I ask, she either brushes it off casually or just says she comes from a fallen family. Despite her excellent relationship with Fairy Yaoci, the latter's true background remained a mystery. Chu Feng smiled helplessly, sighing inwardly that this master of his was indeed quite mysterious. Turning to the latter half of the ancient tome, Feng Ying suddenly looked up. The juvenile flame of the 9 nether golden ancestral fire isn't very aggressive and can be absorbed directly in a cold pool. There's a cold pool within my wind thunder pavilion that's perfect for this. Chu Feng, shall we try now? He was about to agree when he suddenly swallowed his words. Chu Feng turned to look at Luoli, a cheerful smile playing at his lips. Little Luoli, Master plans to give you the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. What do you think? At these words, Feng Ying's eyes widened so much they nearly popped out. Chu Feng, did I hear that right? This is a heaven and earth strange fire. You actually want to give it to your disciple? Heaven and earth strange fires were what everyone in the world desperately sought. Feng Ying couldn't understand what charm this young girl possessed to make Chu Feng reach such a decision. Xue Shuang, Xue Ming, and Aunt Lu were equally shocked, exchanging glances and seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Even though Aunt Lu had long known Chu Feng treated his disciples extremely well, she never imagined it would be to this extent. This wasn't some ordinary spiritual medicine, but a heaven and earth strange fire, not a roadside sweet potato. Luoli was deeply moved by this master's kindness and was about to speak when Chu Feng raised his hand to stop her. Little Luoli, there's no need for thanks. It's only natural that I treat you well. Luoli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master, I wasn't going to thank you. It's just that I possess the fallen profound ice body, an ice-type sacred constitution. If I absorb the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, I'll explode and die instantly. Smack. Chu Feng slapped his forehead, regret written across his face. Having just obtained the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, he'd only been thinking about using the system's critical return to get an even stronger strange fire, completely forgetting this detail. How about this? Little Luo Leo, take the 9 nether golden ancestral fire to Ying Chun for me. Chu Feng quickly adjusted his thinking, smiling freely. She awakened a fire-type sacred constitution, perfect for absorption. His gaze was determined, his voice echoing in the stone chamber. If Luoli can't use it, then Ying Chun can. Master, after you return, couldn't you just give it to senior sister in person? Why do you need to use me as an intermediary? Luoli tilted her little head, her eyes full of confusion. Chu Feng naturally couldn't reveal the truth, so he casually made up an excuse. I'm doing this to strengthen the bond between you fellow disciples. I see. Luoli believed him completely and solemnly put away the stone box containing the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Feng Ying beside them shook her head with an amused smile. Chu Feng was indeed incredibly good to his disciples. Xue Shuang and Xue Ming also watched with envy if Ying Chun could obtain the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Wouldn't they want to become Ying Chun, or simply take Chu Feng as their master? However, such thoughts could only remain as wishful thinking. Just then, the familiar mechanical notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding Host has successfully gifted the 39th ranked Heavenly Flame, 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Would you like to activate the critical return? Yes. Ding, congratulations host. 99 times critical return triggered. You have obtained the 9th ranked Heavenly Flame, Pure Lotus Demon Fire. 9th rank, Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Chu Feng's expression remained calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Every flame in the top 10 of the Heavenly Flame rankings contained terrifying power. Legend had it that the pure lotus demon fire possessed the frightening ability to purify all things. Once touched, everything would turn to nothingness. If its power was unleashed to the fullest, it could even infiltrate the body through an opponent's emotions, burning both flesh and soul into complete emptiness. Years ago, a destitute beggar in the great wilderness domain had accidentally obtained the pure lotus demon fire and single-handedly established the great Ming divine dynasty, earning the posthumous title Pure Lotus Demon Saint. This showed just how heaven-defying the pure lotus demon fire's power to change destiny truly was. I never expected to obtain the pure lotus demon fire. The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more delighted he became. Absorbing this fire would not only rapidly enhance his strength, but also provide ample preparation for the Peak Master competition in less than a month, and allow him to enter the forbidden zone of life sooner to search for the Jade Pool Fairy. System, can I directly absorb the pure lotus demon fire? If it's not in its infant form, the slightest carelessness could result in death and the destruction of my cultivation. Ding, heavenly flames returned through the system's critical function can be directly absorbed. Host need not worry about backlash. Excellent. Master, why are you smiling so strangely? Luoli noticed Chu Feng's uncontrollable grin and found his expression odd. It's nothing. Your master just thought of something pleasant. By the way, Master Feng, where's the cold pond and wind thunder pavilion? Although he was assured there would be no backlash, Chu Feng still decided to safely absorb it in the cold pond. Feng Ying raised an eyebrow. You plan to refine the 9 nether golden ancestral fire right now? No. I have a technique that requires cultivation in a cold pond. Chu Feng casually covered up. Then follow me. Feng Ying nodded, then instructed Aunt Lu and Luo Li. You two should settle in at Wind Thunder Pavilion first. All right. After making the arrangements, Chu Feng followed Feng Ying to the cold pond in the back mountain. After passing through a stretch of forest, they arrived at their destination. Chu Feng, I'll be going now. If you need anything, just contact me with the jade slip. All right. After leaving these final words of care, Feng Ying's robes billowed as she departed from the stone platform. Watching her figure disappear into the mountain gate, Chu Feng leaped forward and plunged directly into the cold pool. The bone-chilling water couldn't affect him in the slightest. With a thought, he summoned the pure lotus demon Firea palm-sized, milky white lotus flame that hovered before him, its petals gently swaying as if alive. The moment the demon fire appeared, the originally freezing pool water rapidly began to boil, bubbles churning as steam surged upward. Chu Feng gazed at the quietly floating fire lotus, clearly sensing the devastating energy fluctuations within it. If it were to explode completely, everything within 50 miles would likely be reduced to scorched earth. Taking a deep breath, he began slowly guiding the demon fire, drawing it step by step closer to himself, preparing to merge with and absorb it. Time passed quietly, and evening had arrived before they knew it. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu and Luo Li had been arranged by Feng Ying to stay in luxurious guest quarters. The two sat cross-legged, continuously cultivating in the swirling spiritual energy, with only the sounds of heartbeats and breathing remaining in the room. At the same time, the Thunder Hall was brightly lit as Feng Ying sat at her desk reviewing sect affairs through jade slips. She leaned forward, her exaggerated curves pressed against the desktop, so heavy that even the solid sandalwood table trembled slightly. Knock, 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 sudden knocking at the door. Master, it's me, Xue Ming. Come in. The door creaked open as Xue Ming hurried into the hall, a trace of unease hidden between her brows. Staying up so late will affect your complexion. Feng Ying softened her tone, looking up with a smile. Master, I was already preparing to retire, but just before bed I received some troubling intelligence. Xue Ming replied in a low voice. As Feng Ying's direct disciple and head of the Thunder Pavilion's intelligence network, she never dared to be negligent. What intelligence? Feng Ying's expression grew serious as she straightened her back. The Ghost Head sect is showing unusual movement, and their target appears to be our Thunder Pavilion, Xue Ming quickly explained. The Ghost Head sect occupied the neighboring mountains and was a notoriously evil sect. Due to resource disputes, they had constant friction with the Thunder Pavilion, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Feng Ying had always wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate the Ghost Head sect, but their sect master's strength matched her own, and their vice sect master was equally ruthless, making it impossible to determine a victor. She frowned in thought. Could the Ghost Head sect have suddenly gained power sufficient to destroy our pavilion? But logically, both sides are evenly matched, neither can overcome the other. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Ming added, Master, there were previous rumors that the Ghost Head sect's vice sect master obtained a heavenly treasure and then went into seclusion. If he has already broken through, this attack would be extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Feng Ying's expression became completely grave. In the past, she could barely hold her own against the Ghost Head sect's 2 leaders, but if the vice sect master had advanced further, she would be unable to stand alone. Xue Ming tentatively reminded her. By the way, Master, don't we still have Peak Master Chu? If he's willing to help, Perhaps he could assist the Thunder Pavilion in destroying the Ghost Head sect. Feng Ying shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. He has no obligation to risk his life for us, and the Ghost Head sect hasn't actually reached our mountain gate yet. Ming opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Feng Ying's firm attitude, she could only give up. Just as the two fell silent, a deafening explosion suddenly tore through the night sky. The hall pillars trembled lightly as dust fell like rain. Immediately after, the heart-rending alarm calls of the guard disciples rang out. Enemy attack. What? An enemy attack? Could it be that the Ghost Head sect is assaulting our Wind Thunder Pavilion? Ming's face instantly turned ashen, her chest feeling crushed by a massive boulder as an ominous premonition rose within her. Let's go. We need to see what's happening. Feng Ying frowned, flicking her sleeves as she transformed into a rainbow streak and shot through the air. Ming dared not delay and followed closely behind. Beyond the courtyard walls, the night sky was torn open by blazing flames revealing vast swaths of crimson. The Wind Thunder Pavilion had become a sea of fire, with thick smoke billowing and fragments of wood and tiles scattering through the air. The pavilion's disciples were locked in fierce combat with the attackers, their blades weaving patterns of light and shadow. The invaders all wore identical gray robes, each bearing a menacing ghost head emblem on their right chest that danced in the firelight. They were from the evil sect known as the Ghost Head sect. Behind the gray-robed formation, two figures stood in cold silence. The one on the left was massive as a mountain, his belt cutting deep creases into his flesh. Yet his corpulent appearance couldn't hide the sharp, cold gleam in his eyes or his profound aura. He was the Ghost Head sect's deputy leader, nicknamed Ghost Fatty, whose real name remained unknown. Standing one step ahead of him was a hunched old man in tattered robes, his hair wild as withered grass, his waxy complexion suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Yet his deep-set eyes gleamed like poisoned blades. This was the Ghost Head sect's leader, Ghost Fiend. Ghost Fatty, your closed-door cultivation has borne fruit, while Feng Ying's strength remains stagnant. If we join forces, we can kill Feng Ying and devour the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Ghost Fiend revealed a sinister smile, having waited for this moment for far too long. Previously, their combined assault could only match Feng Ying's power, but now with Ghost Fatty's improved cultivation, they were confident they could crush her beneath their palms. Ghost Fatty licked the corner of his mouth, lustful gleams flickering in his eyes. Sect leader, actually Feng Ying has quite a fine figure. Why not just defeat her instead of rushing to kill? Wouldn't it be more delightful to imprison her and play with her slowly? Haha, your lecherous habits haven't changed one bit. Ghost Fiend chuckled darkly, yet agreed. Killing her would be too merciful. Making her suffer a fate worse than death would be far more satisfying. Suddenly, Ghost Fatty's gaze sharpened as he pointed ahead. Oh, sect leader, those two are unfamiliar faces, but quite pleasing to the eye. Following his line of sight, Ghost Fiend spotted a voluptuous woman ripe as a peach and an adorable young girl Aunt Lu and Luo Li. Upon learning of the Wind Thunder Pavilion's attack, they had rushed to provide aid, never expecting to be spotted by predatory eyes. Ghost Fatty, how about we sample these two as appetizers before we deal with Feng Ying? Ghost Fiend raised an eyebrow playfully. Excellent. Sect leader, just wait, and I'll put on a spring palace show for you. Ghost Fatty laughed heartily, stomping the ground until it cracked as he shot toward Aunt Lu and Luo Li like a cannonball. Rolling waves of energy surged toward them, and Aunt Lu's heart filled with terror. That oppressive force was far beyond what she could withstand. She turned her head and shouted angrily. Princess, you must leave first. I'll hold off this fat bastard. Aunt Lu charged forward to confront Ghost Fatty. But as soon as she approached Gui Pang, she was suppressed by his overwhelming aura and couldn't move. Hee hee, beauty, I never expected you to be so eager for my kiss. Gui Pang grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, his face twisted in a disgusting smile as drool nearly dripped from his mouth. With that, he lunged forward, attempting to kiss Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu's face changed as panic filled her heart. Gui Pang, how dare you? A cold, stern shout rang out as Feng Ying flashed forward, positioning herself in front of Aunt Lu to block Gui Pang's shameless advance. Only then did Aunt Lu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, so it's Pavilion Master Feng. Why do you always love to spoil the fun? Or perhaps you want to take her place and let me give you a kiss. Gui Pang showed no annoyance at being interrupted, instead becoming even more brazen in his teasing. Feng Ying had never endured such harassment, and her face immediately flushed red with shame and anger. You bastard. Go to hell. As her words fell, spiritual energy boiled within her body as she raised her hand to deliver a heavy palm strike. With her cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, if this slap landed solidly, Gui Pang, who was merely at the 6th level of nascent soul, would either die or be crippled. But just as the palm wind arrived, a sinister, fierce howl suddenly swept over. Feng Ying, if you want to touch Gui Pang, you'll have to get past me first. Gui Sha glided behind Feng Ying like a ghost, striking toward her waist with an identical palm attack. Feng Ying was forced to turn and counter. Bang! The two palms collided, sending gusts of wind in all directions. Gu Sha retreated 2 steps while Feng Ying remained motionless, clearly superior in raw strength. However, another variable emerged. Pavilion Master Feng, watch out! Luo Li cried in alarm. Feng Ying's ears twitched as she sensed the killing intent behind her, barely dodging Gu Peng's dark, hook-like, death ghost hand with a quick movement. The moment her toes touched the ground, Gu Sha approached like a specter, his palm blade striking directly at her crown. Feng Ying hastily channeled her spiritual energy to block, while Gu Peng cackled wickedly and pressed close. 3 figures became entangled in midair. Initially, Feng Ying could barely hold her own, but soon she was clearly on the defensive, her defenses crumbling step by step. This won't work. If this drags on, I'll surely lose. Feng Ying's thoughts raced as she gathered all her spiritual energy into both palms and roared, Wind, Thunder Palm. Immediately, fierce winds howled and thunder rolled as 2 lightning bolts screamed toward Gu Peng and Gu Sha. Ghost Luo Fist. Ghost Division Technique. 1 large and 1 small mass of pitch black mist accompanied by fist shadows surged upward, clashing heat-in with the Wind Thunder Palm. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the palace, causing half of the structure below to collapse. When the dust settled, both Gu Peng and Gu Sha were completely unharmed. The members of Wind Thunder Pavilion looked at each other in dismay. In the past, their pavilion master's Wind Thunder Palm could at least injure the two, but now it had proven useless. Feng Ying's heart sank. This is bad. The situation looks grim. Feng Ying, today marks the end of Wind Thunder Pavilion's history. Gu Sha sneered coldly as he shot forward like an arrow. Gu Peng cackled wickedly, following close behind. The 3 engaged in combat once more, with Feng Ying quickly falling into a disadvantage, barely able to defend herself with no power to counterattack. Could it be that Wind Thunder Pavilion will be finished today? Despair welled up in Feng Ying's heart. At this critical moment, a cold shout exploded from the distance. What worthless scum dares to lay hands on my master Aunt Feng? Accompanied by a sharp sound cutting through the air, a handsome young man suddenly appeared. It was Chu Feng. He had just finished fusing with the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Gu Peng and Gu Sha also noticed Chu Feng. When the two discovered that their opponent was merely in his 20s, their faces immediately filled with disdain. Where did this pretty boy come from? Is he here to die? Sect Master, you keep Feng Ying busy. Leave this kid to me. Gu Peng grinned wickedly, and after receiving a good from Gu Sha, he loudly taunted Chu Feng repeatedly. Before his words had finished, he suddenly twisted and lunged forward, his 5 fingers spread like claws, carrying sinister wind and malevolent energy straight toward Chu Feng's crown. A mere ant. A flash of coldness passed through Chu Feng's eyes as he casually raised his right hand to meet the attack. In his palm, a milky white lotus shadow flickered briefly. Gu Peng caught sight of that glow and sneered dismissively, thinking it was nothing more than a petty illusion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, palm and claw collided violently. Watch me tear your hand right off. His mocking laughter came to an abrupt halt as searing pain suddenly shot through his palm. What's happening? Looking down, Gu Peng's pupils contracted sharply. A cluster of eerie milky white flames had ignited on the back of his hand. The flame wasn't large, but in an instant it burned his entire palm into nothingness. Damn it! What kind of fire is this? With his nascent soul's 6th-level physical body, ordinary mortal flames couldn't harm him in the slightest, and even powerful beast flames couldn't corrode him. Yet this milky white fire seemed to cling like a bone-deep curse. Frantically slapped with his other hand and poured spiritual energy into it, but nothing could extinguish it. As his scalp tingled with fear, a vicious glint flashed in Gu Peng's eyes, and he actually tore off his entire burning arm. The connection between arm and heart brought excruciating pain that made his lips tremble violently, yet he couldn't help but roar. Bastard! Forcing me to sever my own arm, you deserve to die. In his view, Chu Feng had merely succeeded through a sneak attack with some mysterious demonic fire. If he hadn't been caught off guard, he would never have suffered such a loss. Rage surging, he stomped the ground hard, gray energy swirling. 10,000 ghosts fist. In the howling sinister wind, countless fist shadows wrapped in grotesque, ghostly heads appeared, surrounding Chu Feng completely before raining down like a torrential storm. Chu Feng's expression remained calm as he simply raised his hand lightly, and the milky white lotus fire drifted out again. The lotus petals spun through the air, and the moment they touched the fist shadows, the pure lotus demonic fire burst forth brilliantly. The 10,000 ghosts fist along with all the ghostly heads turned to nothingness in the white light. What kind of fire is this? Gu Peng's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as terror grew wildly from the depths of his heart. Run? If I don't run now, I'll be burned to ash. He expended all his remaining spiritual energy and turned to flee toward the exit of Wind Thunder Pavilion. Run? Where can you possibly go? Chu Feng's lips curved with contempt as he flicked his finger, sending the pure lotus demonic fire streaking after him like flowing light. Hiss! The fire flashed, and Gue Pang didn't even have time to scream before his entire being was burned to nothingness, leaving not even ashes behind. Witnessing this scene, all the Ghost Head sect members collectively gasped in shock. A nascent soul 6th level powerhouse, destroyed at a single touch. They unconsciously swallowed hard, staring in terror at the mysterious man who controlled the demonic fire. Just who was this person? In an instant, they realized that attacking the Wind Thunder Pavilion alongside the Sect Master and Deputy Sect Master today might not have been the right choice. Ghost Fiend and Feng Ying were locked in aerial combat, blade flashes and fist shadows interweaving. Yet he constantly kept part of his attention on the battlefield between Ghost Fatty and Chu Feng. Suddenly seeing Ghost Fatty reduced to ashes by the flames Chu Feng had unleashed, his pupils contracted sharply and his brow twitched violently. Damn it! Who is this guy that suddenly appeared? And that flame? Capable of instantly incinerating a nascent soul realm cultivator. Could it be the legendary Heaven and Earth Strange Fire? Ghost Fatty had never truly encountered Heaven and Earth Strange Fire in his lifetime, but that milky white flame had easily burned a nascent soul realm cultivator to nothingness. Apart from Heaven and Earth Strange Fire, he truly couldn't think of any other explanation. Ghost Fiend, we're in the middle of a fight. How can you be distracted? An indifferent female voice drilled into his soul right beside his ear. Ghost Fiend silently cursed his misfortune and hastily turned back, only to see Feng Ying's fist breaking through the air toward him. Her punch force was like thunder. He raised his arm to block, but was ultimately half a beat too slow. His entire body sent flying dozens of zhong backward, his chest aching. Feng Ying pressed her advantage relentlessly, her steps following like a shadow as she closed in again. Master Feng, let me assist you. A voice called out as Chu Feng appeared ghost-like at Ghost Fiend's side, his right palm pressing down against the chest, the pure lotus demon fire spinning in his palm like a blooming white lotus. As the firelight approached his body, Ghost Fiend's scalp went numb and cold dread shot up his spine. Wanting to escape, it was already too late. He could only desperately gather spiritual energy to protect himself. But the moment his spiritual energy arose, the pure lotus demon fire had already ignited it all, then spread to his limbs and bones. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Ghost Fiend rolled and howled, exhausting every technique trying to extinguish the flames, only to discover that the demon fire clung like maggots to bone, impossible to dispel. Senior, spare my life. I was wrong. He kowtowed while crying out, his voice filled with terror and remorse. Dare to bully my master aunt. You deserve death. Chu Feng snorted coldly, paying no heed, flicking his sleeve and allowing the pure lotus demon fire to completely burn Ghost Fiend to nothingness. Seeing their sect master and deputy sect master die in succession, the Ghost Head sect cultivators were terrified to their core, their fighting spirit instantly crumbling as they scattered and fled toward the mountain gate. The Wind Thunder Pavilion side had their morale greatly boosted by Chu Feng's appearance, shouting loudly as they pursued, routing the remaining Ghost Head sect forces completely. Whoosh! As the dust settled, Feng Ying exhaled a breath of stale air and turned to bow to Chu Feng with gratitude. Chu Feng, we owe you greatly this time. Without your intervention, the Wind Thunder Pavilion would likely have become history. She knew clearly that without Chu Feng's timely arrival, she would have been suppressed by Ghost Fatty and Ghost Fiend working together. Master Feng, it was merely a small effort. Chu Feng remained humble, his voice steady. Feng Ying's eyes flickered as she recalled that milky white flame, unable to suppress her curiosity. Chu Feng, the flame you unleashed just now was a strange fire? Its ranking should be above the 9 Nether Golden Ancestor fire, right? As her words fell, Luo Li and Aunt Lu also approached Chu Feng's side, their faces full of inquiry. Chu Feng smiled faintly and gave a vague answer. Perhaps it is. No wonder you previously passed the 9 Nether Golden Ancestor fire to your disciple. Turns out you had an even stronger strange fire within you. Feng Ying suddenly understood, looking at him with a bit more envy. Aunt Lu sighed sourly. Chu Feng, you have far too many good things on you, don't you? Sacred body, soul techniques, strange fires. Chu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze directed toward the distant night sky. The breeze stirred his black robes as moonlight fell, outlining his figure like a banished immortal, the corners of his lips slightly upturned. Perhaps this is what they call being a child of destiny. Watching this scene, Luo Li couldn't help but show an infatuated look in her eyes. Master, so handsome. Without Gue Pang and Gue Sha, the Ghost Head sect was completely annihilated by the Wind Thunder Pavilion on the spot. In the dim mountain forest, the ruined sect buildings were still smoking. Under Feng Ying's command, the disciples of Wind Thunder Pavilion filed out in orderly fashion and bowed to Chu Feng in unison. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Brother Chu. Their eyes showed both the relief of surviving a catastrophe and the satisfaction of eliminating a threat completely. Chu Feng looked around, feeling somewhat disappointed inside the storage rings of the two Ghost Generation members. Apart from a few bottles of low-grade spirit pills and some spirit stones, there was nothing else of value. They're truly dirt poor, he thought to himself, shaking his head. Chu Feng, what are your plans next? Feng Ying sheathed her sword and asked casually. I'll continue training in the Misty Forest, Chu Feng answered straightforwardly. I need to prepare for the Peak Master competition in 3 days, and also give little Luo Li some training experience to lay the foundation for the Yuan Long Secret Realm qualification battle in half a year. Feng Ying's eyes lit up. When the Taigu Immortal Sect holds its grand competition, don't forget to invite me to watch. You're always welcome. Chu Feng smiled and cupped his fists. Time flew by, and only 3 days remained until the Taigu Immortal Sect's Peak Master competition. As the sect's main event, Gu Hongyi had already sent out invitations far and wide. Forces like the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, Stone Desolate Village, and the Skyfire Imperial Dynasty had all arrived. Inside the Immortal Jade Hall, sandalwood incense wafted through the air. Gu Hongyi sat in the main seat with a gentle smile. Below her, a woman in a phoenix robe embroidered with fire phoenix and golden patterns sat quietly sipping tea. She was tall and graceful, with skin like snow, and her brow carried a hint of natural pride. Wei Xiao, Empress of the Skyfire Imperial Dynasty, a powerhouse at the 9th level of the nascent Soul Realm, and the most trusted right hand of the Skyfire Emperor. Empress Wei, please try our sect's homegrown Heavenly Valley Dragon, Walto only harvest 1 pound per year. Gu Hongyi personally poured the tea. The emerald tea swirled gently. Wei Xiao took a sip, her eyes flickering slightly. Excellent tea. It has even more refreshing sweetness than our dynasty's flame fire tea. She set down the teacup and suddenly asked, Sect Master Gu, who won first place in the last 18 Peaks competition? Was it Heavenly Spirit Peak, Thunder Spirit Peak, or Drunken Immortal Peak? In her memory, these 3 peaks had the strongest disciples. Gu Hongyi smiled slightly. None of them. First place went to Jade Pool Peak. Jade Pool Peak. Wei Xiao instinctively paused, her tone full of confusion. If I remember correctly, Jade Pool Peak only has Chu Feng. As Peak Master, he couldn't participate in the competition, and his strength. She didn't finish her sentence. She remembered Chu Feng as utterly unremarkable if not for the former Jade Pool Immortal's designation of him as successor Peak Master. He would have been the most ordinary of disciples. Gu Hongyi gently swirled her teacup. Empress Wei, when a scholar has been away for 3 days, one should look at him with new eyes. Today's Chu Feng is no longer the same person, and Jade Pool Peak is no longer what it once was. In the following moments, she recounted Chu Feng's recent transformations, his sacred body awakening, his leap to the 3rd level of nascent soul realm in just 3 months, and his acceptance of 2 highly talented disciples. Wei Xiao's expression showed rare astonishment. Just 3 months? Sacred body? And he took on disciples? Truly incredible. At this moment, even this usually composed empress felt curious to meet Chu Feng. Gu Hongyi smiled without speaking, then asked in return, Empress Wei, why don't you guess who will take first place in this Peak Master competition? Wei Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly, hesitating before speaking. Sect Master Gu, do you think it will be Chu Feng? She suddenly shook her head, her tone decisive. Impossible. As far as I know, the strongest Peak Master of your Taigu Immortal Sect should be He Xiao. This time, He Xiao will claim first place. The setting sun cast slanted rays through the Xinqiang Hall, where tea fragrance wafted gently. Wei Xiao sat upright in the seat of honor, her tone confident, yet still politely nodding. She had to admit that Chu Feng's recent performance was indeed remarkable, but his rise had been too brief. Challenging He Xiao in such a short time would be extremely difficult. Perhaps a miracle will happen, Gu Hongyi said with a smile, raising her cup as her eyes sparkled brightly. She too understood that Chu Feng's chances of winning were slim, yet she still harbored a glimmer of hope in her heart. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she leaned forward inquiringly. Empress Wei, I've received some unofficial news. You discovered the ruins of a powerful cultivator deep in Days Mountain. As soon as the words fell, Wei Xiao gently set down her teacup and shook her head with a bitter smile. Sect Master Gu, indeed nothing escapes your notice. Receiving confirmation, Gu Hongyi's spirits lifted, and she immediately seized the opportunity. The ruins are fraught with danger. Why don't we have Taigu Immortal Sect and Tianhua Dynasty develop them jointly? For the final harvest, you take 70%, we take 30%. How does that sound? She spoke frankly since Tianhua Dynasty had discovered the ruins first. If Taigu Immortal Sect wanted to get involved, naturally, they could only take the smaller share, otherwise it wouldn't show sincerity. Wei Xiao pondered for a moment before finally nodding. The conditions Sect Master Gu offers are acceptable to our Tianhua Dynasty, but what? Gu Hongyi pressed. There's a special seal around the ruins perimeter that can only be broken by soul cultivation practitioners whose spiritual power has reached the reality realm. Wei Xiao sighed. Sect Master Gu should understand that such practitioners are virtually extinct in our region. Soul cultivation practitioners were already rare. and those whose spiritual cultivation had reached the reality realm were rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. You probably couldn't find even one within 10,000 li. Upon learning this, Gu Hongyi couldn't help but feel regretful. It seems our Taigu immortal sect has no fate with those ruins after all. Not just you. Wei Xiao smiled bitterly. Our Tianhua dynasty is equally without such fortune. Just as they were speaking, the hall doors were gently knocked. Sect Master, Peak Master Chu wishes to see you. Chu Feng has returned from his training? Joy flickered in Gu Hongyi's eyes. Please let him in. Creaked hall doors opened, and Chu Feng, returning from morning practice, strode in with vigorous spirit. Sect Master. Gu Hongyi rarely took the initiative to rise and greet someone. I heard you went to train in Misty Forest. How was your harvest? My luck was decent. I gained quite a bit. Chu Feng smiled without elaborating. Did your strength break through? Sect Master, let me maintain some mystery. You'll know during the Peak Master competition. He kept it suspenseful. Seeing his confident attitude, Gu Hongyi didn't probe further, merely smiled. She raised her hand in introduction. Chu Feng, this is the Empress of Tianhua Dynasty Wei Xiao. She came specially to observe the Peak Master competition. Chu Feng pays respects to Empress Wei. Chu Feng cupped his hands in salute. Wei Xiao looked him up and down, her smile genuine. Haven't seen you in years, and you've already transformed from carp to dragon. At this rate, I'll have to address you as Senior Chu in the future. Empress Wei flatters me. Chu Feng replied humbly. Only then did Gu Hongyi ask about business. Chu Feng, what brings you to me? Chu Feng was about to speak when his gaze briefly swept over Wei Xiao. Then he closed his mouth. Wei Xiao understood and rose to take her leave. Sect Master Gu, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Gu Hongyi nodded and watched her depart. After Wei Xiao's footsteps faded away, Gu Hongyi turned back, her gaze falling curiously on Chu Feng's face. What matter is it that requires such secrecy? Sect Master, this is the intelligence I've obtained, Chu Feng said cautiously as he retrieved a jade slip from his robes. He held it with both hands and respectfully presented it to Gu Hongyi. Gu Hongyi lightly touched the jade slip with her fingertip, sending a strand of divine consciousness into it, as light and shadow flickered in her eyes. Initially, her expression remained calm, but as she delved deeper into the contents, shock rapidly spread across her face. Her fingertips trembled slightly, her chest rose and fell, and her beautiful features gradually flushed red with anger. Chu Feng, are you certain this is true? She slammed the jade slip face down on the table, struggling to suppress her rage. Sect Master, it's absolutely true. Chu Feng nodded solemnly, then pulled out several letters and broken tokens from his robes. These are the evidence that the person I released risked his life to send back. Gu Hongyi examined each item one by one. The handwriting on the letters and the unique markings on the tokens all testified to the truth. Her face turned ashen as she slammed her fist on the table corner and roared in a deep voice. Bastards. Absolute bastards. How dare they collude with our mortal enemies? Do they have a death wish? I'll go slaughter them right now. Murderous intent surged as she turned to rush out of the hall, but Chu Feng raised his hand to stop her. Sect Master, acting now would only alert them. It's better to wait until after the Peak Master competition ends, then they'll have no escape. Gu Hongyi stopped in her tracks, took a deep breath, and sat back down in her chair, though her rapid breathing still betrayed her surging fury. Sect Master, since I've made my report, I'll take my leave now, Chu Feng said with a cupped fist salute. Gu Hongyi's voice still carried a cold edge, then a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. If you hadn't delivered this intelligence in time, the future of our primordial immortal sect. She didn't finish her sentence, only offered her solemn thanks. Chu Feng, thank you. Her gaze sharpened. I'm going to the Forbidden Grounds to report this matter to our ancestors. As her words fell, her figure had already darted away. Jade Pool Peak. Rosy clouds painted the sky, while spiritual springs wreathed the area in mist. Luo Li rested her chin in her hands, gazing toward the secluded cultivation cave as she asked innocently, Master, when will senior sister come out of seclusion? Will she make it in time for your Peak Master competition? Chu Feng stood with his arms crossed, his tone relaxed. I'm not sure either, but we can record my heroic performance in battle and show it to Ying Chun when she emerges from seclusion. Luo Li's eyes sparkled mischievously as a wicked smile played at her lips. Master, there are two words that suit you perfectly right now. Oh, brilliant, handsome, narcissistic. Chu Feng rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond. Just as he was about to leave, the stone door of the cave suddenly opened. Ying Chun stepped out in a moon-white dress, her beauty absolutely stunning. Senior sister, you're out of seclusion. Luo Li ran forward excitedly. Chu Feng also approached. Ying Chun, how did this seclusion go? Ying Chun looked up with a radiant smile. Golden Core, 7th Heaven. In such a short time, she had broken through 4 consecutive realms, and she too felt delighted. Chu Feng nodded approvingly. Excellent. Breaking through to nascent soul is within reach. Ying Chun suddenly noticed that her master's spiritual pressure was even stronger than before and inquired, Master, you nascent soul, fifth heaven. Chu Feng clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Am I really that weak? Nascent soul, seventh heaven. Ying Chun was stunned, finding it hard to believe. A month ago you were only at nascent soul, third heaven, and now you're at the seventh? Master, did you eat some kind of miracle pill? Such a bizarre cultivation speed was something she had never witnessed in her life. Chu Feng remained non-committal, lightly stroking his chin. Ying Chun, I brought back quite a few good things for you from my recent adventures. I can see your physical strength has improved significantly, so you should be able to handle my power transmission. Ying Chun stood gracefully before Chu Feng, her voice soft as she reminded him, Master, please be gentle with me. Hey, how can a girl be afraid of a little pain? Chu Feng chuckled, placing his palms on Ying Chun's back as spiritual energy slowly flowed into her. In just a short while, he transmitted all the techniques, pills, and cultivation power he had acquired from the outside world to Ying Chun. The familiar system notifications echoed continuously in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, host successfully gifted third-grade technique Flame Arts. Activate critical return. Ding, host successfully gifted heaven-breaking pill. Activate critical return. Ding, host successfully transmitted half a day's worth of cultivation power. Activate critical return. Select yes. Ding, congratulations. Host triggered 900x critical return. Obtained 5th grade technique, Heavenly Fire Prairie. Triggered 10x critical return. Obtained Nascent Soul Pill. Triggered 2000x critical return. Obtained approximately 2.5 years of cultivation power. Immense power instantly surged through him as Chu Feng's aura climbed rapidly, reaching the peak of Nascent Soul's 7th heaven in the blink of an eye. Then, with a crisp crack, his realm broke through again, stepping into Nascent Soul 8th heaven. Ying Chun, standing close to him, keenly sensed the fluctuation he was desperately trying to suppress. Master, did you break through again? While transmitting power to you, I naturally advanced to Nascent Soul 8th heaven. It's perfectly normal, Chu Feng replied casually. Ying Chun stuck out her tongue. Master, you're such a monster. But having a master like you really gives me face when I go out. How about you call me senior sister from now on? It'll make you seem younger. Looking for trouble? Chu Feng raised his hand and gave her bottom a light pat. Master, you're being a pervert. So what if I am? What can you do about it? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. After their playful banter, Ying Chun said excitedly, with Nascent Soul 8th heaven strength, you'll definitely win first place in the Peak Master competition. Of course. Chu Feng stepped forward. By the way, Luo Li will give you the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Though it's a strange fire, it's currently just an infant flame and won't help you break through immediately. However, with your golden core 8th heaven foundation, fighting above your level won't be a problem. After exchanging a few more cultivation insights with Ying Chun and Luo Li, Chu Feng headed toward the back mountain. Morning dew clung to grass tips, and the air carried a crisp, moist freshness. Arriving before the statue of the Jade Pool Fairy, his expression grew tender. He produced a pot of aged liquor and set out 2 cups. One placed before the statue, the other he drained in one gulp. The burning sensation flowed down his throat, setting his chest ablaze. Master, in 3 days comes the Peak Master competition. Hishio has opposed me for years, and I will utterly defeat her on the arena, making her my prisoner. Chu Feng spoke in low tones, his words ringing with determination. Once I reach the divine transformation realm, I'll venture into the forbidden zones of life to find you myself. With that, he poured himself several more cups and downed them one by one. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before dawn broke over the primordial immortal sect, the entire mountain was already bustling with activity. Lights blazed both inside and outside the mountain gates as countless disciples donned their robes and hurried through the corridors between the flying eaves, rushing toward the primordial sacred hall. Who do you think will claim victory in today's Peak Master competition? In my opinion, Peak Master Hishio of Heavenly Spirit Peak has the first place locked down. Don't be so hasty. A Peak Masters of Thunder Spirit Peak and Drunken Immortal Peak are no pushovers either. What about Peak Master Chu of Jade Pool Peak? Breaking through to the 3rd level of Nascent Soul in just 3 months, that potential is terrifying. Discussions rippled through the crowd. Potential is just potential. Someone shook their head. Rising too fast means lacking foundation. For him to surpass Hishio? Impossible. Here's some inside information. A chubby disciple glanced around before lowering his voice. Hishio has already reached the 7th level of Nascent Soul. The moment these words fell, the surrounding area erupted. 7th level? That's approaching elder level strength. If that's true, Hishio's victory is guaranteed. The disciples' discussions grew even more heated. As time passed, the area in front of the primordial sacred hall was packed with people standing 3 layers deep. At the center stood a massive black arena, forged entirely from deep-sea profound iron. Array patterns were inscribed along its edges, with pale golden light flowing like water specifically designed to contain the aftershocks of peak master-level battles. Once disciples from all peaks had gathered, the peak masters entered the arena one by one. Thunder Spirit Peak Master Le Bouffon. Drunken Immortal Peak Master Sidu Zhong. Great Bamboo Peak Master Li Meyer. Compared to a month ago, their auras were even more profound for today's rankings. Everyone had spent this time in secluded cultivation without the slightest slack. On the other side of the crowd, Xiao He sidled up to He Xiao and lowered his voice. Peak Master He. I heard this competition has been changed to a selection format. Oh, elaborate. The Peak Masters choose their own opponents and battle on the spot. He Xiao raised an eyebrow, his lips curving upward. Heaven helps me. No need for drawing lots, I can have a proper fight with Chu Feng. This rule was extremely favorable to the strong or those with grudges. Xiao He hastily flattered. With your 7th level nascent soul cultivation, dealing with Chu Feng is just crushing him. This championship is definitely yours. Before he finished speaking, the sound of cutting through air came from the distance. A streak of light landed before the howlet was Chu Feng. Chu Feng, over here. Le Bouffon was first to raise his hand. Long time no see, how's your strength? I'll tell everyone once I'm on stage. Chu Feng kept them in suspense. Situ Zhong explained the selection rules again and sighed. If He Xiao goes first, he'll probably choose you immediately. That suits me perfectly. Chu Feng's lips curved slightly as his gaze swept across the arena. His grudge with He Xiao should be settled here. If it were his turn to choose first, he would only call out He Xiao's name. Situ Zhong, Le Bouffon, and other peak masters who were on good terms with Chu Feng wore strange expressions. Could Chu Feng really possess the strength to face He Xiao Heaton? It had only been a month, and his cultivation level couldn't possibly have skyrocketed to such heights. For Grand Elders, Sect Master, the honored guests have arrived. A thunderous shout echoed from outside the hall, cutting through the air like a blade and instantly silencing all whispered conversations. Inside the ancient sacred hall, everyone rose to their feet in unison. Gu Hongyi, dressed in formal sect master robes embroidered with golden cloud patterns along the hem, was the first to enter the great hall. Her steps were steady, her presence restrained yet sharp. Behind her, the 4 grand elders He Qinggong, elderly, and the others flanked her sides with solemn expressions. Following them were the distinguished guests, Wang Luyao from the Azure Cloud Sword sect, Empress Wei Xiao from the Skyfire Imperial Dynasty, and Feng Ying, the master of Wind Thunder Pavilion. Everyone took their seats in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, someone whispered in surprise. Look beside the sect master's seat, there are still 2 empty chairs. All the guests have been seated, so who are those seats reserved for? The disciples murmured among themselves, their gazes collectively turning toward the 2 vacant seats beside Gu Hongyi. Gu Hongyi slowly rose, facing the forbidden grounds behind the mountain. With her hands tucked into her sleeves, she bowed deeply and declared in a clear voice, the Peak Master competition is about to begin. We humbly request the ancestors to grace us with their presence. Ancestors? Our sect actually has living ancestors. Discussions erupted like a tide. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, falling into complete silence. The next moment, 2 overwhelming auras burst forth from the forbidden grounds, sweeping over like a hurricane and causing many disciples with weaker cultivation to tremble with weak knees. Spirit transformation. This is the spirit transformation realm. The crowd cried out in shock. Besides the sect master, the ancient immortal sect actually harbored 2 more spirit transformation powerhouses. As the overwhelming pressure approached, everyone held their breath. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the forbidden grounds. The person on the left wore coarse hemp clothing with an unsheathed long sword at his waist. His expression comet was none other than Venerable Wind Sword, whom Chu Feng had once briefly encountered. On the right was a mature woman with lingering charm, whose features bore some resemblance to Gu Hongyi. More precisely, it was as if Gu Hongyi resembled her. Gu Hongyi bowed again and solemnly introduced them. This disciple pays respects to Venerable Wind Sword and Venerable Golden Flower. Venerable Wind Sword? That legendary senior who swept through all sects with his wind sword technique. Venerable Golden Flower seems to be the sect master's aunt, invincible with her single golden flower technique. The entire assembly erupted in amazement. The 2 legends who had disappeared years ago now appeared safe and sound. Disciples and elders alike bowed in respect. We pay our respects to Venerable Wind Sword and Venerable Golden Flower. The 2 venerables merely nodded slightly and took their seats on either side of Gu Hongyi, finally occupying the 2 empty chairs. Gu Hongyi surveyed the entire hall, her voice clear and resonant. The Peak Master competition determines the resource allocation for each peak. Please give your all while knowing when to stop. The first place winner of this competition will receive a 5th grade dragon-type technique gifted by Venerable Wind Sword, the dragon-seeking art. She raised her hand, and a stone box opened in her palm, revealing a golden patterned talisman light that immediately ignited the atmosphere in the hall. A 5th grade technique. Shock exploded through the crowd. The competing peak masters' eyes blazed with fighting spirit, as what had previously been a competition with no rewards suddenly gained tremendous value. The stone box closed, and Gu Hongyi's voice rang out decisively. The peak master competition begins now. An attendant presented bamboo sticks inscribed with the names of each peak master, placed them face down in a wooden box, and handed it to Gu Hongyi. She reached in and drew one, glanced at it, and spoke with calm lips. First match, first participant. He Xiao. What? He Xiaofeng is the first to fight. Well, I really didn't expect that the main event right from the start. Discussions erupted from all corners of the spectator stands. The disciples had thought the sect master would first draw other peak masters to warm up the crowd, but unexpectedly drew He Xiao, the strongest among them, right off the bat. Everyone could guess without much thought that He Xiao had only one target, peak master Chu. Hey, it's not like you're the only one who knows. Of course it's peak master Chu. Looks like peak master Chu will be eliminated in the first round. The disciples looked at Chu Feng with pity in their eyes. Barring any surprises, Chu Feng would not only be eliminated but might even get injured. Everyone remembered that after He Xiao's eldest disciple Wang Yun had his foundation destroyed by Chu Feng's disciple Ying Chun, He Xiao had made a vicious threat to personally destroy Chu Feng's foundation. Below the arena, powerful figures from various factions showed different expressions. Some were surprised, others curious. The white-haired elder Shi Yu, deputy village chief of Shihuang village and a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator, smiled broadly as he whispered to Wei Xiao beside him. Empress Wei, it seems this trip wasn't in vain. The main event right in the first match. Though Shihuang village had an ordinary name, its strength was by no means weak, comparable to the Taigu Immortal Sect. Wei Xiao nodded and sighed softly. The peak master competitions of Taigu Immortal Sect have never disappointed, but I didn't expect such a grand show right from the opening this year. On another side below the stage, Xiao He kept flattering. Peak master He, what a great opportunity. Congratulations on finally getting your revenge. Heaven truly wants to destroy Chu Feng. He Xiao smiled smugly, slammed her chair, and shot up like lightning to the center of the arena. She pointed at Chu Feng, her voice cold and sharp. Chu Feng, I challenge you. Our grudge ends today? Of course, you can also surrender directly. The provocative tone made the entire venue fall silent instantly, followed by an uproar. If they were Chu Feng, most would probably choose to surrender to preserve themselves and seek revenge later when strong enough. After all, losing face was better than serious injury. Under countless watchful eyes, Chu Feng remained calm. He slowly stood up and leaped to the center of the arena, facing He Xiao. He Xiao, we indeed should settle our accounts. However, I think you alone might not be enough. He Xiao frowned. Chu Feng, what do you mean? Do you want to fight multiple peak masters? Exactly, that's precisely what I mean. As these few words landed, the entire venue first fell into deathly silence, then erupted in a new round of uproar. Did I hear that right? Peak Master Chu wants to challenge several peak masters. That's too ridiculous. He can barely handle peak master He Xiao, let alone deal with several people at once. No, I actually think he's very clever. Right? Fighting multiple peak masters would sound better than losing to He Xiao alone, even if he loses. Amid the discussions, many quickly analyzed the pros and cons and nodded in realization. Daring to face multiple peak masters simultaneously showed courage beyond ordinary people, and even losing would earn him the legend of fighting many alone. Chu Feng, you really know how to save face for yourself. He Xiao snorted coldly, cold light flashing in her eyes. Then she looked toward Gu Hongyi on the viewing platform. Sect Master, since Chu Feng has requested to challenge multiple peak masters, I believe we should allow it. Gu Hongyi frowned, still unable to figure out what Chu Feng was really planning. Chu Feng, are you certain about this? The sect master asked for confirmation. Sect master, I've thought it through completely. Chu Feng clasped his hands behind his back, his tone calm and composed. I request that all 11 peak masters who are close to He Xiao step forward together. Arrogant. Chu Feng, do you have no understanding of your own abilities? Forget it, don't waste words on him. Another peak master sneered coldly. Since he's being so presumptuous, it's time someone taught him a lesson. Exactly. Today we'll make him understand that while awakening a sacred body is impressive, one must learn humility. Upon hearing this, Xiao He and the other 11 peak masters who were allied with He Xiao immediately leaped onto the arena. The 12 formed a battle formation, their cold gazes locked onto Chu Feng. They were determined to give this new peak master of Jade Pool Peak a profound lesson. Outside the arena, Empress Wei narrowed her eyes as she observed the scene, speaking softly. I didn't expect this Chu Feng to have some cunning. Knowing he can't defeat He Xiao, he managed to devise such a method. Sure, you shook his head helplessly. Wei Xiao's brow was tightly furrowed as she remained silent, while Chu Feng's martial aunt Wang Liao looked completely puzzled, unable to see through her nephew's intentions. He Xiao, time is pressing. You may begin your attack. Chu Feng's tone remained calm, as if he were merely urging on an ordinary sparring match. I'll go first. Mysterious nether divine palm. My turn. Overlord spear. Double chain locks. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 peak masters simultaneously mobilized their spiritual power. Their most powerful techniques interweaved into a dazzling torrent in the air, with spiritual light and raging flames surging forth, instantly covering the entire arena. The protective formation was pushed to its limits, with array patterns flashing frantically as they desperately intercepted the residual waves to prevent injury to the disciples watching from the sidelines. However, Chu Feng simply raised his hand and pointed with a single finger. Vast soul power surged skyward like a bursting flood, rapidly interweaving and condensing in midair, transforming in an instant into a heaven-covering giant sword. Soul/Heaven and Earth. This was precisely the soul technique he had obtained from his previous critical strike, Return Soul/Heaven and Earth. The soul blade carried an indescribable might as it struck down against those 12 magnificent techniques. There was no thunderous roar, only the sound of fabric being torn a sharp rip. The next moment, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded. That giant soul sword cut through like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly shredding all the techniques. In just one breath, the 12 carefully executed ultimate skills were completely annihilated. How is this possible? What technique is Chu Feng using? Soul/Heaven and Earth. Could this be the legendary soul technique? He, and the other 12 peak masters felt their scalps tingle as a fear originating from the depths of their souls suddenly arose. Terror, despair, helplessness. No words could accurately describe it. They felt like ants in a swamp facing a towering giant. Their former contempt and disdain vanished instantly as cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. Flee. Chu Feng's attack is beyond what we can withstand. He was the first to cry out in alarm, turning to jump off the arena and surrender. Seeing this, the other peak masters also wanted to abandon the fight. Only He hesitated for a moment, unwilling to admit defeat so easily, but as the soul blade approached, her desire to retreat finally prevailed. Better to preserve oneself for future opportunities. Just as the 12 turned to flee, Chu Feng's lips curved into a contemptuous cold smile. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Buzz. The soul blade suddenly accelerated, instantly piercing through each peak master. Agonizing screams shook the arena as the 12 peak masters felt their soul seas being pierced by countless silver needles. The excruciating pain was unbearable as they spat blood and heavily fell to their knees. Their faces were deathly pale, barely clinging to life. Looking at the 12 peak masters sprawled across the arena, the entire venue fell into dead silence. At the arena's edge, fragments of shattered bluestone continued to crumble and fall. The 12 peak masters lay scattered in the dust, their robes torn and tattered, their breathing erratic. The surrounding disciples held their breath, and even the wind seemed to have stopped. After a long moment, an explosion of discussion erupted like a bursting dam. Is this real? Peak Master Chu fought 12 opponents alone and actually defeated all 12 peak masters. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Smack. A crisp slap landed. Ow. It's not a dream. Peak Master Chu really won. The disciples' faces alternated between pale and flushed as they felt their world turned upside down, making the Taigu immortal sect seem foreign to them once again. Before the match ended, no one believed Chu Feng could actually win. Everyone thought that when he challenged He and dragged the other 11 peak masters into it, he was just trying to save some face. No one expected him to actually defeat all 12 peak masters. In the northern stands, the high-ranking officials from various factions were equally stunned, including the governing elders of the Taigu immortal sect, whose expressions remained rigid. Lei Bufan rubbed his eyes. Old drunkard, I'm not seeing things, am I? Chu Feng really defeated them. The old drunkard shook his wine gourd, his atoms apple bobbing. Lei Bufan, you're not mistaken. It's real. How did this Chu Feng improve? How did he become so terrifyingly powerful? Situ Zhong exchanged glances with Lei Bufan, still finding it hard to believe. In their eyes, Chu Feng had always been exceptionally talented, but fighting 12 opponents single-handedly had never appeared in the sect's historical records. On the other side of the viewing area, Shiyu, the deputy village chief of Shi Huang village, gaped with his mouth open, unable to speak for a long time. Empress Wei, is this Chu Feng even human? His strength is too monstrous. He had originally thought Chu Feng was just young and prideful when he dared to challenge the 12 peak masters, but now he understood it wasn't about saving facade, was real strength. Empress Wei nodded quietly, then reminded Shiyu. Elder Shi, what's surprising about Chu Feng isn't just his strength, but also his techniques. If I'm not mistaken, the soul/under heaven he just used is soul magic. Wei Xiu's beautiful eyes fixed on the arena, and beyond surprise, she felt thoughtful. Perhaps Chu Feng could be involved in the matter of the powerful one's ruins. Elsewhere, Gu Hongyi was called over by her aunt Venerable Jinhua. Venerable Jinhua stared at the arena, her face full of shock. Hongyi, When did our Taigu immortal sect produce such a prodigy? How did I know nothing about it? Gu Hongyi explained softly. Aunt, Chu Feng's rise was too sudden, and you've been in seclusion. Having just emerged, it's natural you wouldn't know. It turned out Venerable Jin Hua had been in closed-door cultivation for years, missing all of Chu Feng's activities. For the next while, Gu Hongyi recounted Chu Feng's experiences from beginning to end, awakening his sacred body, challenging opponents above his level right after entering the nascent soul stage. In just 4 months, climbing from early nascent soul to the 8th level of nascent soul, Venerable Jin Hua clicked her tongue in amazement. This Chu Feng is remarkable, crossing multiple cultivation levels in 4 months, absolutely monstrous. Despite her divine transformation cultivation and considering herself exceptionally talented, she had to admit at this moment, compared to Chu Feng, she seemed to pale in comparison. Her confidence inevitably took a hit. Another elder added in a low voice, Jin Hua, I've encountered Chu Feng before and thought his talent was already world-shaking, but seeing him today, I still underestimated him. Just over a month ago, he was only at the 3rd level of nascent soul. It hasn't been long at all, yet he's already reached the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. I truly don't know how he managed it. What's even more shocking is that Chu Feng just used soul arts. We both know how incredibly rare soul arts are. So where on earth did Chu Feng learn such powerful soul techniques? Sword Venerable Feng stood on the high platform, one hand gripping his sword, the other stroking his beard, his gaze burning with intensity. Even he had never obtained soul arts, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. I'll have to ask Chu Feng personally later where exactly he learned this technique. On the arena, the dust settled. The 12 peak masters staggered to their feet, their robes torn and their breathing chaotic, yet they still stared fixedly at Chu Feng. The young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calm and composed, as if the recent battle had been nothing more than a casual wave of his sleeve. Among the 12, the one who found this result hardest to accept was none other than Hixio. She had planned to use the Peak Master competition as an opportunity to crush Chu Feng with overwhelming force, and the rules had indeed favored her. Yet the outcome was worlds apart from her expectations. Chu Feng had swept through all 12 Peak Masters single-handedly. Is this Chu Feng some kind of monster? Why is his strength so abnormally powerful? Hixio gritted her silver teeth, shock surging through her heart, even giving rise to a trace of uncontrollable fear. Chu Feng touched his toes to the ground and appeared before Hixio and the others, his gaze as calm as a frozen pond. Since you haven't conceded yet, I'll continue my soul art attacks. Peak Master Chu, I surrender. Peak Master Chu, your strength is unmatched. I surrender too. Peak Master Chu, I submit. Chiu He and the others smiled bitterly as they cupped their fists, all bowing their heads in unison. Chu Feng's strength was sufficient to crush them completely. They had no choice but to surrender. In an instant, all eyes focused on Hixio. Hixio clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, before finally shouting. Chu Feng, I, Hixio, have lost. But remember this, no one wins forever. I will definitely defeat you in the future. Haha, Hixio, I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Chu Feng looked at her with indifference, his gaze like that of someone looking down at a prisoner. Hixio's heart suddenly jumped, and a premonition of impending disaster struck her, though she couldn't understand why. Just then, from the highest point of the viewing stands, Sect Master Gu Hongyi, dressed in robes red as fire, slowly rose to her feet, her voice carrying clearly throughout the entire venue. Hixio, do you know your crime? The crowd erupted in commotion. What is the Sect Master saying? I don't know, but it feels like something big is about to happen. Hixio suppressed her panic and took a deep breath. Sect Master, I did indeed target Chu Feng before, but that hardly constitutes a crime, does it? It was merely competition between peak factions. Gu Hongyi's gaze was piercing. Targeting Chu Feng isn't the crime, but your secret dealings with Grand Elder He Changong and our primordial immortal sect's greatest enemy, the Burning Heaven Valley, that is a grave offense. Boom. What? Peak Master Hixio and Elder He Changong are collaborating with the enemy. The viewing stands instantly exploded into chaos. All disciples and elders looked at each other in bewilderment. The Burning Heaven Valley was the primordial immortal sect's mortal enemy, a fight to the death. If Hixio and He Changong truly had dealings with the Burning Heaven Valley, that would violate the sect's greatest taboo, and even dying 100 times wouldn't be punishment enough. Upon hearing Gu Hongyi's words, a flicker of panic flashed through Hixio's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She firmly believed that her secret collusion with her second uncle He Changong and the Soul Dynasty had been executed flawlessly, leaving no possible evidence for Gu Hongyi to uncover within the Taigu immortal sect. Moreover, no one had set foot in her cave dwelling these past few days. In her view, the sect master was merely trying to stand up for Chu Feng, so she raised her head defiantly. Sect Master, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you simply want to help Chu Feng suppress me, then this is nothing but trumped-up charges. Still dare to argue? The evidence is right here. Gu Hongyi sneered coldly, flipping her hand to produce several jade slips and letters from her robes, the very proof that Chu Feng had just handed to her. These items weren't obtained by Chu Feng personally infiltrating Burning Heaven Valley, but rather collected by Luo Yang, a Soul Dynasty disciple, on his behalf. The two had struck a life-or-death bargain at Crouching Dragon Lake in the Misty Forest. To prevent Luo Yang from betraying him, Chu Feng had placed a restriction on his soul that could claim his life with a single thought. Under the threat of this restriction, Luo Yang desperately gathered intelligence for Chu Feng, soon delivering all materials that could implicate the he uncle-nephew duo of treason. Upon receiving them, Chu Feng immediately rushed to Xinxiong Hall to meet with Gu Hongyi. Originally, Gu Hongyi had planned to immediately capture He Xiao and He Qinggong, but Chu Feng stopped her, worried about alerting their enemies. Now, with the evidence revealed, He Xiao's face instantly turned deathly pale, her body trembling as she staggered back 2 steps. The 11 peak masters who had been on good terms with her scattered like avoiding the plague, secretly lamenting their fate. Though they had been friendly with He Xiao, they never imagined she would betray the sect. Now they could only hope to explain their innocence to Gu Hongyi later, or else immediately distance themselves from any association. Gu Hongyi narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping toward the northern viewing platform. He Qinggong, what does this grand elder have to say? However, faced with ironclad evidence, He Qinggong on the northern platform remained eerily calm, not even lifting an eyelid. Warning bells rang in Gu Hongyi's mind. Boom. The ground at the center of the arena exploded as a figure burst forth from beneath it was another He Qinggong. Meanwhile, the original, on the northern platform instantly transformed into a wooden stake. Substitution technique. Lei Buffon exclaimed in shock. This technique required profound cultivation to quietly replace oneself with an object while deceiving everyone's perception. He Qinggong on the arena laughed maniacally. Gu Hongyi, I never expected you could actually uncover evidence of our collaboration with the enemy, but you're still one move behind. As long as I capture Chu Feng, I can still escape with He Xiao unharmed. It turned out that while Gu Hongyi was interrogating He Xiao, he had already sensed trouble and secretly employed the substitution technique to hide beneath the arena, intending to capture Chu Feng and use this future star of the immortal sect's life as leverage. Compared to their uncle-nephew lives, Chu Feng's value was obviously far greater. He was confident that Gu Hongyi, Sword Venerable Feng, and Golden Flower Venerable would ultimately make the choice most beneficial to the sect. It must be said that compared to He Xiao, He Qinggong was far more cunning, always ready to adapt when things took a turn for the worse. Facing the aggressive advance of He Qinggong, Chu Feng remained calm and composed. Chu Feng, your soul techniques are indeed powerful, but they require casting time. Now, surrender obediently, Overlord Heaven-binding art. He Qinggong roared, raising his hand with a sweeping motion as his long-prepared technique erupted with tremendous force. Dense spiritual energy surged forth, and thick spiritual chains as wide as barrels came crashing down from above, spreading like a giant net toward Chu Feng. Having planned this ambush with careful calculation, all onlookers were certain that Chu Feng would be captured. Foolish. Chu Feng uttered just 2 cold words. No one noticed when he had grasped the Phoenix Flame Sword, its blade trembling slightly as fire patterns danced along its edge. Invincible Sword Domain. As his words fell, the Phoenix Flame Sword suddenly blazed with crimson gold radiance. Chu Feng's wrist danced through the air, sword shadows overlapping as overwhelming sword energy erupted within a 30-foot radius, like a dragon breaking free from chains in a raging sea, roaring and howling. The terrifying sharpness made distant observers' scalps tingle and spines chill. The arena, forged from deep-sea black iron and harder than refined steel, crumbled inch by inch under the sword energy's assault, turning to dust. Simultaneously, the chains of the Overlord Heaven-binding art shattered upon contact with the sword domain's edge, instantly becoming nothing. How is this possible? He Qinggong's eyes widened in disbelief. His strongest binding technique had been torn apart in an instant, and before he could even activate a second spell, the overwhelming sword energy had already engulfed him. Agonizing screams rang out, chilling everyone to the bone. Moments later, as the sword energy dissipated, only a pool of bloody pulp remained at the arena's center. The mighty Grand Elder, He Qinggong of the 9th-level nascent soul realm, had been completely destroyed, his very soul shattered. The watching cultivators collectively gasped in shock. Chu Feng, Peak Master of Yaoci Peak, had single-handedly challenged 12 Peak Masters and now reduced the traitorous Grand Elder to bloody paste. His fierce reputation was truly terrifying. In the northern section of the viewing stands, the high-ranking members of various peaks were equally stunned. Well, I never imagined Peak Master Chu was this powerful, able to easily slay He Qinggong. Situ Zhong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on his performance just now, he might already possess the strength to contend with Soul Formation Realm cultivators. Lei Buffon shook his head in amazement. Whether he can truly rival Soul Formation cultivators is hard to say, But Peak Master Chu is indeed incredibly strong. For months ago, he was just a Peak Master looked down upon by others, and now he can crush a Grand Elder. Sure, you cupped his hands toward Empress Wei beside him. Empress Wei, if Chu Feng continues to grow safely, he will surely have a place in the Great Wilderness Domain's future. Wei Xiu gazed at Chu Feng with rare solemnity. Indeed, Chu Feng's future is limitless. The primordial immortal sect will likely be transformed because of him. She had been at the same ninth-level nascent soul realm as He Qinggong and had confidence in her numerous trump cards. But this battle made her realize she couldn't guarantee victory against him either. At this moment, she had begun to regard him as an equal. On the other side, Venerable Wind Sword and Venerable Golden Flower discussed in low voices. Venerable Wind Sword praised. Golden Flower, this Chu Feng is full of surprises. Not only are his soul techniques formidable, but his martial arts are equally domineering. Invincible sword domain. Even the name alone stirs one's blood. Venerable Golden Flower nodded gently. Wind Sword, I see the bearing of a great emperor in Chu Feng. Within 3 to 5 years, he'll surpass us. Chu Feng's talent is the greatest I've ever witnessed. Sect Master, I'm truly sorry. I originally intended to spare He Qinggong's life, but I didn't expect to strike so heavily and end up killing him. Chu Feng sheathed his Phoenix Flame sword and looked awkwardly at Gu Hongyi on the viewing platform. In truth, he had wanted to keep He Qinggong alive so that Gu Hongyi could interrogate him. However, the power of his invincible sword domain exceeded his own imagination, directly slicing He Qinggong into bloody pulp. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongyi revealed a bitter smile. Chu Feng, there's no need to feel embarrassed. You did exceptionally well. Someone like He Qinggong deserved to die? After speaking, her sharp gaze fell upon He Xiu. People of the law enforcement hall, take this He Xiu away. Yes. Immediately, members of the law enforcement hall seized He Xiu, sealed the acupoints throughout her body, and dragged her away. In reality, with He Xiu's strength, these law enforcement hall members were no match for her. Yet she showed no intention of resistance. On the viewing platform sat 3 powerful experts, Gu Hongyi, Wind Sword Venerable, and Golden Flower Venerable. Beside them was the monstrous talent Chu Feng. If she dared to resist, He Xiu believed Chu Feng's sword would be at her throat. Sect Master, let the Peak Master competition continue. I wonder which Peak Master would like to challenge me. I'm already exhausted now, so perhaps one palm strike could knock me off this arena. Chu Feng looked at the Peak Masters on the viewing platform and said with a smile. Peak Master Chu, we don't believe that for a second. The Peak Masters on the viewing platform secretly rolled their eyes and complained inwardly. If they went up to challenge Chu Feng now, they would probably be slapped off the arena with a single palm strike. Peak Master Chu's strength is unparalleled. I think this Peak Master competition doesn't need to continue. Sect Master just directly announced that Peak Master Chu is the first place winner. Lei Bufan said with a grinning smile. What about the rest of you? Your silence doesn't mean you're dissatisfied? Do you want to challenge Chu Feng? Gu Hongyi looked at the other Peak Masters who hadn't spoken, with a half smile. No, we're all convinced. Peak Master Chu is the undisputed first place. Are you certain you won't regret this? Sect Master, whoever regrets it is a dog. Gu Hongyi smiled and looked down at Chu Feng below. Then she declared resolutely, very well. I now announce that the first place winner of our primordial immortal sex competition is Yaoci Peak's Peak Master, Chu Feng. Immediately, Gu Hongyi cupped her fists toward Chu Feng in congratulation. Everyone present rose to their feet, similarly bowing and congratulating Chu Feng. Thunderous applause continuously rang out. Chu Feng became the center of attention. His 2 disciples, Ying Chun and Luo Li, also showed expressions of pride and honor, as if saying, look, we have such an amazing master. Hongyi, I just discussed something with Jinhua and have an announcement to make. Wind Sword Venerable suddenly stood up and spoke. Oh, please speak, Venerable. Wind Sword Venerable stared at the surrounding crowd. As everyone knows, our primordial immortal sect has always had 4 elders. Now that the traitorous Grand Elder He Qinggong has been executed, his position must be filled. I announce that this person is Chu Feng. From today forward, Chu Feng is the Grand Elder of our primordial immortal sect, while simultaneously serving as Yaoci Peak's Peak Master. The entire venue erupted once again. Peak Master Chu is so young, yet he's become an elder of our primordial immortal sect, and the Grand Elder at that. Don't let Peak Master Chu's youth fool you. He truly has the strength for it. Didn't you see how Peak Master Chu just crushed the Grand Elder? Excellent. With Peak Master Chu's achievements, he's more than qualified for the position of Grand Elder. The Great Hall buzzed with excitement as the Peak Masters exchanged whispers, their only confusion being whether to address him as Peak Master Chu or Elder Chu from now on. After the initial shock subsided, everyone agreed that this appointment was both reasonable and well-deserved. Lei Bufan was the first to step forward, cupping his fists and calling out loudly, Peak Master Chu. No, Elder Chu, Lei Bufan pays his respects. He grinned broadly, and the other Peak Masters followed suit, bowing one after another. Greetings, Elder Chu. We pay our respects to Elder Chu. Their unified voices echoed throughout the hall, bringing the atmosphere to its peak. Chu Feng smiled and cupped his hands in return. You're all too kind. Thank you for the venerable one's favor. Even as the person directly involved, he had never expected to suddenly become the Grand Elder, holding a position second only to the two ancestors and sect master Gu Hongyi. Seeing that the atmosphere had stabilized, Gu Hongyi spoke up as a reminder. Hongyi, since Chu Feng won first place in the competition, present the reward now. She responded by taking out an intricately carved stone box and handing it over. Chu Feng, this is the first place reward, the 5th grade technique, dragon seeking art. Thank you, Sectmaster. This is what I've earned. Chu Feng opened the stone box to find an ancient, yellowed manual lying quietly inside. After flipping through several pages and memorizing the key cultivation points, he turned to face Ying Chun and Luo Li. Ying Chun, little Luo Li, the Yuan Long secret realm quota battle is just ahead. You two should study this technique well and strive for good results. As his words fell, he straightforwardly handed both the ancient manual and the stone box to his two disciples. This gesture made the observing disciples gasp in amazement. Elder Chu is truly generous. I suddenly want to become his disciple. Dream on. With your talent, do you think you could enter his sect? Yi Qingchen and Luo Li received the stone box with both hands, saying in unison, Thank you, Master. Just then, a familiar electronic notification rang in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Host has successfully gifted the 5th grade technique, Dragon Seeking Art. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a 500x critical return and obtained the Kwasa 7th grade technique, Divine Dragon Heaven Dominating Art. Kwasa 7th grade. Chu Feng's heart leaped with joy. Previously, his strongest technique was only the 6th grade, Invincible Sword Domain, but now he had gained an even higher level trump card. The Divine Dragon Heaven Dominating Art would be treasured by any major power, kept only among core disciples and high-ranking members. Its value was immeasurable. Just as he was contemplating this, the jade slip at Gu Hongyi's waist suddenly vibrated. She glanced at it, her brow furrowing. Chu Feng, I've just received news that the rules for the Yuan Long secret realm quota battle will be adjusted. Masters and disciples will compete together. In the coming months, you'll need to both supervise your disciples and improve your own strength. The specific details will be announced after the major powers finish their discussions. Chu Feng nodded to show his understanding. Gu Hongyi then briefly instructed everyone to return to their respective peaks, announcing that cultivation resources would be delivered in 2 hours. The originally bustling primordial sacred hall quickly grew quiet as the crowd dispersed, but Chu Feng's performance had been deeply etched into their hearts. Yaoci Peak. Behind the mountain. The setting sun had just disappeared behind the mountain ridge, its lingering light scattered between the stone steps and green pines. Chu Feng led Yi Qingchen and Luo Li to the statue of the Yaoci fairy. Following the ritual he had performed for many years, he took out 2 jade-like wine cups from his storage ring, respectfully placing one before the fairy statue and the other in front of himself, then retrieved a pot of aged wine whose fragrance drifted on the wind. Master, in this peak master competition, I took first place and caught evidence of your sworn enemy, He Xiu's treason, successfully bringing down both He Xiu and He Cheng. The sect has also appointed me as Grand Elder. Chu Feng filled both cups, clinked them together, and drained his in one gulp. If you have knowledge of this, you must be very pleased, right? A gentle breeze passed by, causing the clear wine before the Yaoci fairy's stone statue to ripple softly, splashing 2 drops that made it appear as if the statue itself was taking a sip. Seeing this, Yi Qingchen and Luo Li put aside their usual playfulness and stood in solemn silence. After drinking, Chu Feng gazed quietly at the statue for a long while, letting the breeze lift the hair at his temples, before turning to look at the 2 beside him. Qingchen, little Luo Li, next comes the battle for spots in the Yuanlong secret realm. His voice was serious. This competition concerns the future of the Taigu immortal sect. We don't necessarily need to win first place, but we must at least reach the top 3 to bring glory to our sect. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me. Master, there are some things I don't quite understand. Master, why must true essence be circulated this way at this point in the sword technique? Though both disciples possessed extraordinary talent, they still had doubts about cultivation details. Chu Feng taught them everything he knew, answering their questions thoroughly. Yi Qingchen and Luo Li immediately sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and carefully contemplated his teachings. Time passed quietly, leaving only the sounds of pine wind and flowing streams in the valley. Suddenly, the sound of cutting through air came from the sky as 2 graceful figures descended on clouds. One was Sect Master Gu Hongyi. The other was Empress Wei Xiu of the Tianhua Imperial Dynasty. Sect Master, and this must be Empress Wei. Chu Feng stood and cupped his hands in greeting. Though he had never met Wei Xiu in person, he had long heard she would come to observe the competition. Gu Hongyi got straight to the point. Chu Feng, I'm here for two matters. First, to deliver the cultivation resources that Yaoci Peak has earned. She handed over a storage ring. Second, to bring Empress Wei to discuss some matters with you. Discuss matters? Chu Feng accepted the storage ring, his gaze falling on Wei Xiao with obvious confusion. Ying Chun and Luo Li emerged from their meditation, and hearing the sect master's words, immediately bowed and excused themselves. Master, we'll head down first. The two departed, leaving space for the conversation. Wei Xiao stepped forward gracefully. Peak Master Chu. Elder Chu, your performance today was truly breathtaking. Your soul techniques dominated the entire field, and that invincible sword domain was absolutely stunning. Empress Wei is too kind. Chu Feng returned the courtesy. Your own imperial grace and dignity are far more admirable. Having never been closely acquainted, their exchange consisted entirely of polite pleasantries and compliments. Elder Chu, our Tianhua imperial dynasty has discovered the ruins of a powerful expert deep within the Great Marsh Mountains. Based on my estimation, there are quite a few treasures inside, and there might even be divine transformation pills that could help break through to the divine transformation realm. Therefore, I would like to invite Elder Chu to join us in exploring that powerful cultivator's ruins. Wei Xiao revealed her purpose for this visit, her eyes bright with anticipation. Chu Feng was slightly stunned, then voiced his confusion. Empress Wei, since your people discovered the ruins first, why do you want us to enter together? The resources hidden in a powerful cultivator's ruins are crucial to any faction, and usually no one would be willing to share them with outsiders. Wei Xiao smiled bitterly and shook her head with a sigh. Elder Chu, to be honest, the ruins perimeter is sealed by an extremely special barrier that can only be broken by soul cultivation practitioners at the reality realm level or above. No one in our sect meets this requirement, so we had to come and ask Peak Master Chu for assistance. She wasn't certain about the exact level of Chu Feng's soul power, but based on the soul techniques he had demonstrated before, she deduced that he had at least reached the reality realm. I see. Chu Feng suddenly understood, and the idea of heading to Mount Days began forming in his mind. He then asked, if we successfully enter, how should the internal gains be distributed? 50-50. Wei Xiao answered decisively. Typically, the party that discovered ruins would take the larger share, but without Chu Feng, they couldn't even get through the entrance, so she straightforwardly proposed an equal split. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised, then quickly grasped the reasoning behind it and nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. When do we depart? Elder Chu just finished the Peak Master competition. Why don't you rest for 2 days, and we set off the day after tomorrow? That works. With the deal settled, Wei Xiao rose to take her leave, and Gu Hongyi escorted her out. Before parting, Chu Feng proposed making Aunt Lu the deputy Peak Master of Yaoci Peak, and Gu Hongyi naturally had no objections to this new rising star of the immortal sect, immediately agreeing. After seeing the two off, Chu Feng summoned Ying Chun and Luo Li, clearly explaining the trip to Mount Days the day after tomorrow, and handed them a batch of cultivation resources he had just obtained. The familiar system notifications soon rang out. Ding! Host has successfully gifted Sky Blue pills and Qi gathering powder. Would you like to activate critical return? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Triggered 10x critical return, obtained Great Sky Blue pills. Triggered 50x critical return. Although the returned items weren't top tier, they were better than nothing. Chu Feng once again distributed these pills and spiritual materials to Yi Qingchen and Luo Li. While they offered limited help to him, they were precious aids to his two disciples. 2 days passed in a flash. With the help of these resources, Luo Li's cultivation soared to the 5th heaven of Golden Core Realm. Yi Qingchen also recovered to her peak state 9th heaven of Golden Core Realm, though she decided to consolidate her foundation for now and seek another opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm. Elder Chu, shall we depart from Mount Days? At dawn, Wei Xiao arrived at Yaoci Peak, found Chu Feng, and prepared to set off. Empress Wei, we're ready and can depart at any time, Chu Feng said with a smile. All right then, let's go. Wei Xiao raised her hand and summoned her sword. She and Chu Feng stepped into the air side by side, with Yi Qingchen and Luo Li following closely behind. During their sword flight, as the breeze swept past their robes, Wei Xiao suddenly turned her gaze toward him. Elder Chu, how has your time at the primordial immortal sect been? What do you mean by that? Chu Feng was momentarily puzzled, then understood her implication and nodded with a smile. It's been quite good. Wei Xiao decided to be direct. Whatever conditions the primordial immortal sect offered you, our Skyfire dynasty will double or even triple them. As long as you're willing to join us, the benefits will be tremendous. Her beautiful eyes showed genuine sincerity. Clearly, what she coveted wasn't Chu Feng's appearance, but his extraordinary talent. She firmly believed that if Chu Feng joined them, the Skyfire dynasty would reach even greater heights. Even though she had a good personal relationship with Gu Hongyi, the sect master of the primordial immortal sect, she was willing to risk the accusation of poaching exceptional people always make others cross their boundaries. I heard you have a good relationship with Sect Master Gu. Aren't you afraid this will hurt her feelings? Chu Feng asked with interest. Personal feelings are one thing. Recruiting talent for the dynasty is another. There's no conflict, Wei Xiu replied without concern. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. Then let me give you an answer. I could never leave the primordial immortal sect, no matter how good the conditions. Do we really have no chance at all? That's correct. Hearing his definitive refusal, Wei Xiu's shoulders drooped in disappointment. Her pitiful expression would have been enough to soften most people's hearts, but Chu Feng wasn't someone who thought with his lower half, simply responded with a polite smile. Though the recruitment had failed, the two then shifted to discussing cultivation insights, going from shallow to deepo, not that kind of lustful, deep, but genuine discussions of the Tao. Ying Chun and Luo Li were flying their swords more slowly, so Chu Feng simply had them step onto his flying sword. The group's speed increased dramatically as they headed straight for Mount Days. 2 days later, Mount Days remained bustling with activity. At the entrance, cultivators had set up temporary stalls selling demon beast blood and heavenly treasures. Chu Feng's group only gave them a quick glance before venturing deep into the dense forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, so they slowed their pace and weaved through the thick canopy. Master, look at that! Ying Chun suddenly exclaimed. Chu Feng immediately stopped and looked in the direction she was pointing. There, a fiery red flower bloomed quietly, its petals flickering with threads of starlight. A flame flower, Chu Feng immediately recognized it. It's extremely beneficial for fire-type constitutions or cultivation methods. It would be especially precious for Ying Chun, who had awakened the red lotus karma body. Ying Chun, go pick it. Yes. Ying Chun leaped down to the ground and reached her delicate hand toward the flower. A sharp whooshing sound cut through the air. A flying sword suddenly struck from the side with fierce and vicious momentum. Ying Chun frowned slightly, touched the ground with her toes, and her slender figure flashed aside as the blade whistled past her sleeve. Chu Feng stood in the shadow of an ancient tree, taking in this scene, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The sound of cutting through air exploded again as a young man in golden robes leaped out from between the stone crevices. The golden threads on his robes glittered in the sunlight, perfectly matching his arrogant expression. Little beauty, this fire flame flower was planted by my own hands, so don't just pick it casually. The golden-robed man smiled without warmth, his tone full of entitlement. What? You planted it? Ridiculous. Ying Chun snorted coldly, pointing toward the fire flame flower beneath the cliff wall. Growing in this desolate place, it's clearly ownerless. I've seen plenty of thick-skinned people, but someone as shameless as you is truly a first. Before her words had finished, another figure appeared silently. The gray-armored elder had sunken eye sockets and a deep blue giant axe at his waist that seemed disproportionate to his frame, its edge emanating a cold gleam. He surveyed everyone present, his gaze lingering on Wei Xiu for a moment. Empress Wei, what a coincidence. His voice was low like grinding gravel. So it's General Wang Meng of Great Wei. I didn't expect to meet you here. Wei Xiu smoothed her sleeves, equally surprised. Great Wei bordered the Skyfire dynasty with comparable national strength, and while border skirmishes occurred frequently, both sides kept them small-scale. Wang Meng was precisely the pillar defending Great Wei's borders, with cultivation at the 9th level of nascent soul stage and considerable status. Wang Meng nodded slightly and looked toward Ying Chun. Empress Wei, is this young lady a junior from your royal family? She's even more important than any junior from my imperial house. Wei Xiu's tone was calm, yet carried unusual solemnity. Wang Meng was secretly surprised at these words. Though he hadn't fought Wei Xiu often, he knew well that she was extremely proud, and selective anyone earning such praise was certainly extraordinary. In that case, he narrowed his eyes. Since my 9th prince and this young lady both fancy the fire flame flower, why not let them fight? The winner takes the flower, and everyone else can accept the outcome. General Wang, this is inappropriate. The golden-robed youth Great Wei's 9th prince, Wei Chung, spoke with displeasure. I was clearly closest to the flower and could pluck it with a simple reach. Why must there be a contest? With that, he moved to act, revealing his spoiled nature completely. However, a cold flash appeared as a sharp sword chi struck before he could move. Wei Chung was greatly alarmed and retreated several steps, sending broken stones flying beneath his feet. 9th Prince of Great Wei, this is Mount Days, not Great Wei territory. Chu Feng withdrew his 2 fingers, expressionless. Though the treasure is ownerless, there must still be rules. Determining ownership through combat is quite reasonable. Having been publicly stopped, Wei Cheng's face alternated between pale and flushed. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The 9th Prince of Great Wei. Chu Feng observed with detached composure, raising his right hand as sword intent flickered, seeming ready to strike again and teach this arrogant prince a lesson. Just as his chi gathered, Wang Meng stepped forward, shielding Wei Chung behind him while his giant axe pressed diagonally against the ground, stirring up fallen leaves with its force. Sir, we're all here treasure hunting. There's no need for violence. His voice was steady yet brooked no refusal. Ninth Prince, you shall compete with that young lady and let everyone be convinced of the outcome. Wang Ming protected Wei Cheng behind him, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Chu Feng and spoke. Fine. I'll make you all eat your words soon enough. Wei Cheng spoke with arrogant bravado, but deep down he knew the current situation forced him to temporarily back down facing Wei Xiao, a master whose strength rivaled Wang Ming's, plus the formidable Chu Feng. A direct confrontation would surely end badly for them. After weighing his options, he secretly resolved that once this matter was settled, he would summon that general currently treasure hunting in the depths of Days Mountain to join forces against Chu Feng and restore his dignity. Sir, since the ninth prince has agreed to the contest, perhaps you could withdraw that finger sword? Wang Ming squinted at Chu Feng. Chu Feng withdrew his right hand and responded coolly. Blades and swords show no mercy. Wei Cheng raised his flying sword, pointing the tip toward Ying Chun, and called out with a cold snort. Little girl, don't come crying when I hurt you later. He looked utterly confident of victory. So much nonsense. Ying Chun rolled her eyes dismissively. Damn brat, seeking death. Wei Cheng's face darkened. If I can't handle Chu Feng, can I handle you? He suddenly unleashed his spiritual power, his golden core 7-stage cultivation exploding forth. Wei Cheng possessed considerable talent, enhanced by pills and heavenly treasures, far surpassing his peers. In a flash, he gripped his sword and charged forward, skimming across several yards in an instant, appearing before Ying Chun and thrusting viciously at her face like a strike aimed at her throat. Lightning flashed as Ying Chun sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack. Her footwork followed the 3,000 thunder steps that Chu Feng had taught her, agile and graceful like wandering lightning. With such slow sword speed, who do you think you can hurt? She sneered, not even drawing her sword, lifting her knee and delivering a heavy kick to Wei Cheng's side. Bang! Wei Cheng staggered several steps, nearly falling flat on his face, his complexion immediately flushing red. Damn girl, die! Roaring in fury, he swung his sword again. Wind and cloud sword technique. Accompanied by violent spiritual power, countless sword energies rained down like a torrential downpour, all shooting toward Ying Chun. Ying Chun remained calm, raising her jade hand as spiritual energy instantly formed a barrier, thick as a solid wall, blocking all the fierce sword energies 3 feet away. The sword energies thundered but couldn't advance an inch. How is this possible? You actually blocked my strongest technique. Wei Cheng's eyes widened. He had thought his wind and cloud sword technique would secure victory in one strike, but Ying Chun's defense remained unbroken, confirming that her strength surpassed his own. Impossible. I'm the ninth prince of Great Wei. How could I lose to some wild girl? He gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, attempting to activate the wind and cloud sword technique once more. At that moment, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Fool. This contest ends now. Trouble. Wei Cheng's heart rang with alarm as he hastily turned his sword back, but after thrusting only 3 inches, it stopped. Ying Chun had caught the sword tip lightly between 2 fingers. Then, a powerful fist came whistling through the air. Bang! Wei Cheng felt excruciating pain in his chest as he was sent flying several yards. Ah, he screamed as he hit the ground, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, staining half his face. His originally pristine golden robes became thoroughly wrinkled as he crashed to the ground. The mighty ninth prince of the Great Wei dynasty was now as disheveled as a beaten dog. Where he had been arrogant and domineering before, now his robes were dusty, his hair disheveled, and he lay sprawled pathetically in the dirt. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared viciously at the young woman Ying Chun across from him, grinding his teeth as he roared. You wretched girl! How dare you show such disrespect to me? He then stretched out his hand, screaming hoarsely. General Wang, deal with her. At his command, Wang Ming pushed off with his toes, his figure cutting through the air like a dark shadow before landing right in front of Ying Chun. His withered right hand resembled an eagle's talon as it sliced through the air with tremendous force, aiming directly for the girl's slender, snow-white neck. The gap in their cultivation levels was enormous. Ying Chun found her spiritual energy completely suppressed and unable to circulate. She could only watch helplessly as that gray, withered hand approached, her heart racing with anxiety, yet powerless to act. At this critical moment, a cold shout exploded through the air. My disciplies, she's someone a brute like you can discipline? As the words fell, Chu Feng had somehow appeared behind Wang Ming, his sleeves billowing as his powerful palm struck toward Wang Ming's crown with the force of thunder. If the blow connected, Wang Ming would likely die on the spot. In this life-or-death instant, he could only forcibly withdraw his attack to save himself, channeling his spiritual energy wildly into his palm to meet Chu Feng's strike. Bang! A dull explosion erupted through the air. Chu Feng remained unmoved, but Wang Ming was sent flying back a full 3 zhong, his heels dragging 2 charred marks across the stone ground as sharp pain shot through his palm. Had he not forcibly steadied himself, he would have been thrown even further back. Wei Cheng's eyelids twitched violently, hadn't expected Chu Feng's strength to be so terrifying. Wang Ming looked up, his eyes now filled with wariness and shock, his palm still trembling slightly. At this moment, Wei Xiao descended gracefully, positioning herself in front of Yi Qingchun as she spoke in an icy voice. Wei Cheng, Wang Ming, you're both terrible losers. Just because you lost a contest, you'd attack a young girl so viciously? Called out so bluntly, both Wei Cheng and Wang Ming's faces alternated between green and white. After a moment of silence, Wang Ming lowered his head and cupped his hands. Empress Wei, we were out of line. Though his tone was subdued, his unwillingness was barely concealed. The current situation left them no choice, for if they persisted, he and Wei Cheng might truly lose their lives here. Wei Cheng also lowered his head in acknowledgement. I was rash. This fire flame flower is yours. General Wang, we're leaving. Yes. The two turned to retreat, but Chu Feng stepped forward expressionlessly, his voice indifferent. A few soft words, and you think that settles it? Wei Cheng and Wang Ming's steps faltered, their expressions shifting uncertainly. Finally, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and withdrew a blue pill from his storage ring, spiritual light swirling around it. Sir, your disciple is already at the 9th level of Golden Core. This is a nascent soul pill to help her break through to the nascent soul realm. With that, he placed the pill on the ground, pulled Wei Cheng along as they fled into the distance, their divine consciousness remaining secretly alert, fearing Chu Feng might pursue them. With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Feng caught the pill in his palm. He watched those two panicked figures retreat, his gaze profound. Wei Xiao whispered a reminder. Chu Feng, both Wei Cheng and Wang Ming are petty-minded. I am afraid they've already marked you as an enemy. Chu Feng was unconcerned, smiling faintly. If they insist on provoking me, I don't mind showing them why the flowers are so red. With that, he reached out and grasped the fire flame flower, bright red as fire, its petals still dancing with tiny sparks. Chu Feng's expression softened as he handed it to Yi Qingchun. Qingchun, refine the fire flame flower first. When the time is right, take the nascent soul pill and break through directly to the nascent soul realm. Yes. Yi Qingchun sat cross-legged on the ground, her snow-white skin reflecting the firelight. She raised her hand to consume the fire flame flower, closed her eyes to circulate her cultivation, and her body was enveloped in red light as the medicinal power surged through her. At the same time, a familiar mechanical prompt echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Host has successfully gifted fire flame flower and nascent soul pill. Would you like to activate critical return? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.